Supreme God Emperor Chapter 637 to Chapter 692. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations gathering in the main hall. Things might not be as bad as we think. Mu Yun exhaled and said, this time, the sect master and the rest should have a backup plan. It's just that we don't know that the Five Elements Divine Palace has been dominating for thousands of years. The Five Elements Divine Palace won't make such a hasty plan so easily. That being said, Mu Yun did not have the confidence to win if a fight really broke out. The Five Elements Divine Palace was so powerful that not only the disciples of the Five Elements Divine Palace, but even he felt an inexplicable sense of danger. For a moment, the few of them fell silent. In their eyes, the Five Elements Divine Palace had always been powerful and could not be offended. Were the Five Elements Divine Palace's opponents when the Five Elements Divine Palace joined forces? Miss Shui Ro, did you discover anything in the main hall just now? That Mr. Ghost was arguing with you. I didn't discover any rare treasures. I just feel that this hall is a little different from the other halls. In terms of smell, it's missing something. After she said that, Mu Yun's interest was piqued. She smiled and walked into the main hall. The rest of the people also followed slowly. Just as they entered the main hall, Mu Yun was stunned. A familiar smell surfaced in his heart. Formation. If it was just a formation, it would not be enough to surprise Mu Yun. However, there was a trace of aura flowing in the formation, which made Mu Yun very tempted. As he walked forward, an inexplicable resistance directly stopped Mu Yun. However, with Mu Yun's cultivation in his previous life, this was really nothing to a formation. With a smile, Mu Yun directly made a move. A majestic aura spread out from the formation. That aura spread out slowly and finally broke through. Mu Yun stepped into it. Immediately, the blood and qi around her tumbled. At this moment, Mu Yun felt that the essence blood and dragon blood in her body had suddenly undergone an earth-shaking change. This change had an aura that made one's heart palpitate. Mu Yun's body had completely become a part of it at this moment. However, it had not reached the stage where it had become her own, so Mu Yun did not stop that feeling. Don't come in. Suddenly, Mu Yun saw that Shui Ro, Hua Wufeng and the others were about to step in. What's wrong with you, Mu Yun? Seeing Mu Yun's nervous look, Fire Dancing Phoenix was stunned and stopped in her tracks. I'm fine. Don't come in, don't come in. Mu Yun took a deep breath. Clattering sounds suddenly rang out at this moment. Scales suddenly appeared in front of Mu Yun. Those scales had 7 colors, and they looked incomparably gorgeous and radiant. Dragon scales. Seeing the dragon scales on Mu Yun's body, the surrounding people were completely stunned. The so-called dragonization was to rely on the mystical dragon to transform into a dragon. This was a miracle for the people from the Five Elements small world. If they hadn't been careful, would they have ended up like Mu Yun when they entered that place? Actually, it was no wonder that they were surprised. To them, the dragonization was simply unbelievable. It was not strange for Mu Yun to have such a dragonization. In the thousands of great worlds, there were countless cultivators who wanted to rely on the bloodline of the mystical dragon to transform into a dragon. However, to the small worlds, such a thing could be said to be shocking. This feeling. However, at this moment, Mu Yun was shocked by the dragonization that suddenly appeared on its own. Continue. Mu Yun simply took a step forward and entered the center of the hall. Dragon scales appeared on his arms and legs, and the crisp sound of clattering was refreshing to hear. Mu Yun was even more surprised. He could feel that strange emotion in the unseen world. 9 Spirits Heaven Snatching Tablet. That was the aura of the 9 Spirits Heaven Snatching Tablet. Mu Yun's body trembled. Faintly. He had already gathered 2 9 Spirits Heaven Snatching Tablets. If a third one appeared, it might be another level of the Indestructible Blood Codex. The Indestructible Blood Codex's use and bearing of the bloodline could be said to be wonderful. This martial technique that cultivated the power of the bloodline was also praised by Guei as incomparably powerful. Brat, you're really lucky. Guei chuckled and said, you escaped from the 3,000 small worlds and came to the 5 Elements small world. The distance between the two is unknown, but you encountered the 9 Spirits Heaven Snatching Tablet again. Is it just luck? Mu Yun looked at Guei meaningfully and said inexplicably. When he came to the five elements small world, it was not his choice. It was Guai who controlled the chart of celestial extermination and brought him here. If Guai did it unintentionally, then it could be said that it was too coincidental. Such a coincidence was simply too coincidental to the point that it was unbelievable. This is not the land of the nine spirits heaven-snatching tablet. It seems to be just a seal, and it has been broken by someone. Mu Yun said meaningfully, it seems that the people of the five elements divine palace did not just let their disciples train here. Hearing this, Guai was also indifferent. Interesting. Mu Yun chuckled and said, according to what you said, the nine spirits heaven-snatching tablet might exist in tens of thousands of small worlds and tens of thousands of great worlds. It seems that many people know about it. There are many people who know about it. Don't you want to fight for it? Of course I do. Mu Yun smiled slightly, but took a step back. At the same time, the dragon scales on his body gradually dissipated. Mu Yun, are you all right? Hu Daifeng hurried over. I'm fine. Looking at the blood-colored patterns that gradually appeared in front of her and drifted throughout the entire hall, Mu Yun said, let's leave first. Otherwise, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave even if we want to later. Okay. Seeing Mu Yun's strange change just now, no one dared to stay on the spot. They immediately left the hall one by one. The treasure was very tempting, but what was more important was their own lives. Seeing that everyone had retreated, a drop of dragon blood dripped onto the ground between Mu Yun's hands. After the dragon blood dripped onto the ground, it suddenly turned into the appearance of a seven-colored heavenly dragon and directly merged into the formation. It was obvious that this great formation had been undone by someone. And now, Mu Yun had once again completely sealed this formation. Perhaps someone already knew the location of the nine spirits heaven-snatching tablet. At this moment, it was to seize the tablet. That was why the seal of this hall was broken. However, at this moment, Mu Yun had sealed the hall again. He really wanted to know how that person would feel when they thought that they were about to obtain the nine spirits heaven-snatching tablet, only to discover that the formation seal had already been blocked. Let's go. Walking out of the hall, Mu Yun had a faint smile on her face. Buzz, however, at this moment, a buzzing sound suddenly resounded in the sky. When the buzzing sound stopped, numerous figures suddenly appeared in midair and looked at the place where the buzzing sound came from. It's the central main hall in the depths. Shui Rou said with a frown. That's the place where the people of the five elements divine palace gather. It seems like Wu Xingtian already knew about the strangeness in this hall and was already prepared. It's better that he's prepared. Mu Yun chuckled and said, it saves us the trouble. After saying that, Mu Yun's figure flashed and rushed out. With this charge, Shui Rou and the others immediately followed behind. At this moment, Mu Yun had already become their backbone. At the same time, after hearing the buzzing sound, numerous figures also rushed towards the central main hall in the depths. Instantly, the entire Fengyun main hall became lively. Shui Rou. Mu Yun. Just as the few of them arrived at the front of the main hall, a surprised shout suddenly sounded. Shiguan. Jin Yui. Looking at the two of them, Shui Rou walked forward and nodded her head. The people of the five major forces gathered again. Jin Yui and Shiguan were already like ants on a hot pan. At this moment, Wu Xingtian led a large group of five elements divine palace's geniuses to gather in the Fengyun main hall. In the Devil Grassland, Evil Infant Crone, Bloodthirsty Emperor, and Mr. Ghost had also gathered. On their side, the Azurewood Manor's Mu Jingran was dead and there was no one to lead the Azurewood Manor. Fire Element Mountain's Hui Yunshan was also dead. Fortunately, there was still Mu Yun. If Mu Yun did not appear, they really did not know what to do. The four of them gathered together at this moment. Mu Yun, you finally appeared. Seeing Mu Yun, Jin Yui smiled bitterly and said, if the two of you weren't here, our situation would be worrying. Yeah, I don't know what Wu Xingtian is up to. Mr. Ghost was also looking at us with killing intent in his eyes, as if he couldn't wait to kill us. Shiguan also smacked his lips and looked like he had just survived a disaster. But the most terrifying thing is that Wu Xingtian has yet to appear. If he appears, I'm afraid we won't have the strength to resist. Don't worry, he won't appear. Shui Rou said softly, Wu Xingtian has already been killed by Mu Yun. What? Hearing that, Shi Guan and Jin Yui looked at Mu Yun's expression and felt even more terrified. Mu Yun had actually killed Wu Xingtian. How did this guy do it? Now isn't the time to discuss this. What is Wu Xingtian trying to do? Mu Yun said. This guy is probably crazy. He seems to be trying to activate some array. Look at the Fengyun main hall. It's empty. He has been standing in the middle for a very long time. Mu Yun then carefully observed Wu Xingtian. The entire Fengyun main hall was completely empty. She could not see anything. Moreover, a pillar of light directly descended from the top of the main hall. The pillar of light was shining at the center of the main hall. Traces of blood-red patterns spread throughout the main hall. At this moment, the 5 elements moving the heavens seemed to give off an illusion as he stood there. He was the ruler here, the ruler of everything. Looks like everyone is here. Wu Xingtian said when he saw everyone standing in the main hall. Wu Xingtian, what are you trying to do? Don't keep us in suspense. Evil Infant Crone said coldly, now that everyone is here, I don't think there's a need to hide what you want to do, right? There's indeed no need to hide. Wu Xingtian sneered, old woman, since you're all here, then get ready. What? Everyone was stunned when they heard Wu Xingtian's words. In the next instant, everyone's astonishment turned into disbelief. To tell you the truth, hundreds of thousands of years ago, the strongest sect of the Fengyun continent existed here, the Fengyun sect. Wu Xingtian chuckled, and now, this place will be your burial ground. The birth of the blood steel, what are you trying to do? Sensing the commotion, everyone looked at 5 elements moving heaven and shouted angrily. What am I doing? 5 elements moving heaven sneered, aren't you all thinking about the treasures inside? Let me show you what the real treasures are. 5 elements moving heaven laughed and suddenly opened his hands. A rumbling sound suddenly rang out at this moment. The instant his voice fell, an earth-shattering rumble spread throughout the entire hall. Blood shadows appeared on the originally calm floor under everyone's feet. Those blood shadows enveloped everyone's feet. What's that? What's going on? What's going on? Everyone was stunned when they saw those things wrapped around their bodies. What's that? 5 elements moving heaven sneered, you don't know what the real treasures are after entering the Wind Cloud Hall. The real treasures are something you can never imagine. As 5 elements moving the heavens laughed heartily, the chains bound everyone's feet. Seeing this, 5 elements moving heaven said, what do you know? This Windfall continent is an existence that's extremely close to an ancient continent. The reason why the Windfall sect was destroyed back then was because of this thing. 5 elements moving heaven laughed and formed seals with his hands. Rumbling sounds echoed. As the seals were formed, a crazy bloody smell spread out. Everyone panicked when they saw this. They couldn't resist at all. However, there was one exception, Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun was standing in the Wind Cloud Hall. The blood threads under his feet wrapped around his legs. However, those blood threads seemed to cover his legs, but the world seemed to have merged with him. How are you? Mu Yun looked at Fire Dancing Phoenix and asked in a low voice. I feel like the blood essence in my body is about to be sucked dry. Fire Dancing Phoenix said in pain, what is this lunatic trying to do? Don't move. Mu Yun instructed, stand here and don't move. Otherwise, you'll die. Fire Dancing Phoenix calmed down when she heard this. She didn't want to die. Everyone, I need your blood essence to help me complete a major task, Blood Summoning Monument. 5 elements moving the heavens laughed heartily at this moment, his hands frantically forming seals. Crackling sounds rang out. At this moment, the world seemed to have lost all color. Only the 5 elements move the heavens was left, dancing wildly in the center. Damn it, the flow of my blood has become even slower. The evil infant crone cursed inwardly. Me too. Is this guy trying to suck our blood essence dry? Hearing this, everyone immediately revealed a panicked expression. If the 5 elements moving heaven really wanted to drain their blood essence, it would be unbearable for them. Once their blood essence was exhausted, their lives would also be affected. At the very least, their strength would not be able to recover in a short period of time. Then, they would be like ducks waiting to be cooked. Seeing 5 elements move the heavens, Mu Yan stood in the crowd and remained silent. Her face gradually turned pale, as if she had lost a large amount of blood essence. However, he did not really lose a large amount of blood essence. 5 elements moving the heavens was in order to activate the 9-spirit heaven capturing monument, so he needed everyone's blood essence. However, everyone was trapped because they fell into his trap. However, Mu Yun was not among them. He had 2 9-spirit heaven capturing monuments in his body, so he was already immune to this kind of bloodthirstiness. With the birth of the blood monument, my 5 elements divine palace will become the absolute overlord of the entire 5 elements small world. It is worth it for all of you to become the sacrificial gift. 5 elements moving the heavens laughed heartily and directly punched out. Rumbling sounds rang out at this moment. When the punch landed, the ground instantly split into pieces. Accompanied by the rumbling sounds of the ground, cracks appeared. A crack suddenly appeared where 5 elements moving the heavens was. However, the moment the crack appeared, the ground slowly lifted up at this moment. Rumbling sounds rang out at this moment. When the ground lifted up, a blood monument suddenly appeared under 5 elements moving the heavens' feet. A blood monument that was emitting a bloodthirsty cold light. However, looking at the blood monument, Mu Yun was excited. 9-spirit heaven capturing monument. Mu Yun, who already had 2 9-spirit heaven capturing monuments, knew very well that this was the 3rd 9-spirit heaven capturing monument. It turned out that 5 elements transforming the universe was looking for the spirit sealing cauldron, 5 elements jade was looking for the wind source, and 5 elements moving the heavens was looking for the 9-spirit heaven capturing monument. What is this thing? What a strong bloodthirsty aura. Is this the 5 elements divine palace's ultimate goal this time? No wonder. No wonder the 5 elements divine palace was so kind this time and let us, the people of the Devil Grassland, enter this place. It's for this. Following 5 elements moving the heavens actions, everyone finally understood. The 5 elements divine palace's actions this time were for the 9-spirit heaven capturing monument. All of them were just tools for the 5 elements divine palace to seize the monument. They used their blood essence to complete 5 elements moving the heavens goal. They had completely become tools. Haha, 5 elements moving the heavens laughed heartily. This monument has existed for 10,000 years. Do you know how many secrets it contains? A bunch of blind and ignorant people. They really thought that the spirit sealing cauldron and the wind source were good things. This blood monument was the falling wind sect's most precious treasure back then. It was also the ultimate reason why the falling wind sect was annihilated. Fortunately, our 5 elements divine palace has obtained it now. Everything is no longer empty talk. 5 elements moving the heavens' eyes were filled with pride. Now, let me open this blood monument. 5 elements moving the heavens laughed loudly and stretched out his hands. A rumbling sound suddenly rang out at this moment. As crackling sounds rang out, chains spread out from under the feet of the 5 elements shaking the heavens. Those chains were like a person's collarbone. They connected together and directly formed a collarbone chain. However, at this moment, the collarbone chain was full of blood marks. The blood was drawn from the bodies of the thousands of cultivators below. With a loud bang, one of the 9 chains suddenly broke. Immediately after, the 2nd and 3rd chains broke. The 9 chains were completely broken in the blink of an eye. However, there was still one chain that was wrapped around the 9 spirits heaven capturing steel and could not be supported. That chain was like a life-threatening iron chain. No matter what, it could not be broken. Damn it, how could this be? I clearly broke all 9 seals. 5 elements moving the heavens expression changed slightly. He clearly remembered that he had already broken all 9 seals. What's going on? 5 elements moving the heavens expression was abnormally ugly. On the other hand, Mu Yun stood there and looked at 5 elements moving the heavens without saying a word. Hee, kid, you miscalculated, right? The evil infant crone laughed mischievously. Using our essence blood to break the seal for you to obtain your blood monument. What a deep scheme. Old vicious woman, shut up. 5 elements moving the heavens coldly shouted and directly clawed out. With a puff, the evil infant crone could not resist at all and was directly supported by the blood marks under her feet. With a puff, the blood vessels all over her body spurted out and turned into a bloody person. With a groan, her body directly exploded. At this moment, everyone was completely dumbfounded. No one dared to speak again. What's going on? Fire Dancing Phoenix's face was pale as she said nervously. Don't be afraid. Mu Yun narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at 5 elements moving the heavens every move silently. Since this seal can't be broken, do you think I have no other way? 5 elements moving the heavens smiled and directly shouted, then I'll use your lives to break the seal first. As soon as 5 elements moving the heavens words fell, he directly slapped out. The thousands of people in the Devil Grassland were directly enveloped by the palm, and their bodies were on the verge of collapse. However, the blood marks under their feet were constantly devouring their blood. Blood flowed out, and streams of blood sprayed out. Gradually, the people in the Devil Grassland turned into dried corpses one by one and completely died. No, no. At this moment, the bloodthirsty emperor suddenly opened his mouth and begged for mercy. Don't kill me, I'm willing to submit to you. I'm willing to do anything. Looking at the bloodthirsty emperor, 5 elements moving the heavens chuckled and said, Sorry, I don't need it. As soon as his words fell, 5 elements moving the heavens directly slapped out. With a puff, blood sprayed out, and the bloodthirsty emperor completely turned into a pool of blood. Gradually, the people in the Devil Grassland were completely kneaded into dried corpses by 5 elements moving the heavens. As for Mr. Ghost, he was not spared either. The 3 great powerhouses, the 1,000-year-old giants, died at this moment. Is there anyone else who is not convinced? 5 elements moving the heavens laughed loudly and said, No one is not convinced, right? Then this time only by breaking the seal can I obtain the blood steel. Therefore, you will have to pay the price. As 5 elements moving the heavens spoke, his entire person became cold and arrogant. Seeing this scene, everyone was completely shocked. At this moment, the disciples of the 5 major forces were completely frightened into a ball. At this moment, they were completely reduced to lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Just now, they had seen with their own eyes the disappearance of the people in the Devil Grassland. Now, the last seal seemed to have not been broken yet. Now, 5 elements moving the heavens was going to deal with them. Mu Yun, what should we do? Don't worry. Standing in the same place, Mu Yun looked up and smiled slightly. Break free later and prepare to attack. The disciples of the 5 elements divine palace are not easy to deal with. What? Hearing Mu Yun's words, Fire Dancing Phoenix, Ro Shui, and the rest were stunned. Break free? How to break free? However, at this moment, it was obvious that there was no time to explain this. Everyone, the 5 elements divine palace needs this blood steel. Therefore, everyone can only sacrifice their lives. 5 elements moving the heavens laughed and said, Don't worry, I believe that not long after, your elders will accompany you. 5 elements moving the heavens, you are extremely shameless. Shameless? 5 elements moving the heavens sneered and said, Don't think that the 5 elements divine palace doesn't know what the 5 major forces want to do. This time, after obtaining the blood steel, all of you will die. You can only blame the 5 major forces for not knowing what's good for you and running amok. As soon as 5 elements moving the heavens finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and a crazy power suddenly swept out. The blood traces directly climbed onto everyone's feet and crazily devoured their blood. Enough is enough. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly stepped out and looked at 5 elements moving the heavens. 5 elements heaven and earth tribulation? You're not trapped by this formation. 5 elements moving heaven exclaimed in surprise when he saw Mu Yun walk out. Of course not. Mu Yun chuckled. If I was trapped by the formation, wouldn't you have obtained this blood monument long ago? Hearing this, 5 elements moving heaven suddenly reacted and roared, It's you. So it's you who did this. Only at this moment did 5 elements moving heaven know why his 9th seal could not be broken. All of this was Mu Yun's doing. Hu Dancing Phoenix also suddenly realized that Mu Yun's strange actions in the main hall were to break 5 elements moving heaven's seal. It turned out that Mu Yun knew all along, she knew what he should do. The funny thing was, she thought that Mu Yun had only discovered something unusual. Mu Yun, I haven't settled the score with you for killing 5 elements Hua Yu and 5 elements Yuming. Now, you're actually jumping out to die. Good, very good. You flatter me. Muyan smiled. I don't want to be enemies with them. It's just that they want to kill me. I can't just stand there and wait for them to kill me. Don't you think so? Fortunately, I still have some tricks up my sleeve to kill them. That's why you can see me now. You're very good. Five Elements Moving Heaven sneered. Originally, I was prepared to settle the score with you after I take the blood monument. But now, it seems that I can't. Settle the score with me? Muyan sneered. Sorry, I'm afraid this blood monument can't belong to you. Because I want it too. You're courting death. As soon as Five Elements Moving Heaven finished speaking, he waved his hand. Disciples of Five Elements Divine Palace, listen to my order. Kill Muyan immediately. Yes. A uniform voice suddenly sounded at this moment. The disciples of Five Elements Divine Palace swarmed out at this moment and charged towards Muyan. Muyan, do you have a way to break this blood mark for us? That's right. At this time, we can't let you shoulder it alone. Yeah. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Muyan waved her hand and said, Everyone, don't worry. Since the Five Elements Divine Palace is prepared to kill us, I think there's no need for everyone to continue hiding. Just kill us directly. As soon as Muyan finished speaking, she swung her hand. As the blood mist spread, the disciples of the five major powers who were bound by the blood marks broke free and charged toward the people of the Five Elements Divine Palace. Their hatred for the Five Elements Sky Palace was even deeper than Muyan's. Firstly, they had long been suppressed by the Five Elements Divine Palace and could not breathe. Secondly, on this trip to the Five Elements Trial Ground, on the Windfall Continent, the disciples of the Five Elements Divine Palace would humiliate them without saying a word before killing them. This kind of humiliation was not something they could bear. This time, they had personally witnessed the tragic deaths of the people of the Devil Prairie. If they did not resist, they would suffer the same fate. At this time, only by beheading the opponent with strength could they protect their own lives. Seeing that the two sides had started to kill each other, Five Elements Divine Palace stared at Muyan with a hint of interest in his eyes. Interesting, interesting. Five Elements Divine Palace chuckled and said, Muyan, it seems like you are indeed very powerful now. Stirring up emotions. You do have some skills. However, I wonder if your strength matches your ability to stir up emotions. I think there's no need for me to prove it. Muyan chuckled and said, the deaths of Five Elements Huayu and Five Elements Yuming are enough to prove it, right? Hearing this, Five Elements Divine Palace was completely enraged. Muyan killing Five Elements Huayu and Five Elements Yuming was simply a slap to their faces. At this time, no matter what excuse they used, it would not make him let Muyan go. Very good. It seems that you still don't know what's good for you. I don't dare to say that I don't know what's good for me. However, I know that what I respect is that when facing an opponent that I can't defeat, I will put my own life as the most important thing. Muyan chuckled. Five Elements Divine Palace was completely enraged. Muyan's words were very clear. He, Five Elements Divine Palace, was not enough to make Muyan fear him. To others, this might just be his opponent showing off his strength. However, to Five Elements Divine Palace, this was a provocation. He absolutely would not allow such a provocation to exist. Muyan, you will pay the price for your words and actions. Five Elements Divine Palace growled and attacked. However, what surprised Muyan was that the weapon Five Elements Divine Palace used was a sword. It was a long sword that was completely black and had an icy cold aura around it. The moment he saw the sword appear, Muyan smiled faintly and immediately attacked. At this moment, it was useless to say anything more to Five Elements Divine Palace. After killing Five Elements Jade, Muyan was no longer that Muyan. 7 strokes of annihilation. With a growl, Muyan slashed out with her sword. 7 life and death seal. The current her could already use it skillfully. Under the slash of the long sword, Muyan's body swept across the sky. However, on the other side, Five Elements Divine Palace also slashed out with his sword. However, his sword did not look like a sword technique. It looked more like a saber technique. With a clang, the two figures instantly clashed. At the same time, the disciples of the five major forces were already filled with anger as they fought with the disciples of five elements divine palace. Among the disciples of five elements divine palace, there were former fellow disciples. However, these fellow disciples were now pointing their weapons at them and did not care about their feelings at all. At this moment, their junior brothers no longer cared about their feelings, so they naturally wouldn't show any mercy to their senior brothers. At this moment, the scene suddenly became a little difficult to control. The sounds of killing and yelling rose and fell one after another. Everyone was already in a killing frenzy. 7 strokes of annihilation. Sword rolling firmament. 2 growls sounded at the same time. 5 elements divine palace and Mu Yan's figures shuttled back and forth in the sky. Yelling and killing completely rang out at this moment. At this moment, the 2 figures became the focus of everyone's attention. At this moment, 5 elements shaking the heavens was unstoppable. Mu Yan had killed 5 elements transforming space and 5 elements yumming. It seemed that he was the only one present who could deal with 5 elements shaking the heavens. Similarly, in 5 elements divine palace, other than one of the 8 core disciples, Xianxia, who was still alive, it seemed that the only one who could stop Mu Yan was 5 elements divine palace. Once either of these 2 people was defeated, the other party would become the winner. Victory and defeat were all between the 2 of them. Your swordsmanship is very powerful. 5 elements divine palace looked at Mu Yan and chuckled. Yours isn't bad either. It's barely passable. You're courting death. You too. 5 elements divine palace was really speechless at Mu Yan's attitude. Shameless, hooligan, these words could not be used to describe Mu Yan at all. 9 strokes of the fallen heavens. With a growl, 5 elements divine palace directly attacked with his sword. A rumbling sound rang out. When the sword landed, it was as if 9 swords had directly attacked. The surging sword aura directly soared out. When the sword landed, Mu Yan's body immediately retreated. At this moment, Mu Yan could only retreat and avoid the sharpness of the sword. However, Mu Yan's retreating figure suddenly stopped. 9 strokes of the fallen heavens. In an instant, Mu Yan actually unleashed the same sword attack as Ji Futian. Looking at the power of this sword, it was even more lethal than 5 elements divine palace's sword. Sensing the power of that sword, 5 elements divine palace's expression immediately changed. How do you know the 9 styles of falling heaven? This swordsmanship was originally a secret skill unique to the 5 elements divine palace. It was impossible for outsiders to know it. Why can't I? Mu Yan smiled slightly. In fact, he had inadvertently obtained this set of swordsmanship in his previous life. Now that he saw 5 elements divine palace using it, he naturally wanted to play with this person. Damn it. 5 elements divine palace's expression turned cold. Mu Yan's attainments and comprehension of swordsmanship were indeed beyond his reach. This person's comprehension of swordsmanship was very strong. Your swordsmanship is very powerful, but I don't know if your strength is as powerful as your swordsmanship. 5 elements divine palace smiled slightly, his face full of coldness. 5 elements tribulation of heaven and earth. Putting away his long sword, 5 elements divine palace roared, and a 5-colored light appeared from all over his body. 5 elements tribulation of heaven and earth was an extremely powerful set of secret manuals in the 5 elements divine palace. The strength of this secret manual was not inferior to the 5 elements divine seal. However, this martial skill was a body-refining martial skill in the 5 elements divine palace. The strength of the cultivator's body was unparalleled. 5 elements tribulation of heaven and earth. Using the 5 elements to overcome the tribulation of heaven and earth. If the body refining is successful, the body will be greatly improved. Mu Yan smiled slightly and attacked directly. Then let's see if your 5 elements tribulation of heaven and earth is more powerful or if my dragonization is more powerful. In an instant, Mu Yan's body charged out. Crackling sound suddenly sounded at this moment. At this moment, a layer of faint 7-colored light appeared on the surface of Mu Yan's body. Under the 7-colored light, one could faintly see the flash of dragon scales. Boom, the 2 of them collided, and instantly, a rumbling sound was heard. How could it be? However, 5 elements divine palace was completely stunned when he felt the strong impact in Mu Yan's body. With this collision, he could feel the strength of Mu Yan's body. He cultivated the 5 elements tribulation of heaven and earth, not an ordinary body-refining martial skill. How could it be inferior to Mu Yan's body-refining martial skill? Are you very surprised? Mu Yan chuckled and said, the surprise is yet to come. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yan attacked directly. Crackling sounds resounded once more. At this moment, dragon scales had appeared on the surface of Mu Yan's body. The dragon scales looked extraordinarily mighty and intimidating. Dragon scales? 5 Elements Divine Palace was completely stunned when he saw the changes in Mu Yan's body. Dragon scales actually appeared on the surface of Mu Yan's body. How was this possible? Clang, with a clang, 5 Elements Divine Palace directly punched the surface of Mu Yan's body. However, when that punch landed, the dragon scales on the surface of Mu Yan's body stood upright and did not move at all. On the other hand, Mu Yan's punch landed on 5 Elements Divine Palace's body, and a dent immediately appeared. His face could not help but turn pale. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. There was no chance for that. Looking at Mu Yan, 5 Elements Moving Heaven said with a pale face, what kind of evil martial art did you cultivate? Evil martial art? Mu Yan chuckled and said, no matter what evil martial art it is, it's a good martial art that can kill you. Kill me? Don't you think you're being too delusional? Delusional? Am I? Mu Yan chuckled and took a step forward. Sky-burning falling star. With a wave of his palm, heavenly fire filled the sky and attacked. However, this time, there was no longer one heavenly fire, but 3. However, the target of these 3 heavenly fire was not 5 Elements Moving Heaven, but the disciples of the 5 Elements Divine Palace who were fighting. Immediately, Mu Yan's palm landed, and the thousands of disciples of the 5 Elements Divine Palace were surrounded by heavenly fire. On the other hand, the disciples of the 5 major forces were completely fine. Unless one was above the 8th level of the Feather Immortal Realm, it would be very difficult to resist this palm. Seeing Mu Yan's actions, 5 Elements Moving Heaven was about to explode with anger. Mu Yan's actions were obviously ignoring him. Ignoring the threat of 5 Elements Moving Heaven. This palm directly changed the situation of the battle, allowing the disciples of the 5 major forces who were originally suppressed to counterattack at this moment. Bastard! Seeing this scene, 5 Elements Moving Heaven was completely furious. Why? You're not going to use the 5 Elements Divine Seal? Mu Yan smiled slightly and looked at 5 Elements Moving Heaven. Then you can wait for your death. As soon as 5 Elements Moving Heaven finished speaking, he directly raised his hands. The seals were quickly formed. 5 Elements Moving Heaven was directly formed with his hands. Clanging sounds were heard, and a 5-colored seal suddenly appeared in front of him. I'm waiting for you. Seeing 5 Elements Moving Heaven's actions, Mu Yan's heart was filled with fighting spirit. At this moment, he had completely merged with the 9 elements. He also wanted to know how powerful the 9 elements of Qi gathering was. Suddenly, the 9 elements around Mu Yan's body appeared. And in the middle of the 9 elements, the celestial extermination painting was faintly discernible, combining the 9 elements. This was the true 9 elements Qi gathering, with the 9 elements as the core of the power and the painting of extermination of immortality as the core of the union. 9 Origin Blood Wheel. Mu Yan bellowed and raised her palm. The blood-colored 9 elements condensed into a wheel and shone brightly above the blood wheel. With a loud roar, Mu Yan directly raised Jiao Yuan and charged towards Wu Xingtian. At the same time, 5 Elements Moving Heaven's face turned even colder as he charged towards Mu Yan. The 5 Elements Divine Seal was the core secret manual of the 5 Elements Divine Palace. He did not believe that Mu Yan could withstand it. Boom, 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 in an instant, a series of deafening explosions rang out. At this moment, the sound directly reached everyone's ears. The entire place seemed to have become completely silent amidst this rumbling sound. However, the silence did not last for long before numerous deafening roars were heard. Rumbling sounds could be heard at this moment. The 2 figures in the field had completely quieted down. Puff, however, in the next moment, the sound of someone vomiting blood suddenly rang out. 5 Elements Moving Heaven took a step back and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Even more terrifying was the fact that 9 bloody holes had appeared all around his body. The moment those 9 bloody holes appeared, 5 elements moving heaven's body directly exploded. This attack directly caused 5 elements moving heaven's body to completely explode. Impossible, impossible. However, 5 elements moving heaven's true soul was roaring crazily at this moment. He looked at Mu Yun with murderous intent. Nothing is impossible. Mu Yun stood on the spot and looked at the true soul. She directly raised her palm. The 3 heavenly flames were like 3 ghosts as they completely enveloped 5 elements moving heaven's true soul. This time, the 9 elements blood wheel and the 5 elements divine seal clashed, showing an overwhelming advantage. Mu Yun deeply understood that it was not because 5 elements moving heaven was weaker than 5 elements jade. It was because he had become stronger. In fact, 5 elements moving heaven was much stronger than 5 elements jade. Unfortunately, he did not encounter the Mu Yun from before, but Mu Yun who had completely mastered 9 elements. Exhaling slightly, Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that 5 elements moving heaven's true soul was completely enveloped. Killing 5 elements moving heaven this time seemed to be a little easier. This also explained what Guei had said. 9 elements gathering heaven was indeed tyrannical. This kind of strength also exceeded Mu Yun's understanding and insight. Next, it's all of you. Looking at the many 5 elements divine palace disciples below, Mu Yun did not have a trace of pity in her heart. Since the 5 great forces and 5 elements divine palace had already become enemies, then as a disciple of Fire Element Mountain, even if he wanted to rely on the 5 elements spirit channeling formation of 5 elements divine palace, he could only help Fire Element Mountain at this moment. After all of his origins were in Fire Element Mountain. Mu Yun was not someone who would be so ungrateful. Devil Grassland, Devil Town. Today, Devil Town had become unusually lively. It was just that this kind of bustle seemed very strange. This was because the people who came here were all from the 5 great forces and 5 elements divine palace. Moreover, those core disciples had all entered the Windfall continent. Only the powerful martial artists of the various sects and clans remained here. At this very moment, the big shots of the various sects were present in Devil City. Therefore, although this place was lively, a large portion of the original residents in Devil Town had fled this place. As for the other portion, they had entered the Windfall continent. However, at this moment, a great battle was quietly taking place in Devil Town. The 5 great forces and 5 elements divine palace were fighting at this moment. High up in the sky, 6 figures stood proudly. The 5 elements divine palace's mansion master, 5 elements divine palace, stood with his hands behind his back. There was a trace of arrogance on his face. As the 5 elements divine palace's mansion master, 5 elements divine palace's mansion master was a meticulous person. He had always been ruthless when dealing with the 5 great forces. However, at this moment, 5 elements divine palace frowned as he looked at the 5 figures in front of him. He seemed very displeased. Fire Kiran, Shui Yunyan, Sherdong Tian, Jin Tong, Mu Xiantian. I didn't expect the 5 of you to have such guts after enduring for thousands of years. 5 elements divine palace chuckled as he looked at the 5 of them. The 5 great forces have joined forces to deal with my 5 elements divine palace. It seems like it's a huge battle array. 5 elements divine palace. Jin Tong was the first to speak. Stop pretending to be a saint here. Over the years, how many genius disciples have you poached from our 5 great forces? But what happened in the end? Those genius disciples have all been assimilated by your 5 elements divine palace. They even view our 5 great forces as enemies. Although our 5 great forces did not fully tap into their potential, at the very least, we were the ones who educated them on the path of martial arts at the very beginning. That's right. Mu Xiangtian continued. No matter how bad the Azure Wood Manor is, at least I can say that every disciple who came out of the Azure Wood Manor has not been mistreated by my Azure Wood Manor in terms of wood elemental arts. However, in your 5 elements divine palace, my Azure Wood Manor's disciples all harbor deep hatred. That's because all of you are too foolish. Just as the 2 of them finished speaking, 5 elements divine palace suddenly spoke. It's your foolishness that has caused the 5 great forces to be where they are today. Isn't that so? Everyone, there's no point in saying anything more. Shui Yunyan said. This time, we have mobilized the sect's strength to kill this person first. I'd like to see if the Five Elements Great Emperor, who hasn't appeared in 10,000 years, is still alive at this moment. All right. With just the 5 of you? The Five-Element Great Emperor chuckled, the 5 of you aren't a match for me. Because all of you will be defeated by the Five-Element Great Emperor just like the 5 saints from all those years ago. Today, all of you will be defeated by me as well. Dream on. Hearing these words, the 5 of them immediately went berserk and charged toward Five Elements' divine palace. This time, a massacre was destined to be unavoidable. At the same time, the martial artists of the 6 great sects below were already in a state of frenzy. However, the weakest of the big shots who remained was at the 8th level of the heavenly immortal realm and above. There were even close to 100 life and death realm experts. This battle was destined to be a devastating blow to Devil City. Universal Flaming Dragon Roar. Fire Qilin roared, and 9 flaming dragons shot out from its body in an instant. The 9 flaming dragons suddenly condensed into form. The flaming dragons that were several thousand feet long surrounded Fire Qilin's body. The flaming dragons unleashed by Fire Qilin were simply too powerful. Myriad Transformations Water Softening Technique. Shui Yunyan cried out delicately. Droplets of water fell beside her, condensing into a water screen that firmly protected her body. Within the water screen, water snakes flicked their tongues, looking sinister and ruthless. Heavenly Wood Morality Technique. 100 Refinements Golden Body. Diamond Body. At this moment, the sect masters of the 5 great forces all displayed their ultimate skills. Seeing this scene, Five Elements Divine Palace's face turned solemn. The 5 of them were at the 2nd level of the life and death realm, while he was only at the 3rd level of the life and death realm. With the 5 of them working together, he could at most guarantee that he wouldn't be defeated. As for winning, that was just wishful thinking. However, things had already developed to this point, and there was no turning back. With a low roar, 5 divine seals shot out in front of the extreme 5 Elements body. Do you think that I don't know about your plan to massacre my 5 Elements Divine Palace? 5 Elements Divine Palace sneered, this time, I'm afraid that the genius disciples of your 5 great forces have already died in the Windfall continent, and you still don't know about it, do you? What? Hearing these words, the 5 sect masters were stunned. Since this battle has started, do you think that my 5 Elements Divine Palace doesn't know about it? 5 Elements Divine Palace said disdainfully, I already knew about your plan, so I decided to beat you at your own game. Before entering the Windfall continent, I've already ordered my sect's disciples to kill your 5 great forces disciples. With 5 Elements Sky Shaking, 5 Elements Jade, and 5 Elements Huayu, I don't think that your so-called geniuses will be able to survive. Hearing these words, the 5 sect masters' faces completely changed. That was indeed the case, with the 3 great geniuses of the 5 Elements clan, the 5 great forces' top disciples were no match for them. Under such circumstances, death was the only way out for them. Damn it. Jin Tong's face turned cold as he snorted, 5 Elements Divine Palace, I'll kill you. You? 5 Elements Divine Palace chuckled, you know that the 5 of you can't kill me, and I can't kill the 5 of you either. However, the disciples of your 5 great forces will either be dead or injured. After this battle, the 5 great forces will wait for my 5 Elements Divine Palace to lead our people back. 5 Elements Divine Palace chuckled, oh, that's not right. Perhaps at that time it won't be me, but 5 Elements Sky Shaking and the other 2 will lead the people of the 5 Elements Divine Palace to attack you. Is that so? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios in the Secret Land Muyun. Muyun? The 5 elders were stunned when they heard the voice. They were even more stunned when they saw Muyun's figure. Fire Kylan's face was filled with joy. You're not dead? How is that possible? 5 Elements Extreme looked at Muyun and said in surprise. He personally remembered that he had instructed 5 Elements Extreme action many times. No matter what, anyone could survive this time, except for Muyun. However, at that very moment, Muyun was standing there alive. Why must I die? Muyun chuckled and said, there's no need to look. You're looking at him, right? As Muyun spoke, she raised her palm and a flame enveloped 5 Elements Extreme Action's true soul. However, at that very moment, Five Elements Extreme Action looked like he had withered. He was completely dispirited. Extreme Action. Seeing that Five Elements Extreme Action's true soul was imprisoned, Five Elements Extreme's expression turned extremely ugly. Mu Yun, I want you dead. As soon as Five Elements Extreme finished speaking, he clawed out. How dare you? At that moment, Fire Kylan took a step forward and blocked in front of Mu Yun. He did not expect Mu Yun to be able to capture Five Elements Extreme Action's true soul. It simply surprised him to the extreme. Mu Yun seemed to be the biggest beneficiary of this trip to the Windfall continent. Fire Kylan directly blocked the Five Elements pull, while the other sect leaders stood where they were, not saying a word. Sect Master Mu, I'm sorry to inform you that Mu Jingran and Mu Tianyi have been killed in the Windfall continent. Mu Yun suddenly said while looking at Mu Xiangtian. What? Mu Xiangtian was instantly dumbstruck. Mu Jingran and Mu Tianyi were both his sons. Furthermore, they were two extremely talented disciples in the Azurewood Manor, but they were killed. Five Elements Extreme, you're shameless. Shut up. At that moment, Five Elements Extreme was blocked by Fire Kylan, so how could he be in the mood to argue with Mu Xiangtian? Dead is dead. Trash has no right to live in this world. You bastard. Mu Xiangtian was clearly angered by these words and stood beside Fire Kylan. It was obvious that he wanted to fight to the death with the Five Elements Extremes. On the other hand, Shui Yunyan, Jin Tong, and Sherdong Tian became nervous when they heard this. The core disciples of their sect had also entered the Windfall continent, but they still did not know what the situation was like. Sect Master. Sect Master. Pavilion Master. While the three of them were nervous, shouts could be heard from behind Mu Yun. They were the surviving disciples of the five major forces. However, out of the thousands of people who had entered, only 500 were left. Such a loss was simply disastrous. Feather clothes. Shiguan. Seeing that the most important disciple of their sect was still alive, the three sect leaders were completely relieved. However, when they saw the withered crowd, their hearts sank. Wufeng, where's your second brother? When Fire Qilin saw Fire Dancing Phoenix, it was naturally delighted. However, when it did not see Hui Yunchen's figure, it could not help but be startled. Fire Dancing Phoenix lowered her head when she heard the question. Sect Master. Mu Yun said apologetically, I'm sorry, I entered the Windfall continent and was trapped in a place, so senior brother Hua was killed by the Five Elements Jade. I'm sorry. Mu Yun had indeed promised that she would protect Hui Yunchen and Fire Dancing Phoenix. However, although Fire Dancing Phoenix was still alive, Hui Yunchen was dead. Fire Kylan's face turned pale when it heard this. Hui Yunchen was already its last son. What about the Five Elements Jade? Fire Kylan said fiercely. Father, the Five Elements Jade and Five Elements Space were both killed by Mu Yun. Fire Dancing Phoenix forced a smile. Good. Fire Kylan patted Mu Yun's shoulder and said loudly, good, very good. At the same time, Shui Rou and the others were naturally reporting to their sects about what happened in the secret area. The sect masters looked at Mu Yun with astonishment in their eyes. Master, the three great disciples of the Five Elements clan were all killed by Mu Yun. Moreover, the Five Elements Divine Palace was already prepared this time. As soon as they entered the secret area, they began to slaughter our disciples. That's why we suffered such a great loss this time. If it wasn't for Mu Yun, I'm afraid that what you're seeing now would be the Five Elements Divine Palace's disciples showing off. Pavilion Master, our immortal rock pavilion lost more than 400 people this time. All of them were killed by the Five Elements Divine Palace's disciples. Sect Master, I'm sorry. I couldn't protect my junior brothers. The various geniuses began to narrate what happened in the secret area, but the gaze of the Five Elements Divine Palace was fixed on the exit. However, there were no more Five Elements Divine Palace's disciples walking out from there. Ah! With a roar, Five Elements Extreme's face contorted as he shouted, Impossible, impossible, the disciples of my Five Elements Divine Palace are all geniuses, how could they all be wiped out? Five Elements Divine Palace. Fire Qilin took a step forward and shouted, I didn't expect your Five Elements Divine Palace to be so sinister and cunning. Back then, my son, Hu Jingtian, was a brilliant genius, but he died in the hands of 5 elements divine palace. Today, my second son died again. 5 elements divine palace, hand over your life. Your 5 elements divine palace has gone too far. Mu Xiangtian couldn't help but shout at this moment. Shui Rou, Jin Tong, and Sherdong Tian followed closely behind him. This time, the anger of the 5 big shots was completely ignited. However, compared to them, the 5 elements divine palace was even more furious. This time, he knew in advance what the 5 great forces wanted to do, so he secretly prepared to let the 5 elements divine palace's disciples directly kill the disciples of the various sections. He originally wanted to wait for them to appear and see the 5 elements divine palace's disciples appear. However, he found out that all of his disciples were killed. He was very pleased with himself when he saw the wonderful expressions on the faces of the 5 great sect masters. However, he didn't expect that he would be the one staring blankly at them. The disciples of the 5 great forces didn't die, but the core disciples of the 5 elements divine palace were all annihilated. And all of this was because of that person called Mu Yun. How could he not be angry? Mu Yun! I'll kill you! The 5 elements divine palace shouted angrily and attacked directly. However, at this moment, the sect masters of the 5 great forces formed a line and directly blocked the 5 elements divine palace in front of them. Even though this was the case, the surging energy still caused the disciples present to quickly dodge as they hurriedly landed on the ground. Looking at the elders of both sides who were fighting, Mu Yun took a deep breath and said, "Everyone has already rested well in the Windfall continent. At this moment, we can't relax. We have to defeat them in one fell swoop. All right." At this moment, the disciples of the 5 great forces were also holding their breaths in their hearts. This was a dangerous fight, but it was also an opportunity for them. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun nodded. "Senior Sister Hua, protect yourself." Mu Yun glanced at Hua Dancing Phoenix, nodded, and directly charged into the crowd. At this moment, the aura that was released from his body was extremely close to the advanced stage of the time law of the 9th level of the Feather Celestial Realm. More importantly, no one dared to underestimate him because of the intimidating aura he exuded. Directly charging into the crowd, Mu Yun swung his sword. The martial artists who were below the 9th level of the Feather Celestial Realm couldn't escape from him at all. The martial artists at the 9th level of the Feather Celestial Realm couldn't withstand more than a few attacks from him. Even the powerhouses at the 10th level of the Feather Celestial Realm could only go a few rounds with him before they gradually became unable to withstand his attacks. In the end, they suddenly died mysteriously. Mu Yun had killed more than a dozen elders of the 5 elements divine palace along the way. 5 elements green edge, 5 elements green cloud, kill Mu Yun for me. At this moment, in the sky, a furious roar suddenly sounded. It was the 5 elements divine palace. Yes. Hearing this, the 2 figures who were charging in the crowd suddenly stopped. These 2 people were the 2 personal protectors of the 5 elements heavenly palace. 5 elements green cloud, 5 elements green edge. These 2 people had been famous in the 5 elements divine palace for a long time. Although they were young, their talents were quite powerful. In the past few hundred years, they had become famous in the 5 elements small world. Most importantly, these 2 people were at the 1st level of the life and death realm. Swoosh! 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 The 2 people went around the figures and charged towards Mu Yun. Although the 5 major forces had joined forces this time, as a whole, there were only about 20 life and death realm martial artists. In the 5 elements divine palace, there were more than 20 life and death realm martial artists. At this moment, all the life and death realm elders were entangled with their opponents. No one could free up their hands to help Mu Yun. Mu Yun, die! 5 elements green cloud directly charged out and shouted. Both of you, get lost. However, at this moment, a shout suddenly rang out. As the shout rang out, a figure suddenly appeared in front of 5 elements green cloud and 5 elements green edge. Elder Yu. Seeing the white-haired old man, the 2 people were stunned. Get lost. 5 elements Jade shouted, this kid killed my grandson. How can this old man allow him to act recklessly here? I'll take this kid's life. Five Elements Jade was a famous elder in the Five Elements Divine Palace. In fact, this person's cultivation was only at the first level of the life and death realm. Such a cultivation realm was absolutely top-notch in the entire Five Elements small world. After all, there were no more than 100 life and death realm martial artists in the entire Five Elements small world. However, the first level of the life and death realm was only at the bottom of the Five Elements Divine Palace's core elders. However, Five Elements Jade had an extremely high prestige in the Five Elements Divine Palace. The reason was none other than his three grandsons, who were the three famous geniuses in the Five Elements Divine Palace. Although these three grandsons were not of the same lineage, they were his direct descendants. And now, in the blink of an eye, his three grandsons were killed by the same person. How could he not be angry? Although his cultivation base was not very strong among the Five Elements Divine Palace's elders, he was still at the first level of the life and death realm. Mu Yun was only at the 9th level of the Feather Immortal realm. In front of him, she was not worth mentioning. Old thing, if you want to kill me, let's see if you have the qualifications. Looking at Five Elements Jade, Mu Yun sneered, you can come at me together. I don't mind. Three people together? Hearing these words, the anger in Five Elements Jade's heart was completely ignited. Five Elements Green Cloud and Five Elements Green Edge also took a step forward. It seemed like they would attack at any moment. Get lost. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Fighting Five Elements Jade. Do the two of you think that my three grandsons are dead, so you won't listen to what I say? Five Elements Jade's voice was hoarse as he shouted himself hoarse, I'll kill this kid myself. I said that I'll kill him myself. Hearing that, Five Elements Qing Yun and Five Elements Qing Feng were stunned. After hesitating for a moment, they retreated. It was true that the Five Elemental Jade's three outstanding grandsons had died, but the Five Elemental Jade's sons were still famous in the Five Elemental Divine Palace. Offending the Five Elemental Jade would not benefit them. Seeing the two of them retreating, Five Elements Jade looked at Mu Yun and sneered, don't think that I let them leave because I fell into your trap. You? I'll definitely take action personally to avenge my grandsons. I'll let you suffer a death of 1,000 cuts. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. In Mu Yun's hand, the anguish sword let out a low hum and floated up slowly. Kid, die. Five Elements Jade clawed at Mu Yun. Without saying anything, Mu Yun charged forward and slashed with his sword. Clang, with a clang, Mu Yun slashed with the anguish sword in his hand. However, that crisp sound came from Mu Yun directly striking the Five Elements Jade body with his sword. A series of clanging sounds could be heard. What a strong body! Mu Yun had no doubt that even a supreme-grade sacred artifact would be broken if he attacked with his sword with all his strength. However, Five Elements Jade's body was abnormally strong. Humph, ignorant young man. Do you know what the life and death realm is? Once you experience life and death, 3 reincarnations, 3 reincarnations, 3 reincarnations, 3 reincarnations, life and death is one, and stepping into the human immortal realm. That's life and death. Five Elements Jade punched out as soon as he finished speaking. Boom, with a rumbling explosion, Mu Yun's figure was sent flying. He passed through dozens of walls before finally coming to a stop. However, there was a slight collapse in his chest, and blood seeped out from the surface of his body. Mu Yun knew how strong his body was at that moment. Who would have thought that this old man would almost punch through it? Life and death realm experts were indeed powerful beyond words. Die. At this moment, the Five Elements Jade caught up again. It looked at Mu Yun with surging killing intent on its face. Heaven-burning falling jade palm. Seeing the Five Elements Jade coming at her, Mu Yun immediately struck out with 3 palms. There were layers of palm shadows, firm, and flexible. The 3 palm shadows overlapped and slammed towards the Five Elements Jade. Five Elements slash. The Jade of Five Elements slashed out with its palm. Bang! 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 3 loud bangs rang out, and Mu Yun's attack turned into nothingness. On the other hand, the Five Elements Jade's attack did not weaken after it broke through Mu Yun's attack. It directly charged towards Mu Yun. Mu Yun could feel that if she were to forcefully receive that palm strike, her entire body would probably collapse. After narrowly dodging the slash, Mu Yun froze on the spot. After that slash, it traveled for thousands of meters and shattered the walls of the Devil City. Strong, it was really too strong. Every life and death realm expert was an old monster that had lived for thousands of years. Their strength and foundation were not something that the current Mu Yun could contend against. However, at this moment, Mu Yun would not sit still and wait for death. She slashed out 7 times with the embittered emotion sword. 7 life and death seals, like an ice lotus, went straight for the 5 elements jade. Seeing the sword seals, the 5 elements jade snorted coldly, insignificant skill. It directly broke the 7 life and death seals with a slap, and the 5 elements jade attacked again. However, in this short moment, Mu Yun was able to take out her dragon transformation. The scales on her hands and arms rattled. Not only did the 7 colored scales not look strange, but it made Mu Yun look even more ferocious. "You ghost-like thing, die." As the 5 elements jade spoke, it had already rushed towards Mu Yun. Bang! 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 The sound of fists and palms colliding rang out. This time, Mu Yun was not as miserable as before. However, every time they clashed, Mu Yun felt as if a 10,000 zhang tall mountain was pressing down on her. That kind of power directly caused her internal organs to shift. Mu Yun understood that if she was attacked like this, she would be killed by the 5 elements jade sooner or later. A life and death realm expert was too strong. With no other choice, Mu Yun once again activated the refined Bone Saint physique. With the addition of the refined Bone Saint physique and the power of the dragon transformation, her body was slowly able to resist. However, even so, Mu Yun felt that her body was gradually unable to bear it. Body control art. With a low shout in her heart, the 5 elements jade's figure was firmly controlled by Mu Yun. However, this body control art could only control the 5 elements jade for a second with her current realm. However, she could not control the 5 elements jade for half a second. However, this little bit of time was enough for Mu Yun to pull away. Old thing. Mu Yun immediately retreated and used the primordial blood codex. Nether ghost claw. Formless ghost claw. Great sorrowful ghost chant. All kinds of techniques emerged one after another. Mu Yun directly attacked the 5 elements jade from all directions. Feeling the tyrannical power of Mu Yun's attacks, the 5 elements jade was gradually shocked. He was originally a life and death realm expert, and had been immersed in the life and death realm for 2,000 years. Logically speaking, killing a 9th level feather immortal realm disciple like Mu Yun should be too easy. However, after being entangled with Mu Yun for so long, Mu Yun was forced to retreat step by step, but fundamentally, Mu Yun did not suffer much damage. It was as if Mu Yun was playing hide-and-seek with him, but he was still unable to deal a fatal blow to Mu Yun. When the 3 attacks came, the 5 elements jade coldly snorted and directly attacked with the 5 elements palm. After an explosion, Mu Yun's attack did not dissipate. Instead, it pounced on him. This move really caught him off guard. Previously, Mu Yun's attacks were all neutralized by his attack. However, this attack was not broken in one strike. It was simply unbelievable. Without much time to think, the 5 elements jade immediately raised a barrier in front of him and blocked in front of him. However, before the barrier could be cast, Mu Yun's attack had already landed on him. Boom, an explosion sounded, and the place where the 5 elements jade was at completely exploded. Cough cough. After a long while, a cough suddenly sounded. The 5 elements jade's clothes were torn, and he stepped out of the ruins. Damn it, damn it. Looking at the surface of his body that was full of scars, the 5 elements jade immediately went berserk. Although those scars could not harm his foundation, it was a great humiliation for Mu Yun, a mere 9th level feather immortal, to leave scars on his body. This was a blatant humiliation. You're dead, you're dead. The 5 elements jade looked at Mu Yun and roared angrily. His hands gradually lifted up. The 5 elements divine seal condensed again. However, this time, the 5 elements divine seal condensed from the 5 elements jade's hands was simply worlds apart from the 5 elements heaven shaking, 5 elements jade, and the others. At this moment, the 5-colored seal was like a rainbow that covered the entire 5 elements region. The huge divine seal condensed directly in front of the 5 elements jade. It was like a colorful cloud that gave people an extremely strong sense of oppression. At this moment, Mu Yun finally felt the strength of the oppression. This was the real Five Elements divine seal. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun immediately took a deep breath. Gradually, his body tensed up. The blood fate heavenly wheel was slowly condensing at this moment. And around him, the 9-element sphere began to gradually condense. Under such circumstances, Mu Yun did not dare to be careless at all. The blood fate heavenly wheel and the 9-element sphere once again condensed into the 9 elements blood wheel. At this moment, Mu Yun was walking on a tightrope. He had no confidence in receiving such a tyrannical 5 elements divine seal. The reason why the life and death realm was called an almighty was because the life and death realm really had the ability to split mountains and split rivers. Who knew how powerful the 5 elements divine seal displayed by the 5 elements jade's hands was? Bastard, I'll let you die under my 5 elements sky palace's ultimate skill. I'll let you know that in the eyes of my 5 elements sky palace, you're just an ant. Just an ant? Mu Yun chuckled and said, it's just that this ant made your 3 grandsons die directly. They don't even have the qualifications to kneel and beg for mercy. You're courting death. The 5 elements jade roared and directly attacked. The huge 5 elements divine seal covered the sky and the earth, carrying the power of heaven and earth as it charged towards Mu Yun. It's not certain who's courting death. Mu Yun smiled sinisterly and directly attacked with the 9 elements blood wheel in his hand. This move could directly kill the 5 elements move the heavens, without even a chance to resist. Against the 5 elements jade, Mu Yun did not know what the outcome would be. However, at this moment, there was no time for him to think. The collision between the two had reached its peak. Rumble, in an instant, rumbling sounds suddenly resounded throughout the entire Devil City. Cracks appeared on the ground, and those cracks continued to expand, turning into earth veins. The surrounding walls of Devil City suddenly collapsed. The entire Devil City was vast and could accommodate millions of people, but at this moment, nearly 1/10 of it was completely destroyed. Dong dong, 2 dull thuds rang out. After a long confrontation, the 2 figures suddenly separated with a loud bang. Looking at the 2 separated figures, not far away, 5 elements Qing Yun and 5 elements Green Edge, who had been staring at this place from the beginning, looked at each other in shock. Although the 5 elemental jade wasn't the strongest in the 5 elemental divine palace, it was at least a life and death realm expert. Who would have thought that Mu Yun could resist the 5 elemental jade for so long by relying on his own strength? This child was truly extraordinary. However, gradually, the 2 of them looked at Mu Yun and the 5 elements jade and realized that something was wrong. At this moment, Mu Yun's clothes were in tatters and his breathing had become extremely heavy. However, even so, he still stood there without moving. His chest was violently gasping for breath, and blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth. However, on the other side, the 5 elements jade stood firmly on the ground, not moving at all. This scene was simply too shocking to watch. Elder Yu. After a long time, the 5 elements jade still stood there without moving. Only then did 5 elements Qing Yun and 5 elements Green Edge realize that something was wrong. Elder Yu, what's wrong? 5 elements Qing Yun hurriedly flew over and immediately landed beside the 5 elements jade. However, when a breeze blew, the 5 elements jade's body fell to the ground with a plop. A red dot suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. Translator, Trans and Editor, Trans and Tribulation of Wind and Fire. Seeing this, 5 elements Green Cloud could only feel his heart beating violently. 5 elements jade was dead. He was actually dead. How could it be? No matter what, he could not believe that Mu Yun could kill 5 elements jade. But now, 5 elements jade had actually died here. Moreover, the spot between his eyebrows looked extremely sharp. It was not something that an ordinary void immortal artifact could do. You killed Elder Jade. At this moment, 5 elements Green Cloud finally reacted. He looked at Mu Yun with murderous intent in his eyes. However, this cry of surprise caused the entire battlefield to become silent. 5 elements jade was killed by Mu Yun. How could a first-level life and death realm expert die in the hands of a 9th-level feather immortal realm expert? However, at this moment, it was obvious that there was no time for everyone to think. Mu Yun chuckled. He opened his mouth and blood flowed out from his neck. This old man is really ruthless. Mu Yun kept wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled bitterly. Damn it. 5 elements green cloud cursed, if I knew, I wouldn't have let this old man be so stubborn. Although he said so, 5 elements green cloud did not expect Mu Yun to actually kill 5 elements jade. This was simply unimaginable. However, it really happened. Kill him. 5 elements green cloud was furious. A first-level life and death realm expert was an unbearable loss for the 5 elements divine palace. If they did not kill Mu Yun now, the loss would be great. Be careful. The 5 elemental green edge reminded, the 5 elemental jade was killed by a sharp weapon. Even its true soul couldn't escape in time. This kid must have a very powerful void immortal artifact. It might even be an immortal artifact. Hearing this, 5 elements green cloud nodded. At this moment, Mu Yun was full of mystery no matter how one looked at it. Hearing this, Mu Yun could only smile bitterly and shake his head. After this clash, the 5 elements jade did not suffer much damage to begin with. On the other hand, nearly all of the life force within his body had been seriously injured. But now, with the addition of the 5 elements green cloud and 5 elements green edge, it was simply impossible for him to resist. He had used the godly falling snow needle on the 5 element jade when they least expected it. That was why it had such a miraculous effect, directly killing the 5 element region. But at this moment, 5 element green cloud and 5 element green edge were already prepared, so he had no chance at all. Even so, Mu Yun would not give up at this moment. 9 elements heaven gathering technique quietly circulated, and strands of 9 elements heaven gathering technique condensed. Mu Yun was prepared to use her final trump card. Humph, you still don't want to give up? 5 elements Qin Yin snorted coldly and said, if the two of us can't get rid of you, then the two of us will definitely have no face to continue staying in the 5 elements divine palace. You can come and try my current ability. Mu Yun smiled faintly. Although blood was flowing from the corner of her mouth and she looked miserable, she still looked mighty and extraordinary. You wouldn't dare. At this moment, a deep roar was heard. It was the third elder of the fire element mountain, Huafeng Tian. Mu Yun's performance was enough to completely shock everyone. Today, even if he died here, Mu Yun could not have any accidents happen to her. 5 element green edge said seriously, I'll stop him. You kill him. Otherwise, he will definitely become a strong enemy of the 5 elements divine palace in the future. Alright. 5 element green cloud nodded. The two of them immediately split into two. One of them rushed towards Huafeng Tian, while the other went straight for Mu Yun. Mu Yun, hand over your life. 5 element green cloud roared. He put his palms together, and an 8 trigrams array appeared in front of him. Majestic true origin was completely condensed at this moment. Rumbling sounds could be heard along the way. At the same time, on the other side, Mu Yun took a step forward. She secretly prepared the 9 elements heaven gathering technique, and a surging power condensed between her hands. However, Mu Yun understood that this kind of power could not hurt 5 element green cloud. Even so, she could not allow herself to be captured without putting up a fight. In an instant, Mu Yun struck out with her palm. Earth Annihilation Palm. This palm technique was the power condensed by the 9 elements heaven gathering technique. Mu Yun had only comprehended the surface of this palm. She had not reached the realm of understanding the true essence of this palm. However, at this moment, there was no time for her to think too much. 5 element green cloud had already charged over. Earth Annihilation Palm. Mu Yun let out a low growl and immediately sent out a palm print. However, that palm print appeared to be simply too weak. Hee hee, little brat, you don't have the confidence to fight against me anymore? 5 element green cloud laughed coldly. She clawed at Mu Yun. Boom, however, in the next moment, Mu Yun's palm collided with 5 element green cloud's divine seal. A deafening roar suddenly sounded at this moment. Mu Yun was completely dumbfounded when he heard the roar. After the roar, 5 element green cloud's figure suddenly stopped 10 meters away from Mu Yun. She did not move anymore, and her eyes widened in disbelief. Brother! The roar behind her caused 5 element green peak to be completely dumbfounded. What was going on? However, not only did 5 element green cloud and 5 element green peak not know what was going on, but even Mu Yun herself was speechless. She was killed by him. Mu Yun looked at her hands in a daze. Earth Annihilation Palm? I haven't finished cultivating it, and it's already so powerful? Hee. However, just as Muyun muttered to herself, a clear laughter suddenly sounded at this moment. You really know how to think. With that martial skill that you haven't even mastered, you killed a peak expert at the first level of life and death realm. Your thoughts are so childish that it's laughable. Hee. Hearing this laughter, Muyun immediately understood and could not help but smile bitterly. Jiaoer, the five elements green cloud's corpse fell to the ground, revealing a fairy-like figure. She stood in front of Muyun, looking extremely seductive. Who else could it be but Jiaoer? Jiaoer, your appearance is too shocking. Muyun smiled bitterly and said, next time, you must tell me in advance. Tell you in advance? Jiaoer giggled and said, if I told you in advance, would you still think that you killed him? How would I be able to see your efficient expression? Hee. Hearing Jiaoer's ridicule, Muyun could only smile bitterly. However, it was indeed true just now. If Jiaoer had not suddenly attacked, five-element green cloud, who was at the first level of life and death realm, would not have died so easily. As expected of a third-level life and death realm expert, I admire you. Muyun struggled to stand up in a sorry state and cupped her hands. Thank you for saving my life. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. You were the one who helped me through the tail tribulation. Now, I've saved your life and returned your favor. Jiaoer looked at Muyun with a hint of seriousness in her teasing expression. All right. Muyun exhaled and said, you've returned my favor, but the two of us are not even. After I saved you, your cultivation base has increased greatly, and I, however, before Muyun could finish her sentence, her expression turned strange. And I seem to be starting the wind-fire tribulation. What? Now? Hearing this, Jiaoer was completely speechless. Tribulation, here? What a joke. The wind-fire tribulation could be said to be the last gate of hell for martial artists at the 10th level of the Feather Immortal realm. At his level, the increase in lifespan was secondary. Most importantly, martial artists who underwent the wind-fire tribulation would have their physical strength greatly increased, but more importantly, their true soul strength would increase. This tribulation was not only the wind-fire tribulation in the martial artist's body, but also the martial artist's true soul. The so-called life and death realm was 3 reincarnations of life and death. This reincarnation referred to the reincarnation of the martial artist's true soul. It was a great tempering of the martial artist's true soul. However, the 10th level of the Feather Immortal realm cultivated the wind-fire tribulation. It was not only a test of the martial artist's body, but also a test of the martial artist's true soul. My tribulation has indeed arrived. Now, I must pass this tribulation. Muyun did not allow for any explanation. She directly sat cross-legged on the ground and did not make a sound. Seeing this scene, Jiaoer stomped her feet. However, she had no choice but to condense a halo of light around Muyun. That halo of light firmly protected Muyun's body, preventing others from approaching. Jiaoer did not know what to do now, so she simply guarded Muyun's side and watched the battle around her. In any case, Jiaoer was now at the 3rd level of the life and death realm. Otherwise, who knew how many people from the 5 elements divine palace would have already killed their way over? However, even though there was an absolute guarantee for Muyun, undergoing the tribulation at this moment was a little too nonsensical. Muyun also knew that it was a little too nonsensical. However, the wind-fire tribulation had always been unpredictable and unpredictable. He also could not be sure when he would reach the 10th level. However, in the Windfall continent, he had fused with the wind source and cultivated the 9 elements heavenly technique. In addition, he had fought with the 3 geniuses of the 5 elements clan. His comprehension of the time law, combined with his experience in his previous life, had become even more thorough. Only then did he comprehend the time law in one go. Now, he had directly attracted the wind-fire tribulation. If he succeeded, he would be at the 10th level of the Feather Immortal realm and could begin to pursue the path of the life and death realm. However, if he failed, he would turn into ashes. Since ancient times, it was unknown how many powerhouses and heroes had been defeated at this hurdle of the 10th level. Once he failed, he would die completely. Sitting down cross-legged, Muyun knew that he was safe here. The 5 elements divine palace was currently fighting with the 5 elements clan masters. Therefore, he could freely undergo the tribulation. The wind-fire tribulation could actually be equivalent to the fusion of a martial artist's body and true soul. However, this fusion was the fusion of the heaven and earth law, and not the martial artist's own improvement. Mu Yun knew how strong he was. Therefore, he was even more aware of how dangerous his wind-fire tribulation was. 9 elements gathered. Each element could be said to be a powerful creature in his body. And these 9 elements would attract an even more powerful wind-fire tribulation. Especially the 3 heavenly flames. For the wind-fire tribulation, which was already incomparably powerful, the heavenly flames were undoubtedly fatal. However, since things had already come to this point, giving up was not Mu Yun's nature. Gradually, Mu Yun felt that his body seemed to be in a chaotic world. This world was dark and sunless. However, in his surroundings, a storm of natural disasters began to break out. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Stepping into the 10th heaven under such circumstances, Mu Yun felt as if his body was in a sea of fire. Not only was it a sea of fire, but all kinds of natural disasters were gathering at this moment. Mu Yun could only feel that his body seemed to be suffering more and more. The burning of the fire, the cold of the ice, the piercing pain of the wind, the explosion of the thunder, and the roasting of the electricity. All of these seemed to be destroying Mu Yun's body. What was worse was that Mu Yun had the 9 primordial qi in his body. Under the guidance of the lightning tribulation, the 9 primordial qi gradually became restless. The 9 primordial qi came from heaven and earth and was absorbed into Mu Yun's body. Now that he had a chance to resist, he naturally would not give up this opportunity. Gradually, the 9 primordial qi in his body became restless and violent. Boundless power began to converge. Mu Yun's body seemed to be completely torn apart as if thousands of gnawed on his body. The skin and flesh on his body were pulled off piece by piece like a roasted chicken that was being torn apart. Fresh blood flowed from the surface of his body. However, Mu Yun knew that all of this was just an illusion. It did not exist in reality. Even so, the pain still made Mu Yun's head dizzy. Gradually, Mu Yun's consciousness began to blur. The torment his body was enduring at this moment was even more vicious. Slowly, Mu Yun felt that his thoughts seemed to leave his body. His consciousness seemed to curl up into his blood vessels. In that half-awake state, he seemed to see a figure walking towards him. It was a tall and upright figure. A pair of big hands carried a baby in swaddling clothes. The baby did not cry. Instead, it had a hint of craftiness. However, for some reason, Mu Yun felt that the baby was closely related to him at this moment. The tall and upright figure placed the baby in a coffin. Finally, he sighed slightly and turned to leave. At this moment, Mu Yun wanted to shout. He wanted to shout for the tall and upright figure to stop and take the baby away. However, at this moment, Mu Yun could not utter a single word. He could only helplessly throw himself at the coffin and the baby. The more Mu Yun struggled, the harder it was for her to breathe. That oppressive aura made his throat dry up. However, in this situation where his throat was dry, the pressure on his body felt even more insignificant. At this moment, it was as if the pressure on his body was shrinking. No. In an instant, Mu Yun let out a roar. The burning flames, the raging lightning, everything around her disappeared in an instant. The only thing left was Mu Yun's own body. Everything seemed to have completely disappeared at this moment. However, Mu Yun could clearly feel that the true soul in her dantian and soul sea was coated with a layer of faint golden light at this very moment. The golden light looked extremely dazzling, even more dazzling than the eternal gold. This surprising turn of events left Mu Yun dumbfounded as well. It was not that he did not know that when a martial artist stepped into the 10th level of the life and death realm, their true soul and dantian would undergo an even more powerful change. Within the dantian was the nascent soul. The nascent soul could be said to be the place where a martial artist's blood and qi gathered. As for the true soul, it was the essence of a martial artist. It was the foundation of the entire body. Of the two, one controlled the martial artist's physical body, while the other controlled the martial artist's soul sea. After transcending the tribulation of wind and fire, the 10th level of the life and death realm was the transformation of both the true soul and nascent soul. At that very moment, Mu Yun could feel the metamorphosis. In this instant of change, Mu Yun suddenly stood up, and a sharp aura instantly rose from her body. Success. Seeing Mu Yun suddenly stand up, Jiao smiled faintly with a trace of a smile on her face. You've finally woken up. The tribulation of wind and fire wasn't easy, right? Jiao said with a smile as she looked at Mu Yun. The tribulation of wind and fire has always been a difficult challenge for martial artists. It's naturally not easy. Jiao smiled, but I saw that your tribulation of wind and fire seemed to be very, very difficult. However, the scene when you transcended the tribulation was indeed a little strange. Strange? How was it strange? You were extremely terrifying just now. All the blood vessels in your body were gushing out as if they were about to explode. Jiao smacked her lips and said, No, it didn't seem like you were about to explode. Instead, you were like a bull that had turned green. You even had the intention to kill. Bull? Hearing this, Mu Yun rolled his eyes. She was scolding him in a roundabout way. Alright, I won't joke with you. However, your appearance just now was indeed very terrifying. After Jiao said this, Mu Yun also nodded. The scene just now seemed to appear again and again in his dreams. That feeling almost made him collapse. The scene of the baby being placed in the coffin was something that he could not forget for a long time. That baby seemed to be himself. It made one's heart ache. Don't think so much. Jiao comforted him, the power in your body is heterogeneous, and the martial skills you cultivate are also varied. The tribulation of wind and fire is considered a test of the laws of heaven and earth. It is also relatively special for you. Yes. Although that was what he said, Mu Yun's heart was filled with a myriad of thoughts at this moment. Forget it. Let's settle the matter at hand first. Shaking his head, Mu Yun looked at the sky. There, colorful lights were dazzling. There, the sect masters of the 5 major forces and the 6 people of the 5 elements extreme realm were engaged in a peak battle. Terrifying fluctuations stirred up heaven and earth, causing people to look terrified. That was the peak battle of the entire 5 elements small world. Victory or defeat would determine who the victor of this battle would be. 5 elements divine seal the heavens and destroy the earth. However, just as Mu Yun was thinking, a roar suddenly sounded in the clouds. In an instant, a frenzied true essence fluctuation swept through the entire world. At this moment, the world lost its color. Bang bang bang. However, at this moment, the sound of martial arts banging suddenly sounded. As the 5 bangs were heard, numerous figures fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. A total of 5 figures directly smashed into the ground. The rumbling sound was like meteorites falling, and the aura was vast. Sect Master. Seeing the 5 figures fall, everyone's expression changed. The battle between the 2 sides came to an abrupt end. Ha ha ha, the 5 of you, do you think that you are a match for me, the 5 elements extreme realm, by joining forces? A burst of laughter descended from the sky. The 5 elements extreme realm was dressed in a long robe. His aura was ethereal, and his entire person seemed to carry a trace of arrogance. However, at this moment, the aura on his body seemed to be increasingly powerful and insufferably arrogant. It was as if at this moment, he was a god standing between heaven and earth, incomparably arrogant. On the other side, 5 figures flew out from the ground in a slightly sorry state. It was the 5 sect masters of the 5 major forces. However, the 5 of them did not seem to be in a very good situation. Their bodies were tattered, and they were battered and exhausted. Damn it! Jin Tong cursed inwardly and spat out a strand of blood from his mouth. However, the blood seemed to carry a trace of golden radiance. I didn't expect him to have comprehended the mysteries of the death transformation realm. Although he's not at the 4th level of life and death realm, he's already touched on it a little. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels of life and death realm were reincarnation, the condensation and transformation of the true soul. The last 3 levels were the death transformation realm. In the death transformation realm, the martial artist's true soul and flesh would undergo a strange strengthening. Life and death would accompany each other, and their blood would be connected. Therefore, the 3rd and 4th levels were a huge gap. It was just that. Once this gap was crossed, there would be earth-shattering changes. At this moment, the extremes of the 5 elements were in between this chasm. The five of you, if you kowtow to me and beg for mercy now, I might consider allowing your five major forces to continue existing. Otherwise, I don't mind directly erasing your five major forces. The five elements extreme realm said coldly and arrogantly, when the time comes, I only need to set your five major forces as my five elements divine palace's branches and nurture talented disciples for my five elements divine palace. Dream on. Then you can give it a try and see if I'm dreaming or not. The five elements extreme realm sneered. The five sect masters remained silent at this moment. At this moment, the five elements extreme realm's strength was deeply ingrained in their hearts. However, they didn't know if the once illustrious five elements great emperor was still standing behind this person. The five of you are obviously no longer my opponent. Why are you still holding on? Hurry up and think about what to do, right? Don't worry, even if the five of us die, we won't let your five elements divine palace continue to grow stronger. Fire Qilin roared. Then I'll start with your disciples. As the five elements extreme realm spoke, he directly sent a palm strike at Mu Yun. Seeing the palm strike coming at her, Mu Yun was stunned. What the hell? She seemed to be standing on the spot without saying a word, but the five elements extreme realm instantly found her. Mu Yun, you killed my five elements divine palace's three great elders, and now you've killed my five elements divine palace's core elder. How can I spare you? As the five elements extreme realm's words fell, he directly raised his palm. I can't let you kill him. At this moment, Jiaoer was giggling. She stood in front of Mu Yun and blocked the five elements extreme realm's attack. Who are you? The five elements extreme realm was stunned when he saw Jiaoer. In his impression, the five great forces didn't seem to have such a powerful figure. But now, an extremely beautiful woman had suddenly appeared. Me? Jiaoer looked at Mu Yun and said with a smile, I'm his wife. How can I let you kill my husband? Hearing this, Mu Yun only smiled bitterly. Wife, the five elements extreme realm looked at Mu Yun with his eyes wide open. He didn't believe that this extremely beautiful and flirtatious woman would take a fancy to Mu Yun as her husband. Looks like you don't believe me. Jiaoer smiled slightly. Believe it or not, when I take his head, I'll be able to verify it. The five elements extreme realm smiled sinisterly and directly struck out with his palm. Crackling sound suddenly rang out at this moment. Jiaoer smiled slightly. She tapped the ground with the tip of her foot and directly soared into the sky. Her seemingly delicate body erupted with incomparably powerful strength at this moment. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun only smiled bitterly. Such powerful strength was also somewhat beyond his imagination. However, the nine-tailed fox had always undergone one-tail tribulation, so it was reasonable for her strength to increase exponentially. However, he didn't know if Jiaoer could resist the five elements extreme realm. After all, this guy had touched the edge of the fourth level of the life and death realm. Mu Yun, who is this woman? Fire Qilin walked over and asked in bewilderment. Didn't she say it already? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations 5 Spirits Bloodthirsty Formation Brat. How could Fire Qilin not tell that Mu Yun was making fun of him? I'm telling the truth, but you don't believe me. Mu Yun smiled bitterly. However, at this moment, two figures were fighting back and forth in the sky. Rumbling sounds could be heard continuously. Wu Yuanji did not expect that a weak woman would be able to fight him to a draw. Who are you? Five elements said coldly, there's no one like you in the five major forces. I'm not from the five major forces. I said that I'm Mu Yun's wife. Why don't you believe me? Jiaoer chuckled. I don't care who you are. You're courting death by going against the five elements divine palace. Five elements shouted coldly, do you think that you can stop them from dying by attacking me? Dream on. As soon as five elements finished speaking, he looked down at the crowd below. Ji Jin, kill them for me. Extreme Understanding Yin, hearing this name, many of the elders present were slightly stunned. They had never heard of this name before. However, it seemed that this person was in the five elements divine palace and was a trump card. Otherwise, five elements would not have waited until now to use it. On the other side, the five sect leaders were stunned when they heard this name. Five elements, you're actually such a sinister and cunning person. Fire Qilin was the first to speak. Extreme understanding Een, he's still alive. 5 elements, you deserve to die 10,000 times for your sins. For a moment, the sect leaders of the 5 major forces each had their own opinions and were completely enraged. 1,000 years ago, Een was notorious in the entire 5 elements small world. This person had always been vicious and merciless. He cultivated an evil technique and used his own blood essence as the foundation to collect the blood of warriors and refine it for his own use. In 1,000 years, no less than 10,000 warriors died in his hands. Moreover, these 10,000 people were the top geniuses of the 5 major forces. Therefore, the 5 major forces joined forces to kill this person. At that time, the 5 elements divine palace also contributed. However, who would have thought that this person did not die and was instead hidden by the 5 elements divine palace? Hehe, sect leaders, it's been a long time since we last met. Why are you so angry after hearing my name? After all, we are old friends. A cold laughter resounded as a figure suddenly appeared in everyone's field of vision. The man was dressed in a black robe and looked to be in his 20s or 30s. He had an aquiline nose and a donkey face. He looked very strange. He knew Een very well. The moment they saw that person, the 5 sect masters were completely enraged. In the past, it was this person who had hunted and killed countless genius disciples of the 5 great factions just to improve his cultivation. Seeing this person, how could the sect leaders of the 5 major forces not be enraged? Fellow sect leaders, why are you all so angry when you see me? Can't you just sit down and have a good chat? Chat? I have nothing to talk to you about. Your evil deeds from back then are still vivid in our minds. We know Een very well. I didn't expect you to still be alive. The 5 elements peak ignored our agreement and spared your dog life. We won't spare your dog life. Looking at the extremes of the 5 elements, the 5 grandmasters were thoroughly enraged. You're full of vulgarities. It's really annoying. Een very well sneered and said, the 5 of you, I know Een very well is still alive. Naturally, I won't live in vain. This time, let's settle the old and new grudges together, okay? Good, very good. Fire Kylan shouted in a low voice. Suddenly, 5 figures charged out at the same time. In the whistling wind, 5 figures directly charged out. At this moment, crackling sound suddenly rang out. At this moment, the 5 people suddenly charged out. However, when Een very well saw the 5 people charging out, the corners of his mouth revealed a faint evil smile. In the past, the 5 of you were no match for me even when you joined forces. Now, there's no need to talk about it. Een very well sneered and directly stepped out. Surging power surged out of his body. This directly made Een very well's whole body stand proudly. A blood spear suddenly appeared in Een very well's hand. Kill. With a low roar, Een very well seemed to vent all the anger from 1,000 years ago at this moment. Suddenly, 2 great battles broke out in the sky. Extremes of the 5 elements and Jiaor couldn't do anything to each other. They were just exhausting each other. However, on the other side, the 5 grandmasters didn't just exhaust each other. Instead, they fought with their lives on the line, Een very well. Thousands of years ago, he was a devil in the entire 5 elements small world. The disciples and elders of the 5 major forces who died in his hands were countless. On the contrary, 5 elements divine palace didn't lose any disciples to him. However, this later action completely angered the grandmasters of the 5 major forces. The 5 major forces joined forces to capture him. At that time, 5 elements divine palace was forced by the 5 major forces and had no choice but to lend a hand. In the end, Een very well was captured and brought back by 5 elements divine palace. It was said that he would be tortured to death. However, who would have thought that this person actually didn't die? What was even more unexpected was that this person was actually hidden by 5 elements divine palace and was now summoned to deal with them. 5 elements divine palace's actions were simply despicable and shameless. 4th level of life and death realm. However, the moment the 2 sides clashed, they didn't expect that extreme understanding Een was actually at the 4th level of life and death realm. This person had actually reached the 4th layer of life and death realm from the 2nd layer of life and death realm in 1,000 years. Damn it. At that very moment, the 5 of them joining forces were simply unable to stop him. Hee, the 5 of you, compared to 1,000 years ago, your progress is really too weak. Gze laughed coldly and took a step forward. The sound of killing instantly came from his body. I'll let you know what true strength is. As Gze chuckled, he took a step forward and placed the blood-red spear in front of him. However, that wasn't all. As the blood-colored spear lashed out, Gze's body also charged forward. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. 5 avatars appeared in Gze's body. 5 doppelgangers suddenly appeared, and each doppelganger was covered in a layer of faint light. However, that light was blood-red. Bloodthirsty 5 spirits formation. Looking at the great formation, Mu Yun was startled. He had only seen this formation once before his rebirth. However, at that time, he didn't take it seriously. This formation focused on using one's own essence blood to create 5 doppelgangers. These 5 doppelgangers were all condensed from essence blood, and the bloodline power they emitted was extremely powerful. The 5 doppelgangers condensed 5 tyrannical powers. These 5 tyrannical powers could be said to be only a bit weaker than the main body. However, Extreme Understanding Yin was at the 4th layer of life and death realm, which was a bit weaker than his main body. The 5 doppelgangers were at least at the peak of the 2nd layer of life and death realm. The 5 great sect masters still didn't have the upper hand. Good, very good. Seeing Extreme Understanding Yin's actions, Fire Qilin growled, and the killing intent in his eyes intensified. Kill. With a growl, Fire Qilin directly charged out, and a cold light erupted from his body. As he slaughtered, flames surrounded his body, and the 9 fire dragons roared at this moment. Howls and howls spread out in an instant. However, under these roars, the 9 fire dragons directly attacked one of the doppelgangers. However, a loud explosion suddenly resounded, and the fire dragon doppelganger directly shattered. It exploded. Seeing this scene, the few big shots were immediately stunned. No matter what, Fire Qilin was still at the peak of the 2nd layer of life and death realm. Under his all-out attack, the doppelganger actually shattered his attack. It was simply inconceivable. In terms of strength, Extreme Understanding Yin was even more terrifying than Extreme 5 Elements. How could this guy be willing to be the subordinate of Extreme 5 Elements? However, at this moment, there was no time to think about this. Fire Qilin's attack was dispersed, and Gze charged forward at this moment. Fire Qilin, it was you who left a scar on my back that could never be erased. Today, I, Extreme Understanding Yin, will return it to you. Extreme Understanding Yin chuckled and took a step forward. In an instant, 5 doppelgangers directly swept towards the 5 sect masters. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun immediately frowned. At this moment, no matter how he looked at it, the 5 sect masters seemed to be at a disadvantage. Under such circumstances, he had to think of a way. However, he had just stepped into the 10th layer of Feather Immortal Realm. In front of Extreme Understanding Yin, who was at the 4th layer of Life and Death Realm, he was really weak. However, Mu Yun was not in a hurry. The 5 spirits bloodlust formation was not as simple as just dispersing 5 doppelgangers. The subsequent abilities were even more incredible. At this moment, he had to wait and see to what extent Extreme Understanding Yin had mastered the 5 spirits bloodlust formation. Thinking of this, a bold idea suddenly emerged in Mu Yun's mind. If he succeeded, his 9 elements chi gathering would be even more powerful. If he failed, he would only be severely injured. However, once this idea came out, Mu Yun could no longer restrain himself. At this moment, he was only waiting to see to what extent Extreme Understanding Yin could use the 5 spirits bloodlust formation. Damn it! At the same time, the 5 sect masters were firmly suppressed by Extreme Understanding Yin, unable to move. The 5 phantoms were simply too powerful. Even for them, it was difficult to resist them. Hee, old fogies, you can't take it anymore? At this moment, Extreme Understanding Yin suddenly sneered. You can't take it anymore, but I haven't used my full strength yet. 5 Elements Extreme laughed coldly. To tell you the truth, this is only the beginning of the 5 spirits bloodlust formation. The real 5 spirits bloodlust formation will suck your blood essence dry, and even draw your lifetime's martial art comprehension directly into my body. Do you understand what this means? Extreme Understanding Yin laughed loudly and said, "In other words, I don't need to learn the core martial arts of your 5 sects, but I can directly rely on this formation to obtain the top inherited martial arts of your 5 sects from your minds. And once that happens, all of you will die." Translator, trans and editor, trans and destroy the formation under this chill. Mu Yun completely calmed down. He lay dormant at the side and did not move at all. At this moment, it was as if he was so weak that everyone ignored him. At this moment, Ji Jin's eyes were focused on the 5 people in front of him. Swoosh! 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 5 chains suddenly appeared from the 5 figures and wrapped around Fire Kylan and the other 4. At this moment, the 5 of them had become meat on the chopping board. This level of resistance was truly negligible. Haha. Ji Jin laughed out loud and said, "Everyone, thank you very much. I, Ji Jin, will not hesitate to copy your life's comprehension of cultivation. With the comprehension of the 5 of you, I, Ji Jin, will be able to save 1,000 years of hard work. I will be able to directly obtain the fruit of enlightenment from you. Dream on." Jin Tong shouted. Dream on? No, no, no. Ji Jin chuckled and said, "This is the truth, not a dream. Watch how I'm going to absorb all of your cultivation into my body." Ji Jin took a step forward as soon as he finished speaking. The moment he took a step forward, the chains clanged and the 5 phantoms instantly dispersed. However, the bodies of Jin Tong and the other 4 were also tightly bound at this moment. Only now did they realize that they had fallen into Ji Jin's trap. From the beginning, Ji Jin did not intend to kill them directly. Instead, he came for their martial comprehension. Ji Jin opened his 5 fingers and True Yuan instantly spread out. A powerful aura shrouded the entire heaven and earth. On the other side of the 5 chains, the 5 great sect masters were struggling with frightened expressions. The 5 of them were all at the 2nd layer of life and death realm. Although they knew that Extreme Understanding Yin wasn't trying to kill them this time, being directly bound and having all their martial cultivation experience taken away was undoubtedly a slap to their faces. The humiliation was even more unbearable than the plundering itself. Ji Jin, you will die a horrible death. I don't know if I will die a horrible death, but I know that the 5 of you will die a horrible death. Ji Jin sneered and dragged his hands on top of the chains. In an instant, an inexplicable attractive force pulled the 5 marks in the 5 great sect masters. With a buzzing sound, balls of light appeared above the 5 great sect masters. The moment the balls of light appeared, the 5 great sect masters seemed to be in a daze. They stood in the air in a daze. As for the 5 balls of light, they were a riot of colors. Seeing the 5 great sect masters, Ji Jin wanted to collect the 5 great sect masters into his body. At this moment, Ji Jin was completely in excitement. When the 5 balls of light fused into his body, he would be able to absorb all the experiences and understandings of the 5 sect masters into his body. This temptation was simply too great. He was simply unable to resist it. I got it, got. Ji Jin burst into laughter. For this, I have prepared for 3,000 years. 3,000 years to comprehend the bloodthirsty 5 spirits formation, and I have finally succeeded. Ji Jin. However, right at this moment, a faint sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out. That sound was almost undetectable. Even for someone like Extreme Understanding Yin, he only reacted when the sound pierced through his body. He could see a needle piercing through the air, aiming at his forehead. All of this happened in an instant. However, Extreme Insight was still at the 4th level of life and death realm. With sharp eyes and quick hands, Ji Jin directly slapped him. He straightened his 2 fingers and grabbed the silver needle in his hand. However, the silver needle directly grazed his finger and did not slow down at all as it shot towards his glabella. Damn it! Helplessly, Ji Jin could only retreat and hurriedly dodge the silver needle. However, the distance between them was simply too close. He simply did not expect that there would be such a silver needle that would directly pierce through his body protection and nearly take his life. However, with this step back, the 5 balls of light were completely severed. Ji Jin didn't care. At this moment, after retreating and dodging the silver needle, he could just walk out again. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, a figure appeared in front of Mu Yun like a ghost. That ghostly figure directly stretched out his 5 fingers and tightly grasped the 5 iron chains in his hand. Seeing this scene, Ji Yin's eyes popped out as if blood was about to drip out. The asterisk starred, "How dare you?" Ji Yin couldn't wait to immediately step forward and kill that figure with one palm. "Why wouldn't I dare?" The figure turned around, revealing a delicate face. With a faint smile, the figure completely grasped the 5 iron chains in his hand. However, with this grasp, the 5 rays of light on the iron chains immediately converged toward Mu Yun. F***CKU. Seeing this scene, Ji Yin was completely enraged. He had prepared for 3,000 years to refine the 5 spirits' bloodthirsty formation. It was all for the sake of trapping the 5 sect masters at this moment and absorbing their thousands of years of cultivation experience. However, at this very moment, he saw that the plan he had prepared for 1,000 years was about to succeed, but now, Mu Yun had succeeded. The anger in his heart was completely ignited. However, at this very moment, he was completely unable to stop Mu Yun. The silver needle had stopped him in his tracks. All of this happened in an instant. Dull thumping sounds were heard. In an instant, the 5 balls of light directly entered Mu Yun's body, and the 9-element sphere around him appeared once again. The 5 balls of light directly entered the 5 balls of light within the 9-element sphere. The thumping sounds directly sounded in Mu Yun's body. In an instant, Mu Yun felt as if a large chunk of memories that didn't belong to him had appeared in his mind. Those memories were all about the requirements for cultivation. Heavenly water factions, myriad transformations, soft water technique, azure wood manners, heavenly wood morality technique, golden gates, 100 refinements, golden body, fire element mountains, universal flaming dragon roar, and immortal rock pavilions, diamond sacred body, the 5 core martial techniques of the 5 super factions, all the martial technique incantations and mental cultivation methods, all gathered in Mu Yun's heart at this moment. However, this kind of gathering was not forced. Instead, it was real and thorough. It was as if he had been enlightened, and it had completely become Mu Yun's own. Impressive. He was slightly taken aback. Those memories seemed to belong to Mu Yun at this moment, directly digesting into Mu Yun's own things. Mu Yun couldn't help but sigh softly. Impressive? However, just as Mu Yun finished speaking, a cold voice suddenly sounded. It was Ji Yin. I painstakingly prepared for 3,000 years. I practiced the 5 spirits' bloodthirsty formation again and again. Just creating these 5 heaven-confining locks took me 1,000 years to trap the 5 of them. Do you think you can steal the fruits of my labor just because you say you're impressive? I'm sorry. Mu Yun nodded and said, not only do I want to steal the fruits of your labor, but I also want to steal your heaven-confining lock. I spent 1,000 years refining it. It must be an incredible treasure, right? Seeing the faint smile on Mu Yun's face, Ji Yin felt as if his lungs were about to explode from anger. It doesn't matter. Ji Yin suddenly said at this moment, you are very powerful, but if I kill you and steal your memories, they will still be mine. Impossible. Mu Yun chuckled and said, because the memories have already been integrated by me. Integrated by you? Impossible. Ji Yin was completely stunned at this moment. Even if it was him, it was impossible for him to condense the 5 marks in an instant after absorbing them. It was even more impossible for Mu Yun. It's up to you to believe it or not. Do you think I won't kill you just because you say that? Ji Yin said hatefully, without your memories, I will make you suffer even more. Seeing Ji Yin's angry expression, Mu Yun chuckled and said, then let's see if you have the ability to do so. Hearing this, Ji Yin was even more furious. However, at this moment, Mu Yun waved her hand, and the 5 heaven-confining locks suddenly shrank thousands of times, turning into iron chains that were more than a meter long, and directly returned to Mu Yun's hand. How can you shrink this heaven-confining lock? Ji Yin was stunned. There is no array that I can't break. Your heaven-confining lock is only needed to place the array in this 5 spirits bloodthirsty array. Of course, I can break it. Shameless boasting. You are courting death. Can you kill me? Mu Yun looked at Ji Yin and chuckled. However, being stared at by Mu Yun like this, Ji Yin was suddenly stunned. Suddenly, 5 figures slowly woke up behind Mu Yun. Ji Jiyin, you are despicable and shameless. The moment sect leader Shui Yunyan woke up, she immediately shouted. She could feel what had happened to her body. Bitch, what are you blabbering about? Ji Jiyin shouted angrily. Bitch, hearing this, Shui Yunyan was instantly enraged. I will definitely tear your mouth apart. Sect leader Shui. Mu Yun suddenly said, 5 sect leaders, don't be rash. Kid, what do you want to say? Jin Tong looked at Mu Yun and asked. Sect leaders, let's check the condition of your bodies first. Before Mu Yun could speak, Ji Jiyin suddenly said with a smile. Hearing this, the 5 elders immediately looked inside their bodies. It was fine if they didn't look, but after looking, the 5 of them were instantly stunned. Their cultivations were still there, but as for their martial skills, they couldn't recall anything at all. It's very scary, isn't it? Ji Jiyin chuckled and said, although your cultivation realm and strength are still there, your memories about your martial skills have temporarily disappeared. Now, you can't use your martial skills at all. You have a lot of strength, but you can't use it at all. Humph, if I can't get the memory seal, you can forget about living either. Ji Jiyin said coldly, I have sacrificed 3,000 years, but it was ruined by Mu Yun. The 5 of you will be buried with her. Ji Jiyin was indeed furious at this moment. His wishful thinking was completely ruined by Mu Yun. If not for Mu Yun's unexpected attack just now, coupled with the strangeness of the mysterious silver needle, he wouldn't have missed. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Fused Strength. Damn it. Sensing the temporary loss of their memories, the leaders of the 5 great sects cursed inwardly. Everyone. At this moment, Mu Yun suddenly spoke. Everyone, there's no need to be too anxious at this moment. Huh? What? Brat, do you have any ideas? Seeing that Mu Yun had calmed down, the leaders asked. After all, they were old monsters who had lived for thousands of years. They could tell that Mu Yun was implying something. I naturally have an idea, but I don't know if you're willing to listen to it. What idea? Fire Kylan immediately said, Mu Yun, don't keep us in suspense. You're a disciple of my fire element mountain. I, the Mountain Lord, naturally trust you. Thank you, Mountain Lord. Mu Yun cupped her hands and said, right now, I've fused everyone's memories of martial arts and cultivation, causing a temporary loss. So, my idea is very simple. You just need to hand over your bodies to me from now on. With everyone's strength, I think I might be able to fight against Ji Jiyin. Haha, in an instant, just as Mu Yun finished speaking, a loud laugh suddenly rang out. Ji Jiyin immediately laughed and looked at Mu Yun, saying, Kid, do you know what you just said? You're transferring their cultivation into your body, right? Ji Jiyin couldn't help but sneer, I'm afraid your body will explode before they can even inject it into your body. Everyone, if you trust me, you can give it a try. If you don't, I'll just wait for death with you. Mu Yun ignored Ji Jiyin and looked at the 5 of them instead. At this moment, there was no time to think. Ji Jiyin attacked now. The 5 of them had cultivation, but they couldn't retrieve their temporarily lost memories. They couldn't fight back at all. Although Mu Yun had fused the memories of a few people, her cultivation was at the 10th level of the Feather Immortal Realm. Compared to the 4th level of the Life and Death Realm, it was too low. Even if she fused all of her cultivation into one, she might not be able to withstand Ji Jiyin's attack. Right now, this was the only way. I'm willing. Unexpectedly, the first to agree was Shui Yunyan. As the sect master of the Heavenly Water sect, Shui Yunyan had always been at odds with the Fire Element Mountain. As a disciple of the Fire Element Mountain, Mu Yun did not expect that she would be the first to agree. Hearing this, Fire Qilin smiled and said, since the Water Faction Master has agreed, I naturally believe in Mu Yun. In the blink of an eye, the 2 sect leaders stood on Mu Yun's side. At this moment, Mu Xiangtian also took a step forward and laughed out loud. Rather than waiting for death, we have to give it a try. Moreover, this kid might not harm us. My 2 sons died at the hands of the 5 Elements Divine Palace. I can't take this lying down. Although Mu Xiangtian was laughing heartily at this moment, his eyes were filled with tears. His 2 most talented sons had died. Even if he was a 1,000-year-old fox, the only thing in his mind was to avenge his sons. Now that things have come to this, we can only take a gamble. Sherdong Tian and Jin Tong also walked out helplessly. At this moment, there was no other way at all. Mu Yan's method sounded ridiculous, but they had no other choice. Haha, seeing the 5 sect leaders compromise, Ji immediately laughed out loud. There was a trace of arrogance in that smile. I think the 5 of you are getting worse and worse. You actually believe in the words of a mere 10th level Yuxian realm kid. I think you have been living like idiots for the past few thousand years, right? Ji looked at the 5 of them with disdain. Since you have chosen to die, then I will let the 5 of you die easily. After saying this, Ji stood on the spot, and the tyrannical pressure from his body gradually spread out. Mu Yun, what do you think we should do? Fire Qilin looked at Mu Yun and said. Simple, just sit on the spot. As soon as Mu Yun said this, the 5 of them were stunned. They felt that Mu Yun was completely fooling around. But at this moment, they had promised Mu Yun that they would give it a try. They had no other choice, they could only hope that Mu Yun could succeed so that they could escape. Alright. In the end, the 5 of them sat down obediently and waited for Mu Yun to perform. It's starting. A bright light flashed in Mu Yun's eyes, and she opened her palm. Suddenly, an inexplicable connection spread out and enveloped the 5 sect leaders. In an instant, the 5 sect leaders felt that their bodies seemed to have established a faint relationship with Mu Yun. That relationship looked very mysterious, as if the 6 of them were signing some kind of contract. But what kind of cultivation level did the 5 sect leaders have? If Mu Yun had signed some kind of unfair contract with them, they would be able to sense it in an instant. 5 sect leaders, I'll have to trouble you to rest here. Mu Yun suddenly said, leave this person to me, Mu Yun. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, she took a step forward. With a loud boom, he took a step forward. A powerful aura instantly spread out. Crackling sounds could be heard, as if the space above the sky had shattered. The sturdy space barrier could not withstand Mu Yun's kick. At this moment, Ji Jin also noticed some clues. At this moment, the aura in Mu Yun's body had become completely different. It was a very strange feeling, but he had truly experienced it. How can you possibly withstand it? Seeing Mu Yun standing on the spot, Ji Jin was shocked and doubtful. Why can't I withstand it? Mu Yun asked in return. If he only had the strength of a martial artist at the 10th level of the Feather Immortal Realm, it would be impossible for him to withstand the power of 5 powerful experts at the 2nd level of the Life and Death Realm. However, his body was still in the dragon form. Dragons had always been the most powerful and mysterious existence in the thousands of legends. The body of a dragon was naturally incomparable to that of a human. Although Mu Yun was only at the 10th level of the Feather Immortal Realm and was not a real divine dragon, the dragon form allowed him to advance further. It seems like you still have some tricks up your sleeve. I have really underestimated you. You have underestimated me more than this. Looking at Ji Jin, Mu Yun said coldly. Violent power circulated in his body. At this moment, he could feel that every meridian in his body was being expanded. The feeling of being filled made him feel very comfortable. Now, the power that his meridian could withstand was at least at the 2nd level of the Life and Death Realm. Feeling the strange changes in his body, the smile in Mu Yun's eyes deepened. However, there was a very cold look in his smile, making people feel as if they were being stared at by a poisonous snake. It was very unpleasant. Do you think that you can be compared to me by temporarily obtaining the power of others? Looking at Mu Yun, Ji Jin snorted coldly. Why are you so impatient? Looking at Ji Jin, Mu Yun suddenly laughed and said, could it be that you are afraid of me? Afraid of you? Why would I be afraid of you? Ji Jin laughed loudly, his eyes full of disdain. However, he was quite surprised in his heart. Previously, he did not believe that Mu Yun could control the tyrannical power in the bodies of the 5 sect leaders. However, Mu Yun did it now. Previously, he thought that Mu Yun would explode and die, but in reality, that did not happen. This child was simply a freak. It was difficult to deduce with common sense. This indeed made him feel a little hesitant and worried. However, thinking about it carefully, he was at the 4th level of the Life and Death Realm. while Mu Yun was only at the second level of the life and death realm, barely reaching the third level of the life and death realm. Compared to him, the difference was too great. Under such circumstances, how could he be afraid of Mu Yun? That would be a great irony. Yes, I will definitely not be afraid of him. Ji Jin made up his mind and looked at Mu Yun with murderous intent. However, at the same time, Mu Yun looked at Ji Jin and sneered. With a clanging sound, a simple and unadorned small cauldron suddenly appeared in front of Mu Yun. The small cauldron's entire body was pale green, and the patterns on it were extremely complicated, making it difficult to figure out. Spirit Sealing Cauldron. The moment the Spirit Sealing Cauldron appeared, it immediately hung upside down above Mu Yun's body. A pale green light tightly enveloped Mu Yun's body. At the same time, Mu Yun activated almost all of her defensive power. Bone Refining Saint Physique was fully displayed to the third level. The 3 levels of Bone Forging, Vein Forging, and Body Forging were instantly activated. An inexplicable air model appeared around Mu Yun's body. His dragon form also appeared at this moment. In an instant, Mu Yun formed 3 layers of defense. Seeing Mu Yun's display, the 5 sect masters were instantly stunned and dumbfounded. At this moment, Mu Yun had disguised herself to be even harder than a turtle's shell. This fellow had simply activated all of her defenses. Old skin, if it weren't for the fact that my cultivation level is lower than yours now, killing you would be as easy as killing a dog. Mu Yun cursed softly and directly charged out. At this moment, the sky-burning jade falling palm completely displayed its powerful effects. The 3 heavenly fires directly condensed into a 3-colored palm print, 3 heavenly fires. Seeing this scene, the sect masters of the 5 major factions were all dumbfounded. No one was more shocked than Fire Kylan. There were actually 3 heavenly fires in Mu Yun's body. At this moment, the shock in their hearts was much greater than when the inner sect disciples saw Mu Yun's 3 heavenly fires. The higher one's strength and the deeper one's cultivation level, the more they knew how difficult it was to fuse heavenly fires. However, at this moment, Mu Yun had summoned 3 heavenly fires at the same time. It was simply inconceivable. The sky-burning palm directly struck out. The tyrannical energy fluctuation caused the entire sky to tremble. In an instant, a palm print that was thousands of feet tall appeared in front of Mu Yun and slapped towards Ji Jin. That palm print seemed to have descended from the sky, causing everyone to feel as if a mountain had collapsed. Blood-drinking demonic palm. Seeing the palm print descending, Ji Jin immediately struck out with his palm and met it head-on. At this moment, he was really not afraid of Mu Yun. Similarly, a palm print flashed out. That palm print carried rolling devil chi and blood chi as it pounced towards Mu Yun. Boom. Defeating Extreme Understanding at this moment, the 2 palm prints collided with each other like 2 towering mountains. It was as if there was only the collision between the 2 left in the world, and the sound spread further and further. This explosion caused the sky above Ghost City to darken. However, when the palm prints collided, the 2 figures retreated in a sorry state. One of them was Mu Yun. As for the other, it was Extreme Understanding. However, Mu Yun was protected by 3 barriers. The aftershock didn't even break through the first barrier of the Heaven Sealing Cauldron. On the other side, Extreme Understanding was in a sorry state. He was stained by a fire seal. He opened his palm, and a corner of his clothes left his body. Seeing this scene, Extreme Understanding felt a ball of anger burning in his chest. However, Mu Yun was pleasantly surprised. The eruption of the 3 heavenly flames was simply too powerful. This was because he temporarily possessed the strength of the life and death realm. If he truly stepped into the life and death realm in the future, the power of the heavenly flames would reach an even higher level. That would be shocking. Hee, Extreme Understanding, I'll play with you today. As Mu Yun's words fell, she struck out with her palm. Vigorous energy erupted with an intense aura. At the same time, she slashed out with the Embittered Emotion sword in her hand. The 7 life-extinguishing swords directly attacked. The surging sword chi soared straight into the sky. 7 life and death seals instantly attacked Extreme Understanding. Under this continuous attack, Extreme Understanding was flustered, and he didn't know what to do. However, Mu Yun didn't intend to let go at this moment. After one sword attack, another sword attack had already been launched. The continuous attacks made Extreme Understanding completely flustered. Bastard, you're courting death. Extreme Understanding was thoroughly enraged this time. Being attacked by Mu Yun's continuous attacks made him feel humiliated. He had hidden for 1,000 years, and the things and methods he prepared were taken advantage of by Mu Yun. Now, he was even forced to defend himself by Mu Yun. How could he endure this anger? You forced me to do this. Extreme Understanding roared and rushed out directly, stacking life-sealing fist. As soon as he finished speaking, Jizi's entire body was like a violent storm. He directly raised his fist and smashed it towards Mu Yun. In an instant, it seemed as if there were only the shadows of Extreme Understanding's fists in the entire world. Seeing this, the 5 sect masters had different expressions. Stacking life-sealing fist, Extreme Understanding's famous fist technique. Now, it seems, it's more powerful than 1,000 years ago. Who would have thought that not only did this guy not die, he even managed to advance a step further with the assistance of the 5 elements polarity. In the end, it's our problem. Fire Kylan suddenly said, if our 5 forces had joined forces to resist the 5 elements divine palace earlier, we wouldn't be in this situation today. The sect masters of the 5 sect masters were all great understanding back then. When they chose to submit for the first time, they should have thought of this situation. He should have known that something like this would happen. Fortunately, there was still a chance now. At least they still had a chance to fight back. In another 1,000 years, they probably wouldn't even have the chance to resist. This point had been proven at this very moment, but seeing this scene, they were even more worried. Although Mu Yun had the combined strength of the 5 of them, could she really be Extreme Understanding's match? Extreme Understanding was at the 4th level of life and death realm, while Mu Yun was at the 3rd level of life and death realm at most. Moreover, she was borrowing their strength. How could she be as flexible as Extreme Understanding's own strength? What they saw now was just Extreme Understanding holding back. If Extreme Understanding were to use his full strength, Skygo's cannon silencer. Just as this thought appeared in everyone's mind, a low roar instantly stunned them. Skygo's cannon silencer, this was Extreme Understanding's trump card. Hearing this roar, everyone hurriedly stood up and looked over. At this moment, the sky-ceiling cauldron was still quietly floating above Mu Yun's head. Extreme Understanding's roar directly caused the space to ripple like water and spread rapidly. The target of the roar was Mu Yun. It's all up to you. Seeing the cannon silencer bombarding her, Mu Yun took a deep breath and took a step forward. Great sorrowless ghost roar. With a low roar, a blood-colored sound wave instantly blasted over. Boom, as the two alternated, deafening booms could be heard once again. However, this time, not long after the explosion, Mu Yun's figure immediately retreated from the aftermath of the explosion. One could see that the sound wave had firmly wrapped around her figure and sent her flying. Seeing this scene, everyone sighed in their hearts. Mu Yun had already done her best. However, the difference in cultivation realm and the imbalance in her own strength made it difficult for Mu Yun to deal with Extreme Understanding. You want to fight me with just you? Seeing this scene, Extreme Understanding immediately laughed out loud. His Skygo's cannon silencer was his famous ultimate skill. It was a life-saving method and a killing method that had always been successful. Mu Yun wanted to fight it head-on, but it was simply wishful thinking. Why are you laughing so complacently? I'm not dead. However, as Ji Jin laughed heartily, a figure suddenly stepped out from the ruins. It was Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun only looked a little disheveled, but she didn't seem to have suffered any injuries at all. The small green cauldron above her head was still firmly protecting her body. Shameless! Extreme Understanding cursed angrily. What kind of treasure is that small cauldron of yours? Do you feel a sense of accomplishment by wearing a turtle shell and fighting with me? You don't have to provoke me. Looking at Extreme Understanding, Mu Yun chuckled and said, You want to kill me? Break my turtle shell? So, you admit that you're a turtle? So what if I'm a turtle? A 10,000-year-old turtle with immortality, unlike you, a short-lived grasshopper who can't live past autumn. You, what about you? Mu Yun chuckled and said, If you have the ability, come and kill me. You're courting death. As the words fell, the two figures rushed out again. However, this time, Mu Yan's probing of extreme understanding ended here. Next, it was to kill extreme understanding. Aries art. With a low shout, a powerful airflow appeared on the surface of Mu Yan's body. The airflow directly exploded, and a tyrannical aura emerged. The domineering aura in Mu Yan's body was completely revealed at this moment. The Aries art was originally created by him for his disciple, Yun Lang. There were a total of 7 levels, and only those who had reached the life and death realm could use it. The previous Mu Yun could not do it, but the current him could do it. His aura skyrocketed, and Mu Yun directly displayed the 3rd level of the Aries art. Battle chi erupted, and his true essence underwent a qualitative change. At this moment, Mu Yun was truly as powerful as a god of war who was about to rise. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, extreme understanding swallowed a mouthful of saliva and was stunned. At this moment, he could feel that Mu Yun's strength had increased by at least 10 times. A 10-fold increase in strength might not be very terrifying for those below the life and death realm, but for life and death realm experts, a 10-fold increase in strength was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. 10 times, how did this guy do it? Old thing, did you feel good when you punched me just now? Mu Yun sneered and took a step forward. Boom, the space beneath his feet shattered, and Mu Yun suddenly appeared in front of extreme understanding. What fast speed! Even though extreme understanding could sense Mu Yun's approach, he could not dodge at this moment. This speed was simply too fast. However, compared to the speed, Mu Yun's following punch made extreme understanding feel even more helpless. The sound of a fist rang out. Mu Yun's punch landed, and it directly vibrated beside extreme understanding's ear. The tyrannical fluctuation made extreme understanding feel as if he was struck by lightning. Coughing out a mouthful of blood, extreme understanding was completely dumbfounded. However, the people who were even more dumbfounded were the big shots present. What was going on? What was going on? Just now, extreme understanding clearly had the upper hand and directly blasted Mu Yun back. However, now, he was directly sent flying by Mu Yun's punch. Moreover, as Mu Yun continuously rushed out, she actually beat extreme understanding to the point that he could not fight back. This was simply unbelievable. What on earth happened just now? How did Mu Yun become so powerful all of a sudden? Others did not know, and neither did extreme understanding. He was already in a daze now. He was beaten up by Mu Yun to the point that his internal organs had shifted positions. This guy was simply perverted. Just now, he was still like a sick cat, but in an instant, he became a lion and completely exploded. Extreme understanding did not have time to resist at all. Banging sounds rang out continuously. At this moment, extreme understanding was like a mouse being played by Mu Yun in the palm of her hand. Coughing out blood, extreme understanding could no longer differentiate between north, south, east, and west at this moment. Heaven-reaping patriarch, save me! In the end, when he was on the verge of death, extreme understanding suddenly shouted in a low voice. In an instant, Mu Yun only felt an extremely dangerous aura surrounding her from behind. Almost without any hesitation, the 9 primordial blood wheel was formed behind Mu Yun's back in an instant. A blood wheel suddenly appeared behind her. However, the moment that blood wheel appeared, a palm print directly hit Mu Yun's back. In the originally empty space behind her, a figure suddenly appeared and directly hit Mu Yun's back with a palm. No one was able to react in time to this sudden change. With a loud bang, Mu Yun instantly felt that her internal organs had completely shifted positions. Everything was completely empty at this moment. There was a loud explosion as Mu Yun's body took the full brunt of the blow and fell to the ground from midair. At this moment, the entire ground seemed to have experienced an earthquake as cracks spread out. Mu Yun's figure also disappeared in the smoke. Heaven-reaping patriarch. Seeing the person who attacked, extreme understanding was instantly overjoyed, and his entire body trembled. Trash. However, when the figure who suddenly appeared looked at extreme understanding, there was a trace of disdain in his eyes. You're just a kid at the 10th level of the Yuxian stage. Do you still need me to attack you? Translator, trans and editor, trans in 6 levels of life and death. He was dressed in a long robe, and his aura was clean. His long hair shone with 5 colors, making him look dazzling. This old man looked a little strange, but he gave off a powerful aura that could take someone's life. The moment they caught sight of this person, even the sect masters of the 5 major forces were completely dumbfounded. Heaven-repulsing old ancestor. To the younger generation, this name was very unfamiliar. Not to mention the younger generation, even they felt a trace of unfamiliarity. They had only heard about this person from the elders. 5 elements heaven-repulsing old ancestor. In the 5 elements sky palace, he was second only to the 5 elements great emperor. To be precise, this person was the son of the 5 elements great emperor. His talent and strength were very similar to his father's. This person was a famous genius 10,000 years ago. He stepped into the life and death realm and became the youngest elder of the 5 elements sky palace. However, after the battle between the 5 elements great emperor and the 5 saints, the 5 elements great emperor changed his name and completely retired. This person was the same. Who would have thought that he would appear here at this moment? This person suddenly attacked, and I didn't have time to react, so I fell into his trap. Otherwise, no need to quibble. Heaven-repulsing old ancestor snorted and said, if I hadn't arrived half a step earlier, you would be a corpse now. Haha, is that so? However, just as heaven-repulsing old ancestor finished speaking, a miserable laugh sounded from the ground below. It was more like a cry than a laugh. The sound was too tragic. Mu Yan's figure staggered out from the ground, and her clothes were stained with blood. This palm was simply too powerful. If she hadn't summoned the 9 origin blood wheel at the last moment, she would have been a corpse now. Eh? She's not dead. Heaven-repulsing old ancestor was stunned when he saw Mu Yan stand up. Although he hadn't used his full strength, in his eyes, Mu Yan should have been dead by now. However, even if Mu Yan wasn't dead, this palm was equivalent to taking Mu Yan's life. Even the aura that was connected to the 5 sect masters was severed by this palm. At this moment, Mu Yan only felt that her internal organs were all dislocated, and she was bleeding profusely. Every word she said made her want to spit out a mouthful of blood. On the other hand, the 5 sect masters hurriedly stood up and distanced themselves from heaven-repulsing old ancestor. Mu Yan was no longer controlling their powers, and they had regained their freedom at this moment. Heaven-repulsing old ancestor, so you are old ancestor. Jin Tong looked ancestor. Jin Tong, when I was alive, your father wasn't even born yet. You deserve a beating for speaking like that. The heaven-devouring ancestor snorted and slapped him. Mu Tong Transin of Transin Art Jin Master Jin Transin. The dignified leader of the Golden Gate sect had been slapped in public and had no power to resist. However, Jin Tong didn't make a sound after being slapped. He swallowed his anger. This slap was enough to make him lose all his temper. 6th level of life and death realm, he was only 1 step away from the peak of the 7th level of life and death realm. He had no power to resist. The 5 great forces are really powerful. Even at this moment, you still dare to resist. It seems like the 5 elements divine palace has been merciful for thousands of years. The heaven-devouring ancestor chuckled, his eyes filled with coldness. The heaven-drawing ancestor stared straight at Mu Yan as he spoke. At this moment, Wu Xing and Jiao stopped fighting and landed on the ground. Everyone stood behind their respective sect masters and stopped fighting, not daring to speak carelessly. Mu Yan, disciple of the fire element mountain, you shouldn't be from the 5 elements small world. However, to have such achievements is simply inconceivable. The heaven-splitting ancestor chuckled and said, however, you have killed the 3 outstanding geniuses of the 5 elements divine palace. I cannot let you live. You can't let me live? Mu Yan looked at the heaven-drawing ancestor and chuckled. Who do you think you are? Are you the king of heaven? Oh? You don't want to admit defeat? The heaven-drawing ancestor looked at Mu Yan and chuckled. Just like just now. What were you thinking about, Ji Jin? But now that I'm here, you can't kill him. This is the truth. The difference in strength is too great. You can't do anything in front of me. Haha, is that so? This was the second time Mu Yan had laughed coldly. Are you so sure that he won't die the next moment if he's still alive and well? Puff, just as Mu Yan finished speaking, the sound of someone vomiting blood suddenly rang out. Ji Jin, who was standing beside the heaven-drawing ancestor, suddenly spurted out blood from his ears, nose, and throat. His face instantly turned pale and he lost all signs of life. His body fell from the sky. With a thud, Ji Jin's body fell to the ground. To be precise, it was a corpse. Seeing this, the heaven-drawing ancestor's face turned ashen. Dead. Strangely, Ji Jin died right beside him. Provocation. Mu Yan's action was a great provocation to him. This kind of provocation was simply unbearable. The heaven-drawing ancestor's aura instantly rose from his body and pressed down on Mu Yan. However, Jiao'er stood in front of Mu Yan and blocked all the pressure. But even with Jiao'er's strength, she was unable to resist the heaven-drawing ancestor head-on. The pressure on Mu Yan's body grew stronger and stronger. In the end, his legs started to tremble, and streaks of blood appeared on the surface of his body. However, at that moment, not a single person present said anything. They didn't have any capital or ability to open their mouths. The heaven-drawing ancestor was simply too powerful. Brat, your temper is really stubborn. But your strength and your temper are completely incompatible. The heaven-drawing ancestor snorted, and the blood vessels on Mu Yan's body burst. Popping sounds instantly rang out, and Mu Yan fell to the ground. Haha, heaven-drawing, how many years has it been since we last met? You are still so hot-tempered. As an ancestor, you can really bear to bully a junior. However, at this moment, a loud laugh rang out, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of Mu Yan. Instantly, all the pressure completely dissipated. The newcomer had red hair and looked like an old man in his 70s or 80s. A powerful aura was faintly discernible from his body, and it spread outwards. Master. Fire Kylan suddenly cupped his hands and greeted the newcomer. Master, hearing Fire Kylan's greeting, some of the older elders were dumbfounded. In the entire Five Elements small world, there was only one person who Fire Kylan would call Master, Fire Element Mountain's Grand Elder Hu Wuming, Ancestor Wuming. He was once the pillar of Fire Element Mountain and also an old monster from thousands of years ago. Seeing this person, everyone felt their breathing quicken. Whether it was heaven-drawing ancestor or Ancestor Wuming, the two of them were once famous existences in the Five Elements small world. Their status in the entire Five Elements small world could be said to be the best of the best. When heaven-drawing ancestor saw Hu Wuming, he snorted coldly and said disdainfully, Hu Wuming, since you are here, the other four old monsters should be here too. Stop hiding and come out. Heaven-drawing, your bad temper is still the same as it was thousands of years ago. Hearing this, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the Azure Wood Manor crowd. The person was dressed in a green Taoist robe, and he looked like an immortal ancestor. Seeing this person, Mu Xiantian did not dare to be careless, and he hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed. Another ancestor, the Azure Wood Manor's ancestor, Mu Tianya. People called him Divine Lord Tianya. This old thing has a bad temper for thousands of years. He will never change unless the world collapses. A cold snort sounded again, and in an instant, the figure of an old woman suddenly appeared. The heavenly water sex old woman, Shui Huai. People called her Fairy Huai. Haha, this is going to be interesting. I, Jin Luoshan, will definitely be there. Jin Luoshan, the previous sect master of the Golden Gate, Ancestor Golden Mountain. Jin Luoshan, can you not make a fuss every time you appear? Be careful, that heaven-drawing ancestor will crack your old bones. After Jin Luoshan appeared, a figure immediately appeared in front of everyone. The Immortal Rock Pavilion's ancestor, Shi Zetian. People called him Tianchi Daoist. At that moment, heaven-drawing ancestor, Ancestor Wuming, Divine Lord Tianya, Fairy Huai, Ancestor Golden Mountain, and Tianchi Daoist appeared. 6 powerful existences at the level of the ancestor suddenly appeared. Some of the juniors present were overjoyed when they saw these almighties that only existed in legends. These people only existed in legends. However, who would have thought that the 6 of them would appear at the same time today? You 5 old foxes didn't do it yourselves, but let the juniors do it. I think your juniors don't look like much. Otherwise, you wouldn't need to do it, right? Ancestor Heaven-drawing ancestor snorted. Heaven-drawing ancestor, you are wrong. Divine Lord Tianya chuckled and said, you were the one who made the first move. Otherwise, how could the 5 of us have gathered together? Old man, you have practiced your ability to slander others for thousands of years. Of course, you are right when you speak. Fairy Hui snorted as she looked at heaven-drawing ancestor. Shui Hui, don't hold a grudge against me for thousands of years just because I killed your lover. Ancestor heaven-drawing ancestor snorted. Thousands of years? Even if it's tens of thousands of years, I will still remember you. Humph. Shui Hui obviously had a grudge against ancestor heaven-drawing ancestor in the past. Thus, he didn't hold back when he spoke. Just remember me then. I would like to see what you can do. Ancestor heaven-drawing ancestor snorted and said domineeringly. Heaven-drawing ancestor, the 5 of us didn't do anything this time, but you did. This doesn't seem right, does it? Ancestor Golden Mountain's voice was like thunder as he laughed and said, let the juniors settle their own matters, right? That's right. Tiancher Daoist said in a muffled voice, it seems like Mu Yun forced you to do something. However, what happened in the end? The person you wanted to protect was killed by this brat right in front of you. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations The 7 Patriarchs Shirzitian, you old man, say that again. The heaven-drawing patriarch snorted. So what if I say it again? The Skystone Elder snorted. You're really shameless to attack a junior. Even if I attack, what can you do to me? The heaven-drawing patriarch's face turned cold. He couldn't help but shout, if you're not convinced, then fight with me. Mu Yun killed 3 geniuses of the 5 elements divine palace. I killed him. 3 lives for 1 life. He's profited greatly. How can he profited greatly when he's already dead? Hua Wuming snorted. Mu Yun is a disciple of the fire element mountain. The disciple of the 5 elements divine palace was weaker and died. What do you mean by this? Even if I attack, what do you want to do? The heaven-drawing patriarch made it clear that he wanted to kill Mu Yun. What could Hua Wuming do to him? He was completely unreasonable. Old man, if you don't kill me today, I'll make sure you're obedient in the future. Mu Yun stopped rolling around in pain and crawled on the ground. He looked at the high and mighty heaven-drawing patriarch and cursed in his heart. The heaven-drawing patriarch was at the 6th level of the life and death realm. He was much weaker than Yun Lang. However, he had just entered the 10th level of the heavenly immortal realm. He only had a few hundred years left. It was impossible for him to use the death-stealing technique. Mu Yun cursed in his heart. If he had great power now, this arrogant guy would slap him and make him kneel on the ground and beg for mercy with just a few words. Damn it, power, power again, Mu Yun was furious. Only with great power could he save his face and life. Otherwise, he could only be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Heaven-drawing patriarch, do you want to start a war? Patriarch Wu Ming snorted. If you're feeling lonely, I can play with you. Although the heaven-drawing patriarch was 1 level higher than him, in terms of real power, he wasn't afraid of the heaven-drawing patriarch. Let's play, let's play. The heaven-devouring sect master had a fiery temper. How could he tolerate Hua Wuming's words? He took a step forward and punched out. Hua Wuming saw that Mu Yun's talent was extraordinary. Now that there were no more core disciples in Fire Element Mountain who could hold up the fort, nothing could happen to Mu Yun. So this time, no matter what, he had to protect Mu Yun. It's boring for the 2 of you to play. It's more fun when everyone plays together. Seeing that the heaven-devouring ancestor was about to attack Hua Wuming, the other 4 old monsters also acted immediately. Immediately, 5 figures charged towards Tutian Old Monster. However, the heaven-drawing ancestor was not afraid at all when he saw the 5 of them charging at him. Humph, do you think I'm afraid of you? With a low roar, the heaven-drawing ancestor dashed out. His aura surged and he looked like a god of war from the 9 heavens, arrogant and solitary. Boom, in an instant, the 6 figures collided. In the blink of an eye, all the buildings in the Devil Town were smashed into smithereens by the collision. If not for the protection of the life and death realm experts of the sect, the disciples in the area would have been reduced to ashes by the aftershocks of the 6 people's attacks. Even so, the tyrannical pressure caused the disciples to feel a strong pressure on their bodies. Some of the disciples could not help but vomit blood. Fortunately, Mu Yun had Jiao in front of her to protect her. With a screen blocking her, Mu Yun did not suffer any impact. Otherwise, Mu Yun would have been killed by this attack. The 6 people on both sides did not go out of control like they had imagined. On the other hand, the 6 figures actually retreated to their own positions after that majestic collision and became completely quiet. However, in this silence, the crowd realized that there were no longer 6 people in the area, but 7. A figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the 6 people. He looked at them with a smile and looked at everyone. "You are Luo Tian of the 5 elements." Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared, old ancestor Wu Ming was stunned. As soon as these words were spoken, the other 4 old ancestors were also slightly stunned. Their expressions became strange. Luo Tian of the 5 elements, the peerless genius of the 5 elements clan thousands of years ago. This person's reputation as a genius was even higher than Luo Tian of the 5 elements. However, rumor had it that this person was injured during a training exercise, causing his talent to plummet. As a result, this person gradually disappeared from the 5 elements divine palace. But now, Luo Tian of the 5 elements was standing here. He did not look like a person whose talent had plummeted. Instead, he was more eye-catching like a comet. "Hu Wuming, I didn't expect you to recognize me at first sight after so many years." Luo Tian of the 5 elements looked at Hu Wuming and smiled. He naturally recognized Luo Tian of the 5 elements. Back then, his talent was extraordinary, but he was defeated by Luo Tian of the 5 elements. He thought that after not seeing him for so many years, Luo Tian of the 5 elements might have died long ago. Who knew that he was still standing here unscathed? It was simply a miracle. How powerful was Luo Tian of the 5 elements clan now? Back then, it was said that Luo Tian of the 5 elements was on par with Luo Tian of the 5 elements. However, Hu Wuming knew that Luo Tian of the 5 elements was much stronger than Luo Tian of the 5 elements. The current Luo Tian of the 5 elements was at least at the 6th level of the Life and Death Realm, 2 6th level Life and Death Realm Almighties. This time, even if the 5 major forces joined forces, it would be difficult to deal with them. 7 figures stood high in the sky, looking at each other from afar. However, at this moment, no one made a move. The 7 of them looked at each other, and their auras were very heavy. Seeing this, Mu Yun and the others also kept quiet. However, Mu Yun's heart was gradually becoming uneasy. If it was only Luo Tian of the Heaven Drawing sect alone, the 5 old monsters of the 5 major sects could suppress him. But now, there was Luo Tian of the 5 elements clan, another 6th level Life and Death Realm old monster. 2 6th level Life and Death Realm experts were different for the 5 ancestors of the 5 major forces. Luo Tian of the 5 elements clan was the first to speak. "Everyone, now that things have developed to this point, I don't think anyone can achieve their goal, right?" Luo Tian Wang chuckled and said, "Since that's the case, how about we each take a step back?" "Speak." Patriarch Golden Mountain snorted. "It's simple. I, Luo Tian Wang, promise that I will not pursue the loss of my 5 elements divine palace's disciples. As for you guys, don't even think about destroying my 5 elements divine palace. From today onwards, my 5 elements divine palace will no longer force your disciples to enter." However, when they heard Luo Tian Wang's words, the 5 ancestors were stunned. Not pursue the matter anymore, and they would not recruit disciples from the 5 major forces in the future? Would you be so kind? Fairy Hui sneered. Why not? Patriarch Heaven Drawing sect snorted. Fairy Hui, you're too petty. You, wait a moment. However, Luo Tian Wang spoke again, I haven't finished my conditions. From now on, my 5 elements divine palace and your 5 great powers will have nothing to do with each other. There is only one condition, and that is, I must take him away. As Luo Tian Wang spoke, he pointed at Mu Yun. No way. Hearing this, Patriarch Lifeless of the Fire Mountain immediately shouted. This time, the 2 core disciples of the Fire Mountain had died, and it was not easy for Mu Yun to appear. In the future, she would definitely be able to lead the Fire Mountain to become stronger. If she was taken away by Luo Tian Wang, she would definitely die. With such a loss, how could the Fire Mountain continue to develop? However, at this moment, when Patriarch Lifeless let out a low shout, the other 4 patriarchs remained silent. Why aren't the 4 of you saying anything? Do you agree? Patriarch Lifeless looked at the 4 of them and shouted. However, no matter what Patriarch Lifeless said, the four of them kept their mouths shut. Good, good, good. This time, the one who was taken away was the most outstanding disciple of my Fire Mountain, so none of you said anything. Next time, if the one who was taken away was the top genius of your four great powers, and the one who was killed was your core disciple, my Fire Mountain would definitely not say a word. Patriarch Lifeless snorted and looked at Mu Yun. Don't worry, with you here, Grandmaster will definitely not let anyone take you away. Let's go. Patriarch Lifeless shouted, this dispute has nothing to do with my Fire Mountain anymore. The disciples of my Fire Mountain are not qualified to become bargaining chips. Patriarch Lifeless took a step forward and was about to pull Mu Yun up. Lifeless, how can I let you take him away as you wish? At this moment, Patriarch Heaven Drawing took a step forward and stood in front of Patriarch Lifeless. At this moment, Heavenly King Luo took a step forward and waved his palm. Jiao, who was standing in front of Mu Yun, was unable to block at all and was sent flying by the palm. Mu Yun's body was directly enveloped by Heavenly King Luo. From beginning to end, the four patriarchs stood motionless. They had obviously tacitly agreed to use Mu Yun as a sacrifice in exchange for peace at this moment. This time, the strength that Mu Yun had displayed was too powerful. They could not allow Mu Yun to continue growing. Otherwise, once Mu Yun grew up in the future, there would no longer be 5 patriarchs in the 5 great sects, but 1 paragon and 4 patriarchs. At that time, they would not only need to guard against the 5 elements divine palace. This was not an exaggeration to them at all. If Mu Yun grew up alone and became the second 5 elements great emperor, she could completely lead the Fire Mountain to greatness. This was something they did not want to see. Such growth made them fearful. Heavenly King Luo, if you dare to attack her, I will make your 5 elements divine palace never have peace. Patriarch Lifeless shouted angrily. Never have peace? Heavenly King Luo chuckled and threw out his palm. Mu Yun was unable to resist at all and was directly wrapped into an unknown space. This matter ends here. My 5 elements divine palace will not pursue this matter any further. I hope that everyone can live in peace in the future. Heavenly King Luo shouted in a deep voice. With a wave of his hand, he brought Mu Yun and led the people of the 5 elements divine palace away. Patriarch Lifeless, the next time we meet, this old man will definitely have a good taste of your universal flaming dragon roar. Patriarch Heaven Drawing laughed loudly and left with a flick of his sleeve. Damn it! Old Ancestor Wu Ming bellowed furiously as he watched the crowd leave. Compromise. The scene immediately became awkward. Divine Lord Xianxia, Fairy Hua Yi, Patriarch Golden Mountain, and Old Man Xianxia looked at Patriarch Lifeless without saying a word. At this moment, it was useless to say anything. You 4 old monsters, can't you see that Heavenly King Luo is trying to drive a wedge between us? Patriarch Lifeless snorted, taking away my Fire Element Mountain's core disciple has caused a rift in my heart. In the future, if you want to cooperate with me again, it won't be that easy. You'd better remember what happened today. One day in the future, all of you will definitely regret what happened today. Disciples of Fire Element Mountain, follow me back. Patriarch Lifeless waved his hand and left the place. The people of Fire Element Mountain behind him also hurriedly followed. A seemingly inevitable battle had ended in such a manner at this very moment, causing everyone to sigh endlessly. Forget it, forget it. Seeing this, Fairy Hua Yi said helplessly, everyone, let's disperse. In this battle, we've all lost quite a few elders. Everyone should think about how to recover in the next 100 years. Fairy Hua Yi's words were not false. The losses of the disciples and elders of the 5 great forces were indeed quite heavy. It would take 100 years for them to recover. Fortunately, the 5 elements Heavenly Palace would not recruit any more disciples from them within these 100 years, allowing them to improve even faster. The elders of the various sects began to slowly retreat. Patriarch Lifeless was furious as he returned to Fire Element Mountain. After landing, Patriarch Lifeless directly walked through the gate of Fire Element Mountain. Who are you? At that moment, the disciple guarding the mountain roared and stopped Ancestor Wu Ming from leaving. Who am I? I'm your ancestor. Ancestor Wu Ming roared. Scram, I'm your ancestor. Old beggar, hurry up and scram. This is Fire Element Mountain, not a place for you to behave atrociously. Hearing this curse, Patriarch Lifeless was completely enraged. Old beggar? You bastard brat. Patriarch Lifeless shouted angrily and was about to slap him. Bastard, this is Patriarch Lifeless, kneel down and greet him. However, before the slap could land, a shout suddenly rang out. Fire Qilin arrived and hurriedly said. If he was really slapped down by the Patriarch, this disciple's head would definitely explode. Patriarch. Hearing this, the guarding disciple was dumbfounded. Scram. Patriarch Lifeless was furious. Little Lin, immediately, gather all the disciples of Fire Element Mountain, I have something to announce. Yes. Hearing his master's words, Fire Kirin immediately cupped his fists, not daring to be careless. Not long after, the Fire Qilin, and Fire, the Saint, and the elders were all gathered. Prick up your King ears and listen to me. From now on, Outer Mountain disciples who are promoted to Inner Mountain disciples can go to the treasure pavilion to get a treasure they like. It's the same for Inner Mountain disciples who are promoted to Holy Son of Flame. The pavilion of martial skills will be open, and you can choose whatever you want. Everything we've been accumulating for thousands of years will be yours. You brats, from now on, the Outer Mountain disciples, the Inner Mountain disciples, and the Holy Son of Flame will all have a ranking list. The top 100 will be rewarded every month. Let me tell you, if you want to get rewarded, then you'll get rewarded. The fastest one will get rewarded, and the highest one's cultivation base will get rewarded. From today onwards, your goal is to surpass those fools from 5 Elements Divine Palace and trample them under your feet. But let me tell you, if you take the treasures and improve too slowly, I'll skin you alive. Remember, in this world, strength is everything. Fire Element Mountain is able to protect you all because Fire Element Mountain is powerful. However, in the face of 5 Elements Divine Palace, we still have to endure. Because Fire Element Mountain is not as good as 5 Elements Divine Palace. If Fire Element Mountain is destroyed one day, will you still be able to survive? So from now on, you will cultivate. The sect will provide you with resources, and you must ensure your own improvement, protect your own life, and protect Fire Element Mountain. Patriarch Lifeless said a lot in one breath. His aura was soaring, and he seemed to be very angry. At this moment, the disciples were also completely stunned. What was wrong with the Patriarch? All of you, disperse. Cultivate, get out of here and cultivate. Patriarch Lifeless roared and slumped into a chair. Master. Seeing this, Fire Qilin sighed. Sigh? What are you sighing for? Patriarch Lifeless shouted, You, kid, go cultivate too. Is it fun to stop at the second level of life and death realm? Master, get out of here and cultivate. Patriarch Lifeless roared. Yes. Patriarch Lifeless sighed as he slumped into a chair. 5 Elements Divine Palace had been high and mighty for thousands of years. This was considered a joint attack by the 5 major forces, but what was the result? With the appearance of heaven-devouring Patriarch and Heavenly King Luo, there was no way to fight. No one in the 5 major forces could fight against 2 6th-level life and death realm martial artists. In a few hundred years, or even 1,000 years, Mu Yun would definitely be able to catch up to the former 5 Elements Great Emperor. This child's talent and everything about her was top-notch. It was a pity that she was taken away by 5 Elements Divine Palace. But there was nothing he could do. This was something he could not stop. Damn it. Patriarch Lifeless roared and said hatefully, I want to see how 5 Elements Divine Palace is going to deal with Mu Yun. Kill her? I don't believe it. His faint voice spread out and drifted into the distance. At the same time, figures shuttled back and forth in the center of 5 Elements Small World. In the sky, dozens of figures walked together. The 3 people in the lead were heaven-devouring Patriarch, Heavenly King Luo, and Mu Yun. But at this moment, Mu Yun stood between the 2 of them without any restraints on her body. However, Mu Yun knew that once she showed the slightest bit of resistance, she would probably be caught by Heavenly King Luo. So, she simply stood between the 2 of them and did not move. Hey, the 2 of you. Mu Yun stood between the 2 of them and said, I have already been caught by you. Can you stop pressuring me in Shifeng? Mu Yun sighed helplessly. Along the way, even breathing was difficult for him. Brat, don't play any tricks. Heaven-devouring patriarch snorted. Mu Yun immediately felt relaxed. What tricks? Mu Yun was speechless. You almost killed me with that slap just now. I can't even fly now. You brat. Heaven-devouring patriarch roared. Oh right, if you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. What did you use? My slap actually didn't kill you. Only then did heaven-devouring patriarch realize. He was at the 6th level of the life and death realm. Even the sect masters of the 5 major forces would probably be half dead with a slap, let alone Mu Yun. However, Mu Yun seemed to be seriously injured. Yet, after a while, he actually seemed to be brimming with energy. It's none of your business. Mu Yun snapped. You, heaven-devouring patriarch. Heavenly King Luo shouted when he saw that heaven-devouring patriarch wanted to attack Mu Yun. Everyone has their own secrets, and Mu Yun is no exception. For example, she is not from the 5 elements small world. It seems like you know everything. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, since that's the case, there's nothing to hide. What do you want to do? Just say it. Haha, you don't have to despair. We're just taking you to see someone. Heavenly King Luo chuckled. As for the outcome, it's not something we can predict. Whether you live or die, it all depends on you. See someone? What do you think? Heaven-devouring patriarch snorted. Otherwise, I would have broken your bones long ago. Why would I let you jump around and talk to us? Haha, for 2 6th level life and death realm almighties to spend so much effort to capture me, it seems like this person is most likely the 5 elements great emperor. Hearing Mu Yun's words, the two of them were stunned at the same time. Aren't you afraid? What should I be afraid of? Mu Yun chuckled. A mere small world, and you call yourself a great emperor. You're really daring. You're just a frog in a well. You're courting death. Oh? Then what do you think is a great emperor? 5 elements Luo Tian looked at Mu Yun and chuckled. The so-called great emperor rules over thousands of miles. When one person calls, billions of people respond. How can a mere small world compare to this? Mu Yun smiled. A true great emperor rules over thousands of people. Those thousands of people are thousands of immortals and gods, not thousands of small worlds. It seems like you do know quite a lot. Fortunately, I know a little. Glib tongue. Let's see if you can say it now. When you see the great emperor, I hope you can still say it like this. The heaven-devouring patriarch snorted. The scenery in front gradually changed. A vast city appeared in front of them. This city was where the 5 elements divine palace was located. 5 elements city. It seemed like there were only a few 100,000 people in this city, but upon closer inspection, one could see that the figures coming and going were all cultivators. And in the center of the city, a city within a city stood proudly. Looking at the city within a city, Mu Yun felt an inexplicable aura rise in her heart. This is the headquarters of your 5 elements divine palace? Mu Yun looked down and smiled. However, there are some mysteries inside. You can see the mysteries? What mysteries? Heavenly King Luo became more and more interested in Mu Yun. This person's knowledge and speech were completely unlike a junior. She could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. The mysteries of array formations. Mu Yun chuckled. Oh? You know about array formations? The heaven-devouring patriarch snorted. The 5 elements Sky Palace's array formation is the best in the entire 5 elements small world. Even if those 5 old things attacked the 5 elements Sky Palace, we would still be able to keep them out with this array formation if we shut ourselves in. Oh? Not necessarily. Hearing this, Mu Yun chuckled. Kid, don't show off in front of an expert. The heaven-devouring patriarch snorted. So, you can see the mysteries of this array formation and enter it? Entering the array formation is nothing. I only need 1 breath to break this array formation and make it ineffective. Ha ha ha, hearing Mu Yun's arrogant words, the heaven-devouring patriarch suddenly laughed out loud. The elders behind him also had mocking expressions on their faces. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Breaking the Formation. Kid, if you can break this formation, I'll guarantee your life. Alright. Mu Yun replied immediately after the heaven-drawing sect elder finished speaking. Seeing Mu Yun's straightforward reply, the heaven-splitting patriarch felt as if he had fallen into his trap. This kid seemed to have set him up just now. How could Mu Yun, a 10th level feather immortal, break the formation? What a joke. Kid, go ahead and try. The heaven-splitting patriarch snorted. If you can't do it, I'll break 2 of your ribs. Upon hearing that, Mu Yun flew down and arrived in front of Five Elements City. A mere array formation was nothing in Mu Yun's eyes. However, at this moment, he was not trying to show off. Now that he had been abandoned by the 5 great forces, these 2 old monsters had brought him to Five Elements City. He did not know what they wanted. Who knew why the 5 Elements Great Emperor wanted to see him? More importantly, he was the only one who could save his life now. If the 5 Elements Great Emperor wanted to kill him, he would not have asked the 2 old monsters to bring him here. If not, there would be a lot to see, all the more reason for him to show how special he was. He had to make the 5 Elements Great Emperor take him seriously. Breaking the formation did not necessarily require great strength. Being able to find the key to the formation was the most important thing. Perhaps, the greater the strength and talent he displayed, the greater the 5 Elements Great Emperor's interest in him would be. Then, even if it was a negotiation, he should have some bargaining chips. Mu Yun landed and walked to the edge of the city wall. Mu Yun touched the city wall and started to walk around the entire 5 Elements City. They walked for a total of 6 to 8 hours. Finally, Mu Yun walked to a place and stopped. Kid, can you do it or not? The heaven-splitting patriarch said impatiently when he saw that Mu Yun had almost circled the entire 5 Elements City. Why are you in such a hurry? Mu Yun smiled and said, if I break this grand array of yours with a glance, then your 5 Elements heavenly abode will really scatter like monkeys when the tree falls. You, wait a little longer. Luo Tianwang looked at Mu Yun and said with interest, I also want to see where this child's confidence comes from. Found it. Right at this moment, a cry of surprise sounded out, and a smile suddenly appeared on Mu Yun's face. You found it? What did you find? Hearing those words, everyone was taken aback. Have you found the way to break the formation? Mu Yun chuckled and stretched out her hand. His palm was like a sharp steel weapon, directly tearing open a hole half the height of a person. Once again, a gap appeared on the city wall. The elders of the 5 Elements Divine Palace were stunned when they saw this. The formation is broken. A brick appeared in her hand. Mu Yun looked up and smiled. At that instant, a buzzing sound could be heard above the 5 Elements City. Upon closer inspection, the light screen that covered the sky above was actually weakening layer by layer. Layer by layer, it was dissipating. In the end, the speed of dissipation was greatly reduced, but one could still see that the formation had been broken. Seeing the light screen dissipate, the entire 5 Elements City was in chaos. The martial artists in the city looked up in horror. The 5 Elements City protection formation had been broken, it had really been broken. Seeing this, Patriarch Heaven Devouring and Luo Tianwang were completely dumbfounded. They only wanted Mu Yun to give it a try. Who would have thought that Mu Yun would actually break the formation? How was this possible? She took a look around and removed a brick from the city wall, and the formation was broken. This was the city protection formation that they were proud of. At this very moment, the 2 old ancestors were completely dumbfounded at the sight of this. 5 Elements stood at the back and looked at Mu Yun with a trace of surprise in his eyes. This child might really be able to meet the Great Emperor's requirements this time. Patriarch. The man in the lead looked at the 2 patriarchs and cupped his hands. Patriarch, the Great Emperor asked me to welcome the 2 patriarchs. All right. Luo Tianwang calmed himself down and nodded. Let's go. Luo Tianwang looked at Mu Yun with a thoughtful expression on his face. Patriarch. The man in the lead said awkwardly, the formation has been broken. Can you, kid? Patriarch Heaven Devouring looked at Mu Yun and shouted, break this formation and fix it for me. Mu Yun rolled her eyes and said, you want me to break the formation, but you don't want me to fix it. I can't fix it. Forget it. Luo Tianwang waved his hand and said, "Let's go see the great emperor first." "Humph, kid, you have to fix the formation for me after you see the great emperor. Let's talk about it when I'm still alive." Mu Yun waved her hand nonchalantly and stepped into the city. If the formation could be broken, he could naturally heal it. However, he couldn't be bothered to do that. After entering Five Elements City, there was an endless stream of people coming and going. Most of these people were disciples of the Five Elements Divine Palace, and a portion of them were the family members of these disciples. After all, only those at the 4th level of the Feathered Immortal Realm could survive without eating. Therefore, someone had to do the daily necessities. When the disciples of the Five Elements Divine Palace saw the sect master standing behind the two elders, they immediately stood by the side of the road and bowed respectfully. "Why are you bowing? Can't you see that everyone is bowing? Why are they bowing?" "I don't know either." These outer city disciples were only outer disciples of the Five Elements Divine Palace. They had never even seen the faces of the Five Elements Divine Palace. They only saw people bowing solemnly by the side of the road. Some people even knelt down and followed suit. When some inner city disciples saw this scene, they were even more cautious than the outer city disciples. They directly knelt on the ground. They had never seen the mansion master before, but they had seen the core elders by his side. The middle-aged man who could make the core elders walk at the back was definitely not simple. However, the two elders in front of the middle-aged man were probably not simple either. Most importantly, there was a young man standing in front of the two old men. He had his hands behind his back and was strolling around nonchalantly. It seemed like he had a great background. Along the way, the people on the long street knelt down one after another. However, most people didn't know what they were kneeling to. Mu Yun walked in front and looked at these people. She found it funny. It was rare to experience the temperament of a big shot. It was really enjoyable, especially when the people who were kneeling were disciples of the Five Elements Divine Palace. If these disciples knew that she had killed so many people of the Five Elements Divine Palace, she wondered if they would immediately go berserk and kill her. The two elders behind her couldn't do anything at this moment. They knew that these disciples were kneeling to them. Mu Yun was a prisoner, so it was inappropriate for her to be kneeled to as well. However, with so many disciples here, they couldn't do anything. When they finally reached the inner city, the core disciples' expressions changed drastically when they saw the two elders. Without another word, they knelt on the ground again. "Elders, it seems like the Five Elements Divine Palace still welcomes me." Mu Yun turned around and laughed. "Brat, walk your path obediently." These core disciples recognized the two elders, so they couldn't do anything at this moment. However, the heaven-devouring patriarch was cursing in his heart at this moment. The disciples of the Five Elements Divine Palace had to kneel when they saw the two elders. This time, Mu Yun took advantage of them for nothing. The entire Five Elements Divine Palace, from the core disciples to the outer city disciples, knelt before Mu Yun. In particular, some disciples rushed over to join the kneeling army when they heard the news. They were like fools. "Let's go in." When they finally reached a large hall in the inner city, the heaven-devouring patriarch's face was ashen. After today, he must issue an order. In the future, the disciples of the Five Elements Divine Palace were not allowed to kneel when they saw the elders in the sect. They only had to bow. Anyone who knelt and bowed indiscriminately would be expelled from the Five Elements Divine Palace. Here? Mu Yun was stunned when she saw the large hall in front of her. "Just go in when I tell you to. Why are you spouting so much nonsense?" The heaven-devouring patriarch kicked Mu Yun without hesitation. With quick reflexes, Mu Yun dodged the attack and barged into the main hall with a bang. At this moment, the entire hall looked empty. There were no decorations at all. In the middle of the hall, there was a figure sitting on a chair. That figure was dressed in a five-colored robe, and his hair was messy, making him look even dirtier. However, even though this person was sitting there, he gave off a feeling as if he was far away on the horizon. "You are the Five Elements Great Emperor?" Mu Yun was stunned when she saw this person. "Why? Don't I look like him?" The old man spoke softly. His voice was sharp, and he finally moved. However, when his eyes landed on Mu Yun's heart skipped a beat. That was a pair of colorful eyes. His eyes were divided into 5 different colors, and they gave off a dazzling vibe. You don't look like him. You are a great emperor, after all. You should at least have the prestige of a great emperor. You look like an old man now. Mu Yun knew that he was in a tiger's den this time. There was no way he could get out. Thus, he naturally spoke freely. If this old man wanted to kill him, he could do it at any time. He could not be bothered to resist. He could not resist at all. That's true. The old man chuckled and said, "Little fellow, sit down." Sit, there was no chair to sit on, however, before Mu Yun could say anything, a force pressed him to the seat. Mu Yun was stunned when he saw the seat that appeared below him. That's enough, Mr. Great Emperor. Why did you ask me to come here? Just tell me directly. Mu Yun said, "My little heart can't withstand your torment. I will die if you move your finger." Haha, you are in a hurry. The old man looked at Mu Yun and chuckled. Alright, since that is the case, it will be too pretentious of me to beat around the bush. I need you to do me a favor. Help? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The 10 Great Small Worlds. Don't make fun of me. You are the supreme ruler of the 5 elements small world. Thousands of years ago, even the 5 sages of the 5 major sects were defeated by you. What else can I help you with? There are some things that you don't have to be strong to do. The old man looked at Mu Yun and chuckled. Originally, I did have a candidate who could make do with it. But now, the candidate has been killed by you. Naturally, I have to look for you. As the saying goes, every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. Who else can I look for if not you? Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. Mu Yun smiled bitterly. It seemed that this old man was referring to the fact that she had killed the 3 of them. However, Mu Yun's expression suddenly changed when she thought of this. It can't be, trials? Kid, you're very smart. Seeing Mu Yun's expression change slightly, the old man chuckled. Great Emperor, don't fool me. Don't call me Great Emperor. Just call me Diwen. The old man chuckled. Since you know that the 5 elements small world is only one of the thousands of small worlds, then you should know that there are many other small worlds outside the 5 elements small world. Actually, although it's called a small world, it's just that it was broken by an ancient almighty and formed a spatial barrier that separated a continent. My 5 elements small world exists in the west of the thousands of small worlds. One world is next to another. When these thousands of small worlds are combined, it's actually a continent in itself. A super huge and boundless continent. The old man chuckled. I think you're not from the 5 elements small world. You came from another small world. You should know this. I think you want to return to your own small world, right? Since you know, I don't have to hide it anymore. Mu Yun said seriously. I come from the 3,000 small worlds. You should know about the 3,000 small worlds. 3,000 small worlds? Hearing this, Diwen shook his head. F*ck, I don't know. Mu Yun was dumbfounded. He thought that since King Geese was an old monster from thousands of years ago, he must have seen a lot. He must know a lot about the 3,000 small worlds. However, if even he didn't know about the 3,000 small worlds, who else would know? In his previous life, he was indeed an immortal king, but back then, he had also walked out of the 3,000 small worlds and entered the myriad great worlds. But later, in the myriad great worlds, he took charge of the Cloud Alliance and ruled over thousands of small worlds. Even if it was a small world that he managed himself, he didn't know everything about it, not to mention that the places where the 3,000 small worlds were located were not under his jurisdiction at all. Therefore, he had no idea about the small worlds around the 3,000 small worlds. I don't know about the 3,000 small worlds you mentioned, but among the thousands of small worlds in this area, the most famous one is the Pale Yellow Small World. The Pale Yellow Small World. Upon hearing this place, Mu Yun was stunned. It's there. Mu Yun shouted with a hint of excitement in her voice. This shout scared the Kingese out of their wits. Little bastard, didn't you say you came from the 3,000 small worlds? How did it become the Pale Yellow Small World? Kingese frowned. The 3,000 small worlds are the names and titles that have been used since 10,000 years ago. The small world I'm in was called the Pale Yellow Small World 10,000 years ago. As for why it was renamed to the 3,000 Small Worlds, I don't know. Hearing King Gee's words, Mu Yun was extremely excited. Back then, he had struggled bitterly to enter the myriad great worlds. At that time, the name of the 3,000 small worlds was the Pale Yellow Small World. However, after his rebirth, he had always been called the 3,000 Small Worlds, so he followed along. How far is the Pale Yellow Small World from the Five Elements Small World? Mu Yun asked excitedly. Very, very far. King Gee smiled bitterly and said, at least 100 million kilometers away. 100 million, Mu Yun smacked her lips. He also knew that distance was not a problem. If he flew slowly, he would be able to fly back sooner or later. However, the spatial blades between the various small worlds were very terrifying. Sometimes, if he was not careful, he would die under the spatial blades of the various small worlds. Even a life and death realm expert did not dare to be careless, therefore, if he wanted to go back, he had to rely on the spatial teleportation array. However, among the thousands of small worlds, the higher level ones had teleportation arrays, such as the Five Elements Small World. However, the lower level ones, such as the Pale Yellow Small World, did not have teleportation arrays at all. Mu Yun was able to leave the Pale Yellow Small World because of Yunlang's immortal artifact. However, later on, the immortal artifact completely shattered after breaking through the barrier of the Pale Yellow Small World. An immortal artifact was shattered just like that. It was enough to see how powerful the spatial barrier and spatial blades were. However, Yunlang probably did not expect that he would not die in the spatial turbulence with the chart of extermination in his hand. The Five Elements Small World is in the west, and the Pale Yellow Small World is in the west. However, if you want to go back, I suggest that you don't tell others that you are from the Pale Yellow Small World. Why? King Geese glanced at Mu Yun and said with a smile, the Pale Yellow Small World is an extremely famous existence among the thousands of small worlds. It is said that there is a peerless treasure hidden there. Controlling this treasure is enough to control the entire tens of thousands of small worlds. However, no one knows what it is. Treasure? The first thing Mu Yun thought of was the old man under the great desolate mountain in the eastern wilderness. You know? King Geese asked when he saw Mu Yun stunned. I know? Mu Yun said with a smile, if I knew, I would have gotten it long ago. Why would I wait until now? King Geese nodded when he heard Mu Yun's words. Indeed, that treasure caused the Pale Yellow Small World to be in chaos back then. It was originally one of the top 10 small worlds, but now it has fallen to the bottom level. It can't even afford to build a teleportation array. Top 10 small worlds, Mu Yun was astonished by this. He was not very clear about the Pale Yellow Small Worlds matters from 10,000 years ago. Now that he heard King Geese talk about this old news, he was naturally very interested. As I said just now, the so-called small worlds are just isolated by the space barrier after the continent was divided up. King Geese said indifferently, on our supercontinent, there are thousands of small worlds. I don't know the exact number. It is said that tens of thousands of years ago, the Pale Yellow Small World was the strongest among these thousands of small worlds, ranking in the top 10. But now, it is going downhill, and once it goes down, it can't stop. But even so, there are many interesting things in this small world. It's just that I don't know what happened later. The space barrier in this small world is incomparably solid, and it is very difficult for outsiders to break it. But the martial artists in the Pale Yellow Small World have never built a teleportation array to connect to the outside world. So, it gradually declined, and no one cares about it anymore. But once someone finds the entrance, I think they will be very happy to enter and investigate. Of the top 10 small worlds, the Five Elements Small World is also one of them. Mu Yun suddenly said. Your reaction is quite fast. The Five Elements Small World is indeed ranked 10th because of the number of life and death experts. King Geese said with a wry smile, but I'm afraid this 10th place will soon be lost. Mu Yun gradually guessed it in her heart. So this time, I originally planned to cultivate 5 elements move the heavens, 5 elements jade, and 5 elements transform the universe. But the 3 of them were killed by you. King Geese looked at Mu Yun and said with a smile, tell me, should I find trouble with you? As I said, there's no need to beat around the bush. I think it's better to be direct, right? Brat. King Geese chuckled and said, all right. Then let's be direct. There are thousands of small worlds that can connect to the outside world. All of them have to communicate with the outside world. Between them, there will always be transactions that everyone needs. So, naturally, how can we manage thousands of small worlds? After a long time, everyone will choose 10 small worlds. Each of these 10 small worlds must be strong enough. Once a transaction is made between them, the 10 small worlds will have the right to attack whoever messes up. 50 years ago, my 5 elements small world just entered the bottom of the rankings of my previous life. But at that time, it was purely a fluke. Now that 50 years have passed, the ranking of the top 10 small worlds will be carried out again. How will it be ranked? King Gi said again, all the small worlds that participate in this rule will select their own small world's elites. Those who are under 50 years of bone age will be as strong as they can be. Whoever can obtain a greater harvest in the battlefield will have their small world upgraded. Moreover, in the end, the top 10 small worlds will send their strongest disciples to compete in the arena to determine which small world is the strongest. Mu Yun was puzzled and said, as a top 10 small world, just the right to manage it is enough to move you so much. Haha, of course not. King Geese laughed and said, the top 10 small worlds have the right to rule. It is a high and mighty right. For example, if I fancy the wind boat from the wind small world, I will have the right to choose and buy it. Naturally, I will have the advantage. After a long time, this accumulation will naturally be huge. This is also why for so many years, I have been asking the 5 major forces for geniuses. If you can maintain the ranking of the top 10 small worlds, there will be many benefits. But if you can't maintain it and your position falls, you will fall even more miserably. You asked me to come here just to ask me to help you with this? That's right. Hearing this, Mu Yun pondered for a moment and said, then tell me the difference between the strongest and the weakest of the top 10 small worlds. Last time, the 100 Worlds War. King Geese nodded and said, this trial is called the 100 Worlds War. I understand. The 100 Worlds War. What is the first place of the 100 Worlds War? The first is the Wuji small world. King Geese said, last time, the number 1 was from the Wuji small world's Wuji transformation Sky Palace. This Sky Palace controls a world by itself, and its power is extremely strong. That genius is called Nyeren, and he is in the 3rd stage of life and death realm. F***ck. Mu Yun immediately cursed. 3rd level of life and death realm, he was at the same level as the prefecture master of the 5 elements divine prefecture. Translator, Transin editor, Transin 100 realms battle. Actually, you don't have to be so shocked. You're not even 50 years old, and your strength is at the 10th level of the Feather Immortal realm, but you can kill life and death realm warriors. It's still possible for you to take the 10th place. Diwen suddenly comforted. Mu Yun knew very well that he had been fighting with his life all this time. He had just reached the 10th level of the Feather Immortal realm, but there was someone who was more powerful than him. You just need to fight for the top 10 and keep your position, right? That's right. Then what's in it for me? I knew you would say that. Diwen laughed and said, the benefits are, first, you don't have to die. Second, if you can perform outstandingly, I can try to help you contact some people to help you return to the Tsang small world. Is that true? Of course. Diwen laughed and said, I helped you, and you helped me. Naturally, we're even. Moreover, you come from the Tsang small world. If I have the chance to go there in the future, I need you to welcome me. No problem. Naturally, Mu Yun did not believe a single word that the old fox said. Even if he helped him take the top 10 position, it was not impossible for him to get rid of him after he had outlived his usefulness. He did not believe that Diwen did not care about the death of the 3 geniuses. Kid, you don't need to have any dirty thoughts in your heart. I, the King Geese, am a man of my word. Moreover, I am now in the 7th stage of life and death realm. 3 reincarnations, 3 reincarnations, 3 reincarnations, the combination of life and death. 1 more step, and I will be in the human immortal realm. If I lie to you now, when I step into the human immortal realm in the future, it will be hard to get rid of my inner demons. Hearing this, Mu Yun nodded. If that's the case, I'll believe you this time. However, if I work for you, you have to give me some benefits, right? Benefits? I use a sword, but I have enough swordsmanship now, but my sword. As Muyun spoke, the anguish sword appeared in his hand. However, the anguish sword at this moment looked wrinkled and very dilapidated. You brat, so you're waiting for this. Sure, during this period of time, you are allowed to exercise your authority as the patriarch of the Five Elements city. Besides, I'll inform the 5 great factions. Since that's the case, I won't let you down. Muyun cupped her hands and smiled. He had no other choice in this deal. Since he had no other choice, he might as well fight to the death. The 100 Realms battle, it sounded like it would be very interesting. After leaving the main hall, Muyun went straight to the outside of the main hall. At this moment, as she looked down upon the entire Five-Element city, a strand of lofty sentiments suddenly arose in Muyun's heart. Now that he was at level 10 of the heavenly celestial realm, what he had to experience was killing. Through the tempering and comprehension between life and death, he could raise his realm and use it to cross the feather celestial realm and reach the life and death realm. Under such circumstances, it would only be more interesting if there were more killings. After Muyun left the hall, 2 figures walked out of the hall. Great Emperor! The 2 of them called out respectfully. Let's see if this lad can really do it this time. The heaven-devouring sect elder could not help but wonder. Do you have a better choice? No. The heaven-devouring sect elder scratched his head and said helplessly, it's just that the participants of the 100 Realms battle this time are all top geniuses from the top 10 small worlds. The weakest is at level 1 of the life and death realm. It's said that there's more than one person at level 3 of the life and death realm this time. Then there's nothing we can do. Diwen said helplessly, my 5 elements small world was lucky to get into the top 10 last time. If we can't protect it this time, you should know the consequences better than me. Hearing this, the heaven-devouring sect elder and Luo Tianwang's expressions changed. Alright, arrange for Muyun's cultivation in the near future. If he can break through to level 10 and reach the life and death realm, it'll be great. Do everything you can to satisfy his needs. Yes. Seeing the 2 of them leave, Diwen smiled helplessly and disappeared from the main hall. Not long after, he appeared again. However, in front of him, there were a few figures standing there. Haha, so it's the 5 Elements Great Emperor. How was it, Diwen? How are your preparations this time? Seeing Diwen enter, a loud laugh suddenly sounded. Diwen smiled bitterly and took a step forward to welcome him. At the same time, on the other side, Muyun was casually walking around the 5 Elements Divine Palace with the accompaniment of the 5 Elements Divine Palace. I really didn't expect that the world is unpredictable. I originally wanted to kill you, but now it has become like this. The 5 Elements Great Emperor looked at Muyun and smiled bitterly. How can there be so many changes in everything? It's just that everyone takes what they need for their own benefits. Muyun chuckled and said, if I can get into the top 10 for your 5 Elements Divine Palace this time, I, Muyun, can still live. However, if I can't get into the top 10, I'm afraid that old geezer Diwen will be the first to kill me. Hearing this, the 5 Elements Great Emperor laughed bitterly. Muyun was right. He couldn't refute her. This time, I've already ordered all the disciples in the palace to see you as if you're seeing the palace master. Don't worry, cultivate in the 5 Elements Divine Palace during this period of time. You just need to give the order. The 5 Elements Great Emperor said, the ancestor has already given a big order. Whoever is humble and pretentious can be executed directly. If you need to relax appropriately, it's not impossible. However, you can't force your disciples. Relax appropriately? Muyun was shocked. She looked at the 5 Elements Great Emperor and said strangely, am I that kind of person? Hearing this, the 5 Elements Great Emperor smiled bitterly and didn't answer. This time, you need to choose a sharp weapon. This is the weapon pavilion in my 5 Elements Divine Palace. There are some restrictions inside that you need me to help you open. The 5 Elements Great Emperor led Muyun into a hall that was more than 100 meters tall. When the door opened, a sharp aura rushed over. Elder Yun, it's me. As the 5 Elements Great Emperor's words fell, the sharp aura gradually dissipated. Only then did the 5 Elements Great Emperor bring Muyun into the hall. With just a glance, Mu Yun felt that the number of experts in the Five Elements Divine Palace was definitely not as many as they had shown before. If they really started a war with the five major forces, the Five Elements Divine Palace would definitely not be afraid. Sabers, swords, halberds, tridents, staffs, and rods. Everything you need is here. The Five Elements Great Emperor said, however, I see that you have been using a sword. You should need a sword. I don't need to explain to you about peerless sacred weapons. Your embittered sword is a grade 1 void immortal weapon. I will bring you to see some void immortal weapons. Alright. After walking along the hall for a full hour, the Five Elements Great Emperor brought Mu Yun to a dark room. With a wave of his hand, a Five Elements mark appeared. The door of the dark room slowly opened. The inside was brightly lit, but it seemed to be stuffy with dust. This is where the core weapons of my Five Elements Divine Palace are. There are a total of 237 divine weapons of various sizes. Among them, there are more than 30 longswords. You can choose by yourself. As the Five Elements Great Emperor spoke, they came to a grid. That grid looked to be 100 meters long. The Five Elements Great Emperor waved his hand, and the grid creaked open. Longswords of various shapes appeared in front of Mu Yun. Long swords, short swords, wide swords, dual swords, every sword had a different style. Looking at those swords, Mu Yun liked them from the bottom of her heart. This was a swordsman's love for swords. Good swords. Seeing the dual swords, Mu Yun praised. These dual swords, one is called the Passion Sword. It is 3 feet and 7 inches long. The other is called the Heartless Sword. It is 3 feet and 4 inches long. Both are grade 3 void immortal weapons. They are very suitable for swordsmen. The Five Elements Great Emperor introduced. Not bad. They are good swords. Mu Yun smiled slightly. However, she had never been good at using swords. If Zhou Zijian were to use this sword, it would definitely be good. That kid had a natural understanding of dual swords. After walking past the first few swords, although Mu Yun was excited to see them, those long swords always had some flaws. Even if she did not use them again, they were not perfect. In the end, she still could not find one that she liked. Eh? This sword? Oh, this broken sword is called the Skychime Sword. It was originally a grade 4 void immortal weapon. However, when I obtained it, it was a broken sword. Picking up the Skychime Sword, Mu Yun immediately felt a murderous aura spreading from the longsword to her body. This is it. Almost without hesitation, Mu Yun held the sword hilt in her hand and said with satisfaction. This is it. The Five Elements Great Emperor was stunned when he heard Mu Yun's words. You'd better think carefully about which longsword to choose. The Five Elements Great Emperor smiled bitterly and said, although this Skychime Sword is a grade 4 void immortal weapon, it is broken. It is only 2/3 of its original size. Moreover, the contract in the sword body is also damaged. You'd better change it. No need. Looking at the longsword in her hand, Mu Yun chuckled and said, the contract is damaged. I can repair it. Moreover, this longsword is damaged, which just happens to make its quality perfect. What? The sword body was damaged, but the quality was perfect. What a joke. The Five Elements Great Emperor was stunned when he heard Mu Yun's words. You won't understand even if I tell you. Mu Yun could not be bothered to argue and said, I'll take this Skychime Sword. Help me find a blacksmith. I need to repair this sword. No problem. The Five Elements Great Emperor was very curious. Repairing a void immortal weapon was not as simple as refining a void immortal weapon. It was much harder to repair a complete void immortal weapon than to refine it. For example, to repair a grade 4 void immortal weapon, one had to at least be qualified to refine a grade 5 void immortal weapon. Mu Yun was only at the 10th level of the heavenly immortal realm. It was rare for her to have such knowledge. Moreover, he had learned that Mu Yun had refined a void immortal pill in the Fire Mountain. She could repair a void immortal weapon now. Is there anything that this guy doesn't know? Soon, the blacksmith was found and the spirit tablet was prepared. Mu Yun did not avoid suspicion and directly began to inscribe the spirit tablet in front of the Five Elements Great Emperor. The inscription of spirit inscriptions was extremely complicated, especially for a void immortal weapon. It required the nourishment of immortal qi to succeed. Even for Mu Yun, under such caution, it took him an entire hour to finish inscribing the first spirit tablet. Then, the second and the third. Repairing the heavenly cry sword. Although Extreme 5 Elements was not a weapon refiner, he roughly knew how difficult it was to inscribe the spirit inscriptions of a grade 4 void immortal artifact. However, Mu Yun had actually managed to inscribe one in an hour all by himself. Amazing! At this moment, Extreme 5 Elements looked at Mu Yun with eyes full of shock. Under such circumstances, if he said that Mu Yun was bullshitting, it would really be nonsense. Although Extreme 5 Elements was not a weapon refiner, the spirit tablets that he inscribed carried traces of spirit power. Anyone with discerning eyes could feel the spirituality in the spirit tablets. However, what surprised Extreme 5 Elements was that Mu Yun's method of inscribing spirit tablets was very strange. He could not tell what was strange about it. Gradually, more and more spirit tablets piled up beside Mu Yun. Mu Yun's back was also gradually drenched in sweat. However, Extreme 5 Elements watched excitedly. However, he did not know if Mu Yun could merge the inscriptions on the spirit tablets into the heavenly cry sword. Whether this fellow really had the ability or was just playing with him, he would know in a while. Time gradually passed. After a day and a night, there were more than 100 spirit tablets piled up in front of Mu Yun. Every spirit tablet shone with faint spirit inscriptions. At this moment, Extreme 5 Elements could not help but exhale. He really wanted to praise Mu Yun. Amazing, Mu Yun actually did not fail once in inscribing hundreds of spirit tablets and inscribing inscriptions. This was simply unbelievable. In Extreme 5 Elements' Divine Palace, the most outstanding weapon refiners would usually make 1 or 2 mistakes when inscribing 10 spirit tablets, not to mention hundreds of them. How did you do it? Extreme 5 Elements could not help but ask when he saw that none of the spirit tablets were broken. How did I do it? Mu Yun chuckled and said, talent. Talent? Extreme 5 Elements wanted to curse, but when he saw Mu Yun's smiling face and a trace of paleness, he finally stopped. It seemed that it was indeed talent. Next, Mu Yun began to fuse the contract. The heavenly chime sword appeared in his hand. With a flick of his finger, a clanging sound suddenly rang out. The moment the voice appeared, the entire broken sword seemed to let out a clear cry. However, that clear cry sounded natural, but it also carried a trace of sadness and powerlessness. I will definitely return your reputation to you. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, she directly placed the long sword in her hand. Lines of contract characters were moved by him from the spirit tablets. At this moment, those contract characters surged towards the heaven chime sword and gave off a clear sword hum. Amazing! Extreme 5 Elements was shocked. Gradually, Mu Yun fell silent. The longsword spun in Mu Yun's hand as lines of contracts entered the longsword. Seeing the longsword enter, Mu Yun's eyes became extremely determined. His eyes were covered in sweat, and his sword was trembling. At this moment, Mu Yun no longer had the slightest trace of a joking tone. Seeing Mu Yun like this, Extreme 5 Elements felt that the person sitting in front of him was not a junior, but a master artifact refiner who had been immersed in the path of artifact refinement for thousands, tens of thousands of years. Phew, after an unknown period of time, a buzzing sound suddenly rang out from the longsword. Mu Yun exhaled slightly at this moment. The sword made a sound, a faint sword hum sounded from the sword. However, this time, the sword hum sounded even fuller and carried a hint of sonorous momentum. Good sword. Mu Yun could not help but exclaim in admiration again. This sword should have been 3 feet and 5 inches long, but now it's only 2 feet and 7 inches. The broken part happens to be the part that this long sword doesn't need. As Mu Yun laughed out loud, she walked out of the artifact refinement room and came to the square outside. Her longsword danced as she stood up. This sword was simply perfect now. It was even more perfect when it was broken. Moreover, this kind of perfection was not deliberately formed by the longsword itself. Instead, it happened to complete this sword's perfection when the longsword was damaged. It's a good sword. At this moment, Extreme 5 Elements could not help but exclaim in admiration. It was indeed a good sword. Heaven's cry sword. This time, this longsword will bring me to kill. Mu Yun's heart was filled with lofty sentiments. The longsword was a hero. Mu Yun did not think of himself as a hero, but the sword was his favorite weapon. This kind of weapon affected his temperament. In his previous life, he was not so obsessed with and passionate about swords. But in this life, from the moment he grew up, the first thing that accompanied him was the sword. Who dares to make a ruckus in the artifact refinement area? You're courting death. However, at this moment, a cold shout suddenly sounded. A figure directly held a long spear in his hand and charged towards Mu Yun. Good timing. Seeing the figure charging towards him, Mu Yun did not dodge and directly welcomed it with his sword. The interior of the Heaven's Cry sword had just been repaired, and he needed to train well. This person came at the right time. Extreme 5 Elements Yuan, don't be presumptuous. However, when Extreme 5 Elements saw the person who came, he immediately shouted. However, the young man called Extreme 5 Elements Yuan did not care at all and directly stabbed his spear towards Mu Yun. Cloud Furnace Spear Kill. The spear stabbed out. The spear itself was longer than the sword. This spear landed directly. Before Mu Yun's longsword arrived, the long spear had already arrived in front of him. 7 Seals of Extermination. He directly attacked with his sword, and the 7 seals directly condensed into one. In an instant, it pounced towards the figure in front of him. However, the long spear only arrived in front of Mu Yun after this sword attack. Mu Yun turned around and flicked the long spear away with his long sword. Clang! Instantly, a sonorous sound was heard. Extreme 5 Elements Yuan spat out blood from his mouth. With a plop, the long spear left his hand, and the 7 seals of life and death directly blasted in front of him. No. When Extreme 5 Elements saw this scene, how could he not see that if he was hit by the 7 seals, Extreme 5 Elements Yuan would probably die? With a low shout, Extreme 5 Elements Yuan appeared in front of Extreme 5 Elements Yuan. He struck out with his palm, and the 7 seals of life and death gradually dissipated one by one. Even so, Wu Yuanji's face had become a little paler. Damn it! Extreme 5 Elements did not expect that the power of Mu Yun's 7 swords of extermination seemed to have increased again. It had actually become stronger again. Therefore, he did not use his full strength just now. Who would have thought that he would almost be tricked by Mu Yun? Prefecture Master 5 Elements, are you alright? Seeing Extreme 5 Elements' face turn pale, Mu Yun hurriedly stepped forward and asked. I'm fine. Extreme 5 Elements could be considered to have lost face this time. Immediately, some of the alarmed weapon refiners and disciples below started discussing. The manor head was almost injured by Mu Yun's sword. Nonsense, how is that possible? How is it impossible? Look at how pale Prefecture Master's face is. He must have suffered internal injuries. He is too embarrassed to show it, so he is deliberately holding on. It can't be. Hearing those words, Extreme 5 Elements felt even more aggrieved. If he had not underestimated Mu Yun's attack, he would not have been at a disadvantage. After thinking about it, it was still Extreme 5 Elements Yuan's fault for attacking indiscriminately. Extreme 5 Elements Yuan, come here. Extreme 5 Elements shouted coldly as he looked at Extreme 5 Elements Yun behind him. Prefecture Master. Extreme 5 Elements Yuan lowered his head at this moment, and his face was flushed red. He was also at the 10th level of the Feather Immortal Realm, but his bone age was close to 500 years old. Therefore, he was not qualified to participate in this 100 Realms battle. However, when he found out that Mu Yun was representing the Extreme 5 Elements Divine Palace, how could he take this lying down? That was why he attacked. However, who would have thought that he would be defeated by Mu Yun with one strike? This was simply too embarrassing. Prefecture Master, I know my mistake. What did you do wrong? I shouldn't have attacked Mu Yun. I just wanted to test his strength and see how he is. Test his strength? Extreme 5 Elements Yuan was unable to restrain his anger. He shouted, do I need you to test him? Since the Ancestor and the others have decided that it is Mu Yun, they have already tested him. Is it your turn to test him? I think all of you are becoming more and more unruly. You will be grounded for 3 years. Get lost. Sect Master. Extreme 5 Elements Yuan was completely stunned when he heard the words 3 years of confinement. 3 years of confinement. Although it was called confinement, it was actually a life in a cage. It would delay 3 years of cultivation. Get lost. Extreme 5 Elements Yuan did not allow any explanation at all. He shouted, the ancestor said that Mu Yun has the authority of the sect master in the Extreme 5 Elements Divine Palace. You challenging Mu Yun is challenging the authority of the sect master. Now, are you not even taking me, the real sect master, seriously? I don't dare. Extreme 5 Elements Yuan cupped his hands and finally left. Prefecture master, why are you so angry? Mu Yun smiled bitterly and said, this guy just wants to see my strength. I'm not even angry. Kid, you're not a good person either. Mu Yun touched his nose and smiled bitterly. He didn't seem to have done anything, right? This commotion, which was neither big nor small, gradually spread throughout the 5 Elements Divine Palace. However, everyone finally knew this time. Mu Yun was now an indomitable spirit in the Extreme 5 Elements Divine Palace. He had a high position and power. No one could offend this guy. Alright, since you don't appreciate being a good person, then I might as well be a bad person. What do you want to do? Mu Yun smiled and said, I heard that the secret technique of the Extreme 5 Elements Divine Seal is awe-inspiring. It's the unique skill of the Extreme 5 Elements Divine Seal. It's at least a void immortal skill. I really want to learn it. You want to learn the Extreme 5 Elements Divine Seal? Impossible. Extreme 5 Elements Yuan immediately denied it. However, suddenly, Extreme 5 Elements Yuan seemed to have received an order, and his expression became strange. Follow me. Needless to say, Mu Yun knew that it was very likely that the old ghost, Di Wen, had given the order. Originally, he had just said it casually, but he did not expect that the old ghost, Di Wen, would actually agree. However, the more Di Wen agreed, the more uneasy he felt. The Kingese wanted Han Sen to use this last bit of time to become stronger. However, the more Di Wen indulged his privileges in the Extreme 5 Elements Divine Palace, the more it showed that this 100 Realms battle was not that simple. Perhaps it was even more difficult than the previous one. However, this time, Extreme 5 Elements Yuan brought Mu Yun directly to the square in the outer city of the Extreme 5 Elements Divine Palace. Mu Yun also had an impression of this square. Back then, when he had just entered the Extreme 5 Elements city, he had passed by here. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Stone Pillar Secret Manual. This stone tablet was not the 9 Spirits Heaven Seas tablet. The third 9 Spirits Heaven Seas tablet had already been taken by Mu Yun. However, she was not in a hurry to study it now. She would observe it slowly in the future. This is where the 5 Elements Divine Seal Cultivation Technique and Martial Technique of my 5 Elements Divine Palace are located. 5 Elements G pointed at the stone tablet and said, This is it. Seeing Mu Yun's incredulous look, 5 Elements G smiled bitterly and said, this is it. Palace Master, if you don't want to teach it to me, just say so. Why do you have to do this? This is it? Mu Yun curled her lips and said, your 5 Elements Divine Palace placed the consummate skill in the outer city of 5 Elements City. Moreover, it's in the plaza where thousands of people are watching. Doesn't that mean that everyone who comes to your 5 Elements Divine Palace can comprehend it? Rolling his eyes, 5 Elements G was speechless and said, do you think this is cabbage? Do you think that anyone who comes can take 2 and stew them? This is indeed the 5 Elements Divine Seal. If you can take it away, then take it away. 5 Elements G said unhappily. However, Mu Yun wanted to argue again, but a voice sounded in her mind. Kid, this is indeed the 5 Elements Divine Seal's secret manual. The cultivation technique engraved on the stone pillar is not something that everyone can cultivate. If you can cultivate it, then take it and comprehend it. We won't stop you. However, I can tell you that every disciple of the 5 Elements Divine Palace relies on their own ability to comprehend the consummate skill of the 5 Elements Divine Seal. It all depends on whether you can comprehend it. Are you sure you didn't do anything? Why would I do that? Di Wen's voice sounded again, I'm naturally happy that you can learn the 5 Elements Divine Seal well. When you enter the 100 Worlds battle, your chances of success will be higher. I understand. Mu Yun did not speak anymore. Instead, she stood in front of the stone pillar and quietly observed it. Stay here and comprehend it. I still have some things to take care of. Wu Xingji said, Mu Yun, it's not that I'm looking down on you. I've also witnessed your talent. It's indeed monstrous. No one in my 5 elements divine palace can compare to you. However, instead of spending time here comprehending the 5 elements divine seal, you might as well increase your strength. My 5 elements divine palace doesn't lack elixirs or divine weapons. Do you really suspect that I can't comprehend it? Let me put it this way. Over the past few thousand years, those who have truly comprehended the 5 elements divine seal are the genius disciples of the 5 elements divine palace. Every one of them is a genius with the 5 elements physique. Moreover, the one who spent the least time is 10 years, and the one who spent the most time is even 1,000 years. This martial skill was not created by the old ancestor. Instead, the old ancestor once obtained this item in a dangerous place. He brought it back and inadvertently discovered the comprehension within it. At least 10 years old, and there were even some that were over 1,000 years old. Mu Yun smacked her lips. I understand. Mu Yun said, don't worry. If I can't comprehend it, I won't force myself. N. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Wu Xingji immediately left. After all, he was the palace master of the 5 elements divine palace. He still had a lot of things to do. It was impossible for him to accompany Mu Yun all the time. Sitting cross-legged, Mu Yun sat upright in the square. Staring at the stone pillar in front of her, Mu Yun directly wrapped her soul power around it. However, Mu Yun did not feel anything when her soul power was bound to the stone pillar. It's useless? Kid, your method is wrong. Guiyi's voice sounded at this moment. Old tortoise, you're experienced and knowledgeable. Take a look at the situation. I've never seen this pillar before, but I'm sure you can't use your soul power to bind it to check what's going on. Then what is it? Guiyi chuckled and said, didn't you just figure out something good? Those 5 sect masters' comprehension of the core martial skills of their respective sections. Now, maybe you can try it out? Alright. Hearing Guiyi's words, Mu Yun wanted to activate the 5 elements power in her body and gather it directly on the stone pillar. However, at this moment, a figure walked out from the inner city and slowly came to Mu Yun. You're Mu Yun? That's me. Seeing the person who came, Mu Yun nodded. I heard that you're participating as the representative of the 5 elements divine palace in the 100 Worlds Great War. Moreover, you're participating as the chief disciple. I'm called 5 Elements Stone Warehouse. I'm here to experience your strength. You? Looking at the person in front of her, Mu Yun smiled bitterly. I'm the lead disciple of this 100 Worlds Great War. 5 Elements Stone Warehouse has passed 2 life and death calamities but failed. However, I think I'm still stronger than you. 5 Elements Stone Warehouse's voice was not loud, nor was it aggressive. He only said indifferently, since you've become the leader, I have to test your strength before I can recognize you. Forget it. Hearing this, Mu Yun said helplessly, it's not that I don't want to fight with you, but I'm worried that if I really do something to you, you won't be able to recover in time and will ruin my plans. Since 5 Elements Stone Warehouse was on the same team, it was naturally better for him to be stronger. The possibility of him being able to complete the task given by the regalia was also higher. If he beat this guy until he couldn't get out of bed for a few months, then he would be blind. Ruin your plans? 5 Elements Stone Warehouse frowned and said, don't worry, I just want to test your strength. Seeing this guy's stubborn look, Mu Yun smiled bitterly. Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. After saying that, Mu Yun said, how about this? Let's directly determine the winner in one move. Determine the winner in one move? Okay. 5 Elements Stone Warehouse nodded. Gradually, a 5-colored divine seal appeared in front of 5 Elements Stone Warehouse. The 5-colored divine seal carried a trace of tyrannical fluctuation, but just based on this point, it seemed to be much stronger than 5 elements shaking the heavens. Ready! The 5 Elements Stone Warehouse shouted and took a step forward. Seal of life and death. With a low shout, the 5 Elements divine seal charged directly towards Mu Yun. Seeing the 5 Elements divine seal charging towards him, Mu Yun's eyes flashed. Mu Yun had always had a strong interest in the 5 Elements divine seal of the 5 Elements divine palace. The strength of this divine seal lay in the balance of the invisible power. Seeing the five elements divine seal charging towards him, Mu Yun smiled slightly. The nine-element sphere was completely condensed. The nine-element sphere was in a complete state this time. The nine-element sphere spun rapidly, and streaks of nine elements heavenly gathering technique gathered from the nine-element sphere. Mu Yun wanted to see if his nine elements heavenly gathering technique was stronger or if the five elements divine seal was stronger. Nine elements force. With a low shout, Mu Yun took a step forward. Boom, suddenly, the world seemed to have completely quieted down. Explosions rang out continuously at this moment. The sounds of explosions gradually spread out. Two figures stood steadily in the midst of the explosions, not moving at all. Everyone was completely stunned at this moment. What happened? Was there someone behind the attack? What's going on? Five Elements Stone Warehouse had just left, but he suddenly turned around and returned. What was going on with this explosion? Xianxia. When he saw that figure, Five Elements Stone Warehouse was instantly dumbfounded. At this moment, Xianxia's clothes were torn apart, and his body was pitch black. Only a pair of eyes revealed a trace of white light. He stood on the spot in a daze. Don't blame me. On the other side, Mu Yun waved her hand helplessly and said, he insisted on testing my strength. I've already rejected him. You, looking at Mu Yun's appearance, Five Elements Stone Warehouse smiled bitterly, picked up the Five Elements Stone Warehouse, and left this place. At this time, there was no need to talk about blaming him. Right now, it was more important to bring the Five Elements Stone Warehouse back for treatment. This guy, the 100 Realms battle was in a few months. If he delayed things, then the Five Elements Divine Palace's position would be threatened even more. Seeing Five Elements Stone Warehouse and Five Elements Stone Warehouse leave, Mu Yun smiled bitterly. It seemed that the Five Elements Great Emperor had offended many disciples of the Five Elements Divine Palace for the 100 Realms battle. Sitting cross-legged again, Mu Yun sorted out his emotions and calmed down. When he fought with Xianxia just now, he once again felt the power of the Five Elements Divine Seal. Moreover, he could feel that whether it was Five Elements moving the heavens or Five Elements Stone Warehouse, the Five Elements Divine Seal that they cultivated felt strange. Let's give it a try. Sitting in front of the stone pillar, Mu Yun exhaled. His hands gradually merged together, and the imprints suddenly condensed at this moment. In that instant, Mu Yun's entire being was focused. Fire Element Mountains Universal Flaming Dragon Roar, Sky Water Factions Myriad Transformations Soft Water Technique, Golden Gate 600 Refinements Golden Body, Immortal Rock Pavilions Diamond Sacred Body, Azure Wood Manners Heavenly Wood Morality Technique. The five core martial techniques gradually gathered around Mu Yun at that moment. Compared to the other four martial techniques, Mu Yun's comprehension of the Universal Flaming Dragon Roar was relatively deeper. Therefore, he deliberately suppressed the Universal Flaming Dragon Roar. Among the five elements, balance was the most important. In order to achieve such a balance, Mu Yun needed to constantly ponder. As he gradually balanced the fusion of the five elements, Mu Yun quietly used the Five Elements Heart technique and approached the stone pillar. Bang! A deep explosion rang out. A powerful repulsive force instantly bounced back from the stone pillar. No. Mu Yun frowned and muttered to himself, it hasn't reached the balance of the five elements. Once again, Mu Yun retreated and used the Five Elements Heart technique once again. Bang! It still didn't work. Bang! It didn't work again. Therefore, for nearly a month, the entire Five Elements Divine Palace's outer city was filled with thunderous bangs from morning till night. They constantly entered everyone's ears. Such sounds were jointly protested by all the Five Elements Divine Palace's disciples. However, the protest was ineffective. In the end, it attracted the attention of all the Five Elements Divine Palace's outer city disciples. They surrounded Mu Yun in the square, leaving him impenetrable. However, Mu Yun completely ignored them. At that moment, he only had the five elements in his mind to achieve the ultimate balance. Although he had obtained all the cultivation comprehensions of the five sect masters, it was extremely difficult to combine all the cultivation comprehensions together. The banging sounds continued. Gradually, the Five Elements Divine Palace's disciples got used to such sounds. Until one night. The stars were like water droplets that hung in the sky. The entire five elements divine palace was bathed in moonlight. The misty moonlight scattered on the ground. At that moment, Mu Yun was still sitting in front of the stone pillar. Again. With a low bellow, Mu Yun's long hair was wet from the dew. His clothes also carried the stench of sweat. However, his eyes were exceptionally bright. This time I will definitely succeed. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios 5 Elements Heaven Seal Mark. A loud explosion was heard once again. However, after this explosion, the surface of the stone pillar no longer remained unchanged. The entire stone pillar started to emit a faint light. At this moment, the faint light was burning and gathering drop by drop. Like bright drops of liquid, they gradually converged into a burning stream of air. Seeing this, Mu Yun stood up excitedly. However, at this moment, a majestic airflow gushed out from the stone pillar. This airflow looked extremely terrifying. At this moment, Mu Yun finally succeeded in opening the stone pillar. In an instant, Mu Yun felt as if her figure disappeared from the spot. Immediately after, the figure that disappeared seemed to be in a dense grassland. As her aura floated, streams of airflow spread out continuously. This is the real scenery inside the stone pillar. Seeing this, Mu Yun was stunned. At this moment, the streams of airflow moved in front of Mu Yun like human figures. However, when Mu Yun's palm touched those human figures, they turned into strange runes. Gradually, those runes turned into characters again. What is this? Ancient language. Guei said in surprise. Ancient language? Hearing Mu Yun's question, Guei said, anyway, it's an ancient word that you don't recognize. Nonsense, he didn't recognize this word at first glance. Why would he ask him if he recognized it? What's the name? 5 Elements Heaven Seal Mark. Guei said indifferently. 5 Elements Heaven Seal Mark, not the 5 Elements Divine Seal. Mu Yun was slightly stunned. What was going on? Could it be that she had coincidentally triggered the other martial techniques in this stone pillar? No way. Don't lie to me, old tortoise. Isn't this the 5 Elements Divine Seal? Why did it become the 5 Elements Heaven Seal Mark? If you don't believe me, take a look for yourself. There are 5 characters on it. Could it be 4 characters? Guei snorted in disdain, appearing extremely angry. Obviously, he was also very angry that Mu Yun doubted him. Mu Yun calmed down and said, in that case, read the characters on it to me. 5 Elements Heaven Seal Mark, seal the heavens and earth, move the mountains and fill the seas, move the heavens and earth, 1 seal 1 life. Hearing Guei's words, Mu Yun suddenly realized that this was obviously a martial technique's mental cultivation method. However, as soon as she heard Guei's heaven seal mark, Mu Yun's mind, the characters, Mu Yun, and Mu Yun, the characters disappeared. He didn't integrate it into his thoughts at all. Old tortoise, Mu. Of course. Guei snorted and said, in my opinion, this mental cultivation method contains a seal restriction. Only those who understand these ancient words can fuse with it. It seems that the 5 Elements Divine Seal that those people from the 5 Elements Divine Palace are talking about is not this 5 Elements Heaven Seal Mark. Then what should I do? Guei pondered for a moment and said, it's not that there's no way. It's just that I need to lose some of my divine power. I can fuse a part of my memory with you. You can understand these ancient words on your own. Can I? Of course. Guei said contentedly, however, kid, if you help me more and find more treasures with Desolation Chi, I'll absorb them and my strength will become stronger and stronger. When that time comes, I won't be able to help you this much. Don't worry. We haven't encountered it yet, have we? Mu Yun smiled and said, if we encounter it, I'll definitely help you snatch it and help you recover. Don't be so glib here. Get ready. Guei said, because I'm not only imparting you the ancient language, but also a part of my memory. I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it. I won't be able to bear it? Mu Yun was stunned for a moment. He was now at the 10th level of the heavenly immortal realm. He was not far from the life and death realm. If he advanced a little more, he would become a real immortal. Guei actually said that he would not be able to bear it. Let's give it a try. Mu Yun knew that Guai had an extraordinary background, so he did not dare to be careless and said solemnly. Okay. Guai said and did not say anything else. Not long after, Mu Yun gradually felt that the chart of celestial extermination in his mind began to shake. The chart of celestial extermination carried a trace of tyrannical fluctuations and looked very strange. However, this strange phenomenon did not last long. Mu Yun felt that the scene in front of him changed drastically. In an instant, a crack quietly spread out from the chart of celestial extermination quietly. The crack gradually expanded, and the speed was getting faster and faster. The sound of dripping could be heard, and the crack gradually spread. Mu Yun felt that in his soul. It seemed that something was dripping in. The sound of dripping could be heard. In an instant, a fluctuating aura spread out. Suddenly, Mu Yun felt as if his soul had been struck by lightning. The scene in front of him changed dramatically at this moment. His figure once again changed the scenery. But this time, he seemed to be in the middle of a boundless universe. In front of him, apart from nothingness, there was only fear. Boundless cold air gathered around his body from all directions. The sound of crackling could be heard continuously. In an instant, a figure appeared beside him. It was still the same white figure. However, this time, the white figure seemed to be much weaker than the last time he saw it. Standing in front of this white figure were giant monsters of different shapes and sizes. They were thousands of meters long. The bodies of these monsters were like mountains. They were extremely terrifying. However, at this moment, it was too strange to see such heavy bodies floating above the sea. However, this was not the only thing that was strange. The giant beasts were powerful, and their auras were even more tyrannical. However, the white-robed man still stood in the same place. He held the sword in his hand casually. In an instant, the long sword suddenly rose. Clang, a loud clang could be heard. The giant beasts in front of him suddenly turned into nothingness one by one. Immediately after, more giant beasts came to surround him again. The white-robed figure finally stepped out with his sword raised. An elegant figure and elegant swordsmanship. This was the only feeling that Mu Yun had. Very strong, the sound of splashing could be heard. In the blink of an eye, the area in front of Mu Yun turned into a sea of blood. In the sea of blood, a figure suddenly rose into the air, holding a long spear in his hand. The man holding the long spear looked at the white-cloaked figure and mumbled something that no one could understand. However, Mu Yun, who was standing at the side, could feel the tyrannical strength of these two people. Gradually, the two people did not seem to come to an agreement. The white-robed man did not waste any more time and directly attacked. Clang, clang, clang. The two people clashed and the battle started. This battle could be said to be a chaotic one. However, in the end, the white-robed man was stronger and directly killed the man holding the long spear. The white-robed man put his hands behind his back and looked at the calm sea. Suddenly, he roared. The sea was still turbulent, and a pearl rose directly. Looking at the pearl, the white-robed man smiled slightly. He stretched out his hand and caught the pearl in his hand. He swallowed it directly. The battle came to an end at this moment. However, Mu Yun's heart was still in a state of shock. This time, the white-robed man appeared. Although the battle did not seem to frighten him as much as the previous few times, Mu Yun knew. The white-robed man in this memory should not be as strong as before. However, even so, this kind of strength had long surpassed him in the past. Every time he saw the white-robed man appear, the strong pressure always made him breathless. What are you in a daze for? Seeing that Mu Yun did not move, Guai said. Are you okay? However, seeing that Mu Yun still did not respond to him, Guai asked again. I'm fine. Mu Yun suddenly woke up and wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. He said in a daze, too strong. When can I reach this level? Stop daydreaming. You should walk your current path well first. Guai looked at Mu Yun and rolled his eyes. You'd better think about how to return to your previous position first. That's the most realistic thing. I understand. The two of them bickered for a long time. However, Mu Yun suddenly said in a daze, didn't you send me the ancient characters? Why did I see such an inexplicable soul memory? Guai was speechless. Look at these characters in front of you now. Turning his head to look, Mu Yun was surprised to find that the characters that were unfamiliar to him previously seemed to have become familiar characters that he had studied for thousands of years and were engraved in his mind. Do you believe me now? Yes. Mu Yun acknowledged and ignored Guai. His eyes were fixed on the jumping characters in front of him. 5 elements heaven seal. The 5 elements seals heaven and earth. 1 seal seals life and death, 2 seals desolation. The earth seal destroys immortals, the heaven seal destroys gods, and the 5 elements seal heaven and earth. The heaven seal seals all life. Looking at the words, Mu Yun felt the blood in his body boil. No wonder. No wonder the 5 elements told me that it's impossible to comprehend the 5 elements divine seal without 10 or 100 years. This 5 elements heaven seal is much more powerful than the 5 elements divine seal. However, it's much more difficult to cultivate than the 5 elements divine seal. It's equivalent to an immortal technique. Immortal technique? Hearing Mu Yun's words, Guai laughed to himself and did not say anything. Did I say something wrong? That's right. It's just that with your current strength, it's already not bad if you can use the first seal of the 5 elements heaven seal. Guai chuckled and said, however, it's a good thing that you've comprehended the 5 great secret manuals of the 5 sect masters. The 5 elements are the same. I think it should be easier for you to cultivate this martial technique. Yes. Mu Yun looked at the seal technique and nodded. He naturally had to learn such a powerful seal technique. Not only did he have to learn it, but he also had to learn it as a fatal blow. Although I don't know why I'm comprehending the 5 elements heaven seal and not the 5 elements divine seal of the 5 elements divine palace, this martial technique is much more powerful than the 5 elements divine seal. It's worth it. A hint of joy flashed across Mu Yun's eyes. With a thought, he immediately left the space. However, when Mu Yun's consciousness returned to his body, he was instantly stunned by the scene in front of him. At this moment, he was surrounded by thousands of people. Those people were all looking at him strangely as if there was gold on his face. Is there anything to see? Seeing those people staring at him in surprise, Mu Yun was stunned. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios not participating? Indeed, there was nothing much to see. However, the scene in front of him was really exciting. The stone pillar was in front of him. The originally 100-meter-tall stone pillar had strange patterns on its surface, making it look majestic. However, at that moment, cracks were slowly spreading all over the stone pillar. It was as if a gentle breeze would be able to completely topple the stone pillar. An accident, an accident. Seeing this, Mu Yun smiled awkwardly and took a step forward. With a crack, a piece of gravel was sent flying by Mu Yun's foot. Without any deviation, the gravel directly bounced onto the stone pillar that already looked like it had 1 foot in the grave. Boom, this time, the stone pillar could not hold on anymore. The last straw became the straw that broke the camel's back. The stone pillar was kicked to pieces. Cracking sounds could be heard one after another. At this moment, the stone pillar had completely collapsed. Instantly, the thousands of 5 elements divine palace disciples on the martial arts field were completely dumbfounded. Shattered, it actually shattered. This stone pillar was the symbol of the 5 elements divine palace's strength. It was where the martial skill manuals that had been passed down for thousands of years were located. It was the face of the 5 elements divine palace. However, at this moment, it was destroyed by Mu Yun, shattered. Mu Yun's action was like a slap to the 5 elements divine palace's face. It was a loud slap. Old tortoise, what's going on? Mu Yun was also dumbfounded. He had no idea what was going on. The memory that I transmitted to you just now was too powerful. I didn't have time to tell you that you might be able to withstand the source of that power. However, this stone pillar has existed for a long time. You must have touched something that caused the space inside the stone pillar to be destroyed. That's why this happened. What do we do now? Mu Yun really wanted to bang his head against the wall and die. He did not expect that a martial skill that he had comprehended would cause such a huge commotion. Don't be anxious. Let's wait and see. Wait and see? If Guai was standing in front of him, Mu Yun would definitely slap him to death. He wanted to wait, but the five-element Sky Palace disciples before him didn't seem like they would let him wait. Mu Yun could only smile bitterly as she looked at the disciples who looked as if they wanted to devour her. Mu Yun. Suddenly, a cold voice could be heard from the crowd. The extremes of the five elements, the mansion master of the five elements divine palace was completely enraged. You better give me an explanation. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect you. Didn't you say that I have the authority of a manor head? Mu Yun muttered. Even the mansion lord cannot destroy this stone pillar. Even if I were to destroy this stone pillar, I would have to resign from my position as mansion lord. Five elements shouted furiously. Mu Yun curled her lips and said, then I'll resign from my manor head privilege. You, five elements was completely convinced by Mu Yun. Was there something wrong with this guy's head? Alright, don't be angry anymore. I'll compensate you with something of equal value for damaging your five elements divine palace's stone pillars. Compensate? Five elements smiled bitterly. Can you afford it? How do you know that I can't afford it? Mu Yun waved her hand and said, let's go see Senior Diwen. I can't explain it to you. He couldn't explain it to him. Five elements laughed completely. As the mansion master of the five elements divine palace, how could he not explain it to him? Alright. I want to see what kind of trump card you have to block this stone pillar. Otherwise, Mu Yun, even the great emperor won't side with you. That might not be the case. Mu Yun smiled and turned to leave. Seeing this scene, five elements extreme's lungs were about to explode. This Mu Yun was too despicable. In the main hall, Mu Yun stood in the middle, and five elements stood on the right. Above, the heaven-devouring ancestor and Luo Tian Wang stood on the left and right beside Diwen. Kid, you said that you have a treasure that can make up for the loss of the stone pillar. Take it out. Diwen looked at Mu Yun with an ugly expression. He didn't expect Mu Yun to destroy the stone pillar, however, he really needed Mu Yun now. Especially after Mu Yun defeated the five-element stone warehouse, he needed Mu Yun even more. Compared to the stone pillar, the success of the 100 Realms battle was obviously more important. Take it out, I can't take it out. Mu Yun smiled and said, however, I think the reason why the stone pillar is important is because it contains the five elements divine seal, a cultivation technique and martial skill, right? That's right. Alright, since that's the case, if I can take out a martial skill that's even more precious than the five elements divine seal in the stone pillar, wouldn't I be able to make up for your losses? Hearing Mu Yun's words, all the big shots present looked at Mu Yun suspiciously. The five elements divine seal could be said to be the most powerful martial skill in the five elements divine palace. It was also the main reason why the five elements divine palace could suppress the five major forces. If Mu Yun could really take out a martial skill that was more powerful than the five elements divine seal, the five elements divine palace would only be stronger. Even among the thousands of small realms, it would still be a stronger existence. However, Diwen was an experienced person after all. He could tell what Mu Yun was thinking at a glance. Kid, the five elements divine seal is the inherited martial skill of the five elements divine palace. If you can take out a martial skill that's more powerful than the five elements divine seal, I'll believe you for now. However, if you take out a martial skill that has nothing to do with the five elements divine seal, wouldn't it be better than the five elements divine seal? Old fox, when Diwen said that, Mu Yun naturally knew what he meant. This old man had thought it through thoroughly. However, what he said was right. If he took out a stronger martial skill that had nothing to do with the five elements, the effect would not be as good as the five elements divine seal in the five elements divine palace. Don't worry, it definitely won't happen. Mu Yun gritted her teeth and said, however, I can tell you that if I take out this martial skill, the effect will definitely be more terrifying than the five elements divine seal. Not only will it be able to make up for the loss of your stone pillars, but it will also be a gain for you. Don't say so much first. Take it out first. No matter how good five elements' temper was at this moment, he was also impatient with Mu Yun's tantalizing. He did not believe that Mu Yun could take out a martial skill that was better than the five elements divine seal. The five elements divine seal could be said to be the most important foundation for the five elements divine palace to surpass the five major forces. If it was lost, it would be irreparable. Extreme Five Elements even suspected that this brat was a deliberate ploy by the five great powers to sow discord. The Five Elements' divine palace master is the palace master after all. Why are you in such a hurry? Mu Yan's expression was unhappy, and her words were also unhappy. If you're not willing to listen, I'm not willing to exchange. It's my fault for breaking the stone pillars. If you want to kill me or torture me, do as you please. Mu Yan stretched her neck and looked like she wanted to do whatever she wanted. Looking at Mu Yan's fearless expression, Five Elements suppressed his anger and said, say it, say it. He really had no other choice. This kid did not look like a genius who had only cultivated for a few decades. Instead, he looked like an experienced and shrewd person. Mu Yan also knew to stop while she was ahead. She slowly said, the martial skill I'm talking about is called the Five Elements Heaven Seal. Five Elements Heaven Seal. With a boom, the Kingese directly bounced up from his position. In a flash, he turned into an afterimage and directly arrived in front of Mu Yan. He shouted, you know about the Five Elements Heaven Seal? Mu Yan was stunned by the Kingese posture. She nodded blankly and said, I comprehended it in the stone pillar just now. I don't know why, but the stone pillar exploded. All of you, get out. The Kingese suddenly spoke without any trace of politeness. Get out. Hearing this, the heaven-devouring patriarch, Heavenly King Luo, and Five Elements were all stunned. What did he mean, Five Elements Heaven Seal? Wasn't it just a martial skill? Did the patriarch have to be like this? Yes. However, the Five Elements' great emperor was an old monster who had lived for more than 10,000 years. They naturally did not dare to disobey his words. Kid, tell me everything you know about the Five Elements Sky Seal mark. Don't leave out a single word. Kingese's body trembled as he spoke. However, seeing how nervous the Kingese was, Mu Yan was even more speechless. Wasn't it just the Five Elements Heaven Seal? Did the Kingese have to be so nervous? I can only tell you now that the first level of the Five Elements Heaven Seal is the Seal of Life and Death. Mu Yan suddenly said. This seal is very strange. Only by successfully cultivating the first level can one fully understand the next level. Hearing Mu Yan's words, the Kingese was stunned. Are you serious? Why would I lie to you? Alright, then tell me the first level of the martial skill cultivation method. No problem. Mu Yan nodded straightforwardly and began to speak word by word. I have to see the real original. After hearing it once, the Kingese did not have any other thoughts and was stunned. I'm sorry, what I obtained was only a memory that entered my mind. Moreover, I did not cultivate the first level, so I don't have the original at all. Hearing this, the Kingese was stunned. He had the whereabouts and information of the Five Elements Heaven Seal, but he could not cultivate it. The roast duck was right in front of his mouth, but he could not open his mouth and eat it. This was the most anxious thing. How long are you confident that you can cultivate the first level completely? Mu Yan understood what the Kingese meant. If he completed the first level, he could directly cultivate according to the martial skill and impart the first level to the Kingese. I don't know. Seeing how anxious the Kingese was, Mu Yan said seriously, I really don't know. Hearing this, the Kingese could only sigh. Back then, I obtained this stone pillar from an ancient continent. When I obtained this stone pillar, I discovered the secret in it. The martial skill in it is not only the Five Elements Divine Seal, but also the Five Elements Heaven Seal. This seal is an immortal technique. The Kingese sighed and said, this old man is now at the peak of the 7th level of the life and death realm. I have been pursuing the immortal Tao and becoming an immortal. Unfortunately, there is no way out. However, if it is an immortal technique, I might be able to break through life and death and reach the immortal realm. Hearing this, Mu Yan's heart skipped a beat. In that case, the Five Elements Heaven Seal was very important to the Kingese. For the strong, increasing their strength and lifespan was the most important thing. Even at the 7th level of the life and death realm, the lifespan was only 10,000 years. With the addition of a few thousand years, the Kingese now had a lifespan of more than 10,000 years. It could be said that becoming an immortal was his most important goal. In that case, if he could hold the Five Elements Heaven Seal firmly in his hands, this old man would not dare to do anything to him. In fact, he even had to protect his life. It's not that I don't want to help you, but I have no other choice. Moreover, I obtained the 5 elements heaven seal by chance. Hearing Mu Yun's words, the Kingese did not have much doubt. Immortal techniques were unfathomable. How could he predict it? I understand. Waving his hand, the Kingese smiled bitterly. In that case, don't participate in the 100 Realms battle. Suddenly, the Kingese said. What, don't participate? Mu Yun was stunned. No, absolutely not, this 100 Realms battle was of great significance to him. Translator, Transin editor, Transin back to the mountain, Senior Diwen. Mu Yun hurriedly cupped his hands and said, don't worry. When I finish learning the 5 elements sky seal, I will definitely tell you all the 5 stages of the technique. However, I still have to participate in the 100 Realms battle. You brat. Looking at Mu Yun, Diwen chuckled and said, don't worry. If you don't participate in the 100 Realms battle, I won't kill you. On the contrary, I will do my best to protect you and keep you alive. This time, it is for your safety that I won't let you participate. No, that's not what I meant. Mu Yun hurriedly said, I still have to participate in the 100 Realms battle. This is an agreement between you and me. I, Mu Yun, am not a person who goes back on her words. No. I know. Diwen dissuaded, however, the 100 Realms battle this time is too dangerous, so you should not participate. It is equivalent to the 100 Realms battle and the ranking of the top 10 small worlds. The 5 elements sky seal in your mind is the most important thing now. Hearing this, Mu Yun was completely dumbfounded. If he had known this earlier, he would not have told Diwen about the 5 elements sky seal. It was just a martial technique. Why did Diwen care so much about it? However, after thinking about it carefully, Mu Yun also understood a little. Diwen was at the 7th level of the life and death realm, and could be said to be at the peak of the life and death realm. Moreover, he was ranked among the top experts in the thousands of small worlds. If he died, the status of the 5 elements small world would definitely decline. Just relying on Ancestor Heaven Devouring and Heavenly King Luo, 2 6th level life and death realm experts, would not be able to make the 5 elements small world stand among the many small worlds. Therefore, he was anxious to break through the human immortal realm as soon as possible, step into the void, and advance to the thousands of large worlds. In this way, the status of the 5 elements small world would be consolidated. When one's strength reached Diwen's level, ordinary treasures were no longer the only thing stopping their growth. Martial techniques were the most important thing to lead them to a deeper understanding of the laws. Don't worry, Great Emperor. I'll definitely come out of the 100 Realms battle alive. Mu Yun said solemnly, the Great Emperor should understand that without me, it will be very difficult for the 5 elements divine palace to hold a firm position in the 10 major small worlds. Shirtsong is not my match, and the Great Emperor should have seen my strength clearly. If I don't go this time, I'm afraid the 5 elements divine palace won't have a chance at all. At that time, not only will the other forces suppressed by the 5 elements small world pursue the 5 elements divine palace, but the other 5 forces won't be satisfied with the 5 elements divine palace dominating the 5 elements small world. Diwen took a deep look at Mu Yun. He knew that Mu Yun was right. In the past 50 years, the 5 elements small world had become one of the top 10 small worlds. Next time, if this title was gone, the small worlds that had been bullied by the 5 elements small world would definitely seek revenge. At that time, the anger of the 5 major forces would be added to the mix. With both internal and external troubles, no one knew what would happen. At this moment, Diwen was also in a dilemma. If Mu Yun were to enter the 100 Realms battle, no one knew what would happen. Just the 100 Realms battle was already so dangerous, and the final ranking battle was even more dangerous. If one was not careful, one would die. If Mu Yun died, not only would the 5 elements divine seal disappear completely, even the 5 elements sky seal would be impossible to obtain. He didn't dare to bear such a loss, nor could he bear it. Seeing that Diwen was still not at ease, Mu Yun encouraged him again. I think you should know that I didn't just rely on luck to kill 5 elements Jade, a veteran expert at the 1st level of life and death realm, right? Hearing this, Diwen was slightly taken aback. In that case, Mu Yun indeed had the strength of a 1st level life and death realm expert. Alright. In the end, Diwen gritted his teeth and shouted, "I believe in you, Mu Yun. If you can help my 5 elements Sky Palace get into the top 10 in the 100 Realms battle, I will do my best to help you return to the pale yellow small world. If you need my help, I can also lend you a helping hand." "No problem." Mu Yun was waiting for this sentence. He was merely at the 10th level of Feather Immortal Realm, and indeed did not have the right to negotiate with Diwen. But now, it was different. With the 5 elements Sky Seal in hand, coupled with his participation in the 100 Realms battle this time, lose, Mu Yun did not believe that he would lose. Once he won and kept his promise, Diwen would believe him even more. When he returned to the pale yellow small world, he would indeed need his help. Moreover, with the 5 elements Sky Seal in his head, he did not believe that Diwen would not help him. Taking a step back, even if Diwen did not help him, he would have a fortuitous encounter in the 100 Realms battle and break through to the first level of Life and Death Realm. When he returned to the pale yellow small world, he would definitely be able to lead the Blood Alliance. At that time, Yunlang might not have recovered. The strongest existences in the Nine Frost Heavenly Palace and the Zhu family were only at the first or second level of Life and Death Realm. They were not worth mentioning. Now, it seemed that the possibility of Diwen helping him was very high. Because he urgently needed the 5 elements Sky Seal. The change this time was truly a pleasant surprise. Mu Yun did not expect that the 5 elements Sky Seal that he obtained by chance would have such a miraculous effect. In that case, I need to make the final preparations. Therefore, during this period of time, I hope that Senior Diwen can give me the greatest authority. Of course. Diwen laughed heartily, looking extremely happy. Ba Tian and Luo Tian will be your personal guards from today onwards. You can do whatever you want. With the 2 of them, there is no place in the 5 elements small world that you can't go. Many thanks. Mu Yun cupped his hands and said with a smile. 5 elements small world, Fire Element Mountain. With the fury of old ancestor Wu Ming's return, the disciples of Fire Element Mountain did not dare to be careless in their cultivation. Today, the sect had even set up rules. Outer Mountain disciples, if they could not break through 2 small realms in a year, they would be kicked out. Inner Mountain disciples, if they could not break through 1 realm in a year, they would be confined for a year. When this rule was announced, the entire Fire Element Mountain was in an uproar. The old ancestor was simply furious this time. He was ordering them around like machines. However, what surprised them even more was that this time, the sect had really put in a lot of effort to motivate them. The elders in the sect were busy refining pills all day long. They were like spinning tops and did not have time to rest at all. Under such circumstances, there were disciples who were constantly breaking through within the sect. The state of prosperity was indeed displayed. Who are you? At this moment, outside the Fire Element Mountain, a young man in a black martial robe walked in leisurely. Looking at the young man, the guarding disciple stopped him. This is Fire Element Mountain. Unrelated people are not allowed to come close. Do you have any letters? I am a disciple of Fire Element Mountain. The young man in the black martial robe had his long hair tied up into a bun. A strand of hair on his forehead was blown by the breeze. There was a faint smile on his face. As he spoke, a token appeared in his hand. Holy Sun Hua, seeing the token, the guarding disciple knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "So it's Lord Holy Sun Hua." However, when he saw the name on the token, the guarding disciple was instantly dumbfounded. Mu Yun, the guarding disciple's hands began to tremble. What are you afraid of? Mu Yun looked at the disciple and said with a smile. You are really Mu Yun? Who else could it be? Mu Yun said with a bitter smile. Weren't you captured by the 5 elements Divine Palace and executed? Captured and executed, who said that? Mu Yun was stunned. Who did you hear that from? Now the entire Fire Element Mountain has spread that you were killed by the 5 elements Divine Palace. The Patriarch was furious. After he returned, he tried his best to urge us to cultivate. We can't delay. It's been hard on everyone. The more the guarding disciple spoke, the more excited he became. However, under the Patriarch's coercion, it's quite effective. Now, many of our 5 elements Divine Palace's disciples are shocked. Their strength has indeed improved greatly. I see. Mu Yun nodded. It seemed that Patriarch Lifeless was furious that she had been captured. I got it. Where is the mountain master now? I'm just an outer mountain disciple. I'm only here to guard the mountain. How would I know? However, brother priest, go to the inner sect and ask. Someone should be able to take you there. Okay. As Mu Yun spoke, she was about to leave. I'll reward you. Before she left, a long sword suddenly appeared in Mu Yun's hand and she threw it directly to the guarding disciple. This time, the guarding disciple's tone was not arrogant. It was quite good. However, Mu Yun did not know that. The last time Patriarch Lifeless returned, he was stopped and insulted by the guarding disciple. That patriarch exploded and almost killed him. Since then, the guarding disciple became well-behaved. Even a beggar would not dare to be arrogant when he came to Fire Element Mountain. Who knew if this guy was an elder or a disciple of some powerful force in the sect? Seeing that the long sword in her hand was at least an earth-level divine weapon, the guarding disciple immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly to thank her. However, this was not what Mu Yun was concerned about. Now, he was at the 10th level of the Yuxian stage. In the Divine Space Treasure Cave, he could challenge those Earth-level and Heaven-level divine weapons and elixirs and win. He had even obtained a lot of Sage-level elixirs and divine weapons from the challenges in the Divine Space Treasure Cave. However, the challenges of Void Immortal elixirs and Void Immortal weapons were too difficult. With his current realm, it was impossible for him to succeed. To put it bluntly, the Divine Space Treasure Cave was a huge treasure trove. Every powerful treasure required Mu Yun to have the corresponding strength to defeat the white-robed man guarding it. Only then could he obtain it. Logically speaking, Mu Yun was at the 10th level of the Yuxian stage and could rely on his methods to kill a first-level life and death realm martial artist. However, in the Divine Space Treasure Cave, the white-robed man guarding the Void Immortal elixirs and Void Immortal weapons had the strength of a life and death realm martial artist. However, he was defeated in a single blow. He had no chance of winning at all. This also made Mu Yun understand even more. There was always someone better than him. He thought that he was strong, but it was only in this small world. He was stronger than martial artists of the same realm. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Attack his ribs. Mu Yun walked along the outer mountain and entered the inner mountain. Instead of looking for Fire Kylan directly, she went to the mountain peak where she used to be. Aunt Lin, Niu Hua, Elder Fen, and his first memories of the five elements small world were here. With a creak, the door of the courtyard on the mountain peak was opened, and a figure immediately appeared. Niu Hua, why are you back so early today? You've been busy cultivating these few days. Hurry up and prepare to eat. The familiar voice and the busy figure made Mu Yun tremble slightly as she looked at Aunt Lin. A martial artist pursued powerful strength all their lives. But why did they keep pursuing it? It was so that when they returned home, they could see the smile and satisfaction on the face of the person who had always been concerned about them. That was enough. In order to survive, in order to protect the person he loved, he also pursued powerful strength all the way in this life. However, as his strength increased, the opponents he faced also became stronger. This pushed him to constantly improve himself and pursue greater strength. At this moment, Mu Yun suddenly understood. While she was pursuing powerful strength, she seemed to have forgotten some things. Her parents, brothers, lovers, and even children. Mu Yun suddenly felt that her state of mind had been greatly improved at this moment. You are. Little fool? Seeing that the person behind her did not reply for a long time, Aunt Lin turned around and looked at Mu Yun. She could not help but laugh. Little fool, is it really you? It's me, Aunt Lin. You're fine. That's great. That's great. As Aunt Lin spoke, her tears fell uncontrollably. She walked to Mu Yun and touched Mu Yun's cheek. She cried and laughed. They all said that something happened to you. I had no place to look for you. You're fine. That's great. I'm fine. Mu Yun held Aunt Lin's hand and laughed. Aunt Lin, don't worry. I'll never be in trouble. Let me see what delicious food you made for Niu Hua. Yes, yes. It's great that you're fine. It's great that you're fine. Aunt Lin smiled through her tears and said, at first, this brat was frustrated every day, hating that he wasn't strong enough. Now that he's cultivating, he's like a madman. I can't stop him, so I can only cook more delicious food for him. Beef stew, Auntie Lin is really biased. When I was here, I didn't see Auntie Lin make such good beef stew for me. You. Looking at Mu Yun, Auntie Lin scolded with a smile, you only know how to talk nonsense. Miss Hua asked someone to bring this over. You don't know, but Miss Hua took good care of us when you weren't around. It's all thanks to her that Nyowa wasn't bullied. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun was stunned. Fire dancing phoenix? But at this time, Nyowa should be back. These days, I've been looking for him. This time, I reckon that this kid has forgotten the time again. Aunt Lin grumbled helplessly, waiter, you wait here and help me watch the fire. I'll go look for him. He must be overjoyed to know that you're back. No need, I'll go, Aunt Lin. Okay, you can go too. Maybe this kid is so happy that he can't close his mouth. Mu Yun was still considered familiar with Huixing Mountain. However, there were tens of thousands of Outer Mountain disciples and many martial arenas. For a moment, Mu Yun really didn't know where Nyowa was. However, this was Huixing Mountain after all. Mu Yun still roughly asked about Nyowa's location. Arriving at a martial arena, Mu Yun looked around but didn't see Nyowa's figure. Instead, there were many figures crowded together, forming a circle. In the arena, voices sounded continuously. Nyowa, if you're a man, fight me fair and square. In the middle of the circle, there was a tall and sturdy young man. His upper body was naked, and he was looking at another figure with an imposing manner. The other youth's face was still slightly immature, but his skin was slightly tanned. Muscles bulged all over his body, and his fists were clenched tightly. His face was gloomy. Nyowa, when Mu Yun was around, it was Mu Yun who protected you in the outer mountains. You were fearless, and the inner disciples didn't dare to provoke you. Now that Mu Yun isn't around, do you think Princess Hua still has the time to care about you? The bare-chested man said proudly, Princess Hua doesn't have the time to care about you. Do you think you're still the disciple who commanded the outer mountains? Li Gang. Nyowa stood on the spot and looked at the person in front of him. Don't bully the weak. Junior sister Luo Shui is weaker than you. What's the point of bullying a woman? If you have the ability, come and find me. Hearing this, Li Gang immediately chuckled and said, I've been waiting for you to say that. I've been unhappy with you for a long time. Do you really think you're some unparalleled emperor? Mu Yun had such abnormal talent, but what happened in the end? She was still killed by the people of Five Elements Divine Palace. Shut up. Nyowa was instantly furious. Nyowa is in trouble this time. He's at the 8th level of the spiritual cave realm, but Li Gang is at the 10th level of the spiritual cave realm. He's only a hair's breadth away from the divine realm. That's right. Nyowa is indeed a straightforward person. He always likes to interfere when he sees unfair things. Yes, when Mu Yun was around, everyone was afraid of him. But now that Mu Yun isn't around, it's difficult for him to uphold justice. Hearing the discussions around her, Mu Yun gradually understood what was going on. Nyowa, I've been waiting for you to say that. Li Gang chuckled and said, don't you like to be a hero? I'll let you be a hero. 8th level of the spiritual cave realm. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Come on. Nyowa snorted and took a step forward. Disciples of the same sect should support each other. But this Li Gang, who specialized in bullying the weak, was really despicable. Rushing Thunder Palm. Iron Hook Fist. The two figures instantly grappled with each other. Crackling sound spread out completely in the circle formed by the crowd. Hee, Nyowa, you're not my opponent at all. Admit defeat. It was obvious that Li Gang's strength was superior. He was simply teasing Nyowa. He didn't attack ruthlessly, but he kept teasing Nyowa. You want me to stop? Dream on. Nyowa roared and rushed out like a bull. However, as the two exchanged blows, Nyowa's strength was ultimately weaker. He was gradually teased by Li Gang until he was disoriented. With a bang, the sound of a fist rang out, and the two figures suddenly separated. Li Gang only took a step back, but on the other side, Niuhua retreated to the edge of the crowd and bumped into a figure. Am I right? Niuhua's face was originally flushed red, but when he saw that figure, he was immediately stunned. Shoo! Yun shushed him and said, it's not impossible to defeat him. His strength is his forte, but the area between his ribs is his weakness. You don't have to worry about it, just attack his ribs. Alright. Niuhua remained silent and returned directly. Again? Seeing Niuhua rush up again, Li Gang chuckled and said, Kid, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but your current strength is really too weak. Again. Niuhua didn't care and took a step forward. He looked at Li Gang like a stubborn bull, not knowing when to advance or retreat. Kid, I must beat you down today. Li Gang was enraged. He went forward and charged at Niuhua. However, at this moment, Niuhua didn't know when to advance or retreat. He stared straight at Li Gang's abdomen. The current Niuhua seemed to be a completely different person compared to just now. He was full of fighting spirit. Even so, Li Gang wasn't afraid at all. Wind-breaking force. He threw out a punch. At this moment, Li Gang was full of fighting spirit as he charged towards Niuhua. Good. Niuhua didn't have any fear and attacked directly. However, this time, Niuhua didn't attack aimlessly. Instead, he charged at Li Gang's abdomen. He didn't care about Li Gang's attack at all. He charged straight at Li Gang and attacked fiercely. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but click their tongues in wonder. Niuhua was fighting without any regard for his life. However, gradually, everyone was surprised to find that Niuhua's fighting without regard for his life actually had a miraculous effect. The place where Li Gang's body was attacked was always one point. However, it was that point that made Li Gang unable to hold on and was defeated bit by bit. How could this be? Seeing this scene, everyone was astonished. Damn it, damn it. Li Gang roared angrily and looked at Niuhua, who was standing opposite him. Although he was miserable, Niuhua was even more miserable. His entire body was swollen. Even so, Niuhua stood there like a straight spear. Although the spear looked mottled with scars, it gave people the feeling that it was indestructible. Looking at Niuhua's look of facing death with equanimity, Li Gang finally couldn't help but fall to the ground with a thud and faint. He won. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Li Gang was one of the top 10 disciples in the Outer Mountains. It was said that he had a chance to enter the Inner Mountains this year, but he lost to Niuhua. It was simply unbelievable. Hee hee. Seeing Li Gang finally fall, Niuhua chuckled. His swollen cheeks, coupled with that smile, were really hard to compliment. However, not long after his smile, Niuhua's body suddenly tilted and was about to fall. Be careful. Suddenly, a figure stepped out and helped him up. Brother Yun. Looking at that figure, Niuhua laughed again. It's okay. Aunt Lin is waiting for you to come home for dinner. Yun stuffed a pill into Niuhua's mouth and said with a smile. Okay. The moment the pill entered his stomach, Niuhua felt a warm current spreading in his body. Gradually, the scars on his body also began to fade. This kind of speed was simply shocking. The two of them gradually left together. Hey, did you hear what Niuhua called that young man? Called what? Brother Yun. Brother Yun? It can't be Yun, right? Impossible, how could it be him? Then, did I hear wrongly? You must have heard wrongly. Yun didn't have time to care about the discussions behind her back. However, not long after the two of them left the martial arts arena, Niuhua touched his face that had recovered and was instantly stunned. Brother Yun, you're really awesome. What pill did you give me? A beauty pill for you to eat. It guarantees that you won't age. Ah? What ah? Hurry up and leave. If Aunt Lin sees your face, I won't be able to explain it clearly. Hee hee, alright. Niuhua chuckled and said, Brother Yun, I know why you didn't make a move. You want me to face difficulties by myself and hone my character. Even without you, you hope that I can continue to be stronger. Forget it. I'm just too lazy to make a move. The two of them returned to the mountain peak together. The three of them had not seen each other for a long time. Naturally, they had a lot to talk about when they met again. It was rare for Mu Yun to not cultivate. She chatted with the mother and son until late at night. At night, Mu Yun stood up and walked out of the hall. Looking at the fire element mountain that had fallen into the night, she was filled with emotions. You're not asleep yet. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin 999 Elder Fen. Upon hearing that, Mu Yun walked to the side of the hall and sat down at the stone table under the grapevines. Elder Fen was dressed in black. He bent his back and looked at Mu Yun. Not bad. You have entered the 10th level of the heavenly celestial stage by chance. It seems that your state of mind has also changed and improved quite a bit. Mu Yun nodded and said, Elder Fen, do you know about the 100 World War? Upon hearing that, Elder Fen's body suddenly trembled and his expression became unnatural. The 100 World War, when Elder Fen mentioned that, there was a trace of melancholy in his tone. Of course I know. Elder Fen suddenly said, the reason why the 5 Elements Divine Palace could command the 5 forces for thousands of years is because the 5 Elements Divine Palace knew the benefits of the 100 World War. Back then, the 5 Elements Divine Palace had the best foresight and was the first to participate in the 100 World War. It was rare to hear Elder Fen talk about the past. Mu Yun sat on the spot solemnly. She did not want to miss out on such a rare piece of news. Back then, the 5 emperors appeared and established the 5 Elements Divine Palace. In the entire 5 Elements Divine Palace, it could be said to be extremely prosperous. The 5 Elements Divine Palace formed a stable structure. At that time, a young man with a 5 Elements physique wandered between the 5 Elements Divine Palace and advised the 5 emperors. In the 5 Elements Divine Palace, there were not only warriors with a single element physique, there were also dual element, triple element, and even quadruple element physique. The 5 Elements Divine Palace only took in those people with a single element physique. For other warriors, there was no way out. Actually, what that person said was right. However, the 5 emperors back then would not listen to the advice of a nobody. They were already on the path of breaking through the void and ascending to become a celestial. After that, the 5 emperors broke through the void one by one and became a celestial. They were the next 5 saints. At that time, that young man had already become a middle-aged man. The 5 emperors did not accept his advice and he established a great force by himself, the 5 Elements Divine Palace. Imperial Script. Mu Yun was stunned. That's right, it's him. Old Fen chuckled and said, Diwen is really talented and smart. He created the 5 Elements Sky Palace and accepted the martial artists who were rejected by the 5 forces. He even spent thousands of years to build the 5 Elements Spirit Communication Array to communicate with the outside world. At this moment, the 5 sages finally felt the threat of this person and began to attack him. However, at this time, the 5 sages were no longer his match. Old Fen faintly said, that battle shook the earth and the mountains. In the end, the 5 saints were defeated. It is said that they died and went into seclusion. No one knows what happened to them, but Diwen did not die. In these years, he seems to have become even stronger. What were the realms of the 5 sages back then? 7th level of Life and Death Realm. 7th level of Life and Death Realm. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun was surprised. The 5 sages of the same level had joined forces, yet they'd been defeated by the 5 Elements Great Emperor. It was truly inconceivable. Don't you think it's inconceivable? Old Fen laughed and said, actually, if the 5 saints had joined forces to attack, perhaps they wouldn't have been defeated. Instead, it would have been Diwen. Because the 5 of them attacked at the same time and Diwen had the 5 elements balanced body, he was able to cancel out the power of the 5 of them. Hearing this, Mu Yun nodded. Old Fen's words were correct. According to what Old Fen said, if Fire Sage and Wood Sage joined forces now, they might be able to defeat Diwen? Of course not. Old Fen chuckled and said, you should know that thousands of years have passed since the last great battle. I'm afraid that Diwen's strength has already reached the peak of Life and Death Realm. Even if the 5 saints are still alive, they might not be Diwen's opponent even if they join forces. Mu Yun pondered. He knew that Fire Sage, one of the 5 sages, was under the 9 dragon sealing pillars. That was where Fire Element Mountain's disciples comprehended the universal flame dragon roar. Back then, he had almost fallen for Fire Sage's trap. And today, Mu Yun really wanted to make a deal with Fire Sage. I'm getting old, so I've gone too far. Oldfin suddenly chuckled and said, after the battle, Five Elements' great emperor could be considered to have taken complete control of the Five Elements' small world. In the beginning, he only asked the five major forces to send their geniuses who had awakened more than a single element. However, the five major forces had a hard time dealing with it. Later on, Diwen flew into a rage out of humiliation. Thus, he created the Five Elements Trial and let Five Elements Divine Palace choose. Although the five major forces weren't convinced, they didn't dare to resist. Time has continued until now, until you appeared and broke the rules. Me? Mu Yun was stunned. Kid, if you didn't kill the three core disciples of Five Elements Divine Palace, I'm afraid there wouldn't be so much trouble now. Five Elements Divine Palace has indeed gone overboard these years. As a disciple of Fire Element Mountain, I naturally have to protect its interests. Mu Yun said solemnly. I hope you can protect Fire Element Mountain's interests. Oldfin sighed and continued, Diwen is indeed a rare person. He created the Five Elements Divine Palace and opened the space teleportation formation. These are magnificent feats that the five sages can't compare to. Thus, he relied on the Five Elements communication formation to communicate with the outside world and establish transactions. He even participated in the 100 Realms battle. The world under our feet isn't any realm. In general, it's just a continent. However, this continent has been divided into pieces and separated by the space barrier. That's how the so-called small worlds are formed. Now, there are thousands of known small worlds. However, there are only 999 of them that are qualified to participate in the 100 Realms battle. 999, this number was really auspicious. Actually, there should be 1,000. What do you mean? Not all of the thousands of small worlds are qualified to participate in the 100 Realms battle. Thus, everyone agreed that there would be 1,000 spots. However, only 999 spots would be chosen each time. The last spot would be reserved for the Pale Yellow Small World. Pale Yellow Small World, Mu Yun naturally knew that this was the name of the 3,000 small worlds 10,000 years ago. Diwen had also told him about this back then. However, Diwen didn't say anything about the quota. 10,000 years had passed. Mu Yun didn't know much about the matters of the various small worlds. At this moment, when he heard Oldfin's words, he realized that Diwen was hiding something from him. Why did you specially leave a spot for Pale Yellow Small World? Hearing this, Oldfin's expression was a little strange. The wind and rain of heaven and earth are pale yellow. The blue sky is dead, and the yellow sky is rising. This pale yellow refers to the sky. It is said that a long time ago, Pale Yellow Small World was the core of thousands of small worlds. It was the most powerful small world. Moreover, there are too many secrets about Pale Yellow Small World. It is said that it is related to the ancient continent, the graveyard of God, and so on. Ancient continent, the graveyard of God. Hearing this, Mu Yun's expression changed slightly. In his previous life, he was an immortal king. He understood the concept of God. If immortal was just a more elegant title that human martial artists gave themselves when they cultivated to a higher realm, then God was truly high and aloof, omnipotent and omnipotent. However, after hearing Oldfin's words, Mu Yun's thoughts gradually became clearer. Qin Mingyao's ice phoenix spirit appeared inexplicably. Feng Yuer's sky-eyed black snake bloodline and spirit were also quite strange. From this point of view, it was indeed very strange. One should know that the divine beast bloodline and spirit were rare even in the thousands of large worlds. Moreover, Pale Yellow Small World is now a sealed world. The people inside can't come out, and the people outside can't enter. It is very unpredictable. Actually, I am from Pale Yellow Small World. Mu Yun suddenly said. What? Hearing this, Oldfin looked at Mu Yun and said in surprise. No wonder, no wonder. You are not even 50 years old, and you are already at the 10th level of the Feather Immortal Realm. Only that place can nurture such a nature-defying talent. Hearing this, Mu Yun shook her head. Am I wrong? pale yellow small world is not even comparable to the 5 elements small world now. It can even be said that compared to the 5 elements small world, the difference is too great. If we were to really compare, I estimate that it is similar to the lower reaches of the small worlds that participated in the 100 Worlds battle. How is that possible? This time, it was Old Fen who was surprised. It is indeed so. Muyan smiled bitterly and said, moreover, pale yellow small world is not called pale yellow small world now, but the 3000 small worlds. I think the only difference is that pale yellow small world is now connected to the thousands of large worlds. Hearing this, Old Fen was slightly stunned. It seems that it is not impossible to enter pale yellow small world. Since you were able to come out from pale yellow small world, I am afraid that there is an entrance to enter it. It is just that no one knows about it all these years. However, it is best that you do not publicize this matter in the future. Otherwise, I believe that many people will want to enter the Tsanghuang small world through you. At that time, if the Tsanghuang small world is as you said, it will be a disaster. I understand. Mu Yun naturally understood that this was not a joke. If the other small worlds really found the entrance to pale yellow small world, he could imagine that at that time, the various small worlds would definitely go crazy and directly enter pale yellow small world to search for treasures and secret treasures. If pale yellow small world was strong enough, he would not be worried at all. However, the reality was that pale yellow small world was extremely weak. Under the cooperation of the various small worlds, pale yellow small world would definitely become hell on earth. Such a scene was something that Mu Yun was extremely unwilling to see. This was because regardless of whether it was called pale yellow small world in his previous life or the 3000 small worlds now, that place was still his only homeland. Haha, actually, you don't have to worry. If the space barrier and boundary outside pale yellow small world were so easy to break, I am afraid that after so many years, many people would have already charged in. Yes. However, Mu Yun understood what Old Fen meant. However, this was also what he was worried about. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Blood Essence Blood Bead. At that time, he had used the Great Life Confiscation technique to fight with Yun Lang. In the end, Yun Lang had used an immortal artifact as the price to send him out of the small world and into the endless space turbulence. An immortal artifact as the price, the foundations of the various small and small worlds were tens of thousands of years old. Mu Yun was not sure if there were any sects or almighties among them who had immortal artifacts, if someone had used it as the price to break through the space barrier and boundary. Everything would be uncertain, however, his only hope now was that he was overthinking things. That Diwen should be treating you well now. When you were captured, I knew that he would let you represent the 5 elements divine palace in the 100 Worlds battle. Therefore, he should not kill you. However, you have to be on guard against what he will do to you after you finish participating in the 100 Worlds battle. I understand. Mu Yun cupped his hands and said, Elder Fen, don't worry. Diwen will not touch me now. Even after I finish participating in the 100 Worlds battle, he will not touch me. Seeing Mu Yun so confident, Elder Fen was a little surprised. However, after thinking with Mu Yun for a period of time, he knew that Mu Yun was not a person who was blindly arrogant. If he was confident, then he was definitely confident. However, don't think that the 100 Worlds battle will be so easy. I'd like to hear the details. Elder Fen sighed and said, in the 100 Worlds battle, the genius disciples of the 999 small worlds will gather. The place where they participate every year is a 4-origin fief, 4-origin fief. That's right, a 4-origin fief. That is a strange place. It is neither a world nor a continent. No one knows where it came from. However, that place has been chosen by the various small and small worlds for the 100 Worlds battle for so many years and has never changed. Then, the treasures and secret lands there have been dug up by others? No, no, no. Elder Fen shook his head and smiled. This place is very strange. The strange thing is that the 4 essences fief is always there, but the terrain inside, including the treasures and secret lands, is constantly changing. Usually, there will be a big change every 50 years. This is also why the Battle of the 100 Realms is held once every 50 years. Therefore, every time, thousands of small worlds will compete for the 999 spots. No one is an exception. Although the 999 small worlds together are very dangerous, once they obtain a treasure or celestial weapon, it will definitely increase the strength of the small worlds greatly. What about the so-called ranking? After entering the Four Essences fiefdom, everyone will be given a number tag. The more people you kill, the more points you'll get on the ranking board. Furthermore, killing people depends on who you kill. Mu Yun continued, the stronger the person you kill, the higher the points. That's right. Hearing this, Mu Yun had a strange expression on her face. You don't have to take it to heart. In fact, the Four Essences fief is a slaughterhouse. The disciples of the various sects are placed there. The strong are tigers and elephants, and the weak are cats and dogs. In there, one is to find treasures and secret lands, and the other is to kill. You kill on sight without mercy. From Elderfin's words, Mu Yun gradually understood that the Battle of the 100 Realms was actually a game where the various forces in the various small worlds used the strongest disciples in their sects as chess pieces. They would compete with each other to determine which force's disciple was the most outstanding, and then use this to determine the ranking of the various small worlds. And this ranking would affect the distribution of resources in the future. The strong would only become stronger, and the weak would become even weaker after 100 years after losing the geniuses in their sections. In other words, the secret land of the treasures attracted those weak small worlds, but at the same time, it was also a pair of assistants that pushed them to be enslaved. Elder Fen, I still have one last thing that I don't understand. What? Mu Yun smiled slightly and changed the topic. Suddenly, he asked, why are you so familiar with these things? Haha. You brat. Elderfin chuckled and said, you will naturally know in the future. Alright, it's already late. Rest early. Elderfin chuckled and turned to leave, leaving Mu Yun alone. What a strange old man. What he knew at that time was that Elderfen was from the Fire Element Mountain. It was said that because he refused to enter the Five Elements Divine Palace thousands of years ago, his cultivation was crippled. But the last time, it was obvious that Elderfen did not have no cultivation at all. And now, this old man knew so much about the Battle of the 100 Realms. No matter how he looked at it, he did not seem like a simple old man. But at this moment, Mu Yun was too lazy to think so much. It was already late, and the matter of meeting Fire Kylan would be left for tomorrow. But now, Mu Yun could not wait to do something. Bloodline cultivation. The current him had already reached the 10th level of the Feather Immortal Realm. One more level, and he would be in the Life and Death Realm. Once he entered the Life and Death Realm, his true soul and flesh would all change. And now, what he needed to urgently improve the most was the Primordial Blood Codex. This Primordial Blood Codex had 3 major levels and 9 minor levels. He had already grasped all of them. It could be said that his bloodline power had also begun to gradually improve with the help of the Primordial Blood Codex. But this improvement did not seem to have any benefits on the surface, but in a real sense, it was boundless. Most importantly, once he finished cultivating the Primordial Blood Codex, he could begin to prepare to cultivate the Immortal Blood Codex. This Immortal Blood Codex was something that he had been through a few times, and he had fallen into the Life and Death Realm several times before he had obtained it. From the pale yellow small world to the 5 elements small world, and the strange appearance of the 9 spirit heaven capturing tablet, he was even more interested in this blood codex. Now that I have grasped all 3 major levels, the next step is to combine all of the comprehensions into one and directly activate my bloodline spiritual shield. Mu Yun's thoughts were calm as he flew up and arrived on the roof. Under the bright moon, the sky was filled with dazzling starlight. Meteors streaked across the starry sky one after another. Mu Yun sat cross-legged, and his entire body and mind calmed down. The Primordial Blood Codex could be said to be at a low level in terms of the cultivation and forging of bloodlines. It only had a simple introduction and comprehension, as well as some subtle uses of bloodlines. But even so, it made his blood yuan extremely powerful in the 9 elements gathering qi, and it gradually caused a strange change in his bloodline. But this blood codex was created by Xue Xiao at the last stage of his life, and it was only Xue Xiao's comprehension of bloodlines. And now, Mu Yun's understanding of bloodlines was no longer as idiotic as before, so his vision was naturally higher. 3 major levels and 9 minor levels. What kind of strange effects will occur when the power of bloodlines condenses? Mu Yun was curious. Unable to hold back, he began to circulate the power of his bloodline. A buzzing sound rang out, and streaks of blood mist suddenly appeared around Mu Yun's body. As the streaks of blood mist appeared, Mu Yun's entire body seemed to be wrapped in a blood cocoon. Gradually, ice crystal-like existences appeared around the blood cocoon. However, Mu Yun was completely oblivious to all of this at the moment. At this moment, his entire body and mind were gathered in his dantian. The nascent soul stood there, and it began to move slowly just like him. And as the blood in his body circulated, Mu Yun suddenly felt that the blood in his body slowly and uncontrollably began to boil and burn. Originally, Mu Yun thought that the boiling and burning would gradually stop. But who knew that the burning speed of the blood would actually become faster and faster? In the end, Mu Yun gradually could not bear it. The scorching aura caused traces of an inexplicable burning sensation to gradually appear on Mu Yun's forehead. When the burning sensation became stronger and stronger, Mu Yun only felt that his head was dizzy. But at this moment, the immortal extermination painting suddenly flew out of Mu Yun's mind and turned into an illusory figure. That figure looked at Mu Yun silently. But when the figure saw traces of burning marks on Mu Yun's forehead, he was suddenly stunned. That figure was Guiyi, who had turned into an illusory figure. At this moment, Guiyi's gaze fell on Mu Yun's forehead, and he had a surprised expression. The soul gives birth to the blood gives birth to the bones give birth to the flesh, and the flesh gives birth to the skin. The human ancestors came from the soul, and the soul is the only foundation of the bloodline. Guiyi muttered to himself, even if you were reborn and reincarnated as a human, your soul has not changed. You are still you. I knew that you would definitely be related to the 10 great divine clans when you came out from that place. I knew it would be like this. When Guiyi saw the changes on Mu Yun's forehead, it was as if he had confirmed his conjecture, and he was extremely excited. But while he was excited at the side, Mu Yun felt even more pain. The burning sensation on his forehead made him unable to think or control the changes in his body. This feeling made him very painful. But he could not do anything at all. But gradually, he could feel that the bloodline in his body, even though he was not controlling it, was actually gathering towards the nascent soul in his dantian. Gradually, those blood droplets seemed to be refined from his bloodline and gathered into small blood droplets. Those blood droplets were all formed from his blood essence. Blood essence blood droplets. At this moment, Mu Yun could deeply feel that the blood essence blood droplets contained a powerful force, but he did not know how powerful it was. 3 droplets, a total of 3 blood essence blood droplets. These were blood droplets formed from his bloodline. The pain gradually dissipated, and Mu Yun's body gradually recovered to its original state. However, at this very moment, Mu Yun felt as though his body was about to collapse. She looked at her hands and arms, which were ghastly pale. Guiyi, what did you see just now? What were you whispering in my ear? Mu Yun forced herself to ask. No, nothing. Guiyi explained, I was just surprised when I saw the blood droplets that condensed from your body. Guiyi chuckled and said, Kid, you really made a fortune this time. Made a fortune? Hearing Guiyi's words, Mu Yun smiled bitterly. She almost lost her life, but only 3 blood droplets accumulated in her abdomen. How could that be considered a fortune? Wait. Fake? Those blood pearls looked too inconceivable. They appeared out of nowhere. Guiyi, what do you mean? Mu Yun was puzzled. Kid, you're so shameless. What do you mean by what I mean? Guiyi snorted. Your bloodline has changed, and you're asking me what I mean? Ask yourself if you want to. You definitely know why, right? Guiyi smiled. Kid, the world is big, and there are all kinds of strange things. I, Guiyi, am experienced and knowledgeable, but so what? That doesn't mean that I have to know everything, right? Forget it. If you're not willing to tell me, I'm not willing to ask. Mu Yun ignored Guiyi and sat down cross-legged. Looking at the 3 blood pearls internally, Mu Yun really did not find anything out of the ordinary except for the surging blood power in the blood pearls. What exactly is it? Why did the blood pearls appear? Mu Yun was really puzzled. Kid, don't think so much. Let's see if you can comprehend the Eternal Blood Codex first. Guai tempted. Although Guai was right, Muyan always felt that Guai was like a cunning and hungry wolf, guiding him step by step. However, it was indeed time to comprehend the Eternal Blood Codex now. The Eternal Blood Codex was mainly related to the operation of the bloodline power. And now, he had almost completely figured out the comprehension of the bloodline power in the Eternal Blood Codex. The Eternal Blood Codex was indeed the most important thing now. Eternal Blood Codex. Muyan's consciousness entered the Divine Space Treasure Cave. There, 3 9-spirit heaven-capturing steels stood proudly as tall as 1,000 feet. The 9-spirit heaven-capturing steels could be big or small. Especially after Muyan's blood essence merged with them, they could change at will. Muyan did not expect this either. At that moment, Muyan's gaze landed on the first 9 spirits heaven sees tablet. He had taught the Indestructible Blood Codex to Cold Blood and Blood One, as well as Qin Mengyao and Feng Yuer. Although he had taught it to them time and time again, Muyan herself didn't understand this blood refining technique at all. This was the first time he had truly studied the Imperishable Blood Codex. The first level of the Immortal Blood Codex, the foundation of a human being, is the soul. From the soul comes the blood gives birth to the bones give birth to the flesh gives birth to the skin. Blood is outside the soul, and the soul is the foundation of the blood. That's a little strange. If that's the case, wouldn't the origin of mankind be the soul? From the soul? A few years ago, I once read an ancient book. It is said that there is a race called the soul race. The people of this race are all souls. If that is the case, then can't those people also become humans? Then why do they still exist as souls? Guai didn't answer, but she cursed in her heart, what do you know? Blood is the foundation of a martial artist's body refinement. A martial artist's cultivation is like climbing a mountain. The blood is the foundation, and the body is the mountain rock. And the soul is the foundation of a martial artist's birth. A martial artist's cultivation is to cross the sea of bitterness with the body, and the soul is the boat. Without a soul, there is no way to cross. Without a strong physical body, there is no way to cross. Looking at the words of the Indestructible Blood Codex, Muyan gradually understood some things that she had been confused about before. The soul was the foundation of a martial artist. Back then, she was an immortal king. If her soul wasn't strong enough, she would have been destroyed by self-destruction. Not to mention rebirth. The bloodline that evolved from the soul was the foundation of a martial artist's bloodline. The Indestructible Blood Codex is really a treasure. No wonder the floating mountain and the 5 elements divine palace are scrambling for it. Muyan was overjoyed. She looked at the stone tablet and continued to comprehend. Slowly, Muyan mobilized the blood in her body and began to try it bit by bit according to the method in the Indestructible Blood Codex. Time passed bit by bit. Gradually, the sky brightened. Muyan sat on the roof. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, and a bright light flashed in her eyes. Amazing! Muyan immediately said. Could it be that the Indestructible Blood Codex is pushing me to circulate my bloodline? That's why I'm so fast when comprehending the Indestructible Blood Codex. Muyan said in surprise. Guai didn't say anything, but she understood. Kid, you think it's the Indestructible Blood Codex that strengthened your comprehension of the Indestructible Blood Codex. In fact, it's your own bloodline that's slowly starting to change. However, Guai didn't say this out loud. It only appeared in her heart. It should be. Guai pondered for a moment and said, although the Indestructible Blood Codex was created by Xue Xiao, it only has a shallow understanding of the bloodline. Perhaps, under that understanding, you've changed the power of your bloodline. That must be it. Muyan was only excited at the moment. Back then, he found it strenuous to even look at it. But now, he actually felt very comfortable while cultivating the Indestructible Blood Codex. This comfort was the joy and excitement after his bloodline was nourished. After a night of meditation, Muyan felt that his body had changed to a certain extent. Xiao, you didn't sleep last night, right? Aunt Lin looked at Muyan and said, cultivation is important, but your body is also important. You must protect your body. Sigh, mother. Niuhua smiled bitterly and said, Brother Yun is now at the 10th level of the heavenly immortal realm. Do you know what that means? Even the Great Elder and the rest are no match for Brother Yun now. Why would he need to rest? You know too much. Aunt Lin looked at Niuhua and scolded, Eat your food properly. One day, you'll be as powerful as Shower. Don't worry, mother. I will definitely. Niuhua chuckled and looked at Mu Yun with admiration. Aunt Lin, Niuhua. At this moment, the door on the mountain peak opened, and a beautiful figure suddenly appeared. She was wearing a fiery red dress, and her long hair was curled up like a red sea of fire. She had an impressive figure and a sexy outfit. It was Hua Daifeng. Senior sister Hua, look who's here. Niuhua looked at Hua Daifeng and chuckled. Mu Yun. Hua Daifeng's gaze had already landed on Mu Yun without Niuhua saying anything. It's really you? Hua Daifeng was stunned when she looked at Mu Yun. I didn't expect it to really be you. Hua Daifeng was stunned on the spot. She looked at Mu Yun, and her eyes gradually turned red. Of course it's me. Mu Yun smiled bitterly as she looked at Hua Daifeng as if she had come back to life. Could it be that the outside world had already spread the news that Mu Yun was dead? I'll go tell my father and the old ancestor now. There's no need. I'll go with you. Mu Yun said as she followed Hua Daifeng towards the mountain peak where Hualin was. Along the way, Hua Daifeng kept sizing up Mu Yun as if she wanted to take Mu Yun apart. Senior sister Hua, do you need me to take off my clothes and let you verify my authenticity? Hooligan. Hua Daifeng's face turned red when she heard Mu Yun's teasing words. She snorted and said, I knew you wouldn't die. You don't know that the old ancestor thought you were dead and flew into a rage. The entire Hua Daifeng, be it the outer mountain disciples, the inner mountain disciples, or the holy son of Hua, are all cultivating diligently. The old ancestor has even formulated a series of reward and punishment measures. The entire Hua Daifeng is thriving, but those disciples have suffered greatly. Mu Yun did not expect such an outcome. She could only smile bitterly. Senior sister Hua, you've broken through to the 6th level? Yes. Hua Daifeng was delighted when she heard that. We're not strangers. Just call me Daifeng. All right. Mu Yun smiled and said, Daifeng, I have 10 upper-grade sacred elixir pills here. They're quite beneficial for you to form the nascent soul. Here. There were countless elixirs and spiritual materials in the divine space treasure cave. Mu Yun had nothing to do, so she went back to complete some challenges and collect some elixirs in case of emergencies. Upper-grade sacred elixir pills, Hua Daifeng hurriedly said, 10 elixirs are too precious. I can't accept it. Then I can only call you senior sister Hua. No. Hua Daifeng's face suddenly flushed red. Then I'll accept it. I'll definitely return it to you in the future. Return it? What will you use to return it? You, haha. I'm just kidding. Let's go. Mu Yun sighed with emotion when she revisited her old place. However, compared to Mu Yun's emotions, Hua Daifeng was very happy when she saw Mu Yun return again. Stop right there. However, as the two of them walked forward, a shout suddenly sounded. First Elder. Hua Daifeng said excitedly when she saw the figure in front of her. First Elder, look who's back. You are. Mu Yun? The First Elder was stunned when he saw Mu Yun. You're not dead? First Elder seems to want me to die. Mu Yun chuckled. Mu Yun knew that when Hua Tong Tian died at his hands, the First Elder held a grudge against him. Later on, the First Elder even wanted to kill him. However, he seemed to have been taught a lesson by the Mountain Master later on. No one knew where he went. He didn't even appear during the battle with the 5 Elements Divine Palace. Shut up. Looking at Mu Yun, the First Elder suddenly shouted, Do you think I'll believe you just because you say you're Mu Yun? Traitor, the 5 Elements Divine Palace captured my Fire Element Mountain's disciple, Mu Yun. They must have executed him. You must be an imposter. Imposter? Mu Yun smiled and did not explain. First Elder. Hua Daifeng shouted angrily, he's really Mu Yun. I can testify. Even if he's really Mu Yun. The first elder shouted. Mu Yun was captured by the Five Elements Divine Palace. This child killed the three great geniuses of the Five Elements Divine Palace and even killed the Five Elements Jade. How can the Five Elements Divine Palace let him go? Unless this child agrees to be a spy for the Five Elements Divine Palace and wait for an opportunity to enter our Fire Element Mountain. Otherwise, how can the Five Elements Divine Palace let him go? First Elder, Hu Daifeng could not refute his words. I can guarantee that Mu Yun is definitely not that kind of person. You guarantee? Hu Guei shouted, what can you guarantee? Can you guarantee it with the 10,000 years of foundation of our Fire Element Mountain? As soon as Hu Guei finished speaking, he looked at Mu Yun and shouted, men, capture this child. Mu Yun is a spy that the Five Elements Divine Palace deliberately released and planted in our Fire Element Mountain. We must not let him off easily. Yes. Hearing those words, the several elders following behind the first elder immediately rushed out and surrounded Mu Yun. No. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations 11 Fire Dragons Fire Dancing Phoenix, what are you doing? Seeing Fire Dancing Phoenix standing in front of him, the great elder scolded angrily, are you going to betray Fire Travel Mountain like Mu Yun? Dancing Phoenix, get out of the way. At this moment, Mu Yun said with a smile. I can't get out of the way. Fire Dancing Phoenix frowned and said, he is jealous of you. Now that he has something on you, he is framing you. My father must deal with this matter. I am the great elder of Fire Travel Mountain. There is no need for the mountain master to deal with this. I can deal with it myself. Fire Guei snorted and said, you guys go. If anything happens, I, Fire Guei, will take responsibility. You'll take responsibility? Mu Yun smiled and said, I'm afraid you can't. Huh? Fire Guei, I, Mu Yun, am the fire saint personally conferred by the mountain master of Fire Qilin Mountain. Do you think you can kill me just because you want to? Mu Yun shouted, moreover, I escaped from death. As the great elder of Fire Travel Mountain, shouldn't you ask how I escaped from death? When I was captured, where were you, Fire Guei? You have a glib tongue. You are courting death. Fire Guei snorted and shouted, go, kill him. Who is courting death? Fire Guei was too lazy to listen to his explanation. Mu Yun was really too lazy to explain. Slander, so what if he slandered her? Swoosh, 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 three figures immediately rushed towards Mu Yun. These three people were also elders of Fire Travel Mountain. All of them were at the 10th level of the Feather Celestial Realm. They often followed the Great Elder and were naturally the Great Elder's trusted aides. Seeing the three people charging towards her, Mu Yun sneered. Get out of the way. However, in the next moment, Mu Yun directly punched out. With a loud bang, the three figures instantly retreated. Three people retreating with one punch. Seeing this, Hu Guei was stunned. He knew that Mu Yun had killed 5 elements moving heaven and the other 2, as well as 5 elements jade. However, he was more willing to believe that the 3 of them were courting death. Unexpectedly, Mu Yun's strength was indeed very different from before. Get out of my way. Seeing the 3 elders being blasted away, Hu Guei snorted, Mu Yun, you're courting death by attacking my Fire Element Mountain's elders. Attacking an elder of Mount Wuxing was courting death? Mu Yun smiled. Old ghost, could it be that you want me to stay here and wait for you to kill me after you order people to kill me? Isn't it? The Fire Guei let out a roar, and the roar of the 8 flaming dragons instantly filled the air. 9 flaming dragons roared ferociously as they charged towards Mu Yun. 8 flaming dragons roar. Do you think you're the only one who knows how to use it? Looking at Hu Guei, Mu Yun snorted coldly and shouted in a low voice, the 8 flaming dragons roar is not like you. As soon as Mu Yun's words fell, a rumbling roar sounded. In an instant, 9 flaming dragons appeared with a loud bang and enveloped Mu Yun's figure. Humph, Mu Yun, can your 8 flaming dragons roar compare to mine? Can't compare? Looking at the 9 heavenly flames gathered around her, the 100 feet tall flaming dragons, and then at the 1,000 feet tall flaming dragons around Hu Guei, Mu Yun laughed bitterly. Indeed, I can't compare. Until the end, follow me to the punishment hall now. I can interrogate you in detail according to the Fire Element Mountain's criminal law. If you're not a spy, I'll naturally let you go. Punishment Hall? Mu Yun sneered, I gave you face, but you really think you're a handsome guy? What did you say? I said, you really don't know what's good for you. Mu Yun sneered and took a step forward, her aura rising. Roar, at this moment, 2 loud and clear roars sounded. Beside Mu Yun, 2 more flaming dragons appeared between the 200 feet tall flaming dragons. 11. Seeing this scene, not only Huguei, but the others were already stunned. 11 flaming dragons, how was this possible? Huguei had cultivated the 8 flaming dragons' roar for hundreds of years, from 1 to 2, and finally to 9. When he reached the life and death realm, every increase in strength and comprehension of the 8 flaming dragons' roar only increased the strength of the flaming dragons. However, he had never seen a technique that could increase the number of flaming dragons. 9 was the limit, so how could 11 flaming dragons appear? Not only Huguei, but the others were also stunned at this moment. 11 flaming dragons, it was simply inconceivable. You're still saying you're not a spy of 5 Elements Divine Palace? If you're not, how could such a transformation like the 8 flaming dragons' roar appear? I'll definitely capture you and interrogate you carefully. Ignorant fool. What did you say? I said you're ignorant and senile. I'm scolding you. Don't you understand? Mu Yun was too lazy to explain. Courting death. Huguei's face turned cold. He took a step forward, and the 9 flaming dragons swarmed toward Mu Yun. At the same time, Mu Yun sneered when he saw Huguei rushing over. He took a step forward, and the 11 fire dragons formed by the heavenly flames intertwined with one another in an instant, turning into an extremely strong fire dragon that charged out in an instant. The real 8 flaming dragons' roar isn't your 9 worms, but my 11 flaming dragons. Mu Yun growled and threw out her hand. Boom, in an instant, a deafening roar suddenly rang out within the Fire Element Mountain. When that voice rang out, everyone was completely stunned at that moment. It exploded. Where was it? The rumbling sound lasted for a long time before it gradually subsided. However, when the voice sounded, 2 figures rushed out of the flames. One of them was Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun's face was slightly pale. She coughed a few times and looked a little disheveled. However, there was excitement in her eyes. On the other side, a figure rushed out. His entire body was black, and his hair was burnt. The smell of barbecued meat sizzled. It was Huguei. Great Elder! Great Elder! Seeing this scene, the few figures around the Great Elder immediately rushed up. Get lost. However, the Great Elder obviously did not want them to get close. All of you, get lost. The Great Elder roared. Good Mu Yun. You're powerful. You're very powerful. Huguei shouted, today, I will kill you here and establish the dignity of the Fire Element Mountain's elder. Kill me? Unfortunately, it seems that you can't do it. Mu Yun chuckled and took a step forward. Body control art. With a deep shout in his heart, Mu Yun directly used the body control art. This martial technique was very handy for him back then. Now that he used it, he felt that it would last forever. When he collided with Huguei just now, Mu Yun originally thought that it would be very difficult to defeat Huguei even if he relied on the heavenly fire and the complete 11th level 8 flaming dragon roar. However, who knew that he could actually make Huguei suffer? Mu Yun understood that this kind of collision of strength. What truly withstood the attack was his physical body. To be precise, it was the powerful strength that came from his bloodline. He had completely merged the 3rd level of the Eternal Blood Codex with Guei. He did not expect that he would be able to unleash such powerful strength. This was definitely unexpected. The attack just now had already verified Mu Yun's thoughts. The strengthening of his bloodline made him not afraid of fighting Huguei head-on. Since that was the case, what was there to be afraid of? He could still fight life and death realm opponents head-on as he was at the 10th level of the Feather Immortal realm. Once he used the body control art, he would at least control Huguei for a second. However, this second seemed short, but to the current Mu Yun, it was long enough. After controlling Huguei for a second, Mu Yun directly used the Skychime sword. This was the first time that this fourth-grade void immortal artifact shone. It emitted a scorching aura and exploded with a loud bang. 7 Swords of Annihilation. Mu Yan still used the sword technique that he was familiar with. He didn't execute any new sword skills because he wanted to see how strong he was now. When he killed the 5 elemental jade, to a large extent, it was because the 5 elemental jade had underestimated him. Moreover, he was caught off guard by the godly falling snow needles attack. But now, he was completely facing Huiguei head-on. More importantly, Huiguei was stronger than the 5 elemental jade. 7 sword seals directly attacked, and a loud bang suddenly exploded at this moment. Following the series of explosions, a series of crackling noises could be heard, piercing the ears of the crowd. However, at this moment, Huiguei was shocked to find that his body could not move at all when the sword seals landed. Damn it! With a low curse, Huiguei directly resisted with his body. Clang, 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 clang. The 7 sword seals directly attacked the surface of Huiguei's body. In the 1 second that he was controlled by the body control art, Huiguei had no time to dodge at all. Helpless, he could only resist those attacks. However, as sword seal after sword seal charged at him, Huiguei suddenly realized that he was unable to withstand the destructive power of the sword seal despite how strong his body was. Damn it, this can't be. Huiguei was furious, but even if he used all his skills, he could not avoid the control effect of Mu Yan's body control art. A short second passed in the blink of an eye, but at this moment, to Huiguei, it seemed like an eternity. Mu Yan, don't be presumptuous. However, at this moment, 6 of the 7 swords of annihilation had already struck the surface of Huiguei's body, peeling off his protective layer by layer. However, all of a sudden, a shout was heard. The 7th sword mark was blocked by a figure that appeared all of a sudden. It was Fire Kylan. Mountain Master. A second later, the bindings were released. Huiguei immediately roared and wanted to kill Mu Yan. First Elder. Fire Kylan suddenly shouted, "Stop. Master wants to see Mu Yan." Hearing this, First Elder, who was originally full of killing intent, suddenly became like a deflated balloon and was completely stunned. Mu Yan, come with me. Fire Kylan did not ask who was right and wrong and directly said to Mu Yan. Yes. Brat, consider yourself lucky. You won't be so lucky next time. Lucky? Mu Yan sneered. We still don't know who's the lucky one. Putting away the Heaven Chime sword, Mu Yan followed Fire Kylan and left this place. Damn it. First Elder immediately looked up to the sky and roared angrily. His angry appearance made the surrounding elders stand on the spot, not daring to speak. Seriously, he's the First Elder after all. Why do you have to argue with him? Fire Kylan grumbled as he walked on the road and looked at Mu Yan. I don't want to either. Mu Yan said helplessly, he wants to fight and kill when he sees me. Does he really think that I want to fight with him? Alright, but are you really ready? Fire Kylan changed the topic and looked at Mu Yan seriously. Ready? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Exchanging Chips. Brat, are you still playing dumb with me? Seeing Mu Yan's appearance, Fire Kylan snorted. Are you really ready to participate in the Battle of the 100 Realms? Mu Yan was stunned when he heard this. Brat, don't try to hide it from me. Fire Kylan chuckled. That old thief D1 will definitely not let the 3 Genius Core disciples die. He didn't keep you alive to deal with Wishing Mountain. He doesn't have such dirty thoughts. He's most likely going to let you participate in the Battle of the 100 Realms. Hearing this, Mu Yan could only touch her head helplessly. There was really nothing to hide about this kind of thing. That's true. Hearing Mu Yan's words, Fire Kylan sighed slightly. Mu Yan, I know you're not from the 5 Elements small world. However, you once joined Wishing Mountain. If it weren't for the fact that Wishing Mountain couldn't protect you, you wouldn't have been forced to participate in the Battle of the 100 Realms. Fire Kylan said guiltily, Wishing Mountain owes you. Owes? Hearing this, Mu Yan felt a little guilty. It was obvious that he wanted her to participate in the Battle of the 100 Realms. If she told D1 that she didn't want to participate, that old ghost would gladly agree. Perhaps in Diwen's eyes, the Battle of the 100 Realms was not as useful to him as the 5 Elements Heaven Seal. Alright, if there's anything, you can tell the Patriarch. Mu Yun, be careful. Mu Yun cupped her hands and entered the back of the hall. That was where the 9 dragon sealing pillars were. Father, what is the Battle of the 100 Realms? Fire Dancing Phoenix asked in confusion when she saw Mu Yun enter. The Battle of the 100 Realms is a battle of no return. Ah? Fire Dancing Phoenix hurriedly said, Father, then why did you let Mu Yun go? It's not that I let him go, but that I don't have the strength to stop him. Fire Qilin said bitterly, that day, the 5 ancestors could only be said to be a match for the heaven-drawing ancestor and the heavenly King Luo when they joined forces. At that time, the 5 elements' great emperor did not appear. If he had attacked, I'm afraid all of us would have died. This is something we can't stop. The bitterness in Fire Kylan's eyes intensified. In the Battle of the 100 Realms, all the geniuses below the age of 50 will gather in the 999 realms. It's a dangerous place. Mu Yun is at the 10th level of the Yuxian realm, but she was able to fight with the Great Elder without losing. Her talent is rare. However, that place is not a place where talent matters, but strength. With that, Fire Kylan turned around and left. Hu Daifeng looked at the depths of the hall. She felt as if she and Mu Yun would be separated forever, and a trace of pain emerged in her heart. At the same time, Mu Yun entered the back of the main hall. Looking at the 9 mighty dragon sealing pillars, Mu Yun smiled. Down below was holy fire. Unfortunately, no one in the entire Fire Element Mountain knew about this. Ancestor. Mu Yun stood at the entrance and bowed respectfully. Come in. Ancestor Wu Ming's voice was not pleasant to the ears. It was gloomy and cold. Kid, are you really going to participate in the Battle of the 100 Realms? Ancestor Wu Ming looked at Mu Yun and questioned. Mu Yun nodded but did not speak. Sai, I originally wanted to train you as the future successor to guard the Fire Element Mountain. Unfortunately, the heavens did not fulfill my wish. Ancestor Wu Ming sighed helplessly. Mu Yun, although I can't help you much, I hope you can understand that the path of a martial artist is filled with countless dangers and obstacles. Geniuses who are too strong will easily break. You must protect yourself well in the Battle of the 100 Realms, understand? Hearing Ancestor Wu Ming's preaching, Mu Yun naturally understood. If it was really based on age, Mu Yun, who had lived 2 lives, knew more than Ancestor Wu Ming. However, at this moment, Ancestor Wu Ming was truly concerned about him, so he naturally had to act obediently. The Battle of the 100 Realms is extremely dangerous. Even the disciples of the 5 Elements Divine Palace who participate will not return. You were once a disciple of the Fire Element Mountain. I am still a disciple. However, before Ancestor Wu Ming could finish his sentence, Mu Yun pointed to the right path. Yes, you are still a disciple of the Fire Element Mountain. Ancestor Wu Ming chuckled. Tell me, Diwen must have given you a lot of good things to protect your life. As a disciple of the Fire Element Mountain, we naturally can't treat you unfairly. Ancestor, are you really going to give me something? Of course. Mu Yun smiled and pointed to the 9 dragon sealing pillars in front of him. Then I need these 9 dragon sealing pillars. Ancestor Wu Ming was stunned when he heard this. Brat. Ancestor Wu Ming scolded jokingly. I gave you a chance to take it, but you didn't cherish it? That's not it. Mu Yun shook her head. Ancestor, I need these 9 dragon sealing pillars, and I will definitely return them in the future. Of course, I won't take them for free. In exchange for the last 2 levels of the Universal Flaming Dragon Roar. Universal Flaming Dragon Roar, Ancestor Wu Ming was stunned when he heard this. The Universal Flaming Dragon Roar was created by the Fire Emperor a few years ago. Back then, the Fire Emperor cultivated this martial technique and became an immortal in one fell swoop. However, after the Fire Emperor, no one else cultivated this technique to break through the void and become an immortal. I know that there are 11 levels to the Universal Flaming Dragon Roar, but how did you get the last 2 levels? By chance, I comprehended it from these 9 dragon sealing pillars. Mu Yun smiled. For some reason, looking at Mu Yun's smile, Ancestor Wu Ming felt as if he was walking step by step into Mu Yun's conspiracy. However, the universal flaming dragon roar was indeed very tempting to him. The reason why he had been stuck at the 5th level of the life and death realm was because of the limitations of the universal flaming dragon roar. If he could obtain the complete universal flaming dragon roar, he would definitely be able to reach a higher level. In the future, it would not be impossible for him to become an immortal. As soon as this thought came to mind, even Ancestor Wu Ming could not help but breathe heavily. Kid, I can tell if a real martial technique is real or fake with just a glance. I'm not afraid of you. As Mu Yun spoke, flames enveloped her body, and a 10-meter-tall universal flaming dragon roar suddenly appeared. It was a fire dragon. The 9 fire dragons were in 9 different directions, and 2 of them were on the left and right, guarding Mu Yun. This was the real universal flaming dragon roar. Seeing Mu Yun's method, Ancestor Wu Ming's eyes showed a trace of struggle. Since Mu Yun dared to take it out for an exchange, she naturally had her reasons. The 5 elements divine seal of the 5 elements divine palace had to be comprehended through the stone pillars. However, that was not the case for the universal flaming dragon roar of the fire element mountain. The reason why the fire element mountain let their disciples rely on the dragon sealing pillars to comprehend was mainly to train their disciples' temperament. The 9 dragon sealing pillars were more like a symbol here. At this moment, Mu Yun was betting on whether Ancestor Wu Ming was willing to give up his symbol to exchange for the last 2 levels of the universal flaming dragon roar. Alright. In the end, Ancestor Wu Ming gritted his teeth and waved his hand, uprooting the 9 dragon sealing pillars. 9 dragon sealing pillars in exchange for the last 2 levels of the universal flaming dragon roar. Looking at Mu Yun, Ancestor Wu Ming sighed and said, "Sigh, I still fell into your trap. I'm old and useless." "You're wrong." Mu Yun smiled and said, "How can you say that you fell into my trap, Ancestor? The last 2 levels can definitely help you break through to the 6th level of the life and death realm. At that time, the pressure on the fire element mountain to face the 5 elements divine palace will be reduced. If Ancestor can break through to the 7th level of the life and death realm one day, I'm afraid that the other 4 sects will not only have to fear the 5 elements divine palace, but also the fire element mountain. Kid, you're the only one who knows how to bewitch me. Ancestor, get ready. I'll pass the rest of the martial techniques to you now." As Mu Yun spoke, his soul power surged and directly wrapped around Ancestor Wu Ming. Under this entanglement, Mu Yun truly felt the power of the 5th level of the life and death realm. At this moment, his soul power wrapped around Ancestor Wu Ming's body and entered his sea of soul. A powerful force directly retorted. Mu Yun could even feel that this force, even if it was just a trace, was enough to completely crush his soul power. The 2 of them were like a baby and a burly man. They were not on the same level at all. This was the gap between him and Ancestor Wu Ming. Even if he could kill a life and death realm martial artist at the 10th level of the Feather Immortal realm, it did not mean that he could contend against Ancestor Wu Ming. The 7 levels of the life and death realm, 3 reincarnations of life, 3 reincarnations of death, and life and death as one. Every level strengthened one's soul power and physical body. This kind of strengthening could be said to be incomparably terrifying. Not long after, the transmission was completed. Mu Yun opened his eyes slightly. "Good kid." Ancestor Wu Ming suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Mu Yun with a look of admiration. "It's really the universal flame dragon roar." In just a short moment of comprehension, Ancestor Wu Ming suddenly felt that his body seemed to be undergoing earth-shaking changes. These changes were very strange. They actually stimulated the changes in his body bit by bit. The 6th level of the life and death realm is about to arrive. Sensing the changes in his body, Ancestor Wu Ming knew that he was about to enter seclusion. The 9 dragon sealing pillars are not a loss to my fire element mountain. I can forge a replica in the future and engrave the 9-level cultivation techniques on it for the disciples to refer to. Ancestor Wu Ming urged, "I need to enter seclusion immediately." Mu Yun, in the Battle of the 100 Realms, remember, if you encounter martial artists stronger than you, immediately avoid them. You're not the only one who can kill a life and death realm martial artist. Every genius from those places can do it. Yes. Well, I won't talk to you anymore. I need to enter seclusion immediately. Ancestor, please do as you wish. Mu Yun cupped his hands, and Ancestor Wu Ming's figure immediately disappeared. Smiling, Mu Yun looked at the 9 dragon sealing pillars in her hand, which had shrunk 100 times. A playful look appeared in her eyes. At the same time, Mu Yun could not wait to return to her mountain peak and immediately entered the main hall. 9 dragon sealing pillars, plus the 2 that she had previously obtained. A total of 11 dragon sealing pillars were gathered in Mu Yun's hand. 11 dragon sealing pillars, haha, this is interesting. What do you want to do? Hee, entering the battle of the 100 realms this time, the old and the young all know that it's very dangerous. How can I not know? Of course, I'm looking for something to protect my life. Don't tell me you want to release that old monster? Ready to go, can't I? Mu Yun was suddenly stunned. Kid, you're courting death. That old thing is at least at the 7th layer of life and death realm. If he is released, the first one he will strangle will be you. Then it should be fine to release it in the Divine Space Treasure Cave, right? Mu Yun curled her lips and said, I know that you are the master of everything in the Divine Space Treasure Cave. Even if it's a god, you should have a way to control it after entering the Divine Space Treasure Cave. Of course. As soon as Guei finished speaking, he looked at Mu Yun and shouted, You brat, you tricked me. However, at this moment, Mu Yun ignored him and sat cross-legged on the ground. Swoosh. 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 11 dragon sealing pillars instantly surrounded Mu Yun. The dragon sealing pillar grew larger and larger. Soon, it began to expand rapidly. The sound of wind breaking continued to ring out. 9 of the 11 dragon sealing pillars formed a circle, while the other 2 were facing each other at the center of the 2 semicircles. Seeing this, Guei also deeply admired Mu Yun. Mu Yun was indeed talented in the path of array formations. As a powerful existence in the painting of extermination of Celestial, he naturally knew that before Mu Yun was reborn, she might have accumulated years of hard work in alchemy and weapon refinement. However, in the path of formations, Mu Yun had a unique talent. Could it be that the clansmen of that clan are also sensitive to formations? Guei muttered to himself. What did you say? Ah? No, nothing. It's nothing. Hurry up and get ready. That old monster will come out soon. Guei snorted, How dare you order me around? Why should I listen to you? Get ready. However, Mu Yun did not have time to chat with him here. After she finished speaking, Mu Yun took a step forward. The 11 dragon sealing pillars instantly pierced into the ground of the Divine Space Treasure Cave. In an instant, lines appeared on the ground. As the runes gradually closed, a figure suddenly appeared. This person was wearing a fiery red long robe. His long hair fluttered freely, and there was a faintly discernible flame all over his body. Even though he was merely a soul, he appeared extremely majestic. Fire Sage, seeing the middle-aged holy fire, Mu Yun was slightly startled. Stinking brat, you actually dare to let me out? You're courting death. The moment Holy Fire saw Mu Yun, he immediately let out a low growl and charged towards Mu Yun. Dong, however, when his body collided with the 2 dragon sealing pillars in front of him, a loud explosion suddenly sounded. His body was instantly blocked by the array. Damn it. I think you'd better behave yourself. Mu Yun smiled and said, When it comes to array formations, compared to me, your knowledge is far inferior. You? Holy Fire knew that he couldn't break through the array formation, so he simply stood where he was and looked at Mu Yun. He smiled coldly with disdain. Are you looking down on me? Mu Yun chuckled and said, But you're trapped by me. You. At this moment, Guei suddenly opened his mouth and said, Stinking brat, your array formation can clearly trap him, but you still made me prepare. Old turtle, don't be angry. I'm just worried that he'll break the array formation and mess around here. Stinking brat. Guei cursed inwardly and didn't speak anymore. Holy Fire looked at Mu Yun with anger in his eyes and cursed, Huawuming, that stupid brat. I really shouldn't have handed Fire Element Mountain to him back then. When I get out, I'll definitely slap that brat's face. Get out? You still want to get out? Don't be complacent. This place can trap me for a while, but can it trap me for a lifetime? Holy Fire snorted and said, If you have the ability, kill me now. No, I won't kill you. No matter what, you're still Fire Element Mountain's holy fire, a 7th level life and death expert. Keeping you alive will be of great use to me. Yes, you'll be of great use. Be careful that he doesn't bite you one day. You won't even know how you died. Guai gloated. You can choose to speak less. I won't treat you as a mute. Muyan ignored Guai and looked at Holy Fire, saying, how about I talk to you about the conditions? What conditions? Simple. Muyan chuckled and said, you're now in the true soul state and have no physical body. I can be responsible for finding you a strong physical body and let you be reborn. How about it? Are you that kind? Of course not. Muyan immediately said, my condition is that before this, I need you to help me with something. For example, help me kill someone. Help you kill someone? Holy Fire laughed strangely and said, this old man is now in the true soul state. Why would I help you kill someone? No, no, no. Muyan shook her head and chuckled, don't be in such a hurry to answer me. When I ask you to help me, you only need to help me. How about it? Kid, you're smart. Guai whispered in Muyan's ear again, you want to use the 11 dragon sealing pillars as the foundation and set up a great array. The array core is Holy Fire. This way, Holy Fire can be said to be the array core, and the 11 dragon sealing pillars are Holy Fire's body, right? Shut up. Muyan was impatient, but her eyes were still fixed on Holy Fire. How can I believe you? Holy Fire said again. Simple. Muyan chuckled and said, because you have to believe me. Hearing this, Holy Fire and Guai were completely speechless. What kind of reason was that? Muyan said, first of all, you have no choice. If you don't want to help me, that's fine too. Then you have to be prepared to live in the 11 dragon sealing pillars for tens of thousands of years or even millions of years. Of course, the premise is that you can live to that extent. If you agree to cooperate with me and I value integrity, you might have a chance to live. If I don't value integrity, you can only wait for death. So, you have no choice. Muyan chuckled and said, previously, if you were lucky enough to meet a disciple with heavenly fire in Fire Travel Mountain, you might be able to come out. But now, I brought you out of Fire Travel Mountain. All your opportunities are gone, only me. I'm not in a hurry. Answer me now. We have plenty of time to waste. Muyan said and left the chart of immortal extermination. Are you really sure that he will agree? Guai asked. As long as he wants to become a peerless expert, he will definitely come to me and beg me to cooperate with him. TSK. How shameless. Time passed slowly. These days, Muyan had been studying the Immortal Blood Codex. Every day, he chatted with Aunt Lin and chatted with Elder Fen. It was a relaxing and carefree life. If he wanted to break through to the life and death realm, he had to rely on the comprehension between life and death and not blindly cultivate. Therefore, in the last period of time, Muyan was only familiarizing himself with his martial skills. The true comprehension of life and death was still on the battlefield. This was also why Muyan had to participate in the 100 Worlds battle. A gathering place for geniuses, killing people to accumulate points, arena tournament, these were what Muyan needed the most at the moment. Since everyone who entered the Battle of the 100 Realms was a wild beast, then he would become the strongest wild beast, the king of beasts. On this day, Muyan, Aunt Lin, and Nyowa were eating when a voice transmission suddenly rang in his ears. Return quickly. With these simple words, Muyan knew that what he had been waiting for was finally coming. Aunt Lin, Nyowa, take care. Brother Yun, when you come back, you must find me for a drink. Don't worry, when the time comes, if you haven't reached the illuminating God realm, I won't let you off. Definitely. Aunt Lin looked at Muyan and said with concern, little heir, be careful. Aunt Lin, don't worry, I can't bear to part with the food you cooked. Good child, when you come back, Aunt Lin will cook a table of your favorite food. After bidding farewell to the two, Muyan cupped his hands towards Elder Fen's room. His figure flashed, and Muyan turned into a stream of light and disappeared from Fire Element Mountain. On the mountain peak of Fire Element Mountain, two figures stood with their hands behind their backs. He really went. He will really go. Hu Daifeng and Hu Lin, mother and daughter, spoke softly. Daifeng. An? I know that you can't let him go, but you should know that this person will either soar above the 9 heavens in the future and you won't be able to protect him, or he will die an unnatural death and you won't be able to protect him. I understand. Hu Daifeng raised her face and forced a smile, so, I just want to watch him from afar, watch him grow up step by step, and become a dragon that soars above the 9 heavens. Looking at her daughter's expression, Hu Lin smiled bitterly. At the same time, Mu Yun was flying high in the sky in the 5 elements small world, wantonly feeling the strength of the wind. Today, he was at the 10th level of the feather immortal realm. More importantly, he had absorbed the wind source for his own use. His speed was comparable to a first-level life and death realm expert. At this moment, Mu Yun was indulging himself. Indulging himself to feel the arrogance of the wind. This time, he was destined to be completely arrogant. He wanted the name Mu Yun to be deeply remembered in the 100 Worlds battle. 100 Worlds battle, I, Mu Yun, am coming. With a long roar, Mu Yun's figure turned into a meteor and disappeared. 5 Elements City, 5 Elements Divine Palace. In front of the inner city square, figures gathered one after another. In front of Diwen, 100 figures stood. These 100 people were the genius disciples of the 5 Elements Divine Palace who were participating in the 100 Worlds battle. The weakest was at the 7th level of the Feather Immortal Realm, and the strongest was the 5 Elements Stone Warehouse, at the 1st level of the Life and Death Realm. Last time, when he fought with Mu Yun, the 5 Elements Stone Warehouse was unexpectedly lucky. Although he was severely injured, he broke through his limit, comprehended life and death, and stepped into the 1st level of the Life and Death Realm. It could also be said that it was a blessing in disguise. With a swoosh, Mu Yun's figure appeared in front of him. Sorry, I'm late. Return to your position. Diwen's gaze fell on Mu Yun, and he nodded without saying anything. However, a hint of surprise could not be hidden in his eyes. In these few months, Mu Yun's body seemed to have changed again. This change was not an increase in strength, but a change in her nature. The Kingese couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was, but the changes were real. Looking at the crowd, Diwen opened his mouth and said, this time, the 100 of you represent the 5 Elements Divine Palace to participate in the 100 Worlds battle. You are all geniuses. All you can do is to protect your lives. You should know that you are the top experts in the 5 Elements Small Worlds. You are very strong, but in the thousands of small worlds, you are not the most outstanding. Do you understand? Yes. This time, Diwen had personally appeared. It was enough to see how important this battle was to him. Now, listen to my announcement. This time, after entering the 4 Elements fief, you will follow Mu Yun's lead. Can you do it? Not worth paying attention to with Mu Yun as the leader? Senior brother Shirtsong has broken through to the 1st layer of Life and Death Realm. Why isn't senior brother Shirtsong the leader? Yeah, although senior brother Shirtsong lost to Mu Yun before, it's not certain who's going to win now. That's right. What is the great emperor thinking? Hearing Diwen's words, the crowd started to discuss spiritedly. Shirtsong had indeed lost to Mu Yun before. However, in the past few months, he had broken through to the 1st layer of Life and Death Realm, and his strength had greatly increased. It was not certain who was stronger between the two. Moreover, Shirtsong was a core disciple of 5 Elements Divine Palace. He held a high position and was quite dignified. Why would he listen to an outsider now? Shut up. Hearing the voices of the people below, Kingese coldly shouted. You're all rebelling. If anyone doesn't want to obey, you can withdraw now. I, Diwen, will not force you. Hearing this, everyone kept quiet out of fear. The old ancestor had actually used his own name to refer to himself. How could they dare to resist at this moment? Seeing that everyone was silent, Diwen looked at Mu Yun and said, Mu Yun, if you encounter any 5 Elements Divine Palace disciples who don't listen to your orders, kill them without mercy. Yes. Mu Yun nodded and said. This time, he didn't need the help of the 5 Elements Divine Palace disciples to enter the 4 Origin fief. However, if these people got in his way, he didn't mind killing them one by one. This time, no matter what, he had to break through to the 1st layer of Life and Death Realm in the 4 Origin fief and prepare to return to the pale yellow small world. It had been a few years since he left the pale yellow small world. He wondered how the Blood Alliance members were doing now. Although he had severely injured Yun Lang with his great life-snatching technique, and logically speaking, it was impossible for him to recover in less than 100 years. However, Yun Lang was still connected to the upper realm. Who knew what kind of help the upper realm's immortal sex would give him? Everything was unpredictable. Therefore, he had to prepare for the worst. We will definitely follow the old ancestors' orders. Five Elements Xianxia stood up and said respectfully. Yes. Diwen's face recovered a little. He looked at the rest of the people and snorted. I have already told you what I should tell you. If you follow Muyun's lead, perhaps many of you will survive. Otherwise, no one will collect your corpses. Upon hearing this, Muyun could only smile bitterly. This old ancestor was simply looking for trouble for him. The more he said this, the more the disciples of the Five Elements Divine Palace would resent him. Let's go! Shouted Diwen. He waved his hands, causing a vortex to appear behind him. Muyun could sense that the vortex seemed to be connected to a secret place in the depths of the Five Elements Divine Palace. He was afraid that the Five Elements Spirit Channeling Formation wasn't in this square. There was only one such formation in the entire Five Elements small world. It would be strange if the Five Elements Divine Palace didn't treat it as a treasure. Gradually, the whirlpool formed a five-colored door with a diameter of 100 meters. 5 colors spun within it. Diwen clapped his hands, and with a loud bang, the five-colored teleportation formation suddenly stopped spinning and transformed into 2 intense rays of light. With a cracking sound, the five-colored teleportation gate spun open. 5 lines opened with a loud bang. This teleportation formation can only teleport to the periphery of other small worlds. It can't communicate with the upper realm. Muyun thought to herself. Communicate with the upper realm? That's not something a small world can do. Unless it's a great world, even if a communication is established, it will be immediately destroyed if it's discovered by the people of the great world. Guai chuckled. It's not like you don't know that the people of the great worlds despise the cultivators of the small worlds. Those who come from the lower realms have no strength and no status at all. Of course I know. Muyun didn't speak anymore. Let's go. Diwen took the lead and entered the teleportation formation. At the same time, the 100 disciples of the Five Elements Divine Palace followed closely behind. There was no limit to the number of people in the Battle of the 100 Realms. There was only a skeletal age limit. Cultivators below the age of 50, even if they were in the body-tempering realm or the spiritual cave realm, could enter. However, the small worlds wouldn't be so stupid. Genius disciples below the feather celestial realm would be courting death if they entered. They would be giving away points to others. The moment Muyun entered the teleportation formation, she felt the world spin. It was as if her entire body was spinning in space and time. The spinning was out of control. She couldn't control it at all. Fortunately, this didn't last for long. After about an hour, the scenery in front of her gradually became clear. All of a sudden, numerous figures appeared on a vast expanse of land. This land looked like a vast expanse of yellow sand. As far as the eye could see, the sky and earth were incomparably dark, giving people a feeling of dizziness. As he stood on the ground, Muyun finally felt that he was standing firmly on the ground. However, when she turned around, the people behind her were even more unbearable. They vomited and had diarrhea. Their faces were pale. It was the first time for many of them to use the teleportation formation. It was difficult for them to adapt. However, Muyun knew that this teleportation formation looked like it had been around for a long time. Among the tens of thousands of small worlds, there were some sophisticated teleportation formations. Not to mention feather celestial realm warriors, even weak warriors would feel as if they were walking on flat ground. I told you to cultivate more, but you didn't listen. Recover first. Looking at the sorry state of the disciples behind him, Diwen snorted. Patriarch, don't be angry. It's the first time for the disciples to use the teleportation formation. It's inevitable that they won't be able to adapt. The heaven-devouring ancestor said hurriedly. Humph. Diwen snorted and ignored the crowd. He led Muyun and Xianxia forward. At this moment, on this vast expanse of land, figures of all shapes and sizes were gathered. It was as lively as a gathering. In a small world, there were at least a dozen people. At most, there were hundreds of people. In this battle of the 100 realms, according to the calculation of 100 people in a small world, there were 999 small worlds, which meant that there were close to 100,000 people. This number was extremely large. Those who could stand out among the 100,000 people were the true prodigies who were famous in the world. Follow me. King Gi's pulled Mu Yun, coughed, and said, be careful later. You must appear calm, okay? Yes. Yes. Mu Yun and Xianxia nodded. Haha. King Gi's. Long time no see. You are still alive. A loud laugh rang out as an old man in a white robe appeared before the three of them. The old man's hair and beard were all white, but he gave people the feeling that he was like a pine tree, standing tall and unyielding. Old Qian, you're not dead yet. Why should I be anxious? Haha. When King Gi saw who it was, he was very happy. He laughed and said, Old Qian, this is the proud daughter of Holy Light Small World, Mingyue Shin. Holy Light Small World, it was ranked third in the previous tournament, and there was only one major force in the Holy Light Microcosm, the Radiant Church. It seemed that this old man was the ruler of the Holy Light Microcosm, Saint Xianxia, the leader of the Radiant Church. As one of the top 3 microcosms, the Holy Light Microcosm's strength was on par with the first place Wuji Microcosm and the second place Moyu Microcosm. Are these two the main contestants of your 5 elements microcosm this time? Saint Xianxian's gaze fell on Mu Yun and Xianxia. He chuckled, eh? Didn't your 5 elements family have 3 great geniuses? You are still missing one? Old fox, don't talk nonsense. King Gi's laughed and said, what do you think? This time, your holy church has Mingyue Xian, a 3rd stage life and death realm genius. Are you going to take first place? Hearing this, Saint Xianxian suddenly whispered, this time, there are many life and death realm geniuses in Wuji Microcosm and Moyu Microcosm. It is said that the 2 siblings of Wuji Microcosm are terrifyingly strong, and have comprehended the martial skills of Wuji Microcosm. Oh? King Gi's was slightly taken aback. The stronger the opponent, the more uneasy he felt. Each of the top 10 microcosms was famous. If he wasn't careful, the 5 elements Sky Palace would return empty-handed. Saint Xianxian, King Gi's, what are you two talking about? Right at this moment, a few figures walked over leisurely. The one in the lead wore a baguette robe. He had a muscular body and a sharp face. His eyes were bright. This person is the Reincarnation Pavilion Lord of the Reincarnation Microcosm, Luan Dongsong. King Gi said mentally, the youth behind him is called Luan Wuchang. He is a rising genius of the Reincarnation Pavilion. He is quite strong, and he is quite cunning. Be careful if you meet him. N. The Reincarnation Microcosm was ranked 4th among the thousands of microcosms. It was only slightly weaker than the Holy Light Microcosm. We are talking about how your Reincarnation Microcosm is going to make it to the top 3 this time. Saint Xianxian laughed and said casually. Make it to the top 3? With your Holy Light Microcosm, how can our Reincarnation Microcosm stand a chance? Luan Dongsong laughed and said, Mingyue Xian, the genius of the Holy Light cult. I heard that she has a deep understanding of the Holy Light cult's great art of light. I heard that in terms of understanding the great art of light, many of the elders in the Holy Light cult are inferior to her. These two, Luan Dongsong praised Mingyue Shin, but when he saw Mu Yun and Xianxia, he was slightly surprised. This should be 5 elements Xianxia, 1st level life and death realm. Not bad, this is, Junior Mu Yun. Mu Yun cupped her hands and stepped forward. Mu Yun? Never heard of you. Luan Dongsong shook his head. Damn, hearing this, Mu Yun cursed in her heart. Never heard of me? You definitely haven't heard of me, but you don't have to be so direct. Junior's reputation is shallow. Senior naturally hasn't heard of me. Mu Yun cupped her hands and said. Diwen, it's rare to see you. You didn't bring a disciple of your 5 elements divine palace. You're really broad-minded. Luan Dongzong laughed and said, I heard that the 3 geniuses of your 5 elements divine palace were all killed by someone called Mu Yun. Could it be him? Hearing this, Saint Sanqian and Mingyue Xin couldn't help but take a few more glances at Mu Yun. This person killed the 3 geniuses of the 5 elements divine palace? Mu Yun seemed to be at the 10th level of the feather immortal realm. Logically speaking, the 3 geniuses of the 5 elements divine palace shouldn't have a problem breaking through to the 10th level. Otherwise, the 5 elements divine palace should have brought 4 first-level life and death realm geniuses this time. Impermanence. Luan Dongzong chuckled at the youth behind him and said, this time, you have to be careful of this Mu Yun. She killed 3 geniuses and even made your senior D when let bygones be bygones and bring her to the competition. You have to learn from her. Old ancestor, don't worry. I, Luan Wuchang, don't put a mere 10th level feather immortal realm in my eyes. Looking at Mu Yun, Luan Wuchang's eyes had a trace of disdain. Don't put a person in his eyes? Translator, trans and editor, trans and each harboring their own thoughts. I didn't think that the reincarnation small world would become so arrogant even though its strength hasn't grown much over the years. Mu Yun could tolerate it, but Diwen couldn't. His 5 elements small world was one of the top 10 small worlds participating in the 100 Worlds battle. Although they weren't as strong as the reincarnation small world, he couldn't allow Luan Dongzong to step all over him. Hee, brother Diwen, why are you so angry? Luan Dongzong chuckled, I'm just joking. Wuchang, watch your words. Looking at Luan Wuchang, Luan Dongzong pretended to be angry. I didn't think so much. Luan Wuchang cupped his hands and said, but this time, we entered the 100 Worlds battle for the top 10. When I meet the 2 of you, I will be merciful. No need. Luan Wuchang said that he was apologizing, but his expression was arrogant. He didn't look like he was apologizing at all. Before Diwen could speak, Mu Yun said indifferently. Brother Wuchang also said that we entered the 4 essences fiefdom for the top 10. If you are merciful, you will be easily killed by me. Then, it won't be fun. As soon as she said that, everyone looked at Mu Yun in surprise. Diwen smiled slightly, full of self-satisfaction. No matter what, he couldn't lose in terms of strength, but he couldn't lose in terms of momentum. He didn't believe Mu Yun's words, but Mu Yun said it with momentum. Cracking sounds came from Luan Wuchang's hands. Looking at Mu Yun, Luan Wuchang squeezed out a smile. Good, very good. Then we'll see in the 4 essences fiefdom. I want to know if you can still say such arrogant words at that time. I'll wait for you. Mu Yun didn't give in. Luan Dongzong looked at Diwen and smiled. Brother Diwen, it seems that you're a disciple of the 5 elements divine palace. Your strength isn't great, but your arrogance is admirable. They cupped their hands and left proudly. Brother Diwen, you should be careful this time. Luan Wuchang's talent and strength are first class, but he is vengeful. You must be careful this time. Yes. Mingyue Xin glanced at Mu Yun with a hint of indifference in her eyes. She was the most outstanding disciple of the Radiant cult, but facing Luan Wuchang, she didn't have the confidence to win, let alone kill him. It was unwise for Mu Yun to use her tongue for the sake of momentary pleasure. At the same time, on the other side, dozens of figures gathered together. The few people in the lead all had different figures and clothes, and they all had different styles. Interesting. It seems like the top 10 are already fighting among themselves. A middle-aged man in a purple robe chuckled. Zit Songming, the 5 elements small world is ridiculously weak this time. Your purple flame small world can wash away your previous shame. The person who spoke had bulging muscles. He looked very powerful, and his voice was like a thunderclap. Lei Kong, don't just stand here and talk. Your thunder small world has the best chance, right? Zit Songming chuckled. In the previous 100 Worlds battle, their forces had fought fiercely. In the end, the 5 elements small world had taken advantage of a loophole and taken the top 10. The result was naturally unsatisfactory. This time, they saw that the 5 elements small world only had Mu Yun and Song as the leaders. Moreover, Mu Yun was only at the 10th layer of the Feather Immortal realm, not even at the Life and Death realm. Zit Songming, Lei Kong, you two should stop bickering. At this moment, an old man in a Taiji 8 trigrams robe chuckled, how about we join hands this time? Supreme Emperor Heaven, you have so many ideas. Speak. Lei Kong chuckled. Last time, the Purple Flame Small World, the Thunder Small World, the Taiji Small World, and the Maitreya Small World were supposed to be in the top 10. However, because of the fierce battle, the 5 Elements Small World took advantage of us. This time, let's join hands and eliminate the top 10 small worlds before deciding who is stronger. How about it? Haha, Supreme Emperor Heaven, I knew that the idea of an old fox like you wouldn't be good. Zitsongming laughed, but, I like it. Last time, the 5 Elements Small World had taken advantage of a loophole. For the past 50 years, they had suffered greatly. In the 100 Worlds battle, the top 10 small worlds had the right to rule. Naturally, they had the advantage in the transactions between the small worlds. Otherwise, they wouldn't have fought for the top 10. Wu Jin, this time, remember to eliminate the people from the 5 Elements Small World first. Do you understand? Old ancestor, don't worry. I won't disappoint you. Wu Jin was wearing a long robe. There were purple marks on both sides of his face, making him look extremely sinister. His eyes fell on Mu Yun and Song, and he immediately sneered. Ba. Right at this moment, an old voice sounded. The senior monk of the Maitreya Small World, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened his eyes. Ordinary Grandmaster, do you have anything to say? Ba, Buddha is merciful and should not kill the innocent. Ordinary Grandmaster had a pair of long eyebrows and a ruddy complexion. He looked at everyone and suddenly spoke. Hearing this, the rulers of the small worlds were stunned. However, Buddha also said that killing is to liberate others. Therefore, the people from the 5 Elements Small World do indeed need to be liberated. However, I suggest that the Battle Armor Small World ranked 9th and the Giant Devil Small World ranked 8th join forces and kill them. It's not a big problem. Since they need to be liberated, let's liberate more people. The people of the Maitreya Small World seemed to be kind on the surface, but the other 3 knew that these guys were always talking about the mercy of Buddha. Their mercy was to kill people and rob them of their treasures, to help people convert. Shiyu, do you remember? Great ancestor, this junior remembers. This time, let's start with the 5 Elements Small World. Xianxia was the strongest genius of the Tai Chi Small World. Dressed in a Tai Chi array robe, he looked like a scholar with a childish air. On the other side, Lei Kong patted a burly youth beside him and snorted. Lei Feng, you brat, if you can't get into the top 10 this time, I'll break one of your legs when we return. Don't worry, ancestor. Lei Feng was close to 2 meters tall. He looked at Lei Kong and chuckled. This time, if the 4 of us join forces, the Battle Armor Small World, the Giant Devil Small World, and the 5 Elements Small World will definitely be wiped out. Ji Lu, I gave you this Dharma name so that you can find joy in helping others. Killing people is to liberate them. You must remember this. Thank you for your advice, Ordinary Grandmaster. Another young bald monk put his palms together and said solemnly, Ordinary Grandmaster, don't worry. This disciple will remember to use my hands to liberate more people, regardless of whether they are men or women. Hearing this, Zitsongming, Lei Kong, and Supreme Emperor Heaven really couldn't stand this charlatan's appearance. All of them had strange expressions. After Zhila finished speaking, he looked at the other 3 and said, Benefactors, since we are joining forces this time, we must make the 3 small worlds pay a heavy price. When the time comes, Buddha will be merciful. In order to liberate more people, I, Ji Lu, will not shirk my duty and work hard to liberate more people. Hearing Ji Li's words, Wu Jin, Lei Feng, and Xianxia simply wanted to vomit. In order to get more points, he would get more points. He even said it in such a dignified manner. Among the thousands of small worlds, only the so-called eminent monks of the Maitreya Small World were shameless to this extent. Other people would spit out the bones after eating people, but these people wanted to eat people, including their clothes and shoes. Mu Yun, Song, the 2 of you must be careful this time. Protecting your own lives is the most important thing. Today, after coming here and seeing the various geniuses of the small worlds, Diwen also felt a little regretful. He didn't know if it was right or wrong for him to bring Mu Yun here. The 5 Elements Sky Seal on Mu Yun was very important to him. It was related to whether he could break through the peak of the life and death realm and break through to the immortal realm. And this 100 Worlds battle was also incomparably important to the Five Elements Sky Palace. He really couldn't make a decision. He was already beginning to regret in his heart. He shouldn't have listened to Mu Yun's words. This kid thought that he could kill a first-level life and death realm martial artist. Perhaps he was a little arrogant. But he was also muddle-headed for a moment. Right now, he only hoped that Mu Yun could protect herself in the 100 Worlds battle. Old ancestor, don't worry. Xianxia cupped his hands and said, I will definitely protect myself. How is it enough to protect yourself in such an interesting battle? Mu Yun's lips were curled into a smile at this moment. Killing people to earn points and reach the top 10. How can I not risk my life for such an interesting thing? Hearing Mu Yun's words, Xianxia also smacked his lips. In terms of courage, he believed that he couldn't compare with Mu Yun. Just now, whether it was Luan Wuchang or Ming Yuexin, they were both third-level life and death realm martial artists. Just by seeing the two of them, he completely lost the will to resist. But at this moment, Mu Yun's words and actions looked more like a lunatic. Dong, right at this moment, a dull sound suddenly rang out. The 100 Worlds battle is about to begin. Diwen muttered to himself. Along with the sound of the thud, numerous figures began to gather towards the center. But those disciples were close to 100,000 people. This was simply a vast number. And at this moment, the top experts of the various small worlds stood in place and didn't move forward. Everyone. Right at this moment, a figure floated into the sky. This person was dressed in a green robe. He had a handsome face, a strong body, and slender fingers. His entire person had a soft and tough temperament. Wu Jiaoyan, the ruler of the Wuji small world, Wuji Transformation Palace Master. This person was publicly recognized as the #1 person in the thousands of small worlds. Although the top experts in the thousands of small worlds were mostly at the 7th level life and death realm, they were still very strong. Translator, Transin editor, Transin entering the fiefdom. Wuji Ao Tian stood high up in the sky, looking at the crowd. He pursed his lips and smiled. Everyone, the 100 Realms battle that occurs once every 50 years has begun. Wuji Ao Tian's voice was gentle, but it reached everyone's ears. I, Wuji Ao Tian, will explain the rules once more to all of you. Wuji Ao Tian's voice was very comfortable. There was no arrogance in it, and it was neither servile nor overbearing. It was pleasing to the eye. The tense atmosphere in the vast land relaxed because of his voice. First, there is no limit to the number of disciples from the 999 lesser realms participating in the 100 Realms battle. The age of the disciples must be below 50 years old. Everyone here is a peak expert from their respective lesser realms. I believe no one will be allowed to slip through the net. Second, every disciple who enters the Four Essences fiefdom will leave a wisp of soul power to be counted and numbered. At that time, you will be able to see your own points. Wuji Ao Tian looked at the crowd after he finished speaking. Seeing this, the crowd did not dare to be careless. One by one, they left a wisp of their soul power. Wuji Ao Tian waved his hand, and the wisps of soul power appeared in the sky in an orderly manner. In an instant, densely packed numbers appeared in the sky. They were all zeros. Everyone's points will start at 0. Every time you kill someone, no matter how strong you are, you will get 1 point. When you kill your opponent's points will also belong to you. How ruthless. Hearing this, Mu Yun could not help but sigh. Killing one person was just 1 point. However, there were nearly 100,000 people here. Moreover, when they killed their opponents, their points would be taken away. It could be said that this was a complete massacre. After entering the Four Essences fiefdom, they were no longer humans, but wild beasts. Wild beasts that could only survive by slaughtering. Wuji Ao Tian smiled faintly. At this moment, there will be a scoreboard in your mind that will let you know the changes in the rankings. However, you will only be able to see your own ranking and points. You will not be able to see others. At the same time, we will only be able to see the changes in the rankings from the outside world. With the rulers of the lesser realms here, I believe that even if you want to cheat, no one will be able to do it. Interesting. Mu Yun chuckled and said, in this way, everyone can see their own points. Even if the opponent is right in front of us, we won't know how many points he has. Proud Heaven continued, it's important to get into the top 10. However, don't forget that the Four Essences fiefdoms are strange places, filled with countless treasures and dangers. Even immortal items can be found there. That's right, Proud Heaven said. For those who are powerless to fight for the top 10, you can search for treasures. However, I need to tell you that in a Four Essences fiefdom, staying alive is the most important thing. Having said all that needed to be said, Boundless Proud Heaven waved his hand, and the chessboard-like arrangement above him lit up slightly. If one looked closely, it looked like a sky full of stars. From the first to the last, there were a total of 10,932 people. Mu Yun knew that those bright spots would be erased after they were killed. Who knew how many of these 100,000 people would be lucky enough to make it out alive? However, Mu Yun knew that most of them would lose their lives. Even so, the various lesser realms were still scrambling for it. Opportunity and danger coexisted. The more dangerous it was, the greater the opportunity. As long as one of their disciples found a treasure and found a place to hide for a period of time, it was not impossible for them to make it out alive. He wasn't the only one who had such thoughts. If they died, there would be nothing left. Staying alive was the most important thing. Everyone, let's open the Four Essences fiefdom together. All right. As soon as Proud Heaven finished speaking, shouts rang out from all around. In an instant, the rulers of the various lesser realms who had accompanied him flew into the air. The patriarchs who had surrounded the participating disciples immediately used everything they had. Above the vast land, the wind and clouds changed. Above the 100,000 people, dazzling rays of light suddenly appeared. Clattering sounds rang out one after another. For Essences fiefdom, open! A low shout rang out. Suddenly, a huge black vortex opened up above the crowd, like the giant maw of a Tao Tai. In an instant, a powerful suction force pulled everyone into it. There's no need to resist. Next, enter the Four Essences fiefdom. Everything will depend on your own luck. As soon as Proud Heaven finished speaking, a buzzing sound rang out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, one by one, figures disappeared from the land. However, there were also a few people who suddenly screamed when they broke through the giant formation formed by the patriarchs. Their bodies were instantly penetrated by the light and vanished into thin air. Martial artists above the bone age of 50 are not allowed to enter. It seems that there are still people who want to pass off as fish eyes. Proud Heaven snorted and continued to strengthen the formation. Gradually, everyone's figures disappeared from where they were. The vast land suddenly turned dark. Diwen watched as the figures entered the Four Essences fiefdom, his heart filled with worry. It was hard to say whether Mu Yun could return alive after entering the Four Essences fiefdom. In previous years, out of more than 100,000 contestants, only about 7,000 to 8,000 would make it out alive. The casualty rate was 10 to 1. He could not help but worry. In this competition, the Five Elements Divine Palace was in the top 10. It could be said that they were at the bottom of the top 10. Many people would definitely target the Five Elements Divine Palace disciples. But at this moment, Diwen understood that worrying was useless. Meanwhile, on the other side, the 100,000 people had already disappeared from the vast land. Streams of light rushed into the Four Essences fiefdom. Mu Yun's feet landed on solid ground. She exhaled slightly. They were in, looking around, the surrounding world was slightly dark. Sunlight shone through the forest and shone on the land. The temperature was suitable. The birds chirped and the flowers were fragrant. This place looked more like a paradise. Whoosh, at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out. Mu Yun did not even look. She put her index and middle fingers side by side and shot out a finger sword. Pfft! There was a muffled groan. A figure fell from a tree behind her. Blood gushed out from his neck. He had died an unnatural death. She acted so quickly. She was in too much of a hurry. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Mu Yun smiled slightly. 1 point was awarded for each person she killed. Mu Yun suddenly had an idea. She wanted to check the scoreboard. She should be the fastest person to act now. There was a buzzing sound, and a screen appeared in front of her. Dense light dots appeared on the screen and were arranged neatly. However, Mu Yun was completely dumbfounded by what he saw. He thought that he had just entered the Four Essences fiefdom and had not even caught his breath. He thought that he would at least be on the scoreboard after killing someone. However, at this moment, Mu Yun was dumbfounded when he saw his ranking. 9,800. Looking at the first place again, Mu Yun was even more shocked. 156 points. Damn, who was so ruthless? He killed more than 100 people as soon as he entered. That's too crazy. Mu Yun could not help but curse in a low voice. It had only been a dozen breaths of time since he landed. In a dozen breaths of time, he had killed more than 100 people. This person was really too ruthless. At the same time, on a small mound of earth in a yellow land, a figure was wiping a large saber in his hand and sitting upright on the mound. This person was dressed in blood-red armor and had 2 nose rings on his nostrils. The large saber in his hand was stained with blood. Beside this person, there were more than 100 corpses. Blood flowed, and the smell of blood rushed into the air. After taking a deep breath, the young man laughed with a sinister expression. What a fragrant smell. It's simply intoxicating. I told you not to come, but you didn't listen. Since you're here, you'll die in the hands of others. You might as well increase my points. The young man stood up and took a deep breath. He looked into the distance and smiled. In the 100 Realms battle, I, Bao Tianming, am enough for my violent devil small world. His crazy voice pierced through the clouds. At the same time, figures were shuttling back and forth between the mountains. Ziwu Jin, are you sure you can contact the people in your purple flame small world? Ji Lu, who was dressed in a kasaya, put his palms together and asked with an amiable expression. Master Ji Lu, you don't have to think so much. You just have to bring the people from your Maitreya small world here. Ziwu Jin laughed and said, as for how I'll bring the people from my purple flame small world here, you don't have to worry about it. What about Benefactor Lei Feng and Benefactor Xianxia? Don't worry, master. We naturally have a way. Xianxia hurriedly said. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia immediately distanced herself from him. This old bald donkey really made one's heart turn cold. The longer one stayed with him, the more one would feel as if there were flies flying around one's ears. Even someone as carefree as Lei Feng couldn't stand it at this moment, let alone him. The people of the 4 small worlds joined forces and immediately began to gather the people around them. At the same time, the genius disciples of the various small worlds were gathering the inner disciples of their sections. However, the appearance of the 4 origin fief changed once every 50 years. Even if they wanted to gather the disciples of their sects, it would be difficult for them to do so. Bang! Following a dull explosion, 2 figures fell to the ground with blood flowing out from their bodies. Mu Yun clapped his hands and smiled helplessly. He had been strolling leisurely all this time. He hadn't looked for anyone else, but others had started to look for him. In terms of points, he had already killed 17 people, however, Mu Yun was shocked when he saw that he was ranked 1024 on the ranking list. According to his lowest ranking, he had killed close to 20,000 people in front of him. This was only half a day after entering the 4 origin fief. The battle of the 100 worlds was indeed cruel. Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly sounded. A faint sound passed in front of Mu Yun. However, before the sound could avoid Mu Yun's body, it was caught by Mu Yun. Transmission talisman. Generally speaking, transmission talismans were very difficult to catch. However, this transmission talisman looked very strange and coincidentally met Mu Yun. After the bloodline change, Mu Yun's perception of everything became extremely sensitive. At this moment, Mu Yun grabbed the transmission talisman and crushed it. 1 against 4. That voice exploded, and a smile gradually appeared at the corner of Mu Yun's mouth. Purple Flame Minor World, Thunder Minor World, Maitreya Minor World, and Tai Chi Minor World. These 4 minor worlds had the strength to rank in the top 10 in the previous 100 Worlds tournament. Unfortunately, the internal strife between the 4 minor worlds was too fierce. In addition, the 4 minor worlds were not convinced of each other's strength, and the consumption was severe. In the end, the 5 elements minor world, which had no hope, benefited. Before coming, Diwen had also warned him to be extremely careful when meeting the people of these 4 minor worlds. The people of these 4 minor worlds did not enter the top 10 back then, so they blamed their anger on the 5 elements minor world. Therefore, this time, they would definitely be unfavorable to the 5 elements minor world. Gather? Mu Yun faintly smiled. It seemed that the people of the various minor worlds had a unique way of communicating with each other. He believed that it would not be long before they gathered. However, it would be better if they gathered. At this moment, Mu Yun was like a headless fly in this place. If they could gather together, they could fish in troubled waters. The cultivation of the opponents he met along the way was too low. It was simply impossible for him to comprehend the profound of life and death and step into the life and death realm. What he needed now was a life and death opponent. True life and death opponents would only appear in some of the minor worlds at the front. Since you want to gather, I'll go find you. Mu Yun faintly smiled, and his figure disappeared on the spot. A 4-origin fief could be said to be a vast and boundless land, just like the heavenly fate continent. However, it was very strange to say that it was just a land. Because along the way, Mu Yun could feel that from a grassland or a forest to another forest or grassland, he seemed to be in 2 different worlds. This feeling was quite strange. However, gradually, Mu Yun slowed down. In front of him was a towering mountain range. The mountain was not high. At a glance, it was mostly 1,000 meters tall. This was the place where the person who sent the transmission talisman was at. Carefully, Mu Yun withdrew all his soul power into the immortal extermination diagram. After reaching the life and death realm, martial artists were very sensitive to soul power fluctuations. However, Mu Yun had the painting of extermination of immortality, so she was not afraid at all. At the critical moment, he gathered his soul power into the picture of extermination of deity. He was like a flower or a tree, making it impossible for anyone to detect his presence. Fortunately, the mountain range was surrounded by dense forests. Mu Yun released her perception and checked her surroundings. Step by step, she entered the forest. The purple flame small world was much stronger than the 5 elements small world. If there were many people from the purple flame small world gathered here and he was discovered, he was not confident that he could kill all of them by himself. If things went wrong, he might become someone's target. Mu Yun looked around calmly and followed suit. Who are you? At this moment, a low shout suddenly rang out. Before Mu Yun could react, several figures rapidly approached. Oh no! Mu Yun understood that although she was careful, those people must have left a mark here. If an outsider broke in, they would definitely discover it. Kill. Without hesitation, Mu Yun shot out like an arrow. Instead of retreating, he advanced and met those people head-on. How dare you charge at me? You are courting death. Seeing that Mu Yun advanced instead of retreating, those people immediately formed a fan shape and charged at Mu Yun. 1, 2, a total of 6 people. The strongest were the 2 people in the middle, who were at the 9th level of the Feather Celestial Realm. It was not easy to kill these people in an instant. Clang, with a clang, a long sword suddenly appeared in Mu Yun's hand. On the long sword, there was a buzzing sound. The Skychime sword immediately attacked. 7 strokes of annihilation. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. 7 sword seals suddenly slashed out. 5 of the sword seals directly attacked the 5 people on both sides. 3 sword seals formed the shape of a triangle and attacked the 2 people in the middle. 10th level of the Feather Celestial Realm, retreat quickly. Seeing this scene, the 2 people in the middle immediately understood that this person was not someone they could deal with. You can't run away. As Mu Yun's cold voice fell, there was a sudden thud and 6 figures fell to the ground. With a buzzing sound, Mu Yun's points increased by another 16 points, 16 points. It seems that the 6 of you have killed 10 people. Mu Yun smiled slightly. Without another word, she turned around and returned. If he did not leave now, it would be more troublesome if he wanted to leave when the people from the Purple Flame Small World appeared. You want to leave after killing people? Is there such a good thing? However, just as Mu Yun turned around, a cold snort suddenly sounded. Mu Yun ignored it completely and turned around with a palm strike. The sky was full of stars, and the petals fell in profusion. It's you. However, when he saw Mu Yun turn around and attack with a palm strike, Ziwu Jin was suddenly stunned. Mu Yun from the Five Elements small world, there was a path to heaven, but you did not take it. Instead, you came to my hell. You are courting death. Ziwu Jin laughed and said, we were just about to find the people from the Five Elements small world. You delivered yourself to our doorstep. Looking at Mu Yun's palm strike, Ziwu Jin sneered. Purple netherworld palm. Ziwu Jin directly sent out a palm strike with a cold smile on his face. This palm strike was enough to take Mu Yun's life. Suddenly, the sky full of sparks collided with the purple palm strike and turned into nothingness. However, Mu Yun's palm strike was the last move of the sky-burning jade falling palm. Its power was not great individually, but when gathered together, its power was boundless. The purple palm strike broke through the sparks one by one, but gradually, it was mostly worn down. When it arrived in front of Mu Yun, only bits and pieces were left. Mu Yun did not even turn her head and dodged to the side. Damn it, seeing this, Ziwu Jin growled and said, the three of you, please attack together with me and kill this person. No problem. Alright. Bah. This old monk is naturally willing to help others free themselves. The three of them spoke at the same time and attacked. Seeing this, how could Mu Yun dare to continue fighting? These four people were all at the first level of life and death realm. Just one of them was definitely not someone that Five Elemental Jade and Fire Gui could compare to. If he wanted to kill one of them, he would have to pay a huge price, not to mention the four of them working together. Moreover, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard behind the four of them. Presumably, the cultivators of the four small worlds were rushing over. If he continued to fight here, he would definitely be shot into a hornet's nest. 9 Elemental Explosion. In an instant, Mu Yun attacked. 9 elemental balls lined up in a line and exploded with a loud bang. His body contained 9 types of pure elemental power, which belonged to the power of heaven and earth. It was inexhaustible. Right now, he had to hurry and escape. Mu Yun was also speechless. He originally thought that the people of Purple Flame Small World were here, and he wanted to take advantage of the chaos and set up an ambush here to kill a few. Who would have thought that the cultivators of the four small worlds were actually gathered here? He had simply bumped into a hornet's nest. You still dare to resist? Seeing that Mu Yun was still attacking while escaping, Ziwu Jin snorted coldly. Purple Netherworld Art, Heavenly King's Glory. With a low shout, True Origin crazily surged between Ziwu Jin's hands. Behind Mu Yun, a huge net covered the sky and covered the earth. On the other side, when Lei Feng saw Mu Yun's move, he immediately exclaimed, the power of lightning. What a strong power of lightning. If this person stays, it will definitely be beneficial to me. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately took a step forward. In the sky, a bolt of lightning instantly struck down. The lightning circled around Lei Feng and crackled loudly. Instantly, the power of the lightning moved along the ground and rushed towards Mu Yun. 8 trigrams Extermination Fist. At the same time, the gentle-looking twin book feather from the Tai Chi small world suddenly attacked. Both of his hands clapped, and a black and white Tai Chi shot out. Bah! Gila shouted and looked forward. A string of Buddhist prayer beads appeared in his hand. The Buddhist prayer beads were engraved with all kinds of images of men and women. There were so many that it was dazzling. Mental Confusion Art. Ji Li's hand hit the Buddhist prayer beads, and a wretched smile appeared in his eyes. My mental confusion art will definitely make this kid lose his mind and be unable to extricate himself. With the attacks of the three of you, it won't be a problem to kill him. Alright. In an instant, the Buddhist prayer bead shot out many illusions. Instantly, Mu Yun felt that he was in a pile of women. All kinds of extremely enchanting women were wearing revealing clothes and swaying their waists as they surrounded him. Old bald donkey, you still want to seduce me with this kind of trash? Close the door at night and entertain yourself. To Mu Yun, who had seen such top-notch beauties like Qin Mengyao, Wang Xianxia, and Xiao Yuner, these people were indeed nothing much. As soon as he activated his mental technique, the heavenly fire burned and the illusions disappeared. However, this moment of delay allowed the attacks of the 3 people behind him to arrive. The first to arrive was Lei Feng's lightning array. Crackling sounds of explosions rang out directly under Mu Yun's feet. The violent thunder rushed straight to Mu Yun's feet. After Mu Yun absorbed the wind source and comprehended the concept of wind, his speed was naturally fast. However, no matter how fast he was, he couldn't compare to the speed of sound. Lightning? However, seeing this scene, Mu Yun couldn't stop sneering. Compared to lightning, could Lei Feng compare to his lightning essence? That was the 9 heavens true lightning, which came from the 9 heavens. It was definitely not something that Lei Feng's weak lightning could compare to. Want to kill me? Let's see who will. Mu Yun snorted and took a step forward. The lightning beads under his feet instantly vibrated. Boom, the two sides collided, and a loud explosion rang out. However, even though Mu Yun's 9 heavens true lightning was stronger, Lei Feng was still more powerful in terms of true essence density and dominance. In this collision, Mu Yun used the 9 heavens true lightning to suppress the thunder explosion. However, the strong rebound force still made his face turn pale. At the same time, the attack of the twin Xianxia had already arrived. The black and white 8 trigrams mark was like a maggot that was hard to dodge. Mu Yun had no choice but to turn around and counterattack. The 9 elements blood will suddenly appeared. This 9 elements blood will directly expanded to 100 feet in size and completely blocked the 8 trigrams mark. However, at the same time, Ziwu Jin's giant net fell from the sky. With a loud bang, the giant net directly enveloped Mu Yun's body. Get lost. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun immediately slashed out with his sword. 5 elements origin dragon. However, this sword strike was truly too hasty. It was simply unable to block the huge purple net at all. It only managed to delay the descent of the huge purple net. Heavenly fire. Ziwu Jin looked at Mu Yun and chuckled, I didn't expect you to have heavenly fire. You're the first person in the 5 elements small world to have heavenly fire besides Fire Emperor. It seems that old man Diwen didn't send you here for no reason. Ziwu Jin chuckled, since you're here, I'll take the heavenly fire. Just as Mu Yun was about to say something, the enormous net that had been slowed down was already flying toward him. Damn it. Seeing the net sticking to her, Mu Yun cursed in a low voice. Facing 4 first-layer life and death realm geniuses at the same time made her feel a lot of pressure. However, Mu Yun wasn't someone to be trifled with. 8 Desolation Flaming Dragon Roar, incinerate the 8 Desolation. With a low shout, Mu Yun took a step forward, and a rumbling sound suddenly resounded. 11 fire dragons, spewing flames, rushed out in an instant. 8 Desolation Flaming Dragon Roar. 11 fire dragons, how is this possible? Seeing this scene, Ziwu Jin, Shuyu, and the other 2 looked at each other in dismay. In the 5 elements small world, there weren't only the 5 elements heavenly palace, but also the fire element mountain, Skywater faction, and other great sections. They weren't surprised that Mu Yun could use the fire element mountain's secret technique. However, the fire element mountain's 8 Desolation Flaming Dragon Roar only had 9 fire dragons at its peak. How did it become 11 now? The 4 could see a trace of disbelief on each other's faces. Regardless of this kid has a lot of secrets. No wonder Diwen sent him to participate in the 100 Worlds battle. After capturing him and killing him, his secrets will be ours. Ziwu Jin sneered. I'm very interested in his lightning element. I'm more interested in heavenly fire. The 4 looked at each other and smiled, then directly rushed towards Mu Yun. At the same time, the 11 fire dragons around Mu Yun were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Mu Yun stood in the middle of the 11 fire dragons, looking left and right. In the brief confrontation just now, he didn't suffer any losses, but he knew that it was because the 4 of them didn't even look him in the eye. They were merely probing attacks. If the 4 of them went all out, even if he used all his trump cards, he would only be able to kill 1 or 2 of them. However, he reckoned that his life was going to be lost here. However, at this moment, there was no better way. Myriad Transformations Water Softening Technique. Immediately, Mu Yun shouted in her heart and took a step forward. Powerful true origin energy of the world fluctuated and water vapor filled the air. A water dragon suddenly appeared. Heavenly Wood Morality Technique. Once again, Mu Yun used the Azure Wood Manor secret manual, the Heavenly Wood Morality Technique. The surrounding trees suddenly transformed into pure wood elemental energy, combining with the power of the tree of myriad transformations. Immediately, the scenery changed drastically. The surrounding trees instantly withered, and a wood dragon appeared directly beside Mu Yun. Seeing this scene, Ziwu Jin and the other three were completely stunned. What's going on? Roar of the 8 fire dragons. Myriad transformations water softening technique. Heavenly wood morality technique. Does this guy even know the Diamond Saint body and 100 refinements golden body? However, just as the shock in their hearts passed, Mu Yun suddenly shouted. Diamond Saint body. In an instant, the powerful origin energy in the sky-mending stone appeared. The powerful earth elemental energy condensed into an earth dragon. 100 refinements golden body. At this moment, the eternal gold suddenly erupted with powerful metal elemental energy. The golden dragon appeared once again. Immediately, colorful origin dragons condensed around Mu Yun. Dragons were divine beasts. Most people only saw their forms in ancient records. However, the dragon form that Mu Yun condensed this time was the original form of his good brother, Xianxia. The shocking power of this move could be imagined. Ziwu Jin and the other three stood where they were. Their reactions were still good, but the people behind them were already completely dumbfounded. Dragon, what kind of freak was this guy? Good. Seeing Mu Yun's moves, Ziwu Jin suddenly shouted, Mu Yun, you are indeed a genius. You are so proficient in the 5 ultimate techniques of the 5 great forces. You are amazing. Thank you very much. As soon as Ziwu Jin finished speaking, he flew up into the air and rushed forward. At the same time, Lei Feng, the Shuyu duo, and Ji Le followed closely behind. At this moment, the moves that Mu Yun displayed were really incredible. It was even more attractive than the treasures in some secret zones of the Four Essences fiefdoms. The treasures in the secret zones were precious and coveted, but the danger was even greater. Mu Yun was only at the 10th level of the Yuxian stage. If they killed him, the good things would naturally belong to them. Suddenly, 4 figures rushed out. But this time, the moves that the 4 of them used were really too powerful. It was completely different from the previous moves. Seeing the 4 of them rushing over, Mu Yun sneered in his heart. You guys have fun. See you later. With a flash, Mu Yun slipped away from the fire dragon, the gold dragon, the earth dragon, the water dragon, and the wood dragon. But the 4 of them were forcibly blocked by the 5 elements elemental dragons. Mu Yun did not think of using these moves to kill the 4 of them. That was simply unrealistic. The 4 of them were the top geniuses of the small worlds. Each of them had many killing moves and even more life-saving moves. Defeating them one by one was the only way. Trying to run. Seeing that Mu Yun wanted to run, Ziwu Jin rushed forward. But at the same time, the several elemental dragons that had stopped in their original places rushed forward. Rumbling noises could be heard as the 4 figures were stopped in their tracks. Get lost. Seeing the incoming fire dragon, Ziwu Jin took a step forward. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and killing intent was released. But in the moment that the 4 of them were blocked by the 5 elements elemental dragons, Mu Yun's figure had already disappeared. Seeing the withered forest in front of them, the 4 of them stood where they were and remained silent. Ba. At this moment, Ji Le put his palms together and said, Benefactor Mu Yun did not want to be converted. We had no choice but to convert him by force and take his treasures to let him know that he was wrong. Ji Le, you mean to continue chasing? Of course, we have to continue chasing. Ziwu Jin continued, this guy has endless secrets. We can't let him escape. That's right. Lei Feng said again, the 4 of us were played by a guy at the 10th level of the heavenly immortal realm. What's the big deal? And this time, I think the disciples of the 5 elements divine palace are led by Mu Yun and the 5 elements stone warehouse. Killing Mu Yun is like cutting off the left and right arms of the 5 elements divine palace. Hearing the 3 of them, Xianxia did not speak. The 5 elements origin energy on Mu Yun's body was extremely tempting. But he was from the Tai Chi small world and specialized in the Tai Chi 8 trigrams. The treasures on Mu Yun's body were important, but they did not mean much to him. Brother Yu, don't you want to chase? Seeing that Xianxia did not speak, Ziwu Jin smiled and said. Since the four small worlds have decided to join forces, we naturally have to advance and retreat together. Of course, we have to chase this guy. Xianxia laughed and said, but this guy is extremely fast. I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to catch up. You don't have to worry about that. At this moment, Zhila suddenly said, when I used the great bewitching technique on Mr. Muyun, I did something to him. As long as he stops, we can immediately join forces and surround him. Okay. Hearing those words, Ziwu Jin and Lei Feng immediately revealed excited expressions. This little bald donkey spoke in a strange way, but he was quite reliable. Since that's the case, I will naturally go with the three of you. Although Muyun's treasures were not very attractive to him, the four small worlds had decided to join forces, so they were naturally united. Furthermore, they had decided to deal with not only the five elements small world, but also the Night Battle Armor small world and the eighth Giant Demon small world. At the same time, on the other side, Muyun chose a direction and escaped tens of thousands of kilometers away, not daring to breathe. Only when he arrived at a desert did Muyun stop and heave a sigh of relief. At this moment, it should be difficult for the people of the four small worlds to find him. He originally thought that if he encountered a genius disciple of a small world, he could sneak attack from the periphery and earn some points. But he did not expect that the four of them would gather together. But at this moment, he calmed down and thought about the attitude of Ziwu Jin and the other three. Muyun's heart sank. It seemed that Diwen was right this time. It seemed that the five elements small world was in the awkward position of 10th place. Many people could not hold back and wanted to kill this 10th place first. Boom, however, just as Muyun was thinking, a rumble suddenly sounded. In the rolling desert ahead, a mushroom cloud soared into the sky. Seeing this scene, Muyun understood that there were people fighting at this moment. In a fororigin fiefdom, having people was the best thing. One person represented 1 point. Boom boom boom, however, not long after Muyun stood in place, the sky was already filled with rumbling sounds. Let's go take a look. Muyun hid his soul power and rushed out. Xianxia, your five elements small world got into the top 10 50 years ago because of dogshit luck. I think it's not bad for you to obediently accept your death now. In the desert, 3 parties were fighting. One of them was covered in blood-stained armor. However, that blood was not his. Instead, it was someone else's blood. He was dressed in blood-red armor and had earrings on his ears and nose. In addition to his gloomy and cold expression, this person was terrifying. Bao Tianming. On the other side, 5 elements Stone Song was caught in a bitter battle. He shouted, your violent devil small world and wind small world have always been incompatible like fire and water. You actually helped Feng Dong Tian. You don't have any helpers by your side now. Be careful, after dealing with me, you'll be next. At this moment, 5 elements Stone Song was surrounded by more than 20 disciples of the 5 elements Divine Palace. Their clothes were dyed red from head to toe, and they seemed to have reached the end of their road. The youth fighting with him had a mocking expression on his face. The man was dressed in a green robe, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He floated in the air, giving people the feeling that he was far away from the horizon. Xianxia, I've heard that Muyun is the strongest in your team, not you. I can't understand why you're not a match for a guy at the 10th level of the Feather Immortal Realm who hasn't even reached the Life and Death Realm. Your 5 elements small world is indeed a disgrace. Damn it. Looking at Bao Tianming fiddling with the large blade in his hand, 5 elements Stone Song was furious. However, at this moment, Bao Tianming and Feng Dong Tian were both at the 1st level of Life and Death Realm, the same realm as him. Moreover, they were stronger than him. He couldn't think of any way to escape. Could it be that he was going to die in this fororigin fiefdom without having the time to show his skills? Bao Tianming, however, what could he do even if he was unwilling? 5 elements Stone Warehouse was furious. If it wasn't for Muyun, their 5 elements small world wouldn't be in such a miserable state. 5 elements Dong Tian and the other 2 had the ability to kill 1st level Life and Death Realm experts. If the 3 of them were here, the situation would be different. However, what could he do even if he was unwilling? Death was death. There was no way to survive here. Everything was Muyun's fault. However, the result was that he was going to die here. He hated it. 5 Elements Stone Warehouse, I can only say that your 5 Elements Sky Palace is too weak. Now, there's no place for you in the top 10. Feng Dongtian looked at the 5 Elements Stone Warehouse and chuckled, from what I know, the Wind Force Small World isn't the only one that wants to kill everyone from the 5 Elements Small World. The Purple Flame Small World, the Maitreya Small World, and the other 4 small worlds are gnashing their teeth at you. Humph, if you want to kill, then kill. What's the point of talking nonsense? Good, you're very promising. Feng Dongtian smiled and took a step forward. In the blink of an eye, a series of afterimages appeared along the way. Grief of the Wind. A thin sword appeared in Feng Dongtian's hand. The thin sword was only 3 feet long and 2 fingers wide. However, the sword was exactly the same as the person, leaving behind afterimages. Those afterimages surrounded Xianxia's body, making him unable to differentiate the real Feng Dongtian. With a poochie sound, a bloody wound suddenly appeared on Xianxia's body. However, those afterimages were still afterimages. Feng Dongtian's figure was still unrecognizable. 5 Elements Divine Seal, Heaven and Earth Seal. A low shout rang out as the imprint slashed out. All of a sudden, the afterimages collapsed one after another. Feng Dongtian's figure appeared, but he charged towards the stone warehouse with killing intent. The power had just dissipated. At this moment, Xianxia could not react in time. In a moment of desperation, Xianxia forcefully dodged and the sword pierced through his left arm. Blood spurted out and Xianxia's face turned pale. Feng Dongtian, when are you still in the mood to joke? If you don't kill him, I will. This kid should have some points on him. On the other side, Bao Tianming held his broadsword and walked towards the stone warehouse step by step. The broadsword left a scar in the desert. Looking at it from afar, it made people feel a chill in their hearts. At this time, even the slightest teasing from the two of them was enough to make the 5 Elements Stone Warehouse feel timid. Bao Tianming, I finally managed to kill you and earn some points. You killed everyone in your violent devil small world. Are you still not satisfied with so many points? Of course not. Bao Tianming expressionlessly said, this fellow, whoever kills him, he belongs to. Hearing this, Feng Dongtian chuckled. He immediately raised his sword and charged toward the 5 Elements Stone Warehouse. At the same time, on the other side, Bao Tianming grinned and charged over. The points on Xianxia's body would belong to whoever killed him. The only way to enter a 4 Essences fiefdom was by accumulating points. Naturally, they wouldn't give the opportunity to their opponents. Let's fight. Seeing this scene, Xianxia knew that he couldn't resist. But in this place, begging was useless. Only the strong could survive. The weak didn't have the right to live. Even if I die, I will drag one of you down with me. You? Down with me? You think too much. Bao Tianming chuckled and slashed in the air. 100 feet long broadsword radiance charged toward Xianxia. Boom, seeing the broadsword radiance charging toward him, Xianxia wanted to resist. But at this moment, a loud boom suddenly sounded and Xianxia was stunned. 2 against 1, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't make sense. A teasing voice suddenly sounded at this moment. Mu Yun. Seeing Mu Yun appear, Xianxia immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The hatred in his heart for Mu Yun decreased by a lot. You are Mu Yun. Looking at Mu Yun, Bao Tianming chuckled and said, 10th level of the heavenly immortal realm, to have such a good fortune. Amazing. I think you should stop killing people. There are quite a few, but I want to know more. How many people have you killed? Hearing Mu Yun's words, Bao Tianming was stunned. Then, a smile appeared on his face. Naturally, he could hear the provocation in Mu Yun's words. Feng Dongtian looked at Mu Yun and said coldly, insolence will lead to an early death. Since you know, why are you still so insolent? Mu Yun replied indifferently. Just looking at Mu Yun's confident look, Feng Dongtian couldn't help but want to attack. Feng Dongtian. At this moment, Bao Tianming suddenly shouted, how about leaving this kid to me? The rest of the people in 5 Elements Divine Palace are all yours. Feng Dongtian pondered for a moment and nodded. Perhaps the points of Xianxia and the others combined were not as many as Mu Yun. However, at this moment, he didn't want to be enemies with Bao Tianming. This person had killed all the martial artists from Violent Devil Small World who were with him. His methods were ruthless and made one's hair stand on end. To communicate with such a person, one would rather suffer a loss than offend him. When he went crazy, he wouldn't even recognize his own father. Offending such a person wouldn't end well. It seems like you want to kill me after seeing that I have more points? No. Bao Tianming looked at Mu Yun and chuckled, it's not because you have more points, but because you seem to be at the 10th level of Feather Immortal Realm. You are the strongest in the 5 Elements Divine Palace team. That Xianxia is too weak. First level of Life and Death Realm is too weak. I hope you won't disappoint me. Don't worry. Mu Yun chuckled, I hope you won't disappoint me too. Clang, as her words fell, the two figures clashed. Heaven Crysword and Bao Tianming's broadsword immediately created sparks. However, these sparks weren't the sparks of love, but the sparks of life and death. Good sword. Seeing this scene, Bao Tianming faintly smiled. His eyes were filled with satisfaction. Your blade isn't bad either. This blade is called Fallen Soul Blade. Tens of thousands of souls have perished under this blade. Its grade isn't as good as your sword, but when it is truly used, the person is more terrifying than the blade. You're overconfident. Mu Yun directly flew up and slashed out with her Heaven Cry sword. The two figures immediately clashed. On the other side, seeing Mu Yun appear, Xianxia's face lit up with vitality. He had already summoned his fellow disciples. As long as the 5 Elements Divine Palace disciples gathered, he wouldn't be afraid of the Wind Travel Small World. In terms of overall strength, the 5 Elements Divine Palace was much stronger than the Wind Travel Small World. Now that Mu Yun had blocked the terrifying Bao Tianming, as long as he withstood Feng Dongtian's attack, he might be able to escape. Xianxia, it's unfortunate that you met me. Humph, stop boasting. You're far from Bao Tianming. Otherwise, how could you be afraid of him when he's alone and you have dozens of people? Xianxia snorted. Although I can't defeat you, I'm more than capable of protecting myself. You're really confident. Hearing this, Feng Dongtian's face was filled with anger. Feng Dongtian directly attacked Xianxia with his sword. The battle had begun once again. At the same time, on the other side, Zi Wujin and the other 3 led a large group of people in the direction that Ji Lu had pointed out. What's wrong? He stopped. Ji Lu was puzzled. Mu Yun actually stopped. It seems that he thinks that we have given up on chasing him. He should be resting now, or he might have found a good place. Good. Zi Wujin said confidently. That's great. This way, we can kill him in one fell swoop. Good. Everyone, let's speed up. Anything can happen in the 4 Elements fief. If they catch Mu Yun, it will be troublesome. What's there to be afraid of? With our 4 minor worlds joining hands, who are we afraid of? That's not the case. Wuji Minor World, Demonic Jade Minor World, and Sacred Light Minor World. Not to mention our 4 minor worlds joining hands, even if 4 more minor worlds came, it would still be useless. At the mention of the top 3 minor worlds, several people shrunk their necks. Geniuses were also divided into different ranks. The difference between them and the geniuses of the top 3 minor worlds was simply too great. It's said that there are more than a dozen life and death realm martial artists in the Wuji Minor World's 36 and 72 heavenly palaces. The strongest are the siblings Wuji Xing and Wuji Shui. They have cultivated the core martial skill of Wuji Heavenly Palace to perfection. That Wuji Shui is only 17 years old. She has already reached the 3rd layer of life and death realm. She is simply soaring through the sky. It's said that Wuji Xing has already stepped into the death realm, 4th layer of life and death realm. If we meet them, we should immediately avoid them. But I don't know if we have the chance to. As the 4 discussed, they continued to move forward. Demon Blood Slaughter. 7 Swords of Death. Boom, in the sky, an explosion resounded. 2 figures instantly separated. At this moment, Mu Yun's breathing was heavy. Traces of blood could be seen on the edge of her clothes. Cracks had also appeared between her thumb and index finger. On the other side, Bao Tianming wasn't having a good time either. His hand, which was holding the great blade, was already trembling. This was the first time such a situation had occurred. Bao Tianming knew that if he met a second-layer life and death realm martial artist in the four-origin fief, he would still have the strength to fight. But if he met a third-layer life and death realm martial artist, he could only escape. But now, he met a mere 10th-layer feather immortal, Mu Yun, who hadn't even stepped into the threshold of life and death realm, and was unexpectedly so difficult to deal with. This was simply inconceivable. Only now did Bao Tianming understand why Mu Yun was the leader of the Five Elements Heavenly Palace and not the Five Elements Stone Warehouse. Although the Five Elements Stone Warehouse was at the first layer of life and death realm, its strength was simply too lacking. Holding the soul-falling blade tightly in his hand, Bao Tianming looked at Mu Yun with a trace of coldness in his eyes. Mu Yun, it seems like I've underestimated you. Since that's the case, I'll bring out my true strength and fight with you. Bao Tianming coldly snorted and took a step forward. Boom! In an instant, the soul-falling blade in his hand exploded with a radiance. 1/3 of the blade's tip, a blade light suddenly flashed. The instant the blade light flashed, the blade in Bao Tianming's hand suddenly turned into an afterimage. Ding! 3 layers of seal. The moment Mu Yun clashed with Bao Tianming, her body was pushed back. She crashed into the sand, creating a 100-meter deep pit. You can't withstand the first layer of seal? Bao Tianming's mouth cracked open. His eyes were bloodshot as he looked at Mu Yun and chuckled. Of course I can withstand it. However, at this moment, Mu Yun kept her sword. The sword was the king of all weapons. However, Mu Yun had already comprehended sword heart to 100%. She only needed one more step to reach perfect sword heart. However, perfect sword heart was easier said than done. However, it would be difficult to defeat Bao Tianming with just 100% sword heart, therefore, Mu Yun slowly placed her hands in front of her and looked at Bao Tianming. Seems like you're ready to use your true ability. Bao Tianming chuckled and said, this is interesting. Otherwise, I'll kill you easily. My fallen soul saber will not feel good when it absorbs fallen souls. Good? Then let's give it a good time. Mu Yun smiled faintly and sent out 3 palm strikes. Such a weak palm strike. Let's forget about it? Seeing Mu Yun's attack, Bao Tianming laughed and slashed out with his saber. When the palm strike and the saber collided, it was naturally broken cleanly. However, at this moment, Mu Yun did not care about this at all. When facing the heavenly burning jade falling palm, there were very few people who could resist it. However, when facing a life and death realm martial artist, it was indeed somewhat lacking. However, she did not plan to use heavenly burning jade falling palm to fight against Bao Tianming. I'll let you see where the truly terrifying part of the 5 elements small world is. Mu Yun smiled faintly. Her hands were constantly moving. Behind her, a 5-colored light suddenly appeared. Immediately, a series of loud and clear roars could be heard at this moment. Golden dragon, wood dragon, water dragon, fire dragon, and earth dragon suddenly appeared. 5 dragons of the 5 primordial elements of different colors appeared instantly. Dragons of the 5 elements, this was a powerful force that Mu Yun had developed herself. She had relied on the eternal gold, the tree of 10,000 transformations, the black prison silver water, the heavenly fire, and the heavenly transformation stone, the 5 great elemental energy treasures, and combined them with the 5 great secret manuals of the 5 great forces. Dragons of the 5 elements. Previously, Mu Yun had suddenly discovered this when she was fighting with Ziwu Jin and the other 3. The 5 core martial skills of the 5 great forces could be said to have been created by the 5 great emperors themselves. They had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Naturally, they were different from ordinary martial skills. Coupled with the fact that he himself possessed the heavenly treasures of the 5 elements, the combination was naturally wondrous. Amazing. You surprised me too much. Mu Yun, you really surprised me too much. Bao Tianming saw Mu Yun's methods. Not only was he not shocked, he was especially excited instead. Killing prey, killing a weak sheep, is far less exciting than killing a tiger or a leopard, isn't it? Mu Yun. Bao Tianming laughed loudly, and the soul-falling saber in his hand flashed again. Blood suddenly appeared in the middle of the saber, and the saber was actually oozing blood at this moment. Bao Tianming stuck out the tip of his tongue and took a sip of the saber's blade. He laughed crazily and said, "Mu Yun, your blood makes me feel excited. You, come and fight with me thoroughly." After Bao Tianming finished speaking, he took a step forward. The brutal saber slashed towards the 5 elements in front of Mu Yun. Boom! Boom! There was an explosion, but at this moment, the saber did not break through Mu Yun's 5 elements. Instead, the blood-colored saber light was gradually absorbed by the 5 elements. It didn't break? How is that possible? How is that not possible? Mu Yun said coldly, "I think you have become mentally ill from all the killing. You are seriously ill. Let me treat you." Mu Yun took a step forward and pressed her hand on the golden dragon's head. At the same time, a cauldron suddenly appeared in her hand. It was the heaven-sealing cauldron. The heaven-sealing cauldron's defense and attack, refining pills, and refining equipment were all integrated into one. At this moment, she wanted to see how Bao Tianming was going to break this attack. Cover! With a low shout, the heaven-sealing cauldron covered the golden dragon's head. At this moment, the golden dragon was like a king wearing a crown, proudly charging towards Bao Tianming. 3 layers of seals, break! With a low shout, Bao Tianming directly opened all 3 layers of seals on the soul-falling saber. The soul-falling saber's body was constantly trembling at this moment. The clanking sounds made one's heart tremble. Bao Tianming had no choice but to hold the saber tightly with both hands. With the 3 layers of seals broken, even he could not hold the grade 3 void immortal artifact, soul-falling saber. Helpless, Bao Tianming directly spat out a mouthful of essence blood on the soul-falling saber. With a sizzling sound, the essence blood was absorbed by the soul-falling saber. The entire saber looked like a soldering iron, blood red. You think that by putting the King Kong hat on your worm, there won't be any problems? Bao Tianming sneered, "The stronger you are, the more resolute I will be in killing you. The benefits I will obtain will also be greater. The soul-falling saber will also be more powerful." As his words fell, Bao Tianming raised his saber and slashed. Bang! In an instant, the huge saber and the golden dragon collided. Sand floated in the air, forming tornadoes. The tornadoes were thousands of feet tall and extended into the distance like sand being washed away by waves. Rumbling sounds continued to spread out in the desert. In an instant, the scene became abnormally quiet. Roar! In an instant, a dragon's roar resounded. The golden dragon's body flickered a few times, but other than a scar on its forehead, there was no other injury. The spirit-sealing cauldron that was stabilized on the dragon's head was as steady as Mount Tai. Impossible. Seeing this scene, Bao Tianming was completely stunned. With the 3 layers of seals broken, a second-level life and death realm martial artist might not be able to withstand it. However, this golden dragon could withstand it. "You're shameless!" Bao Tianming shouted angrily, "Relying on a defensive void immortal artifact, what kind of ability is that? If you have the ability, take out your sword and fight with me." "Ridiculous." Mu Yun laughed, "If you have the ability, throw away your saber. I will fight with you barehanded. Do you dare?" Hearing this, Bao Tianming was stunned. Did he dare? He did not dare. The soul-falling saber had accompanied him since he was young. This saber had already become a part of his body. If he gave up this saber, his strength would be reduced by more than half. "You don't even dare to give up your divine weapon, and you want me to?" "Ridiculous." Mu Yun said disdainfully, "Moreover, you are attacking, and I am defending. You can't break my defense, and you still want to kill me? Who said I can't break it?" "Sorry." However, Mu Yun suddenly said, "You, Bao Tianming, are only SOSO. I have overestimated you." "What?" "Nothing. What I mean is, you should die." Mu Yun sneered and took a step forward. At the same time, a blood wheel appeared behind him. Heaven's blood wheel, this was the most powerful move in the primordial blood codex. This move was supported by an extremely strong blood chi. After comprehending the primordial blood codex, Mu Yun could feel the changes in his bloodline. That kind of strengthening change, now that he had mastered the primordial blood codex, the power of the heaven's blood wheel had increased by another level. However, Mu Yun was not sure how powerful it was. At the same time, the 9 origin balls appeared around Mu Yun again. He did not know how powerful the Heaven's Blood Wheel was, but the 9 origin blood wheel should be safer. The 9 origin balls climbed on top of the Heaven's Blood Wheel, forming the 9 origin blood wheel. At this moment, Mu Yun felt at ease. The 9 origin blood wheel at this moment was the real 9 origin blood wheel. With the primordial blood codex completed, the true power of the 9 origin blood wheel could be unleashed. Seeing Mu Yun's action, Bao Tianming was stunned. However, his hands held the big saber in his hand again. He could feel Mu Yun's violent murderous intent. Under the murderous intent, there was an extremely sharp aura hidden. The 5 Yuan dragons had already caught him off guard. Who knew what kind of damage Mu Yun's attack would cause? Let's go. All out. Suddenly, Bao Tianming felt the danger and shouted in his heart. He opened his mouth and spat out blood without any regard for his life. The soul-falling saber in his hand gradually became violent. The saber buzzed and made clanking sounds. At this moment, Bao Tianming was faintly unable to control his hands. The soul-falling saber was about to slash at Bao Tianming. Jia! With an inexplicable shout, the soul-falling saber suddenly quieted down. In an instant, Mu Yun felt a deathly aura enveloping her. The soul-falling saber had taken a fancy to her. Mu Yun, even if I die, you will be buried under this saber. Moreover, even if you die, I may not die. Bao Tianming shouted and slashed with the saber in his hand. Boom, a deafening explosion rang in everyone's ears. That saber strike had actually destroyed the 4 Yuan dragons around the golden dragon in one fell swoop. If it was not for the existence of the spirit sealing cauldron, the golden dragon would have been destroyed by the saber. However, Bao Tianming's face turned pale after he slashed with the saber. He seemed exhausted. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun sneered and took a step forward. The 9 origin blood wheel suddenly expanded and became 100 feet in size. Blood chi rolled, and the 9 origin blood wheel was drawn but not released. It was accompanied by Mu Yun's shout. The 9 origin blood wheel spun crazily and charged at Bao Tianming. Come. Bao Tianming laughed crazily. His face was flushed with redness. He looked as if he was dyed in blood. His pale expression and blood-red skin looked extremely strange. Slash! After the roar, Bao Tianming slashed with the saber. However, when the saber fell, Mu Yun's 9 origin blood wheel rushed out. Boom boom boom, in an instant, with the 2 of them as the epicenter, violent explosions were heard one after another. That crazy explosion spread out. Above the desert, a circular shockwave spread out for dozens of miles with the 2 of them as the center. Along the way, the explosions were heard one after another, causing people's ears to buzz. Some of the disciples with weaker cultivation turned pale and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Looking at this violent collision, Feng Dongtian was stunned. What level of battle was this? He knew about Bao Tianming's strength. Snatching the kill, at the same time, the explosion spread out over a dozen miles away. The crackling sound made people's ears ring. However, Feng Dongtian did not know who was the winner. In the midst of the battle between the 2 of them, the golden dragon was defeated in the end. The sky was filled with golden light and no one could see what was going on. Under such circumstances, Feng Dongtian did not dare to act rashly. Swoosh, however, at this moment, there was a sudden sound of breaking through the air. Without any warning, a huge cauldron flew out from the mist. The speed of the huge cauldron was too fast. It was so fast that Feng Dongtian could not dodge it even if he saw it. Damn it! Seeing the spirit sealing cauldron rushing towards him, Feng Dongtian cursed and moved away. He was from the windy small world and was naturally good at comprehending and using the wind will. It was extremely difficult for the cauldron to hit him. Grief of the wind! With a shout, Feng Dongtian's figure disappeared from the spot. After images scattered in all directions and no one could tell which was which. However, at this moment, the spirit sealing cauldron chose a figure and rushed out, ignoring the other after images. Damn it! Feng Dongtian cursed, how did you discover me? Why can't I discover you? Mu Yan's figure walked out from the mist. Her face was pale and she swallowed the blood in her mouth. Bao Tianming's final attack was extremely overbearing. He wasn't injured by the last attack, but by the fallen soul blade. At this moment, the fallen soul blade was in his hand. However, the fallen soul blade had lost its spirituality and it was like a corpse that had lost its soul. It was motionless. Impossible. Feng Dongtian did not believe it. He was a martial artist from the windy small world. His comprehension of the wind small world was incomparably profound. How could he be discovered? However, he did not know that compared to the wind, Mu Yun had comprehended the wind will and she had merged with the origin of the wind. Talking about the wind in front of Mu Yun was like displaying one's slight skill before an expert. There are many things that are impossible, but killing you is not impossible. Mu Yun smiled and the heaven chime sword appeared in her hand. The soul-sealing cauldron charged towards Feng Dongtian. Almost instantly, the refined bone saint physique, the 100 refinements golden body, and the diamond saint physique were used at the same time. 3 layers of protection appeared around Mu Yun's body. The 3 layers of protection, the golden light, the yellow light, and the cyan light, formed 3 shields that firmly protected Mu Yun's body. Wind travel mini world, comprehending the power of the wind. The power of the wind was incomparably flexible, but under extreme speed, it could form extremely destructive wind blades. Under such circumstances, he could not afford to be careless. The destructive power of wind blades, to a certain extent, was even more tyrannical than ordinary spears and swords. Damn it, Bao Tianming is a waste. He was actually killed by him, truly a waste. Feng Dongtian continued to shout as his eyes were filled with anger. Earlier, he could have severely injured the 5 elemental stone warehouse. Moreover, there were many people in the windwalking small world, so it was not impossible for him to kill the 5 elemental stone warehouse. But now, everything was a mess. Instead, he was being chased by Mu Yun all over the street. Naturally, he could not suppress this hatred in his heart. If it was not for this strange little cauldron, even 10 of you would not be enough to kill me. Feng Dongtian looked at Mu Yun as he dodged the spirit-sealing cauldron's attack while shooting out sword chi. It's a pity that this cauldron exists. Mu Yun smiled as she raised the sky chime sword and charged towards Feng Dongtian. At the same time, seeing Mu Yun personally attacking him, Feng Dongtian's mouth cracked open and a sinister smile suddenly appeared. Suddenly, Feng Dongtian waved his hand and a giant golden net appeared. The giant golden net directly enveloped the entire spirit-sealing cauldron. At this moment, the spirit-sealing cauldron was entangled by the giant golden net. The 2 sides intertwined as Feng Dongtian raised his sword and charged towards Mu Yun. Do you think I'm really afraid of you? Feng Dongtian sneered. I just want to see how stupid you are to attack me directly. As Feng Dongtian spoke, he took a step forward. Clanging sound suddenly rang out at this moment. Wind roaring in the 9 heavens. In an instant, as Feng Dongtian took a step forward, what shot out from the long sword was not sword chi but wind blades. Mu Yun, I've been waiting for you to attack and kill you in one blow. Oh? Is that so? When Mu Yun saw the wind blades, she did not attack immediately. Instead, she straightened her body and charged forward without a care. What? Feng Dongtian was instantly enraged when he saw that Mu Yun relied on the 3 protective light shields around her and actually ignored his attack. However, since Mu Yun was so confident, then he should prepare to die. 9 wind blades shot towards Mu Yun in the blink of an eye. Clanging sounds rang out one after another as the 9 wind blades swept across Mu Yun's body. The first protective light shield gradually could not hold on and shattered with a crack. Immediately after, the second one, however, when the second protective light shield broke, the third protective light shield in Mu Yun's body was firmly protected at this moment. Only a few white marks were left on the surface, but in the end, it was still firmly secured. Impossible. Feng Dongtian was completely dumbfounded when he saw this scene. It actually did not break. This was something that was simply impossible. Wind roar 9th heaven could be said to be his trump card. If it did not break Mu Yun's defense now, then he would not be able to break Mu Yun's defense at all. If he could not even break Mu Yun's defense, then there was no need to talk about killing Mu Yun. Run. Almost instantly, this thought flashed across Feng Dongtian's mind. Bao Tianming died in Mu Yun's hands and failed miserably. He, Feng Dongtian, could not die here. There was still some time before the Four Essences fiefdom battle. If he died here, there would be nothing left. Run? Can you run away? Mu Yan smiled sinisterly and shot out the divine falling snow needle. The divine falling snow needle was a quasi-immortal artifact. In the small world, it could be said to be an absolute top existence. During this period of time, after fusing with the divine falling snow needle, Mu Yan could control it with greater ease. In an instant, the divine falling snow needle shot towards the back of Feng Dongtian's head. At this moment, Feng Dongtian's many years of life and death experience told him that if he did not dodge at this moment, he would die. Almost subconsciously, Feng Dongtian took a step forward and tilted his head. Although it was only a short distance, the divine falling snow needle pierced his head and did not pierce his true soul. With a roar, Feng Dongtian felt as if his head was about to explode. Suddenly, there was a pft sound. Without any warning, a palm print hit Feng Dongtian's head. With a bang, Feng Dongtian's head exploded at this moment, and his true soul was directly crushed. However, the person who attacked was not Mu Yan, but the Five Elements Stone Warehouse. Seeing the Five Elements Stone Warehouse attack, Mu Yan frowned slightly. Junior brother Mu. Five Elements Stone Warehouse cupped his hands and said, I was worried that he would run away. I did not take your points on purpose. It's okay. We are all from the Five Elements small world. Naturally, we should support each other. Junior brother Mu is right. Five Elements Stone Warehouse laughed and said, from today onwards, our Five Elements small world will be led by Junior brother Mu. I believe that this time, we will definitely be able to rank in the top 10. Hearing this, Mu Yan sneered in his heart. Feng Dongtian was hit by his divine falling needle. Even if he did not die immediately, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. There was no need for Xianxia to attack, and Feng Dongtian would not be able to run away. However, as Diwen had instructed him, he could not be angry with Xianxia. On the other hand, Xianxia was overjoyed when he saw that he had gained 200 points. 200 points, during this period of time, he had killed many people and only gained a few dozen points. Earning 200 points in one go was simply a huge gain. Moreover, Mu Yan did not seem to be angry. He took the opportunity to hand over the leadership to Mu Yan. This guy was probably overjoyed. Xianxia was not stupid. This time, the Five Elements Divine Palace had many opponents. If he pushed Mu Yan out as the leader, the first person to bear the brunt would definitely be Mu Yan. Anyway, Mu Yan's strength was abnormal enough, and she had many tricks up her sleeves. She would be able to resist as many as she could. If Mu Yan was unable to resist and died here, then Xianxia would be able to lead the people from the Five Elements small world legitimately. Mu Yan was favored by ancestor Diwen, which had already affected Xianxia's position. Originally, he thought that after Five Elements Dong Tian and the others died, he, Five Elements Stone Warehouse, would definitely be the next disciple that the Five Elements Divine Palace would focus on nurturing. However, who would have thought that another Mu Yan would appear? The Five Elements Great Emperor thought highly of this Mu Yan. Not only did he not get angry when Mu Yan killed Five Elements Dong Tian and the Five Elements Jade Elder, but even when Mu Yan destroyed the stone pillar to comprehend the Five Elements Divine Seal, the Great Emperor did not get angry. Mu Yan was already a big enough threat to him. Now, it was just right to push Mu Yan out as a shield. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, there was the sound of air being torn apart. It's the disciples of our Five Elements Divine Palace. Seeing those disciples rushing over, Five Elements Stone Warehouse said excitedly, this is great. Everyone is finally gathered. It will be much more convenient for us to act in the future. In this Four Elements fiefdom, if you don't stick together, you will definitely die. However, when he saw that only 60 or 70 of the original 100 disciples had arrived this time, Xianxia's face darkened. The loss was a little big. Stick together. Hearing Five Elements Stone Warehouse's words, Mu Yan only sneered in her heart. Previously, Five Elements Stone Warehouse had not told her to stick together. Junior brother Mu, when we entered the Four Elements fiefdom, everyone had communication talismans. Junior brother Mu, you are not a disciple of the Five Elements Divine Palace, so we forgot to give you one back then. It's fine. Mu Yan's expression did not change as she said indifferently. But it's fine now. Five Elements Stone Warehouse chuckled. We are gathered here, so we don't need any communication talismans. The strength of our 5 elements small world is only second to the top 9 small worlds. If we stick together, no one will dare to provoke us. Hearing 5 elements stone warehouse's confident words, Mu Yun sneered in her heart. Stick together? The other small worlds had already formed a team and were preparing to annihilate the 5 elements small world. Who knew, if they stuck together, they might even be wiped out by others. Yellow-striped python Ziwu. Hearing that sneer, the 5 elements stone warehouse was instantly stunned, and its face was filled with astonishment. Were you the one who brought them here? Looking at Mu Yun, Shirtsong suddenly shouted. Me? Mu Yun was confused by Shirtsong's actions. However, Shirtsong's actions at this moment greatly disappointed Mu Yun. Just a moment ago, he had saved Shirtsong's life, and Shirtsong had killed Feng Dongtian, but he did not hold it against him. Yet now, Shirtsong had actually pushed all the responsibility onto Ziwu Jin the moment he saw him. Mu Yun, thank you. I didn't expect you to encounter Shirtsong. Just nice, I'll catch all of you in one fell swoop. At the same time, a thunderous voice rang out. Shifeng and the warriors from the Thunder Small World also appeared at this moment. Swish 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 sounds continuously sounded as Shuang Shiyu and Ji Le followed closely behind. A few moments later, hundreds of people had gathered in the desert. The martial artists from the 4 major small worlds surrounded the martial artists from the 5 small worlds. Seeing this, Shirtsong wished he could kill Mu Yun. Mu Yun, I didn't expect you to join forces with outsiders to deal with us. No, that's not right. Shirtsong looked at Mu Yun as a cold glint flashed across his eyes. He said coldly, you're not from the 5 elements small world at all. Tell me, where did you come from? You must be a spy from the 4 minor worlds. Purple Flame Minor World? Small World of Thunder? Or the Great Ultimate Small World? At this time, Shirtsong stood there, chattering and talking to himself. His face was already full of anger. Mu Yun could not be bothered with him. Guai, what's going on? I think that little bald donkey must have done something to you. Guai said. Tampering, just now, what Jilu had used on him was an illusion that could cause one's mind to be confused, an illusion. Mu Yun was startled. She scanned her entire body. As expected, she found a tiny bit of golden light behind her hair. Upon closer inspection, the golden light was like a pile of gold dust, shining brightly. That's the one, a sneer appeared in Mu Yun's eyes. This little bald donkey had actually made a move on him without anyone noticing. That was really something. Mu Yun, you have nowhere to run now. Hand over the 5 elemental treasures on you and the martial skills you used. We can let you die a quick death. Ziwu Jin looked at Mu Yun, his eyes filled with greed. Idiot. What did you say? I said you're an idiot. Mu Yun sneered and said, if I were so foolish to believe you, I would have died countless times on this path of martial arts advancement. Do you think you're very smart now? Ziwu Jin clenched his fists and snorted, today, no matter if it's you or the people of the 5 elements divine palace, all of you will die. No one will be left alive. Wait. At this moment, 5 elements Shirtsong suddenly spoke. The one who has a grudge with you is Mu Yun. Although Mu Yun represents the 5 elements small world, this child is from the fire element mountain. He has nothing to do with our 5 elements divine palace. If you want to kill him, then kill him. Shirtsong hurriedly said, I have 275 points on me now. If you want them, I can give them all to you. Shirtsong. Seeing Shirtsong's attitude, Mu Yun was stunned. He did not expect Shirtsong to be like this at the critical moment. Just now, when Shirtsong took the head, his attitude towards him was not like this. Mu Yun, you caused trouble yourself. Go and deal with it yourself. The people of the 5 elements divine palace will not get involved with you. Looking at Mu Yun, Shirtsong's eyes were full of sarcasm. Very good. Hearing this, a smile suddenly appeared in Mu Yun's eyes. Very good? Looking at Mu Yun's strange smile, Shirtsong suddenly felt uneasy. I am willing to give all my points to the 4 of you. As for Mu Yun, the 5 elements divine palace will not interfere. Okay. Ziwu Jin laughed and said, 275 points is not a small amount. Thank you. Xianxia cupped his hands. With a wave of his hand, his points were immediately transferred to Ziwu Jin. With a wave of his hand, Ziwu Jin took all his points and divided them into 3 shares, which were distributed to Lei Feng and the other 2. Seeing this, Xianxia wanted to leave with the dozens of people gathered by the 5 Elements Divine Palace. However, the surrounding warriors from the 4 small worlds had no intention of giving way at all. Ziwu Jin, what do you mean by this? Xianxia, you seem to have forgotten that you haven't handed in all your points. The lives of the dozens of you are worth dozens of points. Stay. You went back on your word. Xianxia looked at Ziwu Jin in anger. Went back on my word? Ziwu Jin shook his head and smiled. Xianxia, I really don't know how an idiot like you managed to survive until now. Could it be that you relied on your own idiocy to make others too lazy to kill you? This is a 4 essences fiefdom. Your life is worth points. How can we let you go? Damn it. Xianxia was filled with anger, but he had nowhere to vent it. Idiot. Seeing Xianxia's expression, Mu Yun sneered and scolded him. Idiot? Xianxia shouted, Mu Yun, shouldn't you be thinking about how to escape from here now? Otherwise, we'll all die here. Die? That's not necessarily true. Mu Yun said unhurriedly with a smile, you have a large group of people with you, and I am alone. What is there to be afraid of? You, Mu Yun, don't forget the old ancestors' instructions to you. You are the leader of the 5 Elements small world. If you don't take action, who will? Are you really addicted to calling you an idiot? Mu Yun sneered. You wanted to throw me off just now, and now you want me to take you all away. If you aren't an idiot, who is? You, stop arguing. None of you can escape today. Ziwu Jin smiled sinisterly. I didn't expect to be able to capture all the disciples of the 5 Elements Divine Palace as soon as we entered the 4 Essences fiefdom. How exciting! As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of fighting rang out. Mu Yun, die. Ziwu Jin charged directly at Mu Yun. Lei Feng and Grandmaster Ji Lu also swarmed forward. This time, they definitely wouldn't give Mu Yun a chance to escape. On the other side, the twin Shiyu charged directly at Xianxia. Ziwu Jin and the others were very concerned about Mu Yun's treasures, but he didn't care much about them. Instead, he cared more about Xianxia's points. Not long after, the desert was filled with the sounds of fighting. However, the people who were caught up in the fight didn't realize that the surrounding sand was undergoing a strange change due to the roar caused by the battle between Mu Yun and Bao Tianming. The sand dozens of miles away began to sink bit by bit like quicksand, and the speed was getting faster and faster. While the sand was sinking, numerous giant pythons with faint yellow patterns drilled out from the ground and rapidly swam toward the center of the crowd. Looking down from above, one could clearly see that there were many small black dots moving back and forth at the place where everyone was fighting. Around them, there were many densely packed threads that surrounded all the black dots like weeds on a grassland. However, the 2 sides were completely engrossed in the fight, and no one noticed the changes here. Mu Yun was also a little overwhelmed by the joint attacks of Ziwu Jin, Lei Feng, and Ji Lu. However, at this moment, there was a sudden change. The disciples of the 5 Elements Divine Palace who were originally fighting were already surrounded and unable to resist. However, at this moment, a tragic howl suddenly rang out. The sound pierced through the sky, and everyone felt a sense of despair. With a puff, a giant python that was 100 feet long rose into the sky, and blood spurted out from the figure in its mouth. With a gulp, that disciple was swallowed. Blood spurted out from the giant python's mouth. The blood spurted out and splattered all over the body of a disciple below. That disciple was completely dumbfounded. Everything happened too suddenly. The disciple who was fighting with him just now died in the blink of an eye. However, before this disciple could dodge, a poochie sound was heard. His body had already been swallowed by the snake's stomach. This scene was simply too shocking. Disperse, quickly disperse. Seeing this scene, Xianxia hurriedly shouted. However, there was no place to disperse at this moment. The surrounding sand was already occupied by the giant pythons. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Ziwu Jin's face turned cold. If the three of them joined forces, Mu Yun would definitely be buried here. However, a group of giant pythons had appeared at this moment. However, when she saw those giant pythons, Mu Yun smiled slightly. With these giant pythons causing trouble, it would be even more difficult for the three of them to kill her. I'm afraid the three of you will suffer great losses this time. Mu Yun smiled slightly. At this moment, she completely ignored the three of them and directly rushed into the crowd. Want to run? Come back. Seeing Mu Yun's figure leave, Ziwu Jin struck out with his hand. However, before he could gather his true origin energy, a hissing sound rang out behind him. Ziwu Jin directly turned around and struck out with his palm. Damn it! In the blink of an eye, giant pythons that were 100 feet long crawled over like locusts. He could no longer see Mu Yun's figure. At the same time, on the other side, Mu Yun dodged the attack of a python and directly slashed out with her sword. With a clang, a faint yellow light appeared on the surface of the giant python's body. Mu Yun's sword actually did not pierce through the giant python's defense. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was also stunned. The Heaven Chime sword was a 4th grade void immortal artifact. When this sword fell, even a martial artist at the 10th level of the Feather Immortal realm would not be able to block it. This yellow-patterned giant python actually blocked it in an instant. It was simply unbelievable. 7 Swords of Annihilation. 7 sword seals directly slashed towards the yellow-patterned giant python. A series of clanging sounds rang out. Finally, traces of blood appeared on the belly of the yellow-patterned giant python. Amidst the bloodstains, Mu Yun took advantage of the opportunity to attack. She directly blasted out a fire fist. With a loud bang, the yellow-patterned giant python fell to the ground with a plop. Dead? Plundering points. Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief as he looked at the corpse of the yellow-patterned giant python. He had spent half a day to kill a giant python. Although the attack of this giant python was not very strong, its defense was a little too abnormal. Hissing sounds rang out, but before Mu Yun could catch his breath, another hissing sound rang out. Another yellow-patterned giant python surrounded him. However, this yellow-patterned giant python that was 200 meters long was obviously much stronger than the one that was 100 meters long. Most importantly, there were no less than a dozen pythons following behind the giant python the moment it charged out. Mu Yun was already doing well. The others around him had long been attacked and disappeared. The number of giant pythons was simply too great. Although their attacks were not very strong, their defense was incomparably strong. The crowd was gradually separated. A cultivator faced at least a dozen yellow-patterned giant pythons. Moreover, the number of pythons was constantly increasing. The endless stream of yellow-patterned giant pythons had completely dispersed. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the casualties of many disciples were increasing. However, the number of yellow-patterned giant pythons was increasing. Ziwu Jin was also anxious. However, the one who was least anxious now was Mu Yun. Naturally, he could escape. However, it was impossible for those pythons to kill him at this time. Ziwu Jin, Lei Kong, and the others were busy saving their disciples. Naturally, they did not have time to care about him. However, at this time, whether it was the cultivators of the 4 minor worlds or the disciples of the 5 elements divine palace, they had nothing to do with him. It would be better if he died. As he dodged, Mu Yun did not mind using a few underhanded moves to earn some points while the disciples were resisting the yellow-patterned giant pythons. Ziwu Jin and the others were naturally furious when they saw Mu Yun's underhanded moves. All cultivators of the Purple Flame minor world, listen to my order. Gather by my side. Ziwu Jin roared at this moment and directly gave the order. As his voice fell, numerous figures rushed towards Ziwu Jin. When those figures rushed towards Ziwu Jin, a few more people died. In the end, only a few dozen people managed to reach Ziwu Jin's side. However, with Ziwu Jin at the center, the several tens of people formed a circular defensive formation. Ziwu Jin was in the center of the defensive formation, controlling the entire situation. Sure enough, the enormous pythons were unable to break through the defensive formation. At the same time, Lei Feng, Xianxia, and Ji Le followed suit and gathered the people around them. When Shirtsong saw this, he did not want to be left behind. He immediately gathered the remaining members of the Five Elements Divine Palace. In the blink of an eye, the 5 small world warriors formed 5 small groups and set up a shield. Ziwu Jin and the others began to set up a formation inside the shield. All of a sudden, the yellow-veined giant pythons gathered together and attacked the 5 small groups. However, as time passed, the giant pythons continued to die and get injured. However, the 5 small groups were not damaged at all. But at this time, the one who suffered was Mu Yun. The 5 major forces joined forces. In the entire center of the desert, only Mu Yun was alone. No one joined forces with her. Haha. Ziwu Jin looked at Mu Yun and laughed. It seems that we don't need to kill you personally. These giant pythons will swallow you alive. At this moment, Mu Yun was also having a headache. The 5 major small worlds formed their own small groups. Those giant pythons attacked from all directions. She could not escape even if she wanted to. I don't believe that you can't break through. Mu Yun snorted and raised her hands. 3 streaks of heaven fire turned into 3 fireballs and collided with the pythons. Boom. Boom, boom. The moment the fireballs exploded, more than a dozen giant pythons were covered in flames. The shrill hisses made people tremble. Amazing. Seeing this, Mu Yun's interest was piqued. These big guys were not without fear. Fire, they were afraid of fire. Understanding this, Mu Yun took a step forward. Scorching flames enveloped her hands. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the yellow-patterned giant pythons flashed with hatred, but they did not dare to rush out again. A few of them were not afraid of death. As soon as they approached Mu Yun, they were infected by the flames around Mu Yun and turned into fiery threads. In the end, they were burned to ashes. No one expected that these giant pythons with tough defenses were actually afraid of fire. Moreover, they seemed to be afraid of heaven fire. When they were ignited by heaven fire, they immediately became uncontrollable. However, in order to intimidate those giant pythons, Mu Yun did not directly kill them. Next was the good show. As long as those giant pythons were not stupid, they knew that if they attacked her alone, they would definitely die. However, the small groups formed by those few pythons were just blindly protecting her. As expected, in the blink of an eye, the group of giant pythons changed direction again and attacked the 5 small groups crazily. Seeing this scene, the smile on Ziwu Jin's face stiffened. Who would have thought that those fearless giant pythons were actually afraid of fire? Damn it, damn it. Ziwu Jin was extremely angry. Now, it was them who were trapped, while Mu Yun was safe and sound under the protection of heaven fire. Those giant pythons even intentionally or unintentionally avoided Mu Yun. It simply made him want to vomit blood. Mu Yun, senior brother Mu, come and help us. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly said, we can't hold on any longer. Everyone came out of the 5 elements small world. Help us. Help. Hearing 5 elements stone warehouse's words, Mu Yun really wanted to laugh. Sorry. Mu Yun said bitterly, I'm not a disciple of the 5 elements divine palace, but a disciple of the fire element mountain. Help you? There doesn't seem to be a reason to help. There is. The patriarch thinks so highly of you. You can definitely help us. But I don't want to. As Mu Yun finished speaking, she looked at 5 elements stone warehouse and said coldly, just now, you cut off all ties clearly. Now, I'm already being merciful by not attacking you. Mu Yun, you'll die a horrible death. Seeing how heartless Mu Yun was, 5 elements stone warehouse was completely enraged. At this moment, there was nothing to say to Mu Yun. I'll die a horrible death? Then before I die, you should die first. With a snort, 1,000 feet tall sea of fire gushed out from behind Mu Yun. The sea of fire spread and surrounded hundreds of giant pythons. Mu Yun kept shrinking the sea of fire, and the sea of fire forced the giant pythons into a desperate situation. That desperate situation was the formation formed by the people of the 5 elements small world. The sea of fire kept shrinking, and those flames directly enveloped the entire 5 elements small world's defense formation. The giant pythons outside were forced to have no place to escape and could only attack the formation continuously to find a place to survive. Seeing this scene, Xianxia was completely dumbfounded. If these giant pythons attacked recklessly, they would not be able to withstand it at all. If this temporary array formation was broken, they would die without a doubt. Crack, however, just as Xianxia was thinking, the giant pythons were forced to a dead end and had nowhere to hide. They went completely crazy and bit towards the formation with red eyes. Looking at those giant pythons, some of the mentally fragile disciples could not help but roar. Xianxia was extremely vexed at this moment. If he had known earlier, he would have joined forces with Mu Yun. What he saw now would be the scene of the 4 small worlds being slaughtered. However, how could he have known earlier? Cracking sounds could be heard. Under the crazy and reckless attacks of those giant pythons, how could this temporary formation last for too long? Moreover, the people of the 5 elements small world had already suffered many casualties in the battle just now. Let's fight! Xianxia bellowed and charged out. There was no way out now. Mu Yun looked on coldly and ignored him. Xianxia had played him again and again. Did he really think that he was a pushover? On the other side, the warriors of the 4 small worlds felt a chill run down their spines when they saw this scene. If Mu Yun used the same method to deal with them, they would have no way out at all. At this moment, Mu Yun suddenly turned her gaze over. Everyone, do you want to have a taste of what it's like to have a taste of what's to come? Hearing Mu Yun's words, Ziwu Jin and the other 3's expressions became strange. What do you want? Simple. Mu Yun said, points. Everyone entered here for points. As long as you give me all your points, I promise not to attack. Lei Feng shouted angrily, despicable person, why should we believe you? Why? Mu Yun suddenly laughed. Because I'm outside, and you're inside. As her laughter fell, Mu Yun directly activated the heavenly fire and surrounded the people of the small world of lightning. Those giant pythons attacked crazily again. In order to prevent the giant pythons from retreating halfway, Mu Yun had already trapped all the giant pythons on the battlefield. At that moment, everyone felt like they were in a poisonous fog. The 4 minor worlds were able to resist the poison for a short period of time, but Mu Yun was able to release an even more powerful poison gas, so the poisonous fog did not dare to come close. On the contrary, she could rely on the poisonous gas she emitted to control those poisonous creatures. Her poisonous gas was the heavenly fire. The giant pythons attacked the formation crazily. Lei Feng's expression became awkward. This guy was simply a lunatic. He started fighting without saying a word. Stop. At this moment, Lei Feng suddenly spoke. Stop. I'll give it to you. Lei Feng snorted and threw it directly at Mu Yun. 200 points, Mu Yun felt that her points had suddenly increased. Looks like you're still dishonest. Why did you leave some points behind? You. Lei Feng was completely enraged. He did not expect Mu Yun to be so treacherous. However, seeing the formation on the verge of collapse, Lei Feng endured it. Here you go. Once again, Lei Feng threw out 150 points. That's more like it. Mu Yun took the points and looked at the other 3 people in front of her. She said, how are the 3 of you thinking? How were they thinking? At this moment, was there still time for them to think? She did not give them any points and directly drove those giant pythons to attack. How would they dare to say a word of resistance? Looks like you haven't thought it through. I'll help you decide. As Mu Yun spoke, flames spread out and directly wrapped around those giant pythons. Here you go. Ziwu Jin pursed his lips and suddenly spoke. He directly threw out his points. 321 points. Ba. Points are worldly possessions. I hope almsgiver Mu can keep her word. Zhila chanted Ba again and directly threw out his points. 314 points, Xianxia did not speak and directly threw out her points. 297 points, in one breath, Mu Yun had an extra 1,000 points. In addition, Bao Tianming and the people he had killed. At this moment, Mu Yun already had more than 1,600 points. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Another encounter with Samsara. I'm actually ranked 32nd. Mu Yun was stunned when she saw her ranking. 32nd place, more than 1,600 points. From the looks of it, at least 30,000 people had died an unnatural death. This did not include those who were killed by the monsters in the four origin fiefdoms or those who died in the land of despair. There were probably at least 40,000 dead people in the four origin fiefdoms. And now, the first place had already reached a terrifying 4,800 points. One person had killed a total of 4,800 points. It was simply terrifying. Mu Yun, now that the points have been given to you, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Lei Feng snorted and shouted. Fulfill my promise? Mu Yun was stunned for a moment and said, fulfill what promise? Did I make any promises to you? Hearing this, Lei Feng was instantly furious. Mu Yun was clearly trying to act shamelessly. You want to deny it? Ziwu Jin also knew that they were very likely to be fooled by Mu Yun. Admit it? Admit what? I only know that the four great small worlds wanted to join forces to kill me, and now you're trapped by me, Mu Yun. That's all. Damn it. Hearing Mu Yun's words, the four people's faces immediately turned sullen. Ba, monks don't lie. Almsgiver Mu, don't you know how many lies you've told? Little bald donkey, the people of the Maitreya small world are all thick-skinned. Don't think that I don't know that you're the ones who eat people up without spitting out the bones. Hearing this, Ji Li's expression did not change, and he only took a deep breath. However, Xianxia stood in place and remained silent. Mu Yun, remember, the points given to you are only kept with you. Sooner or later, I will take them back. Hearing this, Mu Yun's eyes were filled with a hint of a smile. Unfortunately, you won't have that chance. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding sea of fire instantly closed in. On the other side, the people of the Five Elements Divine Palace were either dead or injured. It was obvious that they wouldn't be able to struggle for much longer. Looking at the fate of those from the Five Elements Divine Palace, the cultivators from the four forces understood that they would be next. However, they were definitely unwilling to die in their hands. But even if he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. Those giant pythons formed a wall that was impossible to break through. Once the formation was broken, they would be the ones to die. The more they thought about it, the angrier they felt. However, even if they were about to explode from anger, they could not do anything to Mu Yun at this moment. Everyone, take care. Mu Yun waved her hand. In an instant, thousands of giant pythons rushed out. However, at this moment, a buzzing sound rang out. In an instant, it was as if a heavy rain had started to fall from the desert. That said, the heavy rain was not actual rain. Instead, it was light golden liquid. When the light golden liquid landed on the giant pythons, sizzling sounds could be heard. The surface of the giant pythons' bodies seemed to be corroded as they howled miserably. Instantly, the group of pythons was in chaos. The giant pythons panicked and did not know where to go. They would rather jump into the sea of fire than avoid the light golden liquid. You're too much. You took the points and still want to kill people. Mu Yun, I didn't expect that. I've underestimated you. Mu Yun was stunned when she heard this. This voice sounded all too familiar. Luan Wuchang, swish. 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 Two figures, one on the left and one on the right, pounced towards Mu Yun. Sensing the majestic aura from the two people, Mu Yun did not hesitate. She held her sword in one hand and struck with her palm in the other. Bang, an intense collision sound rang out. Almost in an instant, Mu Yun's body seemed to have been struck by lightning. She was pincered by the two people. Kacha! 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 At this moment, Mu Yun's body twisted. She transformed into her dragon form. Scales appeared on her hands and arms, allowing her to disperse the two forces. So strong, one of them should be at the first layer of life and death realm, while the other seemed to be at the second layer of life and death realm. Luan Xianxia, you two better be careful. Don't kill her directly. At that instant, a mocking voice could be heard, followed by a figure walking toward them. It was Luan Wuchang. At this moment, Luan Wuchang put away the gourd in his hand. The golden raindrops that filled the sky stopped falling. However, those giant pythons had already escaped. Mu Yun, how long has it been since we last met? I didn't expect you to be so scheming. You made Ziwu Jin and the other three fall into your trap, Tell me, should I kill you? Luan Wuchang looked at Mu Yun, and the smile in his eyes deepened. I remember that day when you came in, you arrogantly told me not to show mercy. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fun, right? Luan Wuchang chuckled, don't worry, I naturally won't show mercy. I just don't know if those two will show mercy. Luan Wuchang said and looked at the two people beside him, indicating them to attack. Swish. 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 The two people charged out once again. Luan Yu was at the second layer of life and death realm, while Luan Xianxia was at the first layer of life and death realm. The two of them were enough to kill Mu Yun. At this moment, the cultivators of the four small worlds appeared from the array. Looking at Luan Wuchang, they cupped their hands and bowed. The four of you are really trash. Luan Wuchang said without any trace of politeness, so many of you joined hands, but you still couldn't kill him. Instead, you were almost killed by him. Luan Wuchang's words were blunt. However, the other four didn't dare to refute. Because Luan Wuchang was not only powerful, but also had the reincarnation small world behind him. If they were to disrespect Luan Wuchang, it would be too easy for him to kill them. In such a situation, it was necessary to lower their attitude. Next, let's watch the show. Luan Wuchang chuckled, this kid is really arrogant. To be able to trap the four of you, he indeed has some ability. However, I don't know how great his ability is. Seeing Mu Yun being suppressed by Luan Yu and Luan Xianxia, Luan Wuchang chuckled. His face revealed a solemn expression. That day, when Mu Yun contradicted him, he had already sentenced Mu Yun to death. But now, he didn't expect such a coincidence. It seemed like even the heavens had destined Mu Yun to die in his hands. At the same time, Mu Yun was breathing heavily as she looked at the two people in front of her. Her eyes were overflowing with killing intent. Luan Xianxia was still fine, as he was at the first layer of life and death realm. However, Luan Yu was at the second layer of life and death realm. The pressure he gave off was too great. For example, if he punched out, he would be like a teenager to Luan Yu, but if he punched out, he would be like a middle-aged man, powerful and domineering. This domineering aura wasn't purposely displayed by Luan Yu, but because his cultivation was truly tyrannical. There were 7 layers of life and death realm, and the difference between each layer was like heaven and earth. Among them, the difference between the 3rd and 4th layers of life and death realm was the greatest. The first 3 reincarnations were life, and the last 3 were death. The comprehension from life to death was a completely new transformation. Therefore, to the martial artists of various small worlds, experts who could step into the 4th layer of life and death realm were existences worthy of being called ancestors. What should I do? What should I do? At this moment, Mu Yun was unceasingly thinking of a solution. He knew how powerful Luan Wuchang was. He was at the 3rd layer of life and death realm, and he came from the reincarnation small world, which was ranked 4th among the myriad small worlds. Mu Yun didn't have the slightest bit of confidence in his hands. He wasn't blindly fighting a bitter battle, but thinking of when he could escape. Fortunately, Luan Wuchang disdained to make a move against him. Otherwise, if the 3 of them attacked him together, he would have vomited blood by now. Mu Yan's eyes carried a trace of ice-cold killing intent as he looked around. He needed to find a breakthrough. You don't need to look anymore. Luan Wuchang suddenly said, I've already set up a great formation in the surroundings. Otherwise, do you think I was just having fun? I've heard that you've studied formations in the 5 elements small world. Therefore, I prepared a feast for you this time. To deal with me, a mere 10th layer of feather immortal realm martial artist, you're quite diligent, aren't you? If you can make the 4 of them suffer, I don't want to fail miserably. Hearing that, Mu Yan's eyebrows knitted together. Luan Wuchang looked very arrogant, but his character was unexpectedly so cautious, which surprised Mu Yun. Run, run. However, just as Mu Yun was being suppressed by the 2 of them, a terrified scream came from afar. 5 Elements Stone Warehouse. Just now, everyone's gaze was focused on Mu Yun, and they didn't notice when the 5 Elements Stone Warehouse left. Until now, when they saw the 5 Elements Stone Warehouse returning with more than 10 people, they finally noticed their surroundings. It's going to collapse, the ground is going to collapse, it's quicksand, quicksand. Quicksand. Hearing that, everyone's expression changed. Retreat. Almost instantly, Luan Wuchang couldn't care less about Mu Yun's life and death anymore, and he directly gave the order. However, after the order to retreat, everyone was shocked to discover that they couldn't retreat at all. They couldn't fly at all. The power of space was completely messed up at this moment. Traveling through space at this moment was simply courting death. However, how could this be? Go. Luan Wuchang gave the order again, and everyone immediately retreated to the other side. However, how could they leave at this moment? The quicksand that filled the sky actually gathered crazily towards the center from dozens of miles away. The great formation that Luan Wuchang set up also completely collapsed at this moment. At this very moment, it had completely formed a sand waterfall, and it completely enveloped everyone's position. Moreover, looking at the trend, it seemed that everyone's position was the center of the waterfall burial. Oh no, looking at this scene, everyone's eyes were filled with despair. They couldn't fly out, couldn't pass through, and could only wait for death here. Damn it, it's all because of you. I could have charged into the top 3, it's all because of you. Luan Wuchang looked at Mu Yun, and a cold light flashed across his eyes. Even if I die, I will kill you first before I die. After Luan Wuchang finished his words, his thumbs and index fingers connected, forming a square boundary. Square seal. With a low roar, Luan Wuchang directly clapped his hands, and a square crystal directly enveloped Mu Yun. Translator, Trans and Editor, Trans and Sand Palace. At this moment, Mu Yun felt that his body had been restrained. All his strength had turned into a blank space, and he was powerless to resist. Everything began to dissipate. The reincarnation realm technique of the reincarnation pavilion is indeed so domineering. Zi Wujin said bitterly. Luan Wuchang was at the 3rd level of the life and death realm, and he was well versed in the ultimate techniques of the reincarnation pavilion. He was simply the chosen one. They would never be able to catch up to such a person in their lifetime. In the future, he was destined to enter the myriad great worlds and become an immortal. However, at this moment, Mu Yun was not in the mood to think about being the chosen one. The moment the seal enveloped his body, Mu Yun felt that all the strength in his body had completely frozen. It was as if he had been stuffed into a sealed iron barrel. Apart from him, the barrel was filled with water. To be precise, it was not water, but steel. The blockage made him unable to move, and he could only be trapped inside. This feeling almost suffocated him. This suffocation was not really because he could not breathe, but because of the strong oppression around him. Damn it! Mu Yun shouted, but there was nothing he could do. However, at this moment, the crazily surging dust and sand covered the sky and earth. It was as if a wild beast had opened its mouth and swallowed everything into its stomach. The earth fell silent at this moment. It was as if nothing had happened. Gradually, time passed. At the edge of the desert, a few figures came in a line. Eldest senior brother, is this really the place where an immortal died? There are no traces of any living creatures in this vast desert. A young girl with slender legs and a long waist said angrily. The woman was clad in crimson armor. However, the armor only covered her towering chest, hands, and knees. Her exposed long legs were straight and slender. Drops of sweat dripped from her small waist, giving an extremely strong visual impact. That's right, junior sister Luo Shui. Bear with it a little longer. Do Celestial wiped the sweat off his brow and said, according to the Seclord's divination, one of the secret locations in the Four Essences fiefdom is right here. There's definitely a sand palace in the middle of the desert. Yes. Lu Gu, Su Tianyi, how is it? Do Tian hurriedly asked the two of them when he saw them. But when he saw the two shake their heads, Do Tiandu's expression darkened. Keep looking. Do Tiando suddenly said, our battle armor small world is ranked 9th, so this little bit of danger is nothing. In our battle heaven sect, there are only 4 first-level life and death realm geniuses. We don't lack geniuses. What we lack are the dazzling geniuses like Mingyue Xian, Yuqing Tian, and Wu Jixing. Otherwise, our battle heaven sect wouldn't be ranked 9th. This time, as long as we find the underground sand palace and obtain that immortal's treasures, we might be able to break through to the 2nd stage of the life and death realm. At that time, it won't be impossible for our battle armor small world to enter the top 6. The girl called Luo Shui raised her head and asked in confusion, Senior brother Do, why aren't you aiming for the top 5? Top 5, Do Tian's expression turned strange when he heard this. Haha. Luga laughed and replied, Junior sister, you don't know this, but it's enough for us to surpass the heavenly treasure small world. As for the top 5, Su Tianyi, you tell them. Why me? Su Tianyi said in a muffled voice. Okay, I'll tell them. Lugu was very talkative. As the group moved forward, he said, the top 5 is the 5 poisons small world. Those guys in the 5 poisons small world all carry poison. In fact, every year, the 5 poisons small world's martial artists are only at the first stage of the life and death realm, but the poison they carry with them is very powerful. Among the thousands of small worlds, the 5 poisons small world can be said to be the most poisonous. Shake hands with them, brush shoulders with them, and you might die the next day. So ruthless. Luo Shui was stunned when she heard this. She seemed to think of something terrifying and shrunk her neck. The 5 poisons small world supreme 5 poisons are the black-scaled jade snake, the 100-feet dragon, the double-toothed scorpion, the palace-guarding jade tiger, and the purple jade toad. They are actually the 5 poisons of snake, centipede, scorpion, gecko, and toad. Luga said cautiously, Junior sister, when you meet the 5 poisons small world's martial artists, don't underestimate them just because of their strength. And, I know. The 4th is the reincarnation small world. This year, it seems to be led by Luan Wuchang. The reincarnation small world's ultimate skill, the reincarnation small world, is extremely powerful. They produce geniuses every year, and surprises people every year. This year's Luan Wuchang is even more vicious, and his methods are extraordinary. You have to be careful. N. As for the top 3, the sacred light small world, the demonic jade small world, and the Wuji small world, Psi, these 3 small worlds are always in the top 3. Among them, the Wuji small world is always in the first place, while the demonic jade small world and the sacred light small world alternate between second and third. It can be said that it's impossible to surpass them. Speaking of this, Lu Ji's face revealed a trace of helplessness. Top 3, it was simply beyond their imagination. We can't be discouraged. At this moment, Do Tiandu said, this time, the 8th-ranked giant demon small world and the 7th-ranked square small world did not produce any geniuses. We still have a chance to surpass them. Moreover, the 6th-ranked heavenly treasure small world has always been the largest trading world among the thousands of small worlds. They are good at doing business, but their fighting ability is not strong. This time, it is said that only the Miao family produced 2 geniuses in the heavenly treasure small world. I reckon that they are not strong either. The only power in the heavenly treasure small world was the heavenly treasure cavern. In the beginning, the heavenly treasure cavern was controlled by a few big families. Later on, one of the big families, the Miao family, took over and ruled the entire small world. Furthermore, the heavenly treasure small world had relied on its many years of trading with the various small worlds. It was very adept at strategizing. Among the top 10 small worlds, it was not very strong, but it was very rich. Let's not talk about this for now. As long as we can find the Sand Palace and obtain the inheritance or secret treasure, our strength will definitely rise to another level. At that time, the final ranking and who will be the winner will not be determined. Yes. Everyone moved forward, looking at the vast desert in front of them. They were like headless flies, diving into it. Ah. However, at this moment, the bouncing Luo Shui suddenly shouted. Her face turned pale as one of her jade-like feet sank into the sea of sand. This scene happened too suddenly, and no one was able to react in time. Do Tiando reached out to grab her, but he caught nothing. Luo Shui's figure directly fell into the sea of sand below, disappearing without a trace. The seemingly tranquil desert was actually hiding such a crisis. It was inconceivable. Junior sister. Seeing that Luo Shui had disappeared, the few people were completely stunned. Luo Shui was also a first-level life and death realm martial artist. If even she could not react in time, then who could? Everyone's faces turned pale. They were glad that it wasn't them who fell, but worried about Luo Shui's safety. Senior brother, what are you doing? Suddenly, Luga and Su Tianyi saw that Do Tiando wanted to jump in, so they hurriedly stopped him. I'm going to save Junior's sister. Do Tiando blamed himself, it's all my fault for being too careless. Otherwise, Junior's sister wouldn't be in danger. I must save her. No. Luga and Su Tianyi stopped Do Tiando at almost the same time. Do Tiando was the person in charge of this trip. Nothing could go wrong. Let's go down and take a look. Luga and Su Tianyi spoke and were about to jump in. Wait. Just then, Do Tiando suddenly stopped the two. He laughed loudly and looked ahead, speaking incoherently, it's here. It's here. Senior brother, what's here? The Sand Palace. The Sand Palace left behind by that immortal senior is here. Do Tiando looked at the compass in his hand. The needle was unmoving at this moment. Master gave me this compass before he left to find the Sand Palace. It must be here. There's no mistake. Do Tiando walked forward and took a step. Suddenly, his figure disappeared. Seeing this, Luga and Su Tianyi immediately followed. Regardless of whether the Sand Palace was here or not, they couldn't just stand here and wait for Junior's sister. The group jumped into the quicksand one by one. The sea of sand regained its calm. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Opening his eyes, Muyun felt as if his entire body had been beaten up. The pain was unbearable. Damn it, damn it. Muyun struggled to stand up, but found that he couldn't stand at all. He was still in the middle of Luan Wuchang's four-sided seal. Damn it. Muyun sat upright and began to carefully study the seal's power around him. Fortunately, he was swept into the quicksand. Although he didn't know what had happened, the power of the quicksand had damaged a part of the space inside the seal. That was why he could move. However, after careful study, Muyun found that the reincarnation realm technique of the reincarnation pavilion seemed to be similar to a small formation. Moreover, it was a complicated and extremely obscure formation. After careful study, he found some flaws. Calming himself down, Muyun followed the vine to the melon. Gradually, he discovered where this flaw was. Outside, this time, Muyun was completely dumbfounded. After following the clues, he figured out the flaw of the seal. However, the flaw was outside of the four-sided seal. It was so much so that he would be able to break the seal with a single finger. You can't play with me like this. Muyun was completely speechless. However, when he looked around, he saw that the world was a vast, dark yellow color. Muyun wondered if he had fallen from above. However, if he didn't die, Luan Wuchang and the others must not have died either. If he met them here, Muyun could easily imagine his fate. How unlucky. Muyun sighed helplessly. A few miles away from him, there was a mountain range. The mountain looked gray and misty. Muyun couldn't see its specific appearance at all. However, if he landed in that covered place, he could slowly explore and unlock the seal. But now. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios confused beauty. This was the worst possible situation. With such a wide field of vision, any human or beast with eyes would be able to see him. Then, they would be able to kill him easily. He could sense that the power within the four-direction seal was unable to spread out at all. However, the sound of the wind and the air outside could be easily ignored, as if they were nothing at all as they rushed directly toward him. There was no worse situation than this. It seemed that he really had to sit here and wait for death. Swoosh. However, just as Muyun was about to give up hope, the sound of something breaking through the air was suddenly heard. However, when Muyun looked around, he didn't see anyone. Suddenly, Muyun had an ominous premonition. There was no one around, which meant that she was in the sky. Bang, the loud bang caught everyone off guard, and Muyun was no exception. Ah! Following the explosion, a delicate voice could be heard. This voice was really pleasant to the ears. However, this person fell from the sky, so she should not be a warrior from the small reincarnation world or one of the four small worlds. The girl was wearing a bright red battle armor. Only her chest, arms, and legs were covered from head to toe. Her snow-white skin was exposed everywhere else. It hurts. The girl grumbled coquettishly. Looking around, she stood up and patted the dust off her body. The dust on her but was patted back and forth by her hands. Following the direction of the wind, it blew onto Mu Yun's face. So be it. The little beauty seemed to feel that there was no one behind her and even started to twist. However, this was not enough. The girl bent down and patted her knees with both hands. Her butt was facing Mu Yun. Cough cough. Looking at the bouncy temptation, Mu Yun coughed. Oh my god. Hearing the voice behind her, Luo Shui was stunned. There was someone behind her. She was in a hurry just now and did not have time to check. She did not expect that there was someone behind her. Turning around, Luo Shui looked at Mu Yun with a cautious expression. However, when she saw the woman turn around, Mu Yun was slightly taken aback. The woman had a jade-like nose and big eyes. She was a living beauty. More accurately, she looked more like a beautiful young girl. However, Mu Yun could sense from the vague aura emanating from this woman that her strength was not ordinary. Hello. Seeing the beauty turn around, Mu Yun smiled awkwardly and said, My name is Mu Yun. I'm from the 5 Elements Small World. I'm trapped here. Beauty, can you lend me a hand and help me break the seal? 5 Elements Small World? Luo Shui looked at Mu Yun and said cautiously, the tent ranked 5 Elements Small World. Mu Yun, I've never heard of you. I only know that the people who come to the 5 Elements Small World every year are basically the disciples of the 5 Elements clan. Who exactly are you? I really am from the 5 Elements Small World. Mu Yun smiled bitterly and helplessly. It's only because my performance was more outstanding than the 5 Elements Divine Palace's disciples that I was given the opportunity to come here. You're not a disciple of the 5 Elements Divine Palace? Yes, I'm from Fire Element Mountain. That's strange. Luo Shui was puzzled. Only the 5 Elements Divine Palace's disciples participate in the competition in the 5 Elements Small World. I've never heard of disciples from the other 5 major forces participating. Mu Yun did not know how to explain this. I'm sorry, I can't believe you. And just now, you were peeking at me. Luo Shui felt that Mu Yun had seen everything when she patted her butt, and her face turned red. Peeking? Mu Yun shouted that she was wronged. I didn't. You were the one who showed it to me. And I even stopped you. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have seen more. You, Luo Shui snorted and said, you lecher. Why didn't you say anything earlier? You were just trying to peek. You were just afraid that I wouldn't save you if you went overboard. That's why you deliberately made a sound. Mu Yun was also subdued by the beauty in front of her. Okay. It's my fault. I apologize to you. I wonder if you can lend a hand and save me. I, Mu Yun, will definitely repay your kindness. I won't. Luo Shui snorted and said, look at you. You're so eager to admit your mistake just so that I can save you. You must be coveting my beauty. Who knows what you're up to? And you want to repay my kindness? How are you going to repay my kindness? Your strength is not as good as mine. If I'm in danger, you can't protect me. Are you going to repay me with your body? Mu Yun smiled bitterly and said, if you insist, I can reluctantly agree. Hooligan. Looking at the little girl's appearance, Mu Yun was also helpless. Don't you feel that your words are contradictory? Mu Yun cupped her hands and said, since you're worried that I'm coveting your beauty, but I'm not as strong as you. How can I force you? That's true. Luo Shui felt that Mu Yun's words seemed to make sense. Bah. That's not right. I was almost fooled by you again. Luo Shui snorted and said, who knows if what you said about being trapped is a trap to lure me. Mu Yun was really completely speechless. This little girl couldn't be reasoned with at all. In the end, Mu Yun simply shut up. See, I've hit the nail on the head. You have nothing to say, right? Luo Shui snorted and said proudly. Fine. Everything you say is right. I'm a bad person. Mu Yun smiled bitterly and helplessly. This little girl couldn't be reasoned with at all. Alright, I'll help you since you're pitiful. But don't you have any bad thoughts? Otherwise, I won't let you off. Luo Shui finally said with compassion. Thank you. Hearing this, Mu Yun cupped her hands and said. How do I undo it? Simple. Mu Yun pointed at the center below the four-sided seal and said, "You just need to inject a stream of true essence into this position to form the shape of a square. Then, you can break it." "So simple? Why don't you do it yourself?" Luo Shui snorted. Mu Yun's face was full of black lines, and she said speechlessly, "I'm inside." "Oh, yes, I forgot. You're trapped." Mu Yun didn't know how many times she was speechless. It was a miracle that this little girl could survive until now in this foraging fiefdom. As Luo Shui spoke, she bent down and formed a seal with both hands. From this angle, Mu Yun just happened to see a snow-white face. However, thinking of this little girl's naivety, Mu Yun still turned her head. "Miss, don't." However, at this moment, a shout suddenly sounded. When that shout was heard, a figure charged over like a bolt of lightning. Luo Shui's palm was only a millimeter away from the opening. But this girl actually stopped at this moment. She stopped. Mu Yun felt that she was in a mess. Because the figure that was flying over was none other than Ji Lu, little bald donkey. At this moment, it was better to meet anyone than to meet him. This guy was completely ruthless and would not even spit out the bones. Ba. When Ji Lu saw Luo Shui stop, he put his palms together and said sincerely, "Miss, you don't know, but this person is a homicidal maniac. Since entering the forge and fiefdom until now, he has killed over 1,000 people." "Ah?" Hearing this, Luo Shui was shocked. "Master, I'm a disciple of the Heaven Battle sect from the small world of battle armor, Luo Shui. He calls himself Mu Yun. Killed over 1,000 people? But he's only at the 10th level of the Feather Immortal realm. Benefactor Luo Shui, you don't know." Ji Lu smiled and said with an indescribable gentleness. "This kid is good at disguising himself." This four-way seal was cast by Luan Wuchang of the small world of reincarnation to stop this kid. But I didn't expect him to escape. Ji Lu looked at Mu Yun with hatred on his face and said sorrowfully, "Many of my junior brothers were killed by him when they were unprepared because they pitted him." "Ah?" Luo Shui opened her mouth and covered it with her hands. She looked at Mu Yun with a look of hatred and snorted, "So you're such a homicidal maniac. Fortunately, I didn't believe you just now. I say, great beauty, why do you believe him and not me?" Mu Yun was speechless. "Don't you know the nature of the bald donkeys in the small world of Maitreya?" Hearing this, Luo Shui shook her head. "It's over." Seeing Luo Shui's silly look, Mu Yun immediately felt that it was over. This little girl's strength was at the first level of the life and death realm. But her temperament really needed to be tempered. "Luo Shui, right? I advise you to be wary of him. This little bald donkey has harmed countless women. Maybe he has harmed many men too, let alone killing people." "No way." Before Ji Lu could speak, Luo Shui snorted and said, "I heard from my father that Buddhists are all about sacrificing oneself for others. How could this master lie to me? It must be you, a pervert, who's full of nonsense. You're really an idiot." Mu Yun said helplessly. "Benefactor Luo Shui." Luo Shui was about to step forward when Ji Lu suddenly chuckled and said, "Benefactor Luo Shui, this person has a violent temperament. As a monk, I have my ways to make him tell the truth." "All right." Hearing Ji Li's words, Luo Shui stood aside and gave way to Ji Lu. She stared fiercely at Mu Yun. Buzz, however, at this moment, something strange happened. Initially, Ji Lu was walking towards Mu Yun. However, all of a sudden, he turned around and slapped out with his palm. A powerful force enveloped Luo Shui. In that instant, everything happened too quickly. In the next moment, a huge bell appeared above Luo Shui's head. Sparkling golden light spread down and enveloped Luo Shui's figure. At this moment, Luo Shui only felt that her body was limp, and she could not regenerate any strength. In an instant, Luo Shui was stunned. "Master, what are you doing?" Luo Shui's body was limp, and she said weakly. "Benefactor Luo Shui, don't be afraid." Ji Lu chuckled and said, "You've been in contact with Mu Yun too much. I'm just expelling the murderous aura on your body now. After this poor monk kills this person, I'll help you get rid of the murderous aura." At this moment, no matter how naive Luo Shui was, she knew that this master was wearing a hypocritical appearance. "Little girl, do you regret it?" Seeing Luo Shui standing on the spot and panting weakly, Mu Yun chuckled. You bad guy, why didn't you say so earlier? Mu Yun was speechless. He had been saying it all along, but she did not believe him. Benefactors, don't be anxious. Ji still had a calm expression at this moment. He chuckled and said, I'll first convert this benefactor Mu and get her out of the sea of suffering. Then, I'll convert you. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Little bald donkey, I'll rape you and then kill you. Mu Yun snorted. I don't want to. Luo Shui cried. I don't want to die. I still have many things to do. Looking at Luo Shui's expression, Mu Yun did not know whether to laugh or cry. Benefactor Mu, there's no time to worry about others now. You should think about what you should do. Ji Le walked forward and looked at Mu Yun. The excitement in his eyes was self-evident. What should I do? Wait for death. Mu Yun shrugged and said, but little bald donkey, you people in the Mithriya small world are all so hypocritical. Aren't you tired? You still have the mood to talk about this at a time like this. Luo Shui cried. You'd better think about how to live. I don't want to. I don't want to be. However, when she heard Luo Shui call Ji Lu a little bald donkey, Mu Yun suddenly laughed. Laugh? You still have the mood to laugh now. Isn't it all your fault? Mu Yun was speechless. If you broke the seal, this little bald donkey would have died long ago. How would I know that he's such a hypocritical person? Luo Shui looked at Mu Yun and snorted. Besides, who asked you to look so wretched? You don't look like a good person. How do I not look like a good person? Mu Yun retorted. Benefactors, you can end your conversation now. Shut up. Shut up. Mu Yun and Luo Shui shouted almost at the same time. Ji Li's face was immediately filled with anger after being shouted at by the two of them. Shut up? Ji Li snorted. Let me convert you first. Let's see who can shut up who. As Ji Li spoke, he walked directly toward Luo Shui. It's over. Seeing the little bald donkey walking toward her, Luo Shui thought to herself, this little bald donkey wants to do me in front of Mu Yun. Wait. Luo Shui hurriedly said, you'd better kill him first. What? Mu Yun was completely stunned. Was this little girl crazy? No. I suddenly thought that if I were to convert you in front of almsgiver Mu, the scene would be extremely exciting. Am I right, almsgiver Mu? Pervert, Mu Yun cursed in her heart, but on the surface, she looked extremely unwilling. Ah. Mu Yun, save me. It's all because of you. Why are you still in a daze? Luo Shui saw that Ji Lu was still concerned and immediately shouted. Save you? What can I do to save you? Mu Yun shouted. Although she said that, she waved her hand and a beam of light broke through the four directions seal and charged towards Ji Lu. Godly falling snow needle, what Mu Yun used was none other than the divine falling snow needle. Although the four directions seal could bind him, the godly snowfall needle was an existence that was close to an immortal artifact. Such a small seal was simply insufficient to bind it. Everything happened too quickly, and it happened right when Ji Lu was walking towards Luo Shui. You want to ambush me? In your dreams. In just a moment, Ji Lu suddenly turned around and struck out a 10,000 words mantra. What he used was the ultimate skill of the Mithriya small world, the 10,000 words mantra, one word mantra to break 10,000 words mantra. Mu Yun's methods were extremely cunning, so it was impossible for him not to be on guard. However, what Ji Li did not expect was that the moment his 10,000 words mantra was struck out, cracking sounds could be heard continuously. However, that beam of light directly broke his 10,000 words mantra. A small hole appeared in the middle and flew straight towards his cheek. At this moment, Ji Li felt an extremely dangerous aura. Without saying anything, he immediately recalled the golden bell and wrapped it around his body as he kept retreating. Little girl, don't just stand there. Quickly undo the seal for me. It was only at this moment that Luo Shui realized that the seal on her body had disappeared. Although her strength had not been completely restored, it was not a problem to undo the seal. Taking 3 steps in 2, Luo Shui directly raised her hand and pressed it on top of the four-sided seal. Cracking sounds could be heard as the four-direction seal was completely broken. However, the moment the seal was broken, Luo Shui saw Mu Yan's ferocious face and her hands grabbing towards her waist. It's over. At this moment, Luo Shui forgot to resist, but her heart was filled with grief. She had just escaped from the tiger's den, and now she was in the wolf's den. Mu Yan looked as if she wanted to eat her. Mu Yan grabbed her waist tightly, and Luo Shui suddenly felt a strange emotion rising in her heart. Bang, however, at this moment, a deafening bang directly interrupted Luo Shui's thoughts. I say, what are you thinking? You almost died just now, do you know that? It was only at this moment that Luo Shui realized that she had exchanged positions with Mu Yan. And behind Mu Yan, 3 rays of light appeared and turned into a stream of light. The palm shadow that Ji Lu struck out turned into a powerful golden light and exploded. Ah! Seeing this scene, Luo Shui realized that it was Mu Yan who saved her just now. I thought you, what did you think I was? That I would rape you and then kill you? Mu Yan dropped this sentence and put Luo Shui down. He sniffed the fragrance in his palm and smiled sinisterly. Don't worry, I'm not interested in you. Luo Shui was unconvinced. She puffed out her chest and stared at Mu Yan arrogantly. However, at this moment, when Mu Yan turned around, she realized that the clothes on Mu Yan's back were torn apart, and a red palm print was imprinted on his shoulder. Mu Yan could have ignored her just now. However, he formed a shield in a hurry and exchanged positions with her to take the blow for her. Miss Luo Shui, if you have time, can you recover your strength? Mu Yan was speechless. This little bald donkey is not as easy to deal with as it seems on the surface. I know, I don't need you to remind me. Luo Shui snorted and stood where she was. Her bright red armor emitted waves of energy that were brimming with tyrannical fluctuations. The martial artists of the small world of battle armor were all called battle armor warriors. Armor accounted for a huge part of their strength. However, Mu Yan didn't expect that this battle armor would actually have the ability to recover one's self. In the myriad small worlds, there were endless strange things. Even though he was once an immortal king and had a high position, he didn't necessarily know everything. Benefactors, it was Buddha's intention to purify the 2 of you. The 2 of you are going against the heavens. I'm afraid it will be a big problem to purify the 2 of you later. Purify? Mu Yan chuckled and said, Little bald donkey, I think your Buddha told you to purify others, but you don't have enough experience. Why don't you let me purify you? Back then, when Mu Yan was in the myriad great worlds, he had some understanding of the Buddha race. However, those old bald donkeys were definitely not as hypocritical as this Ji Lu. They were just too stubborn, but their minds were extremely pure. From the looks of it, these fellows were wolves in sheep's clothing. Slandering Buddha is a capital offense. Ji Lu snorted and charged towards Mu Yan with the golden bell in his hand. With a clang, the heaven chime sword appeared and the spirit sealing cauldron appeared in his hand. Mu Yan was fearless and charged out. Golden bell body technique. A strange voice came from Ji Li's mouth. The golden bell immediately disappeared from his hand and turned into a phantom that wrapped around his body. Looking from afar, Ji Li seemed to have completely merged with the golden bell at this moment, directly transforming into a layer of defense on the surface of his body. Prajna palm. With a low shout, Ji Li struck out with his palm. The palm gathered and seemed to transform into the figure of Buddha. Thousands of palm shadows charged towards Mu Yan. At this moment, Mu Yan stood up. With a crackling sound, the heaven chime sword slashed out a sword wind. However, when those sword edges touched the surface of Ji Li's body, there was a crackling sound that made one's ears ring. However, the golden bell shield was still stable, but there were a few more sword marks on it. A grade 4 void immortal artifact could not be broken. Seeing this, Mu Yan's face turned solemn. He had to get rid of Ji Lu as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the cultivators from the other small worlds arrived, or when Lu and Wu Chang heard the commotion and rushed over, he would be dead. I can't drag this out any longer. Mu Yan's expression was calm and became more and more serious. In that case, I'll let you see the new thing that I've been working on recently. Mu Yan smiled faintly. In an instant, the 5 Yuan dragons gathered together. Seeing Mu Yan's action, Ji Li's face changed. Back then, he had seen how powerful Mu Yan's move was. At that time, Mu Yun had relied on the powerful explosive power of the Yuan dragons to subdue Bao Tianming. He did not want to follow the same path as Bao Tianming. Supreme Inscription Body. With a low shout, a golden light appeared on the surface of Ji Li's body, outside the golden bell. That golden light transformed into a 10,000 words mantra that wrapped around his body. Under such circumstances, Ji Lu had really condensed a thick tortoise shell that enveloped his body. Even Mu Yun could not help but be surprised at this moment. Although this little bald donkey was full of nonsense, his strength was not to be underestimated. This level of defense could be considered as the peak defense of the first-level life and death realm. Even so, Mu Yun did not want to have any thoughts of wavering at this moment. Defensive tortoise shell, then let's see if his tortoise shell was stronger, or if his attack was stronger. At this moment, 5 sky confining locks suddenly appeared in Mu Yun's hand. These 5 sky confining locks were obtained from Ji Jin. This 4th-level life and death realm expert had spent 1,000 years to refine these sky confining locks. The materials used were even more precious. At that time, the 5 great sect masters were all at the 2nd-level life and death realm, but they were still firmly trapped. If not for Mu Yun's interference, Ji Jin might have used the sky confining locks back then. With a shake of her hand, the 5 sky confining locks shot out. Clattering sounds filled the air and turned into a 1,000-meter-long heaven-trapping lock that surrounded Ji Lu. Eh? Seeing this scene, Ji Li's face changed. He once again started chanting a mess of inscriptions. Those inscriptions were all added to the surface of Ji Li's body, forming a dazzling golden light. Break! With a low shout, the 5 sky confining locks in Mu Yun's hand surrounded Ji Lu. The top of the sky confining locks pierced into Mu Yun's body. However, with clanking sounds, the 5 sky confining locks were unable to break through Ji Li's defense. Can't break through? Mu Yun faintly smiled and took a step forward. At this moment, the continuously extending sky confining locks wrapped Ji Li's body like a rice dumpling. They were so dense that only the golden light could be seen from the gaps. Little bald donkey, you're finished. Underground sand palace metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The 5 elemental Yuan dragons were the most powerful force of the 5 elemental treasures that Mu Yun had collected. Boom. Boom, boom. 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 In an instant, the 5 elemental Yuan dragons violently rammed into Ji Lu, who was within the golden bell shield, causing the ground to tremble. At this moment, the golden light finally began to tremble. Stop, stop. At this moment, Ji Li's pleading voice finally sounded from the golden light. However, Mu Yun completely ignored him when he begged for mercy at this time. Not only did the attacks of the 5 elemental Yuan dragons not weaken, but they gradually became stronger. You little bald donkey, don't you like to convert others? Today, I'll convert you on behalf of your Buddha. The 5 elemental Yuan dragons roared crazily and rammed into the golden bell shield. Crack, suddenly, a slight cracking sound could be heard. A cold smile appeared on Mu Yun's face the moment he heard the crack. Kill. With a deep roar, Mu Yun took a step forward. The 5 Yuan dragons instantly tangled together. As they entangled with each other, they suppressed the golden bell protective shield. At this moment, the crackling sound finally turned into snapping sounds. Mu Yun soared into the sky and slashed out with the sky chime sword. The 7 seals of life and death merged into one and turned into a powerful sword seal that charged towards Ji Lu. Boom! In an instant, when the golden light exploded, the 5 elemental Yuan dragons and the 7 sword seals followed closely behind. The rumbling sound gradually spread out. The ground of the entire spacious area was lifted up, and rocks flew into the sky. Mu Yun turned around and looked at Luo Shui, who was standing there in a daze. Without saying a word, she picked her up and flew into the distance. In the end, the boom gradually disappeared. Mu Yun felt that her points had increased again and her ranking had risen by 3 places, 29th place. This little bald donkey is indeed up to no good. He actually kept 100 points. Mu Yun muttered in her heart. Let go of me. When Luo Shui saw that the explosion had ended, she finally reacted. Immediately, her face flushed red as she roared. Okay, I'll let you go. Mu Yun wiped the oil on her delicate waist and put Luo Shui down. Shameless rogue. Seeing Mu Yun's delicate movements, Luo Shui snorted. This is your punishment. Mu Yun snorted, if you had saved me just now, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. How do I know if you're a good person? What about now? Luo Shui saw Mu Yun's lustful gaze on her and immediately snorted, now, what do you want to do now? I'm in the middle of nowhere. You're a scantily clad beauty, and I'm a thirsty man. What do you think I want to do? Hearing this, Luo Shui clutched her chest and looked at Mu Yun in horror. Just now, she saw how Mu Yun killed Ji Lu. She knew that with her own strength, it was absolutely impossible for her to do so. Mu Yun was much stronger than her. She knew that she was no match for her. How dare you? Luo Shui snorted and straightened her body. Suddenly, Mu Yun took a step forward and covered Luo Shui's mouth. She said in a deep voice, don't speak. At this moment, swoosh 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 sounds could be heard as figures flew down from the sky. Mu Yun was no stranger to the three people in the lead. Ziwu Jin, Lei Feng, and Shuang Shuyu. Seeing the hundreds of people led by the three of them, Mu Yun immediately held her breath and withdrew all her soul power into the chart of extermination of immortality. At this moment, Luo Shui actually felt that there was no one around her, only air. Seeing Mu Yun's method, Luo Shui knew that these people were not to be trifled with. She immediately held her breath. The blood-red armor dimmed, and her aura completely disappeared at this moment. Seeing Luo Shui's smug look, Mu Yun remained silent. At this moment, among the crowd, the three figures immediately looked around. It's Ji Li's aura. That's right. Ziwu Jin immediately said. He's dead. Shuang Shuyu rarely spoke at this moment. Someone actually killed him. Lei Feng snorted and said, the three of us have always been together. It's impossible that one of us did it. Someone must have done it secretly. Could it be Luan Wuchang? Ziwu Jin suddenly said, don't forget that he fell down with us. Now that everyone is gone, the only ones who can kill him are Luan Wuchang and Luan Yu. There's one more person. Shuang Shuyu said calmly. Mu Yun. The three of them fell silent. In the end, it was Ziwu Jin who spoke first, Luan Wuchang is more likely. Mu Yun is second. No matter what, the three of us have to unite now. Otherwise, if we encounter Luan Wuchang alone, we'll definitely die. Yes. Hearing this, the three of them nodded. They indeed had to unite. Otherwise, if they encountered Luan Wuchang or Mu Yun, they might be defeated one by one. Swoosh 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 sound suddenly rang out as three figures flew over from the other side. Did you find anything? Ziwu Jin asked the three of them. There's actually a group of palaces in the mountains over there. A group of palaces? Hearing this, the three of them were stunned. Could it be that they had accidentally stumbled upon a secret place? If that was the case, it was simply a great opportunity for them to fall down. Let's go and take a look. Swoosh 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 sounds rang out. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of people flew out and disappeared. Only at this moment did Mu Yun and Luo Shui let down their guard. You know all those people? Luo Shui asked. Yes, people from the Purple Flame Small World, the Taiji Small World, and the Lightning Small World. Mu Yun said calmly, these three small worlds and the Maitreya Small World are joining forces to destroy the Five Elements Small World. I reckon that the next one will be your Battle Armor Small World. Why? Why? Mu Yun stared at Luo Shui with widened eyes as if she was looking at a monster. You're being a hooligan again. Luo Shui hurriedly covered her chest and snorted. Being a hooligan? We might even die here. Why would I be in the mood to be a hooligan with you? Mu Yun was speechless. These four small worlds all have the strength to fight for the top 10, so they joined forces to destroy my Five Elements Small World first before destroying your Battle Armor Small World. Oh. Luo Shui nodded, looking like she understood. But you guys are too weak. Suddenly, Luo Shui said something shocking. I see that the three of them are extremely jealous of you. Don't tell me that you're the strongest in your Five Elements Small World? Ah? Luo Shui said in surprise, your Five Elements Small World is in the top 10 after all. There should be a few life and death realm geniuses appearing in 50 years, right? Why are they so weak? Hearing this, Mu Yun felt a little awkward. He couldn't just say that there were originally 3 who were very promising, but they were all killed by him, right? Compared to your battle armor small world, it's indeed a little weak. Luo Shui pursed her lips and said, that's true. Our battle armor small world has 4 first-level life and death realm cultivators this time. My eldest senior brother, Do Tiandu, Lu Ge, Su Tianyi, and me. It's impossible for them to deal with us with just 3 small worlds. 4 people. This time, it was Mu Yun who was surprised. It seemed that there was a reason why the battle armor small world was ranked 9th before the 5 elements small world. Looks like they found something. Miss Luo Shui, let's part ways here. You and I have saved each other. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Stop right there. Just as Mu Yun was about to leave, Luo Shui suddenly snorted. You can't leave. Why? It was because of you that I was involved just now. I saved you, and you haven't repaid me. You can't leave. Alright, then I'll repay you when I have the chance in the future. As Mu Yun spoke, her figure flashed and was about to leave. However, Luo Shui suddenly appeared in front of Mu Yun and blocked Mu Yun's figure. There's no need for the future. You can repay me now. Now, seeing Luo Shui's impatient look, Mu Yun was speechless. Don't tell me you want me to repay you with my body. Repay you with your body? Bastard, what are you thinking? Luo Shui snorted. I need you to bring me into the underground palace. Underground palace, seeing Mu Yun's surprised expression, Luo Shui snorted. Eldest senior brother said that there is a treasure left behind by an immortal in this desert. It's in the sea of sand, but I don't know where it is. I accidentally fell down when I was looking for the underground palace. They said that they found the underground palace just now, so it must be a treasure trove. We can't let them obtain the treasures in the immortal ruins. Hearing this, Mu Yun could only pat his head bitterly. He wanted to leave Luo Shui behind and enter the underground palace to watch the show with Ziwu Jin and the other 2. He wanted to be the fisherman who benefits from the fight between the snipe and the clam. But he didn't expect this little girl to want to go too. What? You don't mean what you said just now? Alright. Mu Yun finally agreed. She looked at Luo Shui and said, however, you have to promise to follow my instructions. At least until you meet your so-called eldest senior brother. No problem. As long as your request isn't to hurt me. Alright. Mu Yun sighed helplessly in her heart, but she still brought Luo Shui along. She didn't know if anyone else would come in this area. Luo Shui and the others from the small world of battle armor had already found this place, so it wasn't impossible for others to find it. When the time came, there would probably be another fierce battle. However, the more people they attracted, the more Mu Yun looked forward to it. To fish in troubled waters, the water had to be muddied enough. But on the other hand, he was also secretly worried. If a few powerful figures like Luan Wuchang came, he didn't need to fight at all. He could just hide. After making up his mind, Mu Yun brought Luo Shui and advanced towards the mountain he saw previously. Along the way, Mu Yun concealed her soul power aura and made Luo Shui do the same. The 2 of them were extremely slow. The 2 of them took more than 10 minutes to walk a distance of several kilometers. After approaching the mountain, the 2 of them directly climbed up a hill that was hundreds of meters high. This place wasn't eye-catching and they could see the back. It was very suitable. But just as they stood on the top of the hill, Luo Shui suddenly froze on the spot. Get down! Mu Yun shouted. Seeing that Luo Shui didn't respond, she looked up and was instantly stunned on the spot. The 2 of them were like 2 wooden figures standing on the spot, completely not knowing how to react. In front of them, there was only a row of mountains in front of them. Standing on this mountain peak that was hundreds of meters high, they could see that the surrounding mountains were endless and surrounded by a basin. At this moment, there were pale yellow palaces next to each other in the basin. However, these palaces were faintly yellow, and they were completely formed from sand. But judging from the age of the palaces, they had existed for at least 10,000 years. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Warrior Statue Mu Yun, do you know what this palace is made of? Luo Shui looked at everything in front of her in a daze. I don't know. Do you? Mu Yun asked. Would I ask you if I knew? That's true. Hearing this, Muyun finally realized that she was indeed an idiot just now. However, the two of them were shocked by the scene in front of them and did not think about these things at all. Gradually, the two of them began to walk downwards. Those palaces were simply too grand and magnificent. It was not the kind of magnificent aura, but the majestic atmosphere of the structure and layout. That was what Muyun was truly impressed by. Let's go in and take a look. Muyun smiled and walked down the mountain. At this moment, there was not a single figure in sight. Instead, there were many arched doors around the palace. There were no doors to block them, and they looked just like a bridge. One door was connected to another door, and they formed the walls of the large palace. At this moment, they came in front of a door. Luo Shui looked at the palace inside the door and took a step forward. There was a loud bang, followed by Luo Shui's cry of pain. It hurts. Luo Shui rubbed her forehead and stretched her fingers forward. However, she realized that there was a barrier in the seemingly transparent place. It was impossible to see with the naked eye. What are you laughing at? Seeing Muyun looking at her with a smile, Luo Shui snorted. This place is surrounded by empty doors. If there is no protection, it's too unrealistic. You're blaming me for your stupidity? Muyun waved her hand and said. You're the best. Luo Shui snorted and raised her fist. She clenched one hand into a fist. The armor on the surface of Luo Shui's body shone at this moment. With a shout, Luo Shui punched forward. Bang! With that powerful punch, Luo Shui's figure sank more than 10 meters, but the barrier was still not broken. Seeing this scene, Luo Shui was completely dumbfounded. The invisible barrier in the cave was like a spring that couldn't be broken. It was just that suddenly, the fist energy ended, and Luo Shui felt an even stronger backlash directly hitting her in the face. Aya! With a scream, Luo Shui hurriedly turned around and ran towards Muyun. However, it was already too late. The strong rebounding force was like a spring that had been compressed to the extreme and expanded to the extreme. Luo Shui felt as if a quilt had pounced on her from behind. The strong force caused her to fly directly towards Muyun. The two figures collided with each other. Luo Shui, who was in Muyun's arms, was severely deformed because of the strong rebound force. Her chest was even crushed by Muyun. In the end, Muyun fiercely stomped on the ground, and the two figures finally stopped. Luo Shui's body was squashed, and she leaned against Muyun's chest. Are you okay? How can he be fine? You're crushing my breasts. Luo Shui cried out in pain and rubbed her chest. Seeing this scene, Muyun was speechless. This girl was really too heartless. What are you looking at? Luo Shui glared at Muyun and snorted. Don't pretend to be a good person here. Hurry up and break that barrier. Nodding, Muyun took a step forward. Water vapor permeated between her hands. Black water flowed out from between Muyun's palms and permeated the entire barrier. Gradually, the water droplets seeped into the palace. Muyun waved her hand, and a faint golden light spread out and integrated into the water droplet. In the palace, water and metal entered. Muyun shouted in a low voice, and the water droplet gradually spread out. However, this spread contained the power of metal. Crack! 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 Cracks gradually appeared on the invisible barrier in front of him, and it finally shattered. Humph, I knew you had a way. You're deliberately making fun of me. Rubbing her chest, Luo Shui snorted. Now is not the time to quarrel. Muyun smiled. Let's think about what we'll encounter next. As soon as she finished speaking, Muyun took a step forward. Muyun's heart skipped a beat when he felt the ground beneath his feet. The ground looked like it was made of yellow sand. However, every piece of the ground was as hard as steel when one stepped on it. It might even be harder than that. Muyun quietly exerted force and realized that she couldn't break the floor at all. Perhaps a first-level life and death realm martial artist would have to go all out to break the floor. Looking at the 100-meter-tall palace in front of her, Muyun muttered to herself. The palace appeared to be as impenetrable as the floor. This place was not simple. To be able to knead ordinary yellow sand into such a tough state, it was truly inconceivable. It seemed that what Luo Shui said was true. This was an underground palace built by an immortal. The two walked along the way and looked at the palace in front of them. They were relaxed and happy, completely forgetting that they were here to hunt for treasures. It wasn't until they walked through the palace door that they saw the scenery inside. The yellow sand statues were like real people, which almost gave Luo Shui a fright. Looking at the human figures condensed from the most ordinary yellow sand, Mu Yun was stunned. These people were holding swords and sabers and standing proudly. At the entrance of the palace, a man in a long robe and holding a long spear looked at the crowd with a firm look in his eyes. If these were real people, Mu Yun could feel that they seemed to be making an oath at this moment. They were like warriors who were about to leave, full of lofty sentiments. These statues are so realistic. Luo Shui couldn't help but touch the statues. When she touched them, her skin was delicate. Except for the cold feeling, they were exactly the same as real people. It seems that this immortal is also a statue master. Luo Shui couldn't help but sigh. However, at this moment, Mu Yun didn't feel that way. Those statues gave him a very strange feeling. The two of them walked around the statues and realized that there were more than 1,000 statues in the palace. They stood upright in a respectful and solemn manner. When they reached the end, the two of them were surprised to find that there was another door at the back of the palace. The two doors were connected to each other and looked like they were one. What's going on? Luo Shui was puzzled. There are only these statues in the palace. There's nothing else? Let's continue to look at the others. Mu Yun turned to take a look and continued to walk to the next palace. They walked through more than a dozen palaces in succession. Without exception, all the palaces were filled with statues. However, the largest number of statues was about 1,000 people, while the smallest number was only about a dozen people. Along the way, Mu Yun also realized that although these palaces looked messy and disorderly, Mu Yun vaguely felt that there was a certain rule to the arrangement of the palaces. However, he couldn't remember what the rule was at that moment. Mu Yun, look, this palace is different. At this moment, Luo Shui stepped into the palace and suddenly exclaimed. After looking at the statues in more than a dozen palaces, the novelty was long gone. It was rare to see a statue that wasn't a palace. Luo Shui immediately felt curious. However, after stepping into the palace, Mu Yun's expression became strange. There were indeed no statues in this palace, but it was empty. There was nothing inside. The two of them walked around the palace and carefully searched. However, after a long time, they still couldn't find any clues. Helpless, they could only leave the palace. It was only at this moment that Mu Yun realized that the two of them had unknowingly entered the depths of the palace. Standing outside the other door of the palace and looking inside, Mu Yun realized that this palace was even more majestic than the other one. This hall was even more majestic and extraordinary than all the halls they had encountered before. There were 7 other halls adjacent to it, and their specifications were almost the same as the hall before them. However, these 8 palaces were completely different from the outside. They formed a circle together, like stars surrounding the moon, and tightly surrounded the open-air palace at the core. Outside the 8 great halls, there were at least a few hundred of them. If one looked carefully, they would see that there were at least a few hundred of them. If they were all statues, there would be at least tens of thousands of statues of martial artists. As for these 8 palaces, it's over. Mu Yun was suddenly stunned and stood rooted to the ground. I should have known, I should have known. Mu Yun stood rooted to the ground and muttered to herself. What are you talking about? Seeing Mu Yun muttering to herself, Luo Shui was puzzled. Run. Mu Yun suddenly said, if we don't run now, we will definitely die here. Why run? What are you talking about? We haven't gone to the open-air palace at the center yet. Luo Shui suddenly said, look, there's already a fight over there. My senior brothers might be inside too. They're fighting. Following Luo Shui's words, Mu Yun indeed saw a wave of true essence fluctuations. This time, we're really done for. Luo Shui, listen to me. This is a death array. Once someone touches the array, we will die without a doubt. Those martial artists outside will be activated. At that time, they will become puppets that will only kill us. Mu Yun immediately said, there's only one way now, and that is to find the life gate of the 8 gates. Only then can we escape. Do you understand what I'm saying? Luo Shui shook her head when she heard this. Forget it, it's fine if you don't understand. Now, the two of us should split up. No, it's useless to split up. Now, come with me and find the life gate. Only then can we escape from here. Boom, as soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, a loud explosion could be heard. The moment the explosion sounded, Luo Shui's face turned pale. Mad dragon armor. Luo Shui suddenly roared, that's my senior brother Dou's life armor. He won't activate this armor unless he has no other choice. I want to go over and take a look. As soon as Luo Shui finished speaking, she ignored Mu Yun's obstruction and directly flew into the sky. Idiot! Mu Yun cursed in her heart, if we don't find the life gate, even if we save your senior brother, we will still die in the end. Kill. However, right at that moment, a voice suddenly reverberated throughout the entire palace hall. We're done for. Someone had already touched the switch of this formation. Boom. Boom, at this moment, the sound of uniform footsteps suddenly rang out. Mu Yun immediately went to the entrance on the other side of the palace and looked behind her. Inside the large and small palaces, there were statues with uniform footsteps. Mu Yun's expression immediately changed. Those ordinary statues were all in the feather immortal realm. Some of the leaders even had powerful auras in the life and death realm. These idiots. Heaven fusion art at this moment, in the open-air hall. Numerous figures had already begun to kill each other. Under the lead of Luan Yu and Luan Shangyue, the martial artists from Reincarnation World blocked everyone's attacks. Under Ziwu Jin's lead, the martial artists from Purple Flame Small World and the other small worlds charged towards the people from Reincarnation World. The people from Battle Armor Small World also charged towards the people from Reincarnation World. With a single glance, it was clear that the 4 small worlds and Battle Armor Small World were working together. However, there were several first-level life and death experts in Reincarnation World. Even if the two sides worked together, they couldn't resist at all. Moreover, Luan Wuchang was currently standing on a high platform in the center. His hands were in a circle, and a 4-sided seal appeared, enveloping a light sphere on the high platform. At this moment, a battle cry rang out, followed by a loud rumbling sound. But in this situation, who would care about this? Everyone was staring at Luan Wuchang. Although they didn't know what was inside the light sphere, they didn't encounter any treasures along the way. It was definitely an incredible treasure that was inseparable from the Sand Palace. Senior brother Dou. Luo Shui cried out and rushed over. Junior sister Luo Shui. Junior sister. Hearing Luo Shui's voice, the people from Battle Armor Small World revealed excited expressions. Luo Shui was the youngest among them, and she had the best heart. Moreover, she was pure and wasn't suited for the scheming between martial artists. However, this junior sister of his had a lively personality and was extremely talented. This was why the sect master had let them bring Luo Shui along. However, when Luo Shui fell into the quicksand, they were very worried in their hearts. You're fine, that's great. Dou Tiandu's armor shone brightly, and he looked even more ferocious. What can happen to me? Luo Shui raised her fist and said proudly, I'm at the first level of life and death, of course I'm fine. Seeing that Luo Shui was fine, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Dou Tiandu could now wholeheartedly fight with his opponent. Senior Dou, what's going on? Luo Shui asked doubtfully. Originally, when we came here, the martial artists of the 4 small worlds were arguing with Luan Wuchang. It seems that Ziwu Jin and the others said that Luan Wuchang killed Ji Lu, but Luan Wuchang was too lazy to explain and attacked. Dou Tiandu explained, then the two sides started fighting. Later, Luan Wuchang discovered the secret of the center and tried to steal the treasure. That's why we joined in. Damn it. The Reincarnation Small World is the 4th small world. Besides Luan Wuchang, there are 6 or 7 first-level life and death realm martial artists. Even if we 5 small worlds work together, we still can't defeat them. That Luan Wuchang hasn't even made a move yet. Luo Shui's eyes flashed with craftiness as she looked at Luan Wuchang, who was focused on breaking the strange sphere. What are you doing? Seeing that Luo Shui was about to launch a sneak attack, Do Tiando immediately shouted, "Don't do anything stupid. Didn't you see that Luan Yu has been guarding Luan Wuchang all this time? He's a second-level life and death realm martial artist." Just as Do Tiando's words sounded, Luo Shui discovered that although Luan Yu was also fighting, his eyes were always looking at Luan Wuchang. Obviously, he was paying attention to Luan Wuchang. Seeing this scene, Luo Shui obediently stood beside Do Tiando. Success is imminent. Suddenly, beads of sweat dripped down Luan Wuchang's forehead as he looked at the cracks on the sphere in his hand and said excitedly. At the same time, the life and death realm martial artists around him didn't hold back at all as they dealt with their opponents. However, the martialists of the 5 great small realms were unwilling to accept this outcome. If Luan Wuchang were to succeed just like that, then they would really be too weak. Kill. Zi Wujin's face turned cold as he took a step forward. If Luan Wuchang succeeded so easily, then they wouldn't be able to survive. Now, this was already the last chance. With a low shout, the purple light between Zi Wujin's hands became even brighter as he lifted up a purple sphere. The purple light spread out with a terrifying explosive power, making people feel apprehensive. At the same time, Lei Feng and the twin Zhuyu also began to use their own methods. Several figures seemed to have completely revealed their trump cards, wanting to interrupt Luan Wuchang. With just you guys? Do you think such a treasure is something you deserve? Luan Wuchang growled and took a step forward when he saw everyone attacking. Rumbling sounds could be heard at this moment. As he took a step forward, the attacks from the surrounding people were immediately neutralized by an invisible wave. Damn it! Reincarnation world technique again. Zi Wujin cursed in a low voice, feeling helpless. The reincarnation world technique was not only powerful, but also tyrannical and unreasonable in terms of attack and counterattack. Moreover, Luan Wuchang was at the 3rd level of life and death realm, which was much higher than them. A bunch of trash. Looking at the crowd, Luan Wuchang snorted, "Do you think you can get your hands on the martial skill treasure inside? Do you think that just because I'm not ranked in the top 3, you can join hands to deal with me?" Hearing these words, everyone couldn't help but lower their heads. Luan Wuchang's words weren't false. Even if they joined hands, they only had a few more people. If they really fought, one Luan Wuchang was enough to make them suffer. Then let's take a look at what's inside. Luan Wuchang chuckled, not paying attention to the crowd. He clapped his hands, and the cracks on the sphere of light instantly split open. The object inside the sphere of light appeared in front of everyone's eyes. A book, a simple and unadorned book suffused with green light. Everyone was stunned when they saw the book. Book, martial skill? Or was it some kind of refining or alchemy pointers? Heaven Fusion Arts. Seeing the 3 words on the surface of the green book, Luan Wuchang was somewhat stunned. However, he knew that now wasn't the time to look at the martial skill. Reaching out his hand, Luan Wuchang was about to pick up the martial skill and put it away. However, at this moment, a cracking sound was heard, and a crack suddenly appeared under his feet. The moment the crack appeared, Luan Wuchang only felt a gust of wind flashing past his ears, and a figure instantly rushed out. That figure rushed towards his face, and when he reached out with his palm, he actually grabbed empty air. However, just as he was about to turn around, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. The figure directly held the Heaven Fusion Art tightly in his hand and instantly withdrew. Heaven Fusion Arts, thanks. That figure was dressed in black, with a vigorous body and incomparably fast speed. This series of actions happened in an instant, and no one could react in time. Chase. How could Luan Wuchang not be angry when the duck in his hand flew away? Originally, he wanted to be cautious and watch out for the people from the 5 small worlds. Who would have thought that a nameless person would suddenly appear out of nowhere? Cowardly rat, you don't dare to reveal your true face? Hee, if I reveal my true face, even if I don't get killed by you, I'll still be chased endlessly by them. Do you think I'm an idiot like you? A hoarse laughter sounded, and the figure directly flipped over the wall and disappeared. Luan Wuchang stomped his feet, and his body turned into an afterimage as he chased after the figure. Boom, however, just as Luan Wuchang's figure flipped over the wall, an explosion suddenly sounded out. Everyone was startled when they heard the loud explosion. The first to rush out was naturally Luan Yu, Luan Xianxia, and the other life and death experts of the Reincarnation Pavilion. Schwer! Seeing Luo Shui running over, Do Tiando pulled her and instructed, "Follow behind me, don't be rash." "I know." Luo Shui smiled and nodded. However, there was a strange smile on her face. Do Tiando also found it hard to understand. It wasn't them who obtained the heaven fusion arts, so why was Luo Shui so happy? However, Luo Shui understood that it wasn't them who obtained the heaven fusion arts. The heaven fusion arts must have been taken away by that pervert. He even knows how to disguise himself and hide. He's pretty smart. Luo Shui muttered in her heart as she followed. Kill. However, when the people of the reincarnation pavilion rushed out, battle cries shook the heavens and the earth. Everyone immediately followed. Only then did they realize that outside the open-air hall, there was actually a large group of statues wearing dark yellow armor surrounding it at an unknown time. They weren't unfamiliar with those statues. They were the same statues that they saw in the various halls before. Heavens! Seeing this scene, some of the martial artists were already stunned. The tens of thousands of puppets immediately swarmed toward them. They attacked anyone they saw without hesitation. The martial artists wearing the same uniform were all in the feather immortal realm. As for those who were dressed differently, they were obviously the leaders. The ripples on their bodies were all in the life and death realm. There were even many people in the center who weren't just in the first level of the life and death realm. How did these things suddenly come to life? Luo Shui was even more stunned when she saw this scene. She suddenly thought of what Mu Yun had said to her. They had entered a death array, and those martial artists would revive and kill them. The gate of life. Luo Shui suddenly remembered that Mu Yun seemed to have said this sentence. Only by reaching the gate of life could they survive. However, no one had the time to think about this. The tens of thousands of martial artists had already attacked at this moment. The first wave was mostly at the first or second level of the feather immortal realm. They didn't feel any pressure at all. After killing a martial artist with a palm strike, Luo Shui felt someone touch her shoulder. She immediately reacted and turned around to kick. Damn, that was close. When the foot landed, a cry of surprise sounded. "I came to save you." You don't have to repay kindness with enmity, right? It's you. Seeing Mu Yun, Luo Shui exclaimed. She immediately lowered her voice and said in a low voice, "You still dare to come? You stole the heaven fusion arts just now, right?" "What heaven fusion arts?" "I just found the gate of life and was about to take you out of here." "Little girl, if you stay, you will definitely die," Mu Yun said hurriedly. "It's not you." "What do you mean it's not me?" Mu Yun said anxiously, "If I don't leave now, Luan Wuchang and the others will find out that I'm here. I won't be able to leave even if I want to." "What does it have to do with me?" "It's not me." Mu Yun said speechlessly, "Fine, fine. You have no conscience. I came to save you, but you said this. Then you can fend for yourself." "Save me? Are you that kind?" "Of course. Are you leaving or not?" "Originally, I also wanted to leave, but when I thought about how cute you are, even though you are a little stupid, you might become my exclusive little girl to warm my bed in the future, I couldn't bear to let you die here, so I quickly came back." Looking at Mu Yun's smiling face, Luo Shui's face turned red. Her chest heaved up and down as she snorted, "Who wants to warm your bed? Give up. Are you leaving or not?" Boom, as soon as Mu Yun's words fell, a rumbling sound rang out in front of him. Luan Wuchang's figure was blasted back like a cannonball. "Young lord! Young lord!" Seeing Luan Wuchang's body crashing into the wall and stumbling with blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth, Luan Yu, Luan Xianxia, and the others immediately surrounded him. "I'm fine." Luan Wuchang looked at the black-robed statue martial artist in front of him with an ashen face. Fourth level of life and death realm. With the previous attack, he had determined the cultivation of this puppet martial artist. Fourth level of life and death realm was the level of death transformation. He wasn't its opponent. "Young lord, let's retreat." Luan Yu said calmly, "There are too many statues here. They have an endless supply of power. We're not their opponent." "Retreat?" Looking at the puppets, Luan Wuchang smiled bitterly. Where should they retreat to? Luan Wuchang was furious. Could that black-robed man be this puppet? But how could it be? if it was this black puppet, then the senior who designed this underground palace was too sinister. He lured everyone to this place just to get a heaven fusion technique of unknown grade to attract everyone and then kill them all. As this thought appeared in his mind, Luan Wuchang felt a surge of anger in his chest. Luan Yu, go and find out where we can break through. Yes. Luan Yu accepted the order and left. At the same time, Mu Yun pulled Luo Shui, which naturally attracted Dou Tiandu's attention. Who are you? Dou Tiandu turned around and came to Luo Shui's side. He looked at Mu Yun and asked cautiously. Senior brother. Luo Shui said in a low voice, she is Mu Yun. She saved my life. Junior sister. Dou Tiandu said cautiously, those who saved your life might not be good people. Some people are very evil. You're right. Mu Yun said, so now, are you coming with me or waiting for death here? Follow you? Where to? Dou Tiandu asked nervously. Senior brother, Mu Yun knows the way out. If we stay here, we're just waiting for death. Luo Shui said hurriedly. A way out? Dou Tiandu stared at Mu Yun with a questioning look in his eyes. He doubtfully asked, he knows the way out? He is only at the 10th level of the Yuxian stage. Even Luan Wuchang did not know the way out. How could he know? Upon hearing this, Mu Yun's face darkened. The reason he came back was because Luo Shui had saved him. He knew that Luo Shui was innocent, so he didn't want her to die here for no reason. But now that Dou Tian had said so, there was nothing else he could say. There was no need for him to stoop so low and beg them to leave with him. Luo Shui, I'm telling you because you saved my life. If you stay here, even if you don't die, you'll have to pay a great price. Come with me, and I can guarantee that you won't die. That's all I've said. It's up to you whether you want to leave or not. After Mu Yun finished speaking, he just looked at Luo Shui. Kid, I don't know what you're thinking. But how can we trust you? You're at the 10th level of the Yuxian stage. Can you find the way out? There are so many life and death realm geniuses here. If they can't, can you? Senior brother. Upon hearing Dou Tiandu's words, Luo Shui berated him and said unhappily, Mu Yun is very powerful. He said that these puppets would come to life, so they came to life. Who knows if he's the one behind it? He did it on purpose. Upon hearing this, no matter how good a person's temper was, they couldn't help it. Luo Shui, I've already told you. If you don't come with me, then I'll leave by myself. Coward, get lost. Dou Tiandu looked at Mu Yun and shouted, if you really want to save Shui'er, you should have pulled her away and not let her come over. Hearing this, Mu Yun chuckled and disappeared in a flash. Senior brother, you've gone too far. Luo Shui snorted, Mu Yun saved my life. You shouldn't say that about him. Moreover, he does know this place better. He even said that if we find the life gate, we can leave here alive. Bullshit. Dou Tiandu snorted, he's only at the 10th level of the Feather Immortal Realm. He only used some small tricks. Shui'er, you're too naive. What do you mean by only at the 10th level of the Feather Immortal Realm? Senior brother, you don't know that Ji Lu from Mithraea Small World was killed by him. Luo Shui snorted and turned her face away. She was very angry. What? Dou Tiandu was stunned when he heard this. A 10th level Feather Immortal Realm killed a 1st level life and death realm martial artist, and it was Ji Lu. He had heard of Ji Lu before. This person was an eminent monk from Mithraea Small World. He had mastered the essence of Mithraea Small World's 10,000 words mantra. He was actually killed by Mu Yun. Just now, the people from the 4 small worlds asked Luan Wuchang a few questions because of Ji Li's death. Luan Wuchang explained impatiently, so they started fighting. Now, it seemed that it was a complete misunderstanding. This person was actually so terrifying, Dou Tiandu felt that something was wrong. At this moment, Mu Yun's figure was in one of the 8 halls around the open-air hall. Standing at the entrance of the hall, Mu Yun was expressionless as she looked at the fight in the open-air hall below. She thought that she had already done what she should do. Luo Shui didn't trust her, and Dou Tiandu slandered her. It was meaningless to drag this on. At this moment, standing in the hall where the life gate was, Mu Yun looked around. She found that the surrounding 7 halls were already filled with those martial artist statues. Only this hall was ignored by all the martial artist statues. They didn't even enter to check it out. Mu Yun didn't understand this formation the moment he entered. However, after thinking carefully, she suddenly understood. 8 trigrams lifeless formation. She had only come into contact with this formation once in the early years. She really didn't think of it at first. In this 8 trigrams lifeless formation, the formation eye in the center of the formation was suppressed by an object. Once the formation eye was activated, the formation would be activated immediately. The moment Luan Wuchang activated the Heaven Fusion art, those martial artists on the statues attacked with lightning speed. However, the life gate only guaranteed safety in this formation. It would still take some effort to leave this formation. However, Mu Yun wasn't in a hurry at this moment. This time, she wanted to pay back all the people who had offended her previously. Luan Wuchang, aren't you very arrogant? This time, let's see if it's you or me who's arrogant. At this moment, in the open-air hall below, the martial artist statues had already jumped over the high wall and rushed into the hall. The fight had become extremely tragic. Most importantly, those people didn't forget to attack the surrounding enemies while they were fighting. At this time, they were still thinking about points. Mu Yun had to admit that these people were really ambitious. Mu Yun didn't look anymore. Instead, she sat cross-legged on the ground and began to read the Heaven Fusion technique in her hand. The Heaven Fusion technique was created by the Heaven Fusion ancestor. It's the ancestor's lifetime of hard work. It's not an immortal technique, but it's even better than an immortal technique. The Heaven Fusion technique is divided into 3 levels. The first level fuses the power of martial techniques of the same attribute, allowing the martial artist to create his own martial technique. The second level fuses the enemy's attack and forcibly refines it. The third level contains the opponent's power for one's own use. Of these 3 levels, the first level fuses martial techniques, the second level fuses power, and the third level fuses all things. The melting of each of these 3 levels requires the martial artist to seek riches and honor amidst danger. Only with an extremely tenacious heart and the determination to die can one comprehend the true essence. After closing the Heaven Fusion technique, Mu Yun was instantly stunned. Amazing, the first level fuses the power of martial techniques of the same attribute. He currently cultivated 3 body-tempering martial techniques, Diamond Body, 100 Refinement Golden Body, and Bone Refining Sacred Body. These 3 martial techniques could be said to have different powers, but they could all form a protective shield. The 3 martial techniques added together were 1 + 1 + 1, which was equivalent to 3 layers of armor. However, if he could fuse all 3 layers of armor and completely transform them into one power, it wouldn't be as simple as 1 + 1, but directly increase it by several times. That kind of defense shocked Mu Yun just thinking about it. The second level fuses the opponent's power. It can greatly weaken the opponent's attack, causing the attack power to be greatly reduced when it reaches the body. The third level is even more unsolvable. It contains the power of the outside world and turns it into one's own power. This kind of martial technique could be said to be heaven-defying. Unfortunately, this martial technique was only suitable for life and death realm martial artists. If the level was higher, the one who created this martial technique would not only be an immortal, but a golden immortal or an immortal king. It would probably be even more terrifying. However, Mu Yun knew that she was a little greedy. It was enough for her to reach this level in the life and death realm. I can try the first level and fuse the power of the 3 martial techniques, Diamond Sacred Body, 100 Refinements Golden Body, and Bone Forging Sacred Body. After making up her mind, Mu Yun looked at the introduction of the first level of the martial technique and entered a meditative state. As for the outside world and the killing, it had nothing to do with her. At this moment, hundreds of people on the open-air high platform were forced to think. Do Tiando slapped a statue puppet to death with his palm. The statue directly turned into yellow sand and scattered on the ground. Damn it. Do Tiando looked at Luo Shui and said anxiously, Junior sister, can you find that Mu Yun? Which hall is the life gate that he mentioned just now? I can't find it. Luo Shui's face was pale because of the exhaustion. She looked at Do Tiando and snorted, you didn't listen to me just now. Now that you're forced into a desperate situation, you only think of him. Even if you think of him now, do you think you will still save us? Who knows if that person is lying to us? Luo Shui snorted and killed her way down without saying anything else. However, at this moment, she was worried that Mu Yun would be angry with her. If she had known earlier, she would have expressed her attitude and believed in him. It wasn't that Luo Shui didn't believe in Mu Yun, but it was difficult for her fellow disciples to trust him. She couldn't abandon her fellow disciples and leave with him. Damn it. At this moment, Luan Wuchang's clothes were tattered and he looked very miserable. He looked forward with uncontrollable anger. There was no way to kill this statue army. After killing one batch, another batch would appear. However, their consumption of true essence was getting higher and higher. Even with the support of medicinal pills, it was difficult to continue consuming true essence. What was even more despicable was that a few life and death realm experts would appear from time to time and take away the lives of some of their disciples. Now, more than half of their disciples had died. Forced to a dead-end die here, he, Luan Wuchang, was unwilling. Young lord, what should we do now? Luan Yu gasped for breath and said bitterly. You're asking me? Who should I ask? Luan Wuchang said in an unfriendly tone, all of you guard this place. Remember, for 15 minutes, no one is allowed to disturb me. After Luan Wuchang finished speaking, he sat down cross-legged. In an instant, rays of light gathered on the surface of his body. Those rays of light were sparkling and translucent, like a transparent mirror. It looked extremely resplendent. It was fine if it was just that. However, the rays of light spread out and spread in all directions. At that moment, everyone felt a sense of hesitation. Such tyrannical power. When the energy slowly dissipated, everyone felt as if they were in a sealed space. They could see everything, but they couldn't do anything. Fortunately, that feeling only lasted for a moment. Otherwise, they would have been killed by their opponents. Over there. Luan Wuchang opened his eyes and suddenly raised his head to look at the hall where Mu Yun was and said in a firm tone. Young lord? There are no statue martial artists invading that place. The other halls are all filled with statue martial artists. Luan Wuchang said with certainty, no matter what, we have to fight our way out and rush towards that hall. Yes. After Luan Wuchang finished speaking, the martial artists of the reincarnation small world immediately pulled themselves together and charged towards the direction that Luan Wuchang pointed at. After hearing this, the statue martial artists seemed to have understood what everyone wanted to do and immediately flocked towards that hall. Seeing Luan Wuchang and the others flying towards the hall, the martial artists of the Purple Flame Small World and Lightning Small World also rushed towards that direction. Under this rush, the army of statues instantly changed their battle lines, as if they knew that these people would rush towards the only life palace. The obstruction became unprecedentedly strong, and almost half of the army of statues stood in front of these people at this moment. Damn it, it seems like that is the way out. Looking ahead, Luan Wuchang shouted coldly, regardless of the cost, we have to rush to that hall. Otherwise, everyone will die. Yes. Hearing this, everyone went completely crazy. Ziwu Jin, Lei Feng, Shuang Shuyu, Dou Tiandu, and the others had put aside their petty thoughts and fought together. At this time, thinking about those things was simply seeking death. The bitter battle was so intense that no one could look straight at it. However, at this moment, 1,000 meters in front of the crowd, a figure was seated cross-legged on the ground. His eyes were closed at the entrance of the palace. It was as if he was pondering with his eyes closed. Mu Yun. Luan Wuchang was the first to speak upon seeing that figure. Why is he here? Hearing that shout, everyone was speechless. They also did not expect that Mu Yun would actually appear in that position at this moment, a position that was absolutely safe. Seeing Mu Yun in that position, everyone was shocked. Damn it. When Dou Tiando saw Mu Yun sitting there cross-legged, he became even angrier. He felt as though he had been slapped in the face. If he had been able to leave with Mu Yun, they would be standing there now, watching these people being besieged by the statue cultivators. Some were dead, and some were injured. Damn it, Dou Tiando looked at Mu Yun with resentment and anger. His gaze was 1,000 meters away, and it was as if he wanted to devour Mu Yun. However, he had completely forgotten Mu Yan's previous invitation. At this moment, only anger was left in his heart. Suddenly, Mu Yan, who was sitting at the entrance of the palace, suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were filled with light as she stared below. In just an instant, Mu Yan's gaze was met with gazes filled with anger. It was as if they wanted to kill her. It was as if she was sitting here eating watermelon while those people became barbecued meat under the scorching sun. Everyone is looking at me like this. You're all unlucky. Blame me. Mu Yan rolled her eyes speechlessly. She immediately turned around and entered the palace. This place was only temporarily safe. The gate of life was the only way out of this array. Not only could they avoid attacks, but they could also find a way out of this place. At this moment, regardless of whether there was only one heaven fusion art or other treasures, they would not be able to fight for it. Those statue cultivators were not something they could deal with. Escaping for their lives was the most important thing. Moreover, Mu Yun was already satisfied with obtaining one heaven fusion art. Just the fact that it could fuse martial techniques was enough to make this martial technique worth it. Mu Yun did not care when she saw those people's gazes that were about to devour her. Damn it. Why is he inside? Luan Wuchang felt as if he had been ruthlessly slapped when he saw Mu Yun standing there. Previously, he had used a secret technique and expended nearly half of his blood to search the only safe place in the entire underground palace. He had only found the only way out after paying such a price. However, there was already someone standing in the only path of survival. How could he not be angry? Trash! Luan Wuchang shouted, all of you, fight with your lives on the line. If you don't want to die here, use all your strength. Otherwise, no one can save you. Yes. Hearing this, those exhausted cultivators around Luan Wuchang suddenly erupted with an intense aura. They actually looked at death as if they were Guai and attacked again. Gradually, a path of blood was carved out. Everyone was less than 300 meters away from the main hall. Swish. Swish, swish. However, just when everyone felt that they had seen a chance of survival, a series of ear-piercing sounds suddenly rang out. As the ear-piercing sounds rang out, figures arrived one after another. They were either wearing black cloaks or blue cloaks. There were a total of 5 people. However, none of these 5 people were like the statue army. They all had different shapes and sizes. Everyone understood that these 5 dressed like this were definitely the strongest life and death realm martial artists in this statue army. The moment the 5 people rushed over, they blocked the path in front of everyone. It was obvious that they did not want to let them enter the main hall. Bang! 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 In an instant, the 5 people attacked, and a series of crackling sounds rang out. Immediately, 7 or 8 people died. 3rd level life and death realm. Seeing the tyrannical power of the 5 people, Luan Wuchang was stunned. Every single one of these 5 people was stronger than him. This was simply inconceivable. 5 3rd level life and death realm cultivators. Luan Wuchang's expression changed a few times. He could only shout in a low voice, disregard life and death, kill your way out. He had already lost count of how many times he had shouted this. However, this was the only way he could do it. Only by doing so could those people fight with their lives on the line. Only by doing so could he have a chance of survival. Swish. 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 The 5 3rd level life and death realm cultivators attacked, increasing the pressure on everyone. In this short period of time, everyone had closed in from 300 meters to 100 meters. However, the number of people had also decreased from 500 to less than 100. At this moment, no one cared about this. Hope was right in front of them. Those who were still alive naturally wanted to rush out. Junior sister, hurry up and leave. At this moment, Dou Tiandu, Lu Ge, and Su Tianyi stood around Luo Shui and shouted. I'm not leaving. Don't hesitate. Otherwise, we'll all die here. Hurry up and leave. The 3 of them had joined hands to resist a 3rd level life and death realm statue cultivator. They were already unable to bear the burden. But now, it was already enough for one of them to escape. Luo Shui clenched her teeth and chose to leave in the end. If she didn't leave, her 3 senior brothers wouldn't be able to fight with their full strength. Seeing Luo Shui leave, the 3 of them didn't even have time to breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a black-cloaked figure appeared behind Luo Shui. That black-cloaked cultivator didn't hold back and directly slapped at Luo Shui's back. "Junior sister, be careful." However, even though they had discovered the attack and wanted to stop it, it was already too late. The instant the 3 of them spoke, the attack had already arrived behind Luo Shui. Boom, in an instant, a deafening explosion resounded. Do Tiandu and the other 2 were dumbfounded. It's over. They originally wanted their junior sister to leave quickly, but who would have thought that there was actually someone hiding in the dark? However, as the explosion resounded, the sound of blood coughing could be heard. 2 figures flew out of the group of statues like cannonballs and landed in the main hall. Mu Yun, seeing Luo Shui safe and sound in Mu Yun's arms, Do Tiandu and the other 2 immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, Mu Yun's face turned pale and she directly coughed out a large mouthful of blood. Against the full-strength attack of a 3rd-level life and death realm martial artist, he had resisted with his Diamond Saint body, 100 refinement golden body, and bone refining saint body. However, he still felt as if his meridians were about to break. Moreover, he had refined these 3 protective martial skills with the heaven fusion art that he had just comprehended. The 3 protective martial skills formed a black protective shield, but he still felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The full-strength attack of a 3rd-level life and death realm martial artist was truly terrifying. Luo Shui also heard the sound of blood vomiting. Her face immediately turned ashen and she couldn't help but turn around to look behind her. Mu Yun's face was pale and she was gasping for breath. Her appearance gave Luo Shui a fright. Are you alright? I won't die." Mu Yun smiled bitterly and said, "I still overestimated myself." Luo Shui looked at Mu Yun, her heart filled with guilt. This guy, although his mouth was unrestrained, his heart was extremely grateful. Luo Shui had only saved his life, but she had also brought him a lot of trouble. However, this person still didn't hesitate to save her. "Mu Yun, I'm sorry for what happened." "It's fine." Mu Yun said calmly, "I owe you my life. I said that I will repay you with a gushing spring." As for them, Mu Yun looked down and didn't speak. Those people didn't belong to him to save yet. Among them, they basically hoped that he would die. As for Do Tiandu, he had humiliated him just now. If he went to save him now, he would be out of his mind. Moreover, that 3rd-level life and death realm martial artist was probably already prepared for the attack just now and wouldn't give him a chance to do it again. Once he went down, he would probably die before he could save anyone. Luo Shui naturally understood this point. She didn't cry and ask Mu Yun to go down and save them. She just stood there with a heavy worry in her eyes. Taking advantage of a sick person after pondering for a while, Luo Shui stood beside Mu Yun. Looking at Mu Yun's pale face, she had no choice but to sit down and swallow a pill to heal her injuries. Moreover, she knew that if Luan Wuchang and the others came, the first thing they would do would be to find trouble with Mu Yun. At that time, it would be extremely difficult for Mu Yun to protect herself. Luo Shui sighed and stood on the spot, not knowing what to do. The battle gradually turned crazy. For the sake of their own survival, some people began to push their fellow apprentices out. Luan Wuchang was facing a 3rd-level life and death realm puppet and was being suppressed beyond belief. At this moment, this heaven's pride of the reincarnation small world no longer had the talent he was proud of and could only obediently take a beating. The sculpture cultivators here were too powerful. Mu Yun stood on the spot and watched everything in silence. Luan Wuchang could be said to have few opponents in the 3rd-level life and death realm. However, he was being suppressed to such an extent. It was enough to see the strength of these sculpture cultivators. "Get lost." Luan Wuchang suddenly let out a roar and charged forward. A seal appeared between his hands, forming a sparkling and translucent bubble. The instant the bubble appeared, Luan Wuchang spurted out a mouthful of blood. Puff. 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 The bubble was dyed red with blood and charged towards a 3rd-level life and death realm sculpture cultivator in front of him. That cultivator was instantly wrapped in the bubble. Luan Wuchang's figure flashed and charged towards the palace without saying a word. Huff, taking a deep breath, Luan Wuchang looked at the besieged disciples below and gave Mu Yun a deep look. He then sat down cross-legged and swallowed 3 different colored pills in succession without saying a word. He had just consumed 2 essence blood and was extremely pale at this moment. As for Mu Yun, he didn't want to provoke her now. However, if he didn't provoke Mu Yun, how could Mu Yun let him go? "Young Master Luan, we meet again." Mu Yun turned around and chuckled at Luan Wuchang. "Yes, we meet again. However, this young master has no time to deal with you. If you know what's good for you, get lost." "Is that so?" Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, "It's just that I still remember what young Lord Luan said before. He said that he would definitely kill me and trample me to death. Now, young Lord Luan is not in the mood to care about me, but I have a lot of time to chat with young Lord Luan." "Chat?" Luan Wuchang looked at Mu Yun. "Chat about what?" "About whether you want to kill me or not." Mu Yun sneered and took a step forward. When Luan Wuchang had to kill Mu. Luan. And Luan's twos to Luan was to Luan to suffer. To him to Luan too. However, between the two of them, it was clear that Luan Wuchang was more exhausted. Mu Yun naturally wouldn't give up on the opportunity to kill him now. At this moment, the martial artists from the 4 small worlds and small world of battle armor had yet to escape. Mu Yun wanted to take advantage of his weakness and kill him. If Luan Yu, Luan Xianxia, and the others came, Mu Yun would not know what to do. Those people would definitely not let him off. Since that was the case, he would kill whoever came. After dealing with Luan Wuchang, Mu Yun had his own ways to deal with the others. "You?" Looking at Mu Yun, Luan Wuchang chuckled coldly. "Brat, I have to say that you're quite daring, wanting to kill me. Do you think that you can kill me just because I've exhausted my blood essence? I have to say that your thinking is really childish. I don't know if it's childish or not, but I know that you want to kill me. So, I will kill you and not leave any future troubles." "Not leaving any future troubles?" "I should be the one saying this." Luan Wuchang sneered and stretched out his hands. There seemed to be nothing in front of him, but from the sound of the wind, Mu Yun knew that this guy was gathering his reincarnation realm technique again. Protective chi of 3 elements. With a shout in his heart, Mu Yun unleashed the protective dipper chi that he had condensed from the 3 protective cultivation methods by relying on the heaven fusion art. Immediately after, dragon scales appeared on the surface of his body and under his clothes. Those dragon scales were extremely fine and could not be seen on the surface of Mu Yun's body if one did not look carefully. All of these were Mu Yun's most powerful defenses. However, how could he kill Luan Wuchang with just defenses? The 5 elements dragons, which were 100 feet long, suddenly appeared at this moment. The moment the 5 elements dragons appeared, the 5 elements force in the entire hall instantly gathered crazily. With such a gathering, Mu Yun felt that his body was filled with the 5 elements force at this moment. That comfortable feeling made him feel very comfortable. For this, he even used the martial fusion technique of the heaven fusion art to fuse the 5 great secret techniques of the 5 great sects with the 5 elements forms of 9 elements chi gathering in his body. With such a fusion, it was no longer as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, with a rumbling sound, the 5 elements dragons, which were 100 feet long, gathered crazily. Crackling sounds could be heard at this moment. The berserk impact immediately hindered Luan Wuchang's advance. "What the hell is this?" Seeing this scene, Luan Wuchang cried out in alarm. "What the hell? This is good stuff to kill you." Mu Yun chuckled and took a step forward. Under the frenzied convergence of power, Luan Wuchang was completely dumbfounded. Mu Yun's power was simply too shocking. He had some understanding of the 5 elements small world technique, but he had never seen such power. However, he was a 3rd-level life and death realm expert after all. Under such circumstances, he naturally did not panic. With a low shout, the transparent light screen in front of him forcibly blocked the 5 elements dragons. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun could not help but be astonished. After all, he was well aware of how ridiculously powerful the 5 element dragons would be after his improvements. The 3rd level of life and death realm was indeed not as simple as he had imagined. "A mere 10th level feather immortal realm expert like you think you can compete with me? Why not?" Mu Yun sneered and took another step forward. With a rumbling sound, the spirit-sealing cauldron protected his body. With the sky chime sword in his hand, Mu Yan directly slashed out. His sword heart's destructive power was somewhat lacking. However, coupled with the spirit-sealing cauldron's formidable power, even Luan Wuchang's face paled in the face of the collision. Can you still hold on? Mu Yan looked at Luan Wuchang and sneered. If he did not kill Luan Wuchang at this moment, this person would definitely not let him go in this four-origin fief. On the other side, without Luan Wuchang's resistance, the third-level life and death realm statue puppet had lost its opponent. The pressure on everyone suddenly increased, causing them to continuously retreat. Seeing their young masters being bullied by Mu Yan, Luan Yu, Luan Xianxia, and the other life and death realm martial artists were also gnashing their teeth, unable to restrain their anger. However, they could not advance at all. Can you still hold on? Looking at Luan Wuchang's struggling appearance, Mu Yan coldly harumphed and directly shot out 5 heaven-confining chains. The clanking sound of iron chains resounded as the 5 heaven-confining chains directly enveloped Luan Wuchang. The forceful pressure caused Luan Wuchang to fall into a desperate situation. However, he was unwilling to admit defeat. How could he lower his head to Mu Yan at this moment? You want to kill me? This young master will show you the true strength of Reincarnation Pavilion in Reincarnation World. Luan Wuchang growled and spat out another mouthful of blood. His expression was malevolent. Nirvana Samsara. With a furious roar, Luan Wuchang took a step forward. Ka. In an instant, the spatial barrier before him shattered. However, at this moment, everything seemed to have stopped. Mu Yan could no longer control her body and completely calmed down. Break! With a roar, the space before Luan Wuchang seemed to have returned to his control. At this moment, the 5 elemental dragons shattered from the inside. The dragon scales on Mu Yan's body also gradually dissolved. The sky chime sword and sky confining chains also completely stopped moving at this moment. Mu Yan looked on helplessly as waves of crazy energy swept towards her. Boom, in an instant, everything returned to normal. However, in front of Mu Yan, a wave of energy that penetrated her entire body assaulted her. Puff! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Mu Yan's body retreated and crashed into a stone pillar in front of the main hall. A crack suddenly appeared on the sturdy stone pillar that even first-level life and death realm martial artists couldn't shake. Mu Yan's entire body bent into the shape of a bow as he crawled on the ground, blood flowing out of his mouth. So strong. It was only at this moment that Mu Yan finally understood what true strength was. At this moment, Luan Wuchang was truly at the 3rd level of life and death realm. However, Mu Yan knew that he could not retreat. If he retreated now, he would die. Holding back the blood that was about to spurt out from her throat, Mu Yan looked at Luan Wuchang with a trace of stubbornness in her eyes. Not dead? Looking at Mu Yan's miserable appearance, Luan Wuchang sneered. Mu Yan, it seems like I've underestimated you. Sorry, I'm not dead, but you're going to die. Mu Yan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. The 9 elemental balls around her body slowly revolved. As the 9 elemental balls revolved, Mu Yan's body gradually became transparent. 9 elemental chi gathering was slowly transforming into 9 elemental sky gathering technique. This tyrannical transformation made Luan Wuchang feel danger. You still haven't given up? Luan Wuchang snorted coldly. Could it be that you still haven't given up? Mu Yan snorted coldly as her eyes were filled with killing intent. This time, she was prepared to fight to the death. Success or failure was only a matter of time. 9 elemental sky gathering technique, condense. Mu Yan shouted in her heart as her palms slowly floated up. Seeing this scene, Luan Wuchang calmed down completely. His hands slowly revolved, forming seals with boundless power. He did not expect Mu Yan to be so tenacious. Then, he had to fight to the death. However, he did not know if he could survive after using this technique. Damn it! Luan Wuchang was furious. If not for the severe loss of blood essence, he would not have fallen to such a state. Reincarnation World Technique, World Seal. This was his final trump card. Success or failure depended on this move. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Ruthless attack. At that moment, Luan Wuchang seemed to be the master of this world. Everyone was just an ant in front of him. Luo Shui was completely shocked, both physically and mentally. Horrifying, horrifying, Luo Shui felt as if she was in an ice cave, and it was unbearable. Furthermore, the oppressive feeling continued to increase. In the end, Luo Shui groaned and fell back. She spat out blood and knelt on the ground. She was standing at the back, and it was already so unbearable. What kind of pressure would Mu Yun, who was in the middle of it, be? Luo Shui's protective true origin condensed into a shield in front of her, but she felt that the shield in front of her was like a thin piece of paper. It was completely useless. However, Mu Yun was like a steel armor in front of her. She stood there proudly. Could a 10th level feather celestial really have such a powerful force? Luo Shui did not know. Mu Yun's appearance had broken her understanding of the feather celestial realm. Logically speaking, the warriors who entered the Forge Fief were all top geniuses of various small worlds. To them, killing those above their level was as easy as eating and drinking. However, at that moment, to Mu Yun, killing those geniuses above their level was as easy as eating and drinking. Was this guy really so terrifying? Luo Shui did not know. However, she did not know how much pressure Mu Yun was under at that moment. Nirvana Samsara, what a great Nirvana Samsara. It almost completely controlled all the spatial laws and the surroundings. It controlled the space and the warrior's body. If Luan Wuchang was in his peak state, Mu Yun would definitely turn around and leave immediately. However, he was not. The 9 elements qi gathering technique gradually condensed and reached its peak. There was a buzzing sound, and the wisps of primordial qi completely condensed into primordial qi, 9 elements qi gathering technique. Mu Yun's eyes were filled with a look that said he was ready to face death. At that moment, Mu Yun was like a blood demon from an endless sea of blood. His entire body was filled with a thick blood aura. This was the first time he used the 9 elements qi gathering technique with the power of his bloodline. 9 elements immortal annihilating palm, earth annihilating palm. With a low shout, Mu Yun pushed out her palm. The palm print wasn't big, it was the same size as an ordinary palm print. However, at this moment, the earth annihilating palm formed by the 9 elements heavenly gathering strength seemed to be a provocation and suppression from an Azura. In an instant, blood qi surged between the two of them. The earth annihilating palm and Nirvana Samsara seemed to have no fluctuations, but they carried crazy true origin fluctuations that caused the surroundings of the hall to fluctuate. Kill. Break. Almost in an instant, the two figures collided with each other. Boom, in the next moment, a deafening explosion filled the entire entrance of the hall. That tyrannical power directly spread out. Within 100 meters in front of the main hall, the bodies of the Yuxian realm martial artists on the statues exploded completely, and sand filled the sky. Even those life and death statues had no choice but to retreat. Despite the terrifying ripples, the two figures stood still in their spots. It was as if whoever took a step back was admitting defeat. Puff, suddenly, the sound of someone vomiting blood could be heard. Mu Yun staggered, her chest caved in, and blood spurted out. Mu Yun. Seeing this scene, Luo Shui hurriedly took a step forward, her eyes filled with worry. The collision just now simply made one's heart palpitate. But in the end, was Luan Wuchang still superior? Looking at Luan Wuchang standing in his spot, the wind blew the corner of his clothes, and a bitter smile appeared on Luo Shui's face. I'm fine. Mu Yun held back the blood and said reluctantly. However, his pale face was proof of the injuries his body had suffered. The tyrannical energy fluctuation caused him to completely collapse. At this moment, it was a miracle that he could still stand in his spot. On the other side, a bitter smile slowly appeared in Luan Wuchang's eyes. However, after that bitter smile, cracks began to appear at the corners of his eyes. Then, the skin on his body began to crack inch by inch. Puff. 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 At this moment, Luan Wuchang was like a cracked wine jar. Cracks appeared on the surface of his body, and under those cracks, flesh and blood sprayed out. Ah! Seeing this scene, Luo Shui could not help but exclaim. Luan Wuchang's current appearance was too horrifying. It was a completely cracked corpse, as if it was eaten by worms. It was disgusting. I'm leaving. Mu Yun forced a smile and said, I owe you a debt of gratitude. If we meet again and I can lend a helping hand, I will not sit back and do nothing. However, I have to leave now. Can you still walk now? Luo Shui asked worriedly. No problem. Looking below, the statues within 100 meters were scattered. At this moment, those martial artists had begun to rush back. It would not be long before these people could rush into the main hall. Although Luan Wucheng had died, those followers behind him probably wished that they could kill him. Mu Yun could already see the killing intent in Luan Yu, Luan Shangyue, and the others' eyes. If he did not leave now, what awaited him was only death. Be careful. Mu Yun reminded again and said, the exit is in the middle of the main hall. They will find it sooner or later. If you want me to live, wait here for a while. As Mu Yun spoke, he took a step into the hall. At this moment, when Luan Yu saw that Mu Yun wanted to leave, he shouted, Mu Yun, even if you walk to the end of the world, you will still die in the end. Kill him quickly and stop him. Everyone in the reincarnation small world had already gone crazy. Luan Wucheng was dead. Even if they returned to the reincarnation small world alive, what awaited them would be a fate worse than death. However, Mu Yun did not care about them at all. She took a step forward and rushed into the main hall. With a buzzing sound, Mu Yun rushed to the stone wall in the middle of the main hall. At this moment, there was a huge statue of an old man carved on the stone wall. Without saying anything, Mu Yun took a step forward and rushed towards the old man's body. With a buzzing sound, Mu Yun's figure completely disappeared from the main hall. Seeing this scene, Luo Shui did not say a word. However, she knew that the exit was there. I hope you can take care of yourself. Luo Shui smiled bitterly and turned back. Just now, outside the main hall, because of Mu Yun and Luan Wucheng's ultimate move, many of the statues were cleared. The life and death realm statues were also forced to retreat. Therefore, the pressure on everyone suddenly lessened. They naturally had to seize this one and only opportunity. There would not be a second Luan Wucheng and Mu Yun. Such a big fight would give them hope. Senior brother. Luo Shui saw that Dou Tiando was covered in wounds and hurriedly went forward to support him. I'm fine. Dou Tiando looked behind him. Originally, there were close to 100 of them, but now, there were only 20 people left. This time, the disciples who were supposed to experience the scene were either dead or injured. Under such circumstances, he, as the eldest senior brother, was too ashamed to face his master. Suddenly, Dou Tiando recalled what Mu Yun had said to him before. If he had known earlier, he would have let Luo Shui and Mu Yun come here together. His fellow disciples would not have died. Unfortunately, he did not know earlier. Dou Tiando secretly hated his ignorance and contempt. Shui'er, what about Mu Yun? She left. Luo Shui lowered her head and said. Left? You mean, there's an exit here? Dou Tiando was stunned. He originally thought that this was only a temporary refuge. Who would have thought that there was an exit here? Even so, he still felt incomparably shocked in his heart. How did Mu Yun discover all of this? Dou Tiando could not understand no matter what. Young master. On the other side, Luan Yu and the others were kneeling in front of Luan Wucheng, whose corpse had long turned into ashes. Mu Yun must die. A trace of killing intent emerged in Luan Yu's eyes. If Luan Wucheng had not exhausted himself, how could he have been killed by Mu Yun? The culprit behind all of this was Mu Yun. After all, he was at the second level of life and death realm. Killing Mu Yun was a piece of cake. Pass down my order. Rest for a while, count the number of people, find an exit, and kill Mu Yun. Luan Yu said calmly, she must have been severely injured. She can't have escaped far. Yes. At this moment, the reincarnation small world's martial artists had suffered the least loss due to their profound strength. There were only a few dozen of them left. As for the life and death realm martial artists, there was no loss except for Luan Wucheng. At this moment, they had to catch up to Mu Yun and kill her. Otherwise, if Mu Yun broke through to life and death realm in the Four Origin Fief, they would be completely finished. Ziwu Jin, Shuang Yu, Lei Feng, and the others looked at each other. Luan Wucheng was killed by Mu Yun. This was something they could not believe no matter what. However, the truth was right in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. However, under such circumstances, how could they join forces to kill Mu Yun? The three of them clearly remembered how they had joined forces to suppress Mu Yun. Looking at each other, the three of them immediately made a decision. They would immediately chase after Mu Yun. Once Mu Yun broke through to the same realm as them, it would be extremely difficult to kill Mu Yun. They might even be killed by Mu Yun. At this moment, after thinking about it, perhaps Ji Lu was killed by Mu Yun. After making up their minds, the three of them immediately began to look for an exit. However, Luo Shui watched everything nervously. This time, Mu Yun was in even more danger. The reincarnation small world's martial artists would not let her go. The alliance of the four small worlds would not let her go either. However, Luo Shui saw Mu Yun's miserable appearance just now. Could this guy still resist? She did not know. However, at this moment, Mu Yun did not have the time to consider this. Standing in a dark world with a dumbfounded expression, Mu Yun was completely stunned. What was this place? Just now, when he carefully surveyed the hall, he clearly found that this was the exit. However, when he rushed in, he realized that he seemed to have walked in the wrong direction. How was this an exit? It was simply a dead end. He seemed to have walked into a dead end at this moment. He could not see any direction or scenery at all. What entered his eyes was a completely dark world. Little guy, what are you looking for? Just as Mu Yun was feeling bewildered, an old voice suddenly sounded. Who is it? Mu Yun reacted almost instantly. He looked in front of him and was instantly speechless. An old man in a dark yellow tattered robe looked at him with a smile as if he was looking at a piece of fat meat. The smile on his face made people feel very strange. Translator, Henyi Translation's editor, Henyi Translation's ancestor Rongtian Mu Yun even suspected that if the old man was not walking, he would be holding the soles of his feet with one hand. However, Mu Yun's suspicion quickly turned into reality. The old man came to a spot 5 meters away from Mu Yun and sat down. He picked his nose with one hand and touched the soles of his feet with the other. He looked just like a beggar on the streets. Senior, where is this? What senior? Just call me brother. The yellow-robed old man chuckled and said, You don't have to be afraid. This is not my real body. It's just a remnant soul here. Otherwise, you would have been scared witless by my aura. Remnant soul? Mu Yun looked at the old man in front of her and did not believe him. This remnant soul looked too real. Who are you? Who am I? The old man chuckled and said, I am the creator of this underground palace. You don't even know who I am, and you still dare to barge in? Speaking of which, you can actually see through the formation that I set up. Tell me, who are you? You are just a junior at level 10 of the Yuxian stage. Even those at level 7 of the life and death stage can't see through me, let alone you. You are not from the myriad small worlds, right? No. Anyway, it was just a remnant soul. Mu Yun did not need to hide herself. Young man, you have quite a character. The old man chuckled and said, If that's the case, then you must be from the immortal world. However, it's strange. People in the immortal world can only ascend after reaching the human immortal stage. You are so weak. How could you be from the immortal world? Mu Yun knew that the immortal world that the old man was talking about was the myriad small worlds. In the eyes of the people from the lower world, the myriad small worlds were the immortal world. It was the place that everyone dreamed of ascending to. In fact, Mu Yun knew that it was a place that devoured people without spitting out their bones. The battles there were unusually fierce. Senior, this is obviously the exit. Why am I here? This is the exit. The old man chuckled and said, However, this old man was bored and set up another checkpoint here. However, this checkpoint is only for the first person to come out of the underground palace. As soon as the old man finished speaking, a group of figures walked out from the exit of the underground palace. However, unlike Mu Yun, those people were all heading in another direction. On the other hand, Mu Yun felt as if she was isolated in another space. Although they could only watch as they walked past, they couldn't utter a single word. Even if he shouted, they would turn a blind eye to it. Luan Yu, Ziwu Jin, Do Tiandu, and the others walked out of the Sand Palace and headed towards the exit. Finally, the exit quieted down and everyone left. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was speechless. He thought that the first person to eat the apple would be the safest. Who would have thought that he would be tricked by this old man? Old ancestor Rongtian, don't tell me you're trying to get me to stay and chat with you? Of course not. The old man didn't deny it. It seemed that he was undoubtedly old ancestor Rongtian. The old man chuckled and said, "Kid, you're Mu Yun, right? This old man sees that you have an amazing physique, a handsome appearance, a meticulous mind, and a firm willpower." Stop. Mu Yun said helplessly, "Old ancestor, just say it. Young people nowadays are really impatient." The old man snorted and said, "This palace was created by the old ancestor. How could it be so simple? Now, I'll give you a good fortune and form a good karma. This will prevent all the things I've created in my life from vanishing like smoke." Fortune? Good karma? Mu Yun was bewildered. He never believed that a pie would fall from the sky. He only believed in his own strength. "Tell me, what do you want to do? Hee, are you satisfied with just obtaining the heaven fusion art? Don't you want to break through to the life and death realm? I saw you being chased away by them just now. With your strength, you're simply invincible in the first level of life and death realm. You can also challenge the second level. But senior, why are you helping me? Why?" When the old man heard this, he used the hand that was touching the soles of his feet to pick his ears and said, "No reason. I just find you pleasing to the eye." "Then I'm sorry, I don't accept it." "You have to accept it even if you don't want to." The old man snorted and said, "If you don't accept it, don't even think about leaving this place. Let me tell you, even if you turn back now and come out again, you'll still have to come here unless you accept my arrangement for you." "Arrangement?" "Yes, arrangement." The old man chuckled complacently. "As long as you pass the challenge, I'll let you out. Moreover, I guarantee that you'll be able to break through to life and death realm." "Is there such a good thing?" Mu Yun looked at the old man and snorted. "Tell me, what do you want me to do for you?" "I don't need you to do anything for me." The old man snorted and glared. "I said, I just want to form a good relationship with you. That's all. Kid, you haven't even reached life and death realm. What do I need you to do for me? What can you do for me?" Hearing this, Mu Yun frowned and said, "All right." However, just as he finished his sentence, the scene around him suddenly changed. In the next moment, he actually reappeared in the square where he was before. However, at this moment, there was no one in the square. He was the only one standing on the stone platform in the center of the square. The stone walls of the hall around him were covered in yellow sand. "He's back?" Mu Yun was stunned. "All right, it's starting now." The old man's illusory figure suddenly appeared. Looking at Mu Yun, he chuckled and said, "Kid, prepare to comprehend life and death and step into life and death realm." Although the old man's words were very tempting, Mu Yun felt uncomfortable no matter how he listened. He kept feeling that he had been set up. However, even if he had been set up, he couldn't resist at all. At this time, he could only charge forward. "Children, your goal is to kill this guy at all costs. Start from the lowest cultivation base and go up to the highest." The old man suddenly said such a sentence inexplicably and immediately turned to leave. What was that? Mu Yun was stunned. However, this stunned moment didn't matter. One figure after another flew into the air from all around the open-air hall. Swoosh! 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 Mu Yun was instantly dumbstruck. The statue warriors who had disappeared before actually appeared again at this moment. It was one thing for them to appear, but those people still appeared to be as lively as ever. Moreover, the leaders were all in life and death realm. However, Mu Yun couldn't tell how many levels of life and death realm they were just by looking at their appearance. "What the hell?" Mu Yun looked at the old man and scolded, "Old ghost, you can't be letting me fight with a group of them alone, right? What else do you think?" The old man rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, "Life and death realm, 3 reincarnations of life, 3 reincarnations of death, and the integration of life and death into the 7th level. After that, you will comprehend the profound and enter the human immortal realm. Kid, you have such a great opportunity. You can rely on this opportunity to comprehend life and death. You should be content. What the hell do I know? Looking at the old man, Mu Yun couldn't help but scold. Those leading statues are all in the third level of life and death realm. You might as well kill me directly. You can't say that. The old man looked at Mu Yun and said proudly, with your strength, the third level of life and death realm is nothing. Didn't you kill one just now? Mu Yun was speechless. How could it be the same? That Luan Wuchang was indeed very powerful. However, he was severely injured. Even so, Lin Fan still managed to kill him with a little trick. There was nothing wrong with these guys in front of her. Life and death realm. If you don't live between life and death, how can you comprehend life and death? Hearing the old man's words, Mu Yun could only sigh and say, there's nothing wrong with what he said. Mu Yun wanted to say something, but the martialists on the statues didn't give him the chance to do so. In an instant, the martial artists in the first level of Feather Immortal Realm suddenly charged out. A large group of people charged over like locusts. Even Mu Yun felt her heart collapse. Heaven burning falling jade palm. With a low shout, Mu Yun struck out with her palm. Crackling sounds could be heard at this moment. Mu Yun seemed to have completely turned into a god of death. It was just that this god of death was a little dim. As her palm fell, those statues in the Feather Immortal Realm turned into yellow mountains one by one. They were roasted by the heavenly fire and turned into ashes. With just a single palm strike, he had killed hundreds of people. However, this was just a drop in the ocean. Those countless martial artists charged up again at this moment. Mu Yun was completely dumbfounded at this moment. Although ants were small, they could also shake an elephant. Moreover, behind these ants, there were wasps, tigers, lions, and even more powerful than elephants. This round of attacks was enough to make Mu Yun collapse. 7 strokes of annihilation. Mu Yun struck with her skychime sword. The statues that appeared in front of her were all in the Feather Immortal Realm. They were not a threat to Mu Yun. Although there were many of them, Mu Yun could still deal with them. This wasn't what Mu Yun was worried about. What he was worried about was that once these small fries were eliminated, how was he going to deal with those behind them? His opponents were getting stronger and stronger, but he was getting weaker and weaker. At this moment, Mu Yun couldn't help but admit that this old man was too deceitful. Kid, don't be afraid. Fight slowly. If you can't win, I have a Dharma treasure here that can stop them. Don't worry. Old ancestor Rongtian scratched his nose and chuckled. He took out a light golden long rod from his back. On the long rod, there were intricate joints that were connected to each other. Old ancestor Rongtian chuckled and said, look carefully. This part is controlling the team here. Old ancestor Rongtian chuckled and turned the long rod with his fingers. The warriors in the square formation suddenly stopped and took a step back. Then, old ancestor Rongtian waved his hand again, and another square formation retreated. Why didn't you say so earlier? Seeing old ancestor Rongtian's action, Mu Yun smiled bitterly. If I had said so earlier, you would definitely have thought that there was a way out. Then, you wouldn't have fought so hard. Hee, now that you said so, I'm relieved. Don't disturb me now. I'm going to fight with my life on the line. Mu Yun chuckled and attacked directly. Crackling sounds of explosions resounded in the entire open-air hall. This place had become a bloodless slaughterhouse. One by one, the puppets were killed by Mu Yun. From the first level of the Feather Immortal Realm to the second level of the Feather Immortal Realm, then the third level of the Feather Immortal Realm. Translator, Trans and Editor, Trans and first level of Life and Death Realm. However, at that very moment, Mu Yun's body was severely drained. Although he had already consumed more than 10 elixirs, the speed of his true origin energy consumption was too fast. If not for the continuous flow of 9 elemental chi, he would have already collapsed. Earth annihilating palm. With a cold shout, Mu Yun directly struck out with his palm. With a rumbling sound, he directly crushed hundreds of martial artists in front of him. Now, his opponent had already advanced to the 10th level of the Feather Immortal Realm. There were thousands of martial artists at the 10th level of the Feather Immortal Realm present. If Mu Yun was at his peak, he would not dare to say that he could win under the siege of so many people, let alone in his current state. Looking at the thousands of martial artists at the 10th level of the Feather Immortal Realm around him, Mu Yun took a deep breath. Earth-annihilating palm. Once again, Mu Yun only felt that his body seemed to have been sucked dry at this moment. A decadent and powerless aura swept out from his body. However, before this kind of power spread out, another wave of martial artists suddenly attacked. Helpless, Mu Yun could only continue to attack. Back and forth, over and over again, Mu Yun was completely trapped in an unlimited cycle. However, suddenly, under this unlimited cycle, Mu Yun's mind was clear. Just now, he seemed to have found an inexplicable feeling in an instant. He also had that kind of feeling in his previous life, the critical point of the life and death realm. Mu Yun's body suddenly quivered. In an instant, his interest was piqued, and his entire being was completely excited. At this moment, he could not help but be excited. This kind of feeling was completely comprehended by him at this moment. Soon, soon, soon. Mu Yun's words suddenly became chaotic. He directly took a step forward and looked at the martial artists in front of him. Suddenly, his interest was piqued. He laughed loudly and said, come on, let me feel that inexplicable feeling again. As Mu Yun laughed heartily, voices suddenly rang out one after another. The martial artists on the statues were actually in a wholehearted formation at this moment, firmly surrounding Mu Yun in the center. They even knew how to form a formation? Mu Yun wanted to vomit blood at this moment. He did not expect these puppets to actually know how to form a formation. This was simply rare in the world. What's so strange about forming a formation? At most, these guys are just human-shaped puppets, that's all. They're nothing. The ancestor pursed his lips. Editor, Chrissy. Mu Yun had a nagging feeling that he would be screwed to death by this old fellow sooner or later. However, Mu Yun was naturally unwilling to give up now that he had grasped that feeling. Mu Yun chuckled and took a step forward. Crackling sounds could be heard from his body. The three bodies of protective vigor were completely condensed at this moment. Relying on the heaven fusion technique, Mu Yun combined the three bodies of protective vigor into one again. His defense increased tremendously. Mu Yun did not care what kind of martial technique he used. He dashed directly into the group of level 10 Feather Celestial Realm martial artists. Crackle. Broadcom crackle broadbroads tempering force death realm broad stain, bam, he blasted a martial artist into dust with a punch. Mu Yun laughed loudly and took a step forward. Once again, he engaged in close combat. Even so, Mu Yun's strength was gradually weakening. It was not that he was slacking off, but he truly had no strength left. Seeing the puppets of the 10th level Feather Immortal Realm exploding one by one, Mu Yun said bitterly, Ancestor, I can't hold on any longer. Moreover, I've already comprehended the life and death realm's profundity. You can order them to retreat. Ah? You've comprehended the profundity so quickly? Alright, I'll order them to retreat. The ancestor chuckled. He took out the wooden club and twisted it left and right. Crack, however, at this moment, a cracking sound suddenly rang out. Mu Yun and Ancestor Rongtian looked at the wooden club in their hands. They were instantly stunned. Broken, it's broken. The wooden club had actually broken at this moment. Mu Yun instantly felt that she was in a mess. You must have done it on purpose, right? Mu Yun looked at the ancestor and questioned him in a questioning tone. No. This thing has been in disrepair for a long time. I didn't know that it would break. The ancestor was speechless. You didn't know? Mu Yun simply wanted to curse out loud. Even if you want to toy with me, you shouldn't do it like this, right? Kill. At this moment, those statues suddenly looked like bulls in heat. They all looked at Mu Yun and wished that they could tear Mu Yun's body apart. It's over. Seeing this, Mu Yun was completely dumbfounded. Ancestor, this time, we're in deep trouble because of you. In an instant, those statue martial artists charged towards Mu Yun one by one. However, this time, they were life and death statue martial artists. The captains were dressed in various capes. The lowest was at the first level life and death realm, while the highest was at the third level life and death realm. They directly attacked Mu Yun mercilessly. Fight? At this moment, Mu Yun didn't feel that she had lived long enough to fight them head-on. Her figure flashed, and Mu Yun directly fled into the distance. However, with a bang, Mu Yun's body suddenly collided with the surrounding walls of the open-air hall. An invisible spatial barrier actually appeared in the formless space. With this collision, the entire sky rippled like water. What the hell? Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was immediately stunned on the spot. He really didn't have the fortune to enjoy such a magnificent scene. Behind her were dozens of first-level life and death realm martial artists, a dozen second-level life and death realm martial artists, and a few third-level life and death realm martial artists. Mu Yun wanted to fight, but there was no way to do so. Under such circumstances, it was already good enough to be able to escape, but now, even his escape route had been sealed. Sorry, the controller is broken, and this place doesn't listen to me. The ancestor said helplessly, why don't you get rid of these puppets? Get rid of them? I'll get rid of them. Mu Yun was instantly furious. This old thing was simply toying with her. Now, she was really forced into a dead end. Mu Yun turned around and looked at the close to 100 life and death realm martial artists behind her. She immediately looked like she was going to die for justice. Fight. Mu Yun was unwilling in her heart. However, if she didn't fight at this moment, what else could she do? In an instant, those first-level life and death realm martial artists gathered at this moment and directly surrounded Mu Yun in the center. Under such circumstances, Mu Yun's face was full of helplessness. At this moment, she already had no other choice. Kill. With the sky chime sword in her hand, Mu Yun directly attacked. However, seeing this scene, the ancestor revealed a smug smile in his eyes. Little guy, do you think it's that easy to leave after comprehending some mysteries? If you don't break through to the life and death realm, don't even think about leaving. The ancestor chuckled, and the broken wooden stick in his hand directly turned into powder. However, at this moment, Mu Yun was no longer in the mood to pay attention to this. With the sky chime sword in her hand, she slashed out. No matter how dangerous the situation was, Mu Yun could feel a trace of stability in her heart as she held the sword in her hand. This stability gradually turned into the motivation for Mu Yun to continue fighting. Bang, however, the gap was still a gap. Mu Yun had previously fought a life and death battle with Luan Wuchang, and then killed so many Feather Immortal Realm martial artists. At this moment, she had already reached her limit. Her limit was to the point where she felt that she could immediately close her eyes if she threw down the sword in her hand. This was not caused by the heavy injuries on her body, but by the impact she had received. Her strength was exhausted. At this moment, she could no longer stimulate even the slightest bit of strength. Under such circumstances, what else could she do? Mu Yun's eyes were full of unwillingness. This unwillingness gradually transformed into a trace of strength, hesitating and struggling in the bottom of her heart. It was the desire to live, it was the fear of death. Everyone was afraid of death, and Mu Yun was no exception. Even a 10,000-year-old monster would not be willing to die when their time was near. They wanted to find their own path, reach the immortal realm, prolong their lives, and live forever. Eternal life. After understanding the benefits of great strength, it was what everyone wanted to find in their hearts. People who lived miserably and cowardly might think that death was a form of relief. However, for martial artists, death was the most lamentable thing. Only by living, continuously moving forward, continuously pursuing power, continuously pursuing power, continuously pursuing power, continuously pursuing power, controlling everything, living as long as heaven and earth, rising and falling with the sun and moon, all martial artists hoped for the most. Mu Yun did not want to die at this moment. If he died, everything would be gone. However, living represented everything. It represented power, represented women, and represented the respect of thousands of people. No matter what the purpose was, when martial artists pursued power, they only wanted to live. Mu Yun's purpose was very simple. He wanted to return to the immortal realm that everyone yearned for, the thousands of worlds that he had once stood at the top. There, many people were waiting for him. I can't die. Mu Yun's eyes, which had been slowly closing, suddenly opened at this moment. At this moment, the powerful strength in his limbs and bones completely returned. Crackling sounds rang out from every cell in his body. This was a transformation of power. This was a kind of joy that came from great strength. Mu Yun was deeply moved by this power. At this moment, his body underwent an earth-shattering change. Everything seemed to be happening naturally. Life, the true meaning of life. Mu Yun suddenly opened his eyes. The power in his entire body was increased and exploded several times. The feeling of being filled with power directly spread to every corner of his body. Get lost. Seeing a first-tier life and death realm martial artist rushing over in front of him, Mu Yun directly punched out. Boom! In an instant, the first-tier life and death realm martial artist statue's figure seemed to have turned into a sieve. His entire body directly deflated like a deflated balloon and fell to the ground with a loud bang. At this moment, Mu Yun finally understood what true strength was. What true power was. First-tier life and death realm. The feeling of his strength increasing again made Mu Yun's body tremble faintly. Come on. Looking at the 100 people in front of him, Mu Yun laughed and directly took a step forward. He was like an Asura from hell who had awakened his own Asura power. In an instant, Mu Yun did not retreat. Instead, he advanced and directly charged out. This sudden change caused the statues to panic a little. Sky Chime Sword, Sky Confining Lock, and Spirit Sealing Cauldron instantly attacked. At this moment, these Void Immortal artifacts were the true Void Immortal artifacts. After reaching the life and death realm, martial artists could be considered to have control over a kind of source of power in the thousands of worlds, which was also known as Immortal Qi. The Void Immortal artifacts were guided by Immortal Qi, which allowed them to continuously grow stronger. Previously, Mu Yun could be said to have been using his true essence to guide the Sky Chime Sword and the other Void Immortal artifacts. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. I really don't need it? This feeling made Mu Yun's entire body feel carefree. The feeling of power returning was simply too great. Mu Yun could no longer hold back and was ready to fight. Although those third and second level life and death statues were not simple, the current Mu Yun was like a wild wolf that had grown up majestically. Even if there were tigers and elephants in front of him, he was not afraid at all. Earth Annihilating Palm. Mu Yun growled and directly struck out with his palm. Boom, a deafening explosion sounded at this moment, and the wall in front of him crumbled inch by inch. Looking at the crumbling wall, Mu Yun was stunned. What's going on? However, the life and death realm martial artists in front of him shattered one by one, disappearing without a trace. This made Mu Yun even more confused. What's going on? I'm sorry. Old Ancestor Rongtian suddenly appeared and scratched his head. I fixed this thing just now, so I removed them all. Hearing this, Mu Yun simply wanted to vomit blood. When will this old thing stop tricking me? He was just about to kill to his heart's content, but this old man said this at this moment. Even if he was not a match for those third-level life and death realm martial artists, he could still hone his skills and familiarize himself with the upgraded martial skills. That old bastard had actually withdrawn all of his puppets at this very moment. This feeling was as if he had swallowed medicine long ago and was already unbearably swollen. When he saw a group of beauties in front of him and needed to release, all the beauties were gone. Are you playing with me? No. Wasn't this just fixed? The old ancestor said helplessly. Moreover, you have also broken through to the first level of life and death realm. Isn't it good that you have achieved your goal? Hearing this, Mu Yun looked at the old man speechlessly. You really don't need my help? Looking at the old man again, Mu Yun asked with certainty. No need. Old Ancestor Rongtian shook his head firmly, as if there was no dirty thoughts in his eyes. You really don't need it? No need. Old Ancestor Rongtian said decisively. Then I'm leaving. Yes. Ancestor Rongtian looked at Mu Yun without any improper thoughts in his eyes. Mu Yun walked towards the life hall, her eyes full of doubt. The moment Mu Yun stepped into the life hall, she turned around and was shocked by Ancestor Rongtian, who was standing behind her. What are you doing? I'll send you off. Mu Yun asked again, you really don't need me to do anything? I really don't need you to do anything. You were promoted by yourself, not by me. What do I need you to do for me? However, the more Mu Yun listened, the stranger she felt. This old man was really too strange. Mu Yun immediately turned around and walked out. Suddenly, Mu Yun turned around. However, before Mu Yun could speak, Ancestor Rongtian said impatiently, "You little bastard, why are you so troublesome? I said that I don't need you to help me. I didn't ask you." Ancestor Rongtian rolled his eyes speechlessly and looked at Mu Yun. "But you really don't need me to do anything?" Mu Yun felt that something was amiss. To be precise, this old man seemed to be harming her by keeping her here, but in fact, he was helping her improve. However, Mu Yun didn't know him at all. Moreover, she could clearly feel that this old man seemed to have some expectations for her, but he didn't say anything. Fine. I have something to ask of you, okay?" Ancestor Rongtian was indeed speechless by Mu Yun. "What is it?" "You only need to protect your own life when you reach the immortal realm. Remember, don't die." "Was that a request?" "Don't worry. Even without your instructions, I will protect my own life." "Then there's nothing else. You can go." Ancestor Rongtian chuckled and said, "This forge and fief is very dangerous. Kid, if you enter some place that you shouldn't, you won't even know what happened when you die. Not to mention you, even a martial artist at the 7th level of the life and death realm has to stay put in some places here." "I understand." Mu Yun cupped her hands and was about to leave. However, after taking 5 meters, Mu Yun suddenly turned around. "You really don't have anything, get lost." After leaving the underground sand palace, Mu Yun's figure appeared at the edge of the desert. However, the edge of the desert was no longer the same as the one she entered from before. Looking around, it was empty. There was no one around. It was only at this moment that Mu Yun finally looked at him. 3,200 points. Back then, Mu Yun killed Luan Wuchang with more than 1,000 points. She didn't expect this guy to have more than 2,000 points, however, looking at her ranking, Mu Yun was stunned. Ranked 15th, with 3,200 points, he was ranked 15th. Just adding up the top 15, the number of people who had been killed was already around 40,000 to 50,000. The most frightening thing was the first place. Above the soul light spot, there was a total of 10,077 points, 10,000 points for the first place, and more than 9,000 points for the second place. The two of them added up to nearly 20,000 people. How terrifying. Mu Yun couldn't help but smack her lips. In the forge and fief, having more points didn't necessarily mean that she killed more people. Mu Yun didn't really kill many martial artists. More than half of her 3,000 points were snatched from others. The 10,000 points for the first place was probably snatched from others. To be precise, the first place had 10,000 points, the second place had more than 9,000 points, and the third place had more than 8,000 points. The difference wasn't very big. However, from the 4th to the 10th place, there were about 5,000 to 6,000 points. From the 10th to the 15th place, there were about 3,000 to 4,000 people. After that, there were about 1,000, a few hundred, or a few people. However, at this moment, the densely packed light spots on the leaderboard had decreased by more than half. More than half of this decrease were martial artists who had already died. Rank 15, more than 3,000 points. I'm afraid that the top 10 will need at least 5,000 points. Looks like I have to kill some fat fish. Mu Yun made up his mind and stepped out of the desert. He had already locked onto his target. Ziwu Jin and the other two couldn't escape. Moreover, Luan Yu and the other reincarnation small world martial artists couldn't be left alive either. Adding up the points on these people, there should be at least 4,000 to 5,000. However, Mu Yun wasn't in a hurry now. He had obtained quite a lot of points from these people in the underground palace. It wouldn't be too late to let them out first and kill them after they fattened up. Now, although less than half of the people were left, most of them were elites. Mu Yun had a rough idea of the top 10 small worlds. The 8th ranked Giant Devil small world, the 9th ranked Battle Armor small world, and the 10th ranked 5 Elements small world. The cultivation of these 3 small worlds were roughly at the first level of the life and death realm, but there were more of them. However, in comparison, the 5 Elements small world was the weakest. Mu Yun estimated that the 5th ranked 5 Poison small world, the 6th ranked Heavenly Treasure small world, and the 7th ranked 4 Directions small world were on the same level. There were quite a few first level life and death realm martial artists, and there should be 1 or 2 second-level life and death realm martial artists. And further ahead were the top 4 small worlds. However, without Luan Wuchang, the reincarnation small world would probably be finished. Mu Yun directly sent out a palm. The top 3 small worlds were Wuji Small World, Demonic Jade Small World, and Sacred Light Small World. In these 3 small worlds, the top geniuses were all at the 3rd level of the life and death realm. There might even be 4th level life and death realm martial artists. But that wasn't the main point. Most likely, the number of life and death realm martial artists in these small worlds wasn't as simple as 3 or 4 battle armor small worlds. It wouldn't be strange for there to be 10 or 20 Mu Yun. Wu Jiaoyan was known as the number 1 person in the myriad small worlds. Although he was also at the peak of the 7th level of the life and death realm like the 5 elements Great Emperor, the gap between them wasn't small. How could he lack geniuses in his Wu Jiaoyan palace? Roughly speaking, Mu Yun only had this much information based on the information he had obtained. As for how strong they were, Mu Yun still wasn't clear. It couldn't be helped. Inside the 5 elements small world, there were all disciples of the 5 elements divine palace who wanted nothing more than to kill him. It wasn't easy for him to meet Luo Shui, who was so pure that he couldn't ask anything. 5 elements divine palace. When Mu Yun thought of this question, he was suddenly stunned. That's right, the 5 elements stone warehouse should also be in the underground sand palace. Why didn't he see the figures of more than 20 of them? Even if the martial artists in the underground palace made trouble, with the 5 elements stone warehouse's cultivation, it was impossible for him not to be able to escape. The fact that he didn't see the 5 elements stone warehouse and the others surprised Mu Yun greatly. However, this surprise didn't make Mu Yun take it to heart. The 5 elements stone warehouse only managed to break through to the 1st level of the life and death realm when he decided victory with a single move. Even if he obtained some fortuitous encounter in this underground palace, it was impossible for him to break through to the 2nd level of the life and death realm in the blink of an eye. Right now, he still needed to continue searching. Find someone. The top 10 rankings were filled with misfortune and fortune. If he was lucky, he could meet a few decent ones and reach the top 10 with his points. If he was unlucky and met a martial artist from one of the top 3 small worlds, he reckoned that he wouldn't even know how he died. However, Mu Yun was even more clear that the top few small worlds had more than one genius. Perhaps, internal strife was also in their eyes. Just the limitless Sky Palace alone had 36 Sky Palaces and 72 underground palaces. Who knew how many genius representatives would submit to each other? As for the 4 small worlds, the Azure Dragon School, Black Tortoise Gate, Vermilion Bird Palace, and White Tiger Mountain seemed to be united, but in this 4-origin fiefdom, it was common for them to fight over treasures and manuals. Just as Mu Yun thought this, sounds of fighting suddenly rang out in front of him. Ziwu Jin, you're so shameless. Is the treasure of my giant devil small world something you mortals can touch? Hehe, Mo Fan, your giant devil small world is very powerful, but we were also forced into a corner. Previously, we met that kid Mu Yun and lost a lot of points. Now, we want to strive for the top 10. Give us your points, and we'll give up on the treasure. How about it? Mu Yun immediately knew that it was Ziwu Jin's voice. What a coincidence. Looking ahead at Mu Yun's dormant figure, he chuckled. Released Boulge T. However, just as Ziwu Jin finished speaking, Mo Fan suddenly roared. Who knows how many treasures are hidden in this stack space mountain? Why don't you go look for them yourself? You're so thick-skinned as to pester us for a mere void immortal artifact? The person who spoke was tall and had dark skin. Although he was in human form, Mu Yun could tell at a glance that he was a demon. He should be the Mo Fan that Ziwu Jin mentioned. The giant demon small world was ranked 8th, and its overall strength was still stronger than the battle armor small world. But now, it had fallen into such a situation and was being attacked by Ziwu Jin and the others. Looking at the 7 or 8 pitiful people beside Mo Fan, Mu Yun understood. This guy must have encountered some powerful small worlds before. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few of them. It's just a void immortal artifact? Hearing Mo Fan's words, Ziwu Jin chuckled and said, since that's the case, Mo Fan, give this void immortal artifact to us. I can consider not taking your points. How about it? In your dreams. Hearing Ziwu Jin's words, Mo Fan snorted. My giant demon clan has always preferred to live standing than to die kneeling. If you have the ability, come and take it yourself. You're courting death. As Ziwu Jin finished speaking, he took a step forward and a crazy amount of heaven and earth true essence swept out at this moment. Mu Yan hid at the side and hid her soul power in the celestial extermination painting. At this moment, he was like a flower or a tree, without a trace of life. Only at this moment did Mu Yan feel the tyrannical aura on Ziwu Jin's body when she looked at him. Back when she was at the 10th level of the Feather Immortal Realm, Mu Yan couldn't see through Ziwu Jin at all. Yet now, he was able to easily see through Ziwu Jin's disguise. Mu Yan understood that it wasn't because Ziwu Jin had become weaker, but because he had become stronger. When Mo Fan saw Ziwu Jin attack, he immediately shouted and took a step forward. A crazy aura gathered at this moment. With a boom, Mo Fan's body immediately grew to 100 meters tall. Under the light, the black hair all over his body reflected a black light that made one's heart palpitate. Crackling sounds came from every joint in his body. The ferocious power was unleashed at this moment. Do you think you're powerful just because you're bigger? Mo's move, Ziwu Jin smiled and took a step forward. 9 nether slash the heavens. With a low shout, Ziwu Jin's seemingly weak and small figure in front of Mo Fan seemed to have transformed into a golden crow that emitted a dazzling light. Purple light converged as boundless energy gushed out from his body. Ziwu Jin's 9 nether dark 9 nether secret arts 9 nether underworld art. Naturally, he wasn't afraid. However, as a member of the giant demon clan, Mo Fan had been taught by the giant demon clan ever since he was young that he would rather die than submit. When facing an opponent, he had to give his all and never give up until the very last moment. In the blink of an eye, the two first-level life and death realm martial artists clashed. At the same time, on the other side, Xianxia and Lei Feng led the remaining 100 or so people from the 4 small worlds to kill the 7 or 8 people. In comparison, it was clearly a one-sided fight. Seeing this scene, Mu Yan, who was hiding at the side, faintly smiled. Fight? He didn't mind giving Mo Fan a hand. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Mu Yan's figure was hidden. A stone pillar that looked like a thin needle appeared in his hand and quietly pierced into the ground. His figure moved a few times before arriving at another location and piercing another stone pillar. These stone pillars were the 11 dragon ceiling pillars he had obtained from Fire Element Mountain. In order to prevent anyone from discovering his tracks, Mu Yan simply placed the 11 dragon ceiling pillars in the positions he wanted them to be located a kilometer away. After placing the dragon ceiling pillars one by one, Mu Yan concealed himself again and watched from the side. At this moment, the battle between the two sides had reached its climax. Mo Fan and Ziwu Jin were evenly matched. However, Xianxia and Lei Feng, who were leading the 4 small worlds, were able to suppress the people behind Mo Fan. Among them, there were also life and death realm martial artists. However, compared to Xianxia and Lei Feng, they were still much weaker. Under such circumstances, the defeat of the 9 small worlds martial artists was only a matter of time. However, Mu Yan wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Watching the battle between the two sides was the most interesting thing. Mo Fan's strength was indeed extraordinary. After transforming into a giant demon, he was as tall and sturdy as a giant stone man. In front of him, Ziwu Jin looked too small. However, under such a small size, Ziwu Jin's body erupted with an intense strength. This extremely shocking gap in strength showed Ziwu Jin's strength even more. Ziyu Soul Life. Ziwu Jin roared as he held a purple lotus between his hands. The lotus carried traces of purple light, like a blooming violet. It was incomparably demonic. Within the petals of the violet lotus, a figure stood tall. He held a mountain in his hands and looked incomparably tall and sturdy. Giant demon barbaric kill. Mo Fan's mouth, which was as wide as a bucket, suddenly roared out. The rumbling roar shook the mountain forest. The two figures seemed to be preparing for the final battle. Boom, in an instant, a deafening sound filled the entire mountain. The rumbling sound was deafening. A muffled explosion rang out. At this moment, a figure suddenly retreated and smashed into a small hill. The hillside instantly turned into ashes, and the figure appeared before everyone. It was Mo Fan. Mo Fan's body was no different from an ordinary person's. However, the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth and the haggard look on his tanned face showed that he had suffered serious injuries. Cough cough, at this moment, the sound of coughing blood rang out as a figure walked out from the hill. Ziwu Jin, at this moment, Ziwu Jin did not seem to be in a good state. He even seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. However, compared to Mo Fan, who even found it difficult to stand, Ziwu Jin was undoubtedly in a much better state. You still lost to me. Ziwu Jin chuckled. Shameless villain. If not for the fact that you were being chased by the cultivators from the 4 small worlds, you would definitely not be my opponent. What a pity. What a pity that you were being chased by the cultivators from the 4 small worlds. What a pity. Hearing this, Mo Fan could only curse inwardly. He hated himself for falling into Ziwu Jin's trap. Ziwu Jin, how should we deal with this person? At the same time, on the other side, Xianxia and the others had almost finished dealing with the 7 or 8 followers. They looked at Ziwu Jin and asked. Ziwu Jin waved his hand and chuckled. Of course, puff. Suddenly, before Ziwu Jin could finish his sentence, there was a sudden puff. Everyone only saw that Ziwu Jin's head was directly cut open by a longsword. Blood dripped from the tip of the longsword. Ziwu Jin's head fell to the ground with a grunt. Before his true soul could escape, there was a loud bang and flames burst out. Within the flames, one could see Ziwu Jin's true soul roaring in pain. Mu Yun, it's you. Mu Yun, it's actually you. Ziwu Jin looked at the person behind him. His true soul let out ear-piercing screams and wailed loudly. He had completely gone crazy. However, no matter how much he screamed, the flames were like maggots in his bones that could not be dispelled. Heavenly fire was undoubtedly the most direct and effective way to deal with a true soul. Gradually, Ziwu Jin's voice grew weaker and weaker. His entire body was like a withered flower as his body fell limply to the ground. Seeing this scene, Xianxia and Lei Feng immediately became cautious. Mu Yun, are you alone? Xianxia probed as she looked at Mu Yun. Yes, I'm alone. Mu Yun chuckled. However, it seems that I don't need too many people to deal with you. You're really arrogant. Lei Feng laughed. Just now, Ziwu Jin was accidentally ambushed by you, which caused him to be severely injured. I don't think you're thinking of ambushing the 2 of us, right? Ambushing the 2 of you? Mu Yun shook her head. I don't need to ambush the 2 of you to kill you. As for him, Mu Yun looked at Ziwu Jin's corpse and shook her head with a smile. It's just a small matter. I just took care of him along the way. After Mu Yun finished speaking, she looked at the 2 of them. The corners of her mouth cracked open, revealing a sinister white color that immediately made Xianxia and Lei Feng feel uneasy. Kill. Almost instantly, the 2 of them joined forces and attacked Mu Yun. They thought that the 2 of them, one on the left and one on the right, could at least catch Mu Yun off guard. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun smiled slightly and slashed out with the sky chime sword in her hand. 7 swords of annihilation. Seeing Mu Yun display this sword technique, the 2 of them sneered in their hearts. It wasn't that they hadn't seen the power of Mu Yun's sword technique, but at this moment, Mu Yun actually used this sword technique to brush them off. She was really underestimating them, however, Mu Yun didn't care. She slashed out with the 7 swords of annihilation, while her other palm directly slapped out with the sky-burning falling jade palm. The 2 attacks were aimed at the 2 of them. Under such circumstances, Mu Yun only felt that her body was incomparably transparent. 1 sword and 1 palm, the gushing power made her feel the use of powerful strength again. Previously, in the underground sand palace, she had just advanced to the life and death realm and hadn't had the time to experience that feeling before it was directly destroyed by ancestor Rongtian. At this moment, when she truly fought with Lei Feng and the twin Shuyu, Mu Yun finally felt the terror of this power. Kill. Similarly, with a deep roar, Mu Yun directly rushed out. Seeing the 7 life and death seals rushing towards him, Lei Feng chuckled and punched out with both fists, sending out fist shadows. What he displayed was the ultimate skill of the lightning small world. Thunderbolt 10,000 light strike. Thunderbolt 10,000 light strike emphasized the tyrannical power of each strike. Then, the power would be directly gathered in one place and directly burst out with a crushing momentum. Boom boom boom, in an instant, the 7 sword seals and the lightning collided, and crackling sounds rose and fell one after another. Amidst the crackling sounds, Lei Feng suddenly realized in shock that the lightning was continuously decreasing and collapsing. However, the 7 life and death sword seals in front of him were not damaged at all. The 7 sword seals were still rushing towards him. What the hell? Seeing this scene, Lei Feng immediately exclaimed. However, there was no time for him to be surprised. Those sword seals were already rushing towards him. Clang clang clang, in an instant, the 7 sword seals directly attacked Lei Feng. Lei Feng relied on his sturdy flesh shield to block the first 3 strikes. However, the remaining 4 strikes directly penetrated Lei Feng's body, causing his limbs to turn into minced meat. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Violin of the White Tiger Mountain. At the same time, on the other side, Mu Yun executed the sky-burning falling jade palm. Her palm transformed into 3 palm prints. The 3 palm prints charged towards Xianxia from different directions in front of Mu Yun. The 3 palm prints had completely different auras. One palm was strong and the other was soft. It was a combination of strength and softness. The 3 palm prints carried the might of the heavenly fire as they charged toward the 2 Shiyu's body. Xianxia was shocked when he saw the 3 palm prints charging towards him. However, he had witnessed the power of Mu Yun's attack earlier, so he was already prepared for it. He held the power of the 8 trigrams with both hands. Crackling sounds were heard at this moment. The moment he said that, the power of the 8 trigrams, 1 black and 1 white, appeared in front of Xianxia. The 8 trigrams were black and white. The black power was like a whirlpool. Crackling sounds were heard as if it was the power of a black hole that could devour everything. On the other hand, the white taiji was extremely holy. It made one feel as if an angel had descended to the mortal world. God was above, spreading light and justice. When the 2 forces converged, the rumbling sounds were even louder. Boom! 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 2 rays of light, one dark and one bright, made one's heart tremble. It's useless. At this moment, Mu Yun's attack was already in front of Xianxia. Mu Yun came in front of Xianxia and slashed with the skychime sword. Bang! 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 The moment the 3 palm prints landed, Xianxia felt the power in his body vibrating. However, the long sword that followed made him feel that death was approaching. Get lost. Xianxia did not wait any longer when he saw Mu Yun charging towards him. He quickly swallowed an elixir. After swallowing the elixir, Xianxia was completely revitalized. In that instant, his withered true essence and strength erupted once again. Tai Chi life and death calamity. Xianxia roared and took a step forward. Both of his fists, one white and one black, were aimed directly at Mu Yun. Too late. However, at that moment, 3 protective auras suddenly appeared on the surface of Mu Yun's body. The power of the 2 punches directly hit the surface of Mu Yun's body, but it was instantly absorbed by the 3 protective auras. The protective aura was directly absorbed. Mu Yun smiled sinisterly and attacked with her sword. With a swoosh, one of Xianxia's arms was chopped off. With a roar, Xianxia's body shriveled up completely at this moment. Previously, the 4 of you joined forces to kill me. Did you ever think that I, Mu Yun, would kill the 4 of you one by one? Mu Yun pointed her sword at Xianxia and said indifferently. You killed Ji Lu? Looking at Mu Yun, Xianxia suddenly realized something. It was no wonder that when they asked about Luan Wuchang, that person immediately attacked without a word. It was not Luan Wuchang who killed Ji Lu. When they asked Luan Wuchang was naturally furious. It was me. After Mu Yun finished her words, she raised her sword and attacked Xianxia with a ray of sword qi. Seeing that Mu Yun was attacking, Xianxia was completely stunned. He did not want to die. He did not want to die here. In the future, he would definitely be a top expert in the entire Tai Chi small world. He would be ranked as an immortal and be respected by everyone. How could he die here? Swoosh, the sound of a sharp weapon cutting through flesh was heard. Xianxia opened his mouth, but he could not utter a single word. However, at this moment, Mu Yun looked at her sword that had yet to land and narrowed her eyes. Swoosh! Swoosh, in an instant, a rain of arrows fell from the sky. Mu Yan raised her sword to block. However, the surrounding warriors from the four major small worlds screamed miserably under the attack of the arrows even though they used all their skills. When the rain of arrows hit the warriors, their corpses turned into pools of blood in an instant. It was an extremely miserable sight. With the Heaven Chime sword in front of her, Mu Yan attacked again and again. However, at this moment, the arrows rained down. The power of each arrow was extremely terrifying. Even though Mu Yan blocked with the Heaven Chime sword, she could feel her body trembling when she was attacked by the arrows. She could not help but retreat. The most vicious thing was the venom on the arrows. The sizzling sound made one feel as if their heart was being pierced. The sound was extremely irritating. Not long after, as the arrows rained down, figures fell to the ground and turned into pools of blood. In the field, only 3 people were still struggling to hold on. Mu Yun, Lei Feng, Mo Fan. Suddenly, the arrow rain stopped. Mu Yun stood on the spot and looked ahead. At this moment, Lei Feng deliberately distanced himself from Mu Yun and looked ahead. On the other hand, Mo Fan's face was even paler. Looking at the miserable deaths of the 7 or 8 people who followed him, he felt even more pain in his heart. Who was it? Eh? There are still 3 people who are not dead? At this moment, a voice filled with surprise sounded in front of the 3 of them. Immediately after, a man in a white robe with a cold face and a sincere smile strode over. Bai Leng. Seeing the person who came, Lei Feng's eyes were filled with despair. Bai Leng, Mu Yun did not know much about the 100-realm battle. Hence, she was unfamiliar with this name. Mo Fan looked at the white-clothed man with a cautious expression on his face. Oh, so it's Lei Feng. And this is Mo Fan from the giant demon small world, right? Looking at Lei Feng and Mo Fan, the man in white laughed and said, I'm really sorry. I shot the wrong arrow. If I knew it was you, I would have shown mercy. After looking at the 2 of them, Bai Leng's gaze fell on Mu Yun. He asked in surprise, eh? This is Mu Yun from the 5 Elements small world. Mu Yun? I've never heard of her. After Bai Leng finished speaking, he waved his finger. A silver needle pierced through the air and arrived in front of Mu Yun. However, the moment the silver needle flew out, it bent half a meter in front of Mu Yun and fell to the ground with a clang. Eh? Seeing this, Bai Leng looked at Mu Yun with great interest. Not dead? Interesting, interesting. Bai Leng looked at Mu Yun and laughed. Is it interesting? However, Mu Yun suddenly said. Of course it's interesting. Bai Leng laughed and said, I didn't expect there to be someone as interesting as you in the 5 Elements small world. If the 5 Elements stone warehouse was standing there just now, he would have died. You seem very disappointed that you didn't kill me? Of course I'm disappointed. Bai Leng's tone gradually turned cold and he said, after all, you've embarrassed me. Senior brother Bai, I'm enough to deal with him. However, before Bai Leng made his move, a young man stepped out and looked at Mu Yun with great interest. When you, be careful. Don't worry, senior brother Bai. Bai Leng was the chief disciple of the 4 Elements small world's White Tiger Mountain. He had a high position and power, and his strength was at the 2nd layer of life and death realm. As a core disciple of the White Tiger Mountain, Wen Yu had obtained a lot of benefits from Bai Leng. Without Bai Leng, he wouldn't be where he was now. Therefore, at this moment, Mu Yun was only at the 1st layer of life and death realm. Moreover, Mu Yun seemed to be injured. It was the best time for him to make a contribution. Kid, surrender. Senior brother Bai Leng, don't kill nameless people. Therefore, only I can take your life. Remember, my name is Wen Yu. Oh. Mu Yun nodded indifferently and said, then remember, my name is Mu Yun. Just as she finished speaking, 2 figures immediately attacked. Wen Yu held a small and light axe in his hand and poured all the Jin Yuan in his body into it. The axe emitted 100 zhang radiance and directly attacked Mu Yun. At the same time, Bai Leng's face was full of calmness. He had a certain amount of confidence in Wen Yu's strength. Thinking of this, Bai Leng no longer looked at the 2 fighting. Instead, he looked at Mo Fan and asked, Mo Fan, you should know some secrets about this void-folding mountain, right? I don't know. You don't know? Seeing Mo Fan's unyielding appearance, Baileng snorted and said, "Then, I'm sorry. I've always been a useless person to me, ah." However, before Baileng could finish his sentence, a miserable shriek suddenly rang out from the other side. The instant the shriek rang out, Baileng was slightly stunned. "What's going on?" Baileng looked behind him and suddenly realized that Wen Yu's figure had a long sword pierced through his chest. The long sword directly pierced through Wen Yu's chest and dug out his heart. The sound of blood dripping could be heard. "Eh? I didn't expect you to have more than 300 points, much more than Ziwu Jin," Mu Yun said with a faint smile. Seeing this, Baileng no longer had the mood to bicker with Mo Fan. Instead, he ordered his man to watch Mo Fan and directly walked towards Mu Yun. "You, kill him." Baileng's tone was extremely cold. "Don't you have eyes?" Mu Yun was equally rude. He completely understood that in this forge and fiefdom, whoever had the biggest fist was the truth. Baileng could directly shoot arrows to kill the cultivators of the 4 major small worlds without saying a word and earn points. It was even more natural for him to kill Wen Yu. After all, this guy wanted to kill him. "Mu Yun. I'll remember you." Baileng looked at Mu Yun and directly took a step forward. His entire body was surging with vigor. "If you kill him, you'll pay with your life." Baileng shouted in a low voice and directly took a step forward. Crackling sound suddenly rang out at this moment. However, this crackling sound was completely different from that of the previous crowd. As the sound rang out, steel needles seemed to appear on the surface of Baileng's body, carrying an aura that made one's heart palpitate. Crack! Crack! The steel needles directly slashed towards the surface of Mu Yun's body. Bang! 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 Steel needles suddenly materialized around Baileng's body, and those steel needles pierced towards the surface of Mu Yun's body. At the same time, in front of Mu Yun, the 3 bodies' protective chi swept out. The moment those steel needles pierced into the protective chi, they were blocked. Blocked? Seeing this, Baileng sneered. Suddenly, those steel needles suddenly became several times thicker and directly pierced into the 3 bodies' protective chi on the surface of Mu Yun's body. End of chapter 692. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.